Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to round number 2 of the 2026 Fox JDay Off-Road Racing Series. This is the Yamaha Racing ClubMX GP, the first ever competitive event held here on the grounds of ClubMX, and we could not be more honored to be here. Getting right into the action, the first race of our morning, starting things out with our Pee Wee race. Looks like this is row number 1, taking off our Pee Wee senior class. We're going to see Pee Wee Trail Rider, Pee Wee Electric, as well as Pee Wee Bantam, our Pee Wee Sport class, and of course our Pee Wee girls as well, as we have a action-packed day of racing here from ClubMX. It's going to be rough, it's going to be brutal, but it is going to be a ton of fun for sure, as it looks like our lead group making their way through one of the 2 FMF Extreme sections. Yes, you heard that correct, as if one wasn't extreme enough. This weekend at the ClubMX GP, we're going to have 2 extreme sections combining 2 of the tracks here on the property of the ClubMX training facility. Now, if you've never been here to beautiful Chesterfield, South Carolina, first of all, enjoy. This is Moto paradise. This is where you want to sharpen your skills up, whether you're a top amateur rider on the off-road scene, on the moto scene, or whether you're a pro rider trying to take it to a championship level. ClubMX has got everything you could ever ask for and then some here. They've got a gym on site, they've got a nutrition store, they've got a pro shop, they've got all kinds of goodies, not to mention about 8 or 9 different tracks on the properties. We see, looks like our Pee Wee Trail Rider class taking off as well. So it's so cool to see the relationship kind of build between JDay Off-Road and the ClubMX facility. This idea, this wild idea, kind of got brought together, and at first wasn't sure how possible it really was, but sure enough, Brandon Haas, Ben Graves, as well as Ethan Broach from JDay, the whole crew that kind of put their brains together to help create this masterpiece. It truly is. It's a Picasso-type masterpiece here on ClubMX's property. We're combining 2 of the most infamous tracks here on the property. We're talking about the ClubMX practice facility track, which we had an open practice all day yesterday. Got to see a lot of our heavy hitters, a lot of maybe not so regular riders that we get to see at JDay making a little bit of a debut, trying some things out. Look at this, no longs, no problem. Rider right up and over. Big shout out to our track crew there for helping that rider out. So we're doing the practice facility track as well as what is known as the GP track, which you'll see coming up. They're headed over into the practice facility right now. And as you see, I believe that might be Locker potentially on the 517, who I think is leading the points out of your Pee Wee senior class. But one thing's for sure, the GP track, and the practice facility track are some of the favorite tracks on the site here. They got a little bit of everything for everyone. Got some nice jumps, some fast sections, and trust me, it's pretty smooth right now for our Pee Wees, but it is going to get absolutely rough. You actually see some of those braking bumps left in from practice yesterday. I love to see it. The track going to develop some personality before you know it, and man, it's going to be a great day of racing here for round 2 of the 2026 Fox JDay Off-Road season, all of which is broadcasted live right here on Racer TV. We could not be more excited to bring the racing action of JDay Off-Road to the fans around the world here on RacerTV.com. And I certainly couldn't be more excited about it. My name's Zach Herring, going to be covering all the action. We've got our man Jay McGrath out and about as well. I know he was headed over to the start. Looks like they dropped the flag before he was able to grab a word with any of our riders. So Jay will start making his way back over here to the announcing tower, and we'll be bringing you race coverage all day long. But man, get used to this. Beautiful sights, going to have a great day. Our drone operator is going to be having a great day as well, getting some clear open skies to get to fly back and forth on. And, man, our Pee Wees getting a picture-perfect course right now. A little bit of water thrown out. There you see that adjustment over. Going to do a quick little long jump. Very unique little section here to get back over towards the GP track. So we'll call this the FMF section 1, I guess we'll say, where you're going from the practice track to the GP track, and then we'll call the other one the Extreme Section 2, if you will, going back over to the practice track. So right now, looks like our KTM rider doing a great job up on the pegs, staying up and over that first Extreme Section, catching some air there. All right, he must have biked or walked the track. He was sending that thing, as now you'll start to see our riders make their way over to the GP track. Great shot from our camera operator right there, showing just how off-camber that turn is. Riders getting a little bit of everything. Very similar to what we were talking about out at Boswick Creek round number 1. it's going to be rough, and it's going to be sandy rough, okay? If you know anything about ClubMX, it has got some deep, deep sand. That's why some of the roughest and toughest pro racers on moto and off-road sides of things come to train right here at ClubMX. They know how brutal the conditions get. It gets mighty hot here in the summer. It's a little cool morning here in Chesterfield, South Carolina, but should warm up to about 70 or so, maybe the mid-70s by the time the day's all said and done. We had a great day for practice yesterday, and one of the great things about being able to be at a top-notch facility like ClubMX is they're pros all the way through. I'm not just talking about the pro riders. I'm talking about the pro staff. Between our pro staff here at JDay as well as the amazing crew here at ClubMX, look at this facility. I mean, look at the track that the 196 is getting to rock and roll with right now, doing an amazing job. The man, the myth, Ethan Broach, making his way through. He's sighting things out, making sure everything's looking fantastic. Man, that GP track's got a nice little flow going to it. Our rider on screen right now, the 196, got a little slideways headed into that corner. That's Crew Hopkins we're watching on the 196. Thought it was an orange bike. That must be a retro Yamaha design there. Got the red and white going, but going to get back out to that second half of the GP track before we head over to FMF Extreme section number 2, where you'll see him make his way back across into the ClubMX practice facility track. So if you're just joining us, maybe you're new to the world of JDay, the format breaks down like this. For our Pee Wee racers, they have one 40-minute moto. That's right, 40 minutes of battle out here to kick off the day bright and early. Going to be carving the first lines into the facility that we'll see throughout the rest of the day. Now, for the rest of our field, youth all the way up to our top pros, we've got two 30-minute motos. So we'll go through all of our first motos here first thing this morning. Then just a little bit afternoon, we'll switch over to second motos, and that will decide our overall, and that will decide who's going to be walking away with maximum points, who's going to be walking away a winner at the first ever Yamaha Racing ClubMX GP. And Crew Hopkins is cruising his way towards trying to grab that number 1 spot, as it looks like Reed Locker, we are still showing, is potentially out front. Locker, the leader in your championship points, sitting with a beautiful, perfect 25 points at the top of the board. Crew Hopkins in that number 2 spot. Tegan Tucker sitting 3rd in points right now and sitting 4th out on track. So we've got some big names out here, some consistent viewers, consistent racers, I should be saying. And that's one of the things that I'm most excited about here with this JDay Off-Road Series is we're going to get to follow the championship battle, not just in our pro class and AA pro class or 125 pro class. We're going to get to see our Pee Wee senior class. We're going to get to see our youth riders, our vet riders all season long. You're going to start to see some championship favorites develop throughout the year as well. Only round number 2, so people still kind of getting their feet wet, trying to figure out what they think about this new and improved JDay Off-Road Series. And I was able, lucky enough and grateful enough to be able to take Ethan Broach's bike. Got a beautiful Blue Crew YZ250. He let me ride around this practice track yesterday, and man, just getting to talk to some of the riders in staging, getting to talk to some of the fans throughout the parking lot. They are so excited to see this JDay Off-Road Series growing and expanding across the eastern U.S. because we've heard about it up there in the Northeast. We've got a lot of top GNCC racers that have oftentimes credited their past out in JDay, the experience that they've gained from it, and said that it has helped them go on to further their career in off-road racing. But now we get to bring not only that excitement across the entire eastern U.S., but we get to bring it across the world right here on Racer TV. Once again, my name's Zach Herron. Going to welcome our second member of the broadcast team, Jay McGrath, into the booth. Jay, we threw the flag a little bit early on. You didn't quite get over to those start interviews, but man, an absolutely beautiful facility and a great day for JDay Off-Road Racing.
It sure is, Zach. I'll tell you, this is such a beautiful facility out here, as you were saying, and the track is just unbelievable. It's, you know, a motocross rider's dream. And, of course, a lot of the guys that are racing off-road need to get better at the motocross scene, so this is where they should be. We've got a light turnout here in the Pee Wee class, but, you know, don't be afraid to come out to a JDay, these young riders, because there's some great competition here, and we're racing at some great venues. Right now we've got Reed Locker that's out in front, and Crew Hopkins in second spot, Jacoby Duval. So these guys were all at the first round in Boswick, and looks like they're going to be true to form as they were at Boswick. And we see Crew Hopkins in that frame now. He's a young rider out of Massachusetts. His dad, Will, is a former motocross rider and has got into this off-road scene many years ago and brings a lot to the plate for all of us. And the Plastel Power Sports team will recruit sponsors continually and does a lot of great things for our sport. So it's great to see Crew Hopkins out there holding up the family name.
Absolutely, yeah, doing it justice for sure. And we talked about this, Jay, with riders like Reed Locker, with Crew Hopkins, Tegan Tucker, just to name a couple. These are young riders that we know certainly have a bright future when it comes to JDay Off-Road Racing, but we're looking at championship favorites right now, okay? We get to follow the entire championship season here in 2026, which means we get used to seeing riders like Locker, like Hopkins battle it out for the top position. We get to find out how they not only manage a 40-minute race, but how they manage an entire race season as well. So lots of different conditions that we're going to face throughout the 26th season, and even our youngest riders here in the Pee Wee class is going to have to not only battle it out for 2 motos, or 1 moto a day I should say, but battle it out for an entire season.
Yeah, and I know it's early to be talking about championship points, but it is only an 8-race series. And of course, as we said at the first round, you can't win the championship at the first round, but you can lose it. Now it settles into the spot where we're already in the second round. We've only got 8. You got to be mindful of that. And also, who's going to follow the whole series? You know, that's another part of it, and not only in this class as well. I see in the Pee Wee Electric class, is that right? Is that Stuart Baylor?
Not 100% sure. I think it'd be Levi Baylor, but at this point I think they all might just share a transponder. So, yeah, not sure whether Levi's out and about with us. I know we had some big superstars from the GNCC world come race with us out at Boswick Creek, a Tuesday round to kick off the season. So we had the children of riders like Stu Baylor, like Caleb Russell, like Tyler Medaglia. We've had so many younger generations of last names we're used to talking about coming out and getting their feet wet here at JDay as well. Believe I just caught a glimpse of the white flag. I'm not 100% sure, so we'll see whether or not the 196 is able to keep this party rolling. We've been following Hopkins so far throughout this race. I'm showing him in that number 2 spot on timing and scoring, but not 100% sure what exactly position he's in. And so we'll continue to hang here with the 196. Hopkins has been doing a fantastic job. And you see he's already kind of developed that riding style we saw give success out at Boswick Creek. Jay, he's up on the pegs, really trying to find a flow around those corners, not making too sharp of adjustments, and keeping that front end light as well.
Well, a lot of these riders have to practice at a motocross track. There's not a lot of off-road facilities as such. So especially with Crew, you know, his dad having the motocross background, I know he's proficient at motocross. But wanting to get better. So this is something that he's striving to get better at. And, of course, I think this day here is really going to help him. That was a nice line choice there, because that jump just leads to a sudden fall, and to go around it is a smart decision, you know. So you can see Crew at a very young age, already well experienced in this. I think this is probably like his 5th or 6th year of racing. So, as you said, we see Locker in the lead and Hopkins in second, although I haven't seen Locker out there, so I'm not sure if the timing and scoring is just a little off, or if Locker's got just such a great lead that we're not able to focus on him.
Yeah, Locker might be locked in out front. We have no idea, but for right now, we are locked in on Crew Hopkins, who continues to make his way. You see the sun starting to peek over the South Carolina hillside there, an absolute picture-perfect day to go racing, and a picture-perfect location for the second round of the JDay Off-Road season. Jay, we talked about it, the culmination of minds that had to come together to create this. This is not a facility that hosts race, let alone hosts race across multiple different tracks on the property. So a lot of shout-outs definitely deserved from both our JDay staff and crew here, as well as the amazing staff here at ClubMX that helped us kind of create this idea. It's, you know, I'm sure there's a lot of napkin drawing and a lot of crazy ideas. What if we tried this? What if we tried that? But I think overall, we've got a fantastic course. Going to have some long laps. It's going to break down. It's going to get rough, and it's going to be a great round 2 here for JDay.
Well, as I was told by Ethan Broach, who is the owner of JDay Off-Road, this is the first race ever at ClubMX. They do not hold races here. This is a practice and training facility only, and this is the first ever race held here, and that really is a privilege, because as you've been saying all morning long, this place is so beautiful. We got a shot of that where he comes down the hill, and the pond's out in front, and the blue sky, and just such a beautiful place to be. Just wanted to mention the proficiency of Crew Hopkins on that jump that was like a double onto a plateau, and just like I've been racing motorcycles a long time. I haven't raced in all that much, in many years, but I've been at this since I was 6 years old, and that takes a lot of courage, especially at that age. You know yourself, I mean, those are jumps that maybe at our age, I know you're younger than I am, but still when you get into an accelerated age, you're thinking, maybe I don't want to do that. That's the beauty of being young.
Yeah,
And the track is watered real nicely. I mean, it's a little gooey a couple places, but the crew here does such a great job. That's the pond, or at least one of the ponds that I was talking about earlier. But this is just endless. You look around, and I mean, if you didn't come here and you're watching on TV, when we come back here next year, if we're allowed to, I think that that's something that you really want to do. It's an amazing place, and you just got to see it to believe it. It's something that, when you die and go to heaven, this is what you think it will be like, 8 or 10 tracks or whatever it is, and the grounds are so nice, and there's a bunch of houses around, and Chad Reed lives here, and Maximus Voland as well, Talon's son. And that's one thing I said to Ethan today, is Talon around? And he said, no, unfortunately he's not. But we'll give a shout out to our buddy Talon Voland from Acherbys, a buddy of mine for a long time. Of course, a lot of people don't remember, but he had a really fast brother, Tyson, as well. And those two were making some serious headway back in the day. And Talon went on to be a World Grand Prix star, and then came back to the U.S. and was a star here at the U.S. National Motocross stuff as well. So good bloodlines there, and as we talk about that, we see Crew Hopkins, of course, a second-generation rider, and it's so nice to see that these fathers have handed it all down to their sons.
Yeah, it's so great to see the generation to generation pass down, and Hopkins, just like you said, you can almost tell he's got that race intelligence in his DNA. Some of these kids I feel like are almost born, they're 2 to 3 years old, they get on these motorcycles, and you're like, how is this kid so good at adjusting his lines, so good at adapting to the track, especially it's sandy, like we talked about. These lines are going to change a ton, especially throughout the day as well. So we see somebody like Hopkins so well adjusted to adapting throughout the race, to being somebody that's standing up on the pegs, charging hard into corners. Those are little technical details that normally we were seeing kids on 65, sometimes 85s before they develop these skills. Now getting it dialed in, even here in the Pee Wee class.
Yeah, it is amazing, and you're right as far as how they start out so early. The electric bikes have come in, and little Bobby can ride in the backyard, and the neighbors aren't terribly troubled by it, and he can hone his skills, and Dad sets him up a little track. But as you were saying about Crew Hopkins and the way that he reads terrain, it just comes from the years of experience that he's been doing, this all. And, he's an amazing young rider, and he has a definite future in this sport. The only thing that I worry about is after racing for all those years, when you're young like that, sometimes, you get to be 16 or 18 years old, and now you've ridden, for 12 or 14 years, and it's a long time. Motocross takes its toll on your body, takes its toll on your mind. Off-road racing, it does as well, but it seems like the off-road guys are a little more well-adjusted in that way, and they don't have as hectic a schedule. Motocross kids go 30 or 40 weekends a year, whereas the off-road guys will do maybe half of that, and I think that helps for sure. But this individual effort here for JDay brings all those things together. I know today is a motocross-based event, but we've got others that are woods-based events as well, and that's where you have to excel. So it forces the riders to become, well-rounded. And it's a good thing, because in my day, that's what we strove for, is to be, a well-rounded rider and, doing well at many different disciplines. As a matter of fact, like the Grand National Championship used to be a combination of road racing and dirt track racing. So to be a well-rounded rider in many different disciplines of the sport was very important. Now it seems that they're more individualized, and this is something I think that JDay is teaching these young riders, to be more versatile, and it is something to see, and you really got to come out and you got to join us here at JDay. It is a must-do on your list. You got 8 of these Eastern Seaboard races, and you've got 8 races back in New England as well. So Ethan Broach has not forgotten about his New England roots, and he's bringing it right back there soon.
Absolutely, yeah. Plenty of racing to go around throughout the season. Going to give you a quick rundown throughout some of our classes as we see Hopkins finally making that big jump over the kind of finish line triple there for the practice track. It is, we're showing Stuart Baylor leading the way out of Pee Wee Electric in front of Taylor Bond and Weston Chanier. We flip over to our Pee Wee girls class. We show S.J. Meadows out front of Kendall Davis and Brandy Hill, 1, 2, and 3. Pee Wee Senior, Reed Locker, Crew Hopkins, and Tegan Tucker run 1, 2, and 3 with Case Smith leading the way out of our Pee Wee Trail Rider class. So watching right now on screen, the 196 of Hopkins doing a great job of handling business here at the moment to kick off round number 2, the Yamaha Racing ClubMX GP. As I know, we've got a ton of racers from all over the Southeast. I know being a Charlotte, North Carolina native myself, I've got a lot of friends all making their way out and about. Everybody excited just for the opportunity to be out here at ClubMX, let alone to actually get to take place in the first ever race held on the property. So a lot of names and a lot of faces very, very excited to be out here today, including Crew Hopkins right now on the 196, having a great time out here leading the way. So trying to get an update there on our Redline Oil timing and scoring. Make sure it is Reed Locker out front. We've been following Hopkins for a while, so we'll try to get that sorted out, make sure we know exactly who's out front. Looks like that was the 25 with the skis off, as we like to say. And that's one thing about this sand. Very similar to kind of what we saw in certain sections of Bostwick. It is thick, thick sand. This, obviously, the practice track, they've done a great job of actually molding it into a little bit of a clay sand mixture throughout the years as ClubMX. Way up on the hillside you see there, that's actually 2 different supercross tracks, or maybe it's just one big supercross track. But last time I was here, Jay, back in 2015, that was the old practice track. So a lot has changed in 10 years ago, 2015. That hurts to say, but one thing's for sure, the kids are still fast, and the ClubMX practice facility still a great place to put in your motos, put in your work, and put in a good result here for round 2 of JDay.
Well, they've all obviously been successful in this, and of course able to run such a successful professional team for many years. Obviously what they're doing here is working, you know, and if you've got time in the winter to come down here and be, you know, your home base, there's a lot of riders here that can help you improve, because as you ride with better riders, the better you get. So we've now had the overall scoring clarified here, and Crew Hopkins is our leader. But a nice ride from Mike Chimichowski in second spot. He's a Massachusetts rider as well. Good to see him. And it's nice to see that the New England people are supporting this event, even if we're in the southern states. You know, there's not everybody here, of course, but you know, it really is a pleasure to see that we've got some people down here supporting the series that has been a New England staple for many years now.
So another trip through that Yamaha finish line here. Hopkins going to put another lap in the book. Shout out to Bodie Osborne out there on the number 16 machine, I believe, just coming off of a podium finish out there at the KTM Junior Challenge at Supercross. Son of Zach Osborne, who I also believe will be racing with us once again here today. But man, great stuff going on. And to your point, Jay, it's funny, I was talking with some of the folks that I know here from around the Carolinas, and that's exactly what they were saying yesterday. My friend Jeff was like, man, look at this license plate over here. This is Massachusetts, this is Rhode Island, this is New York, this is so many people from not just, you know, upper Virginia or something like that. I'm talking northeast, making their way down here, wanting to see the expansion of the JDay Off-Road Series and wanting to take part in some of these incredible locations. Obviously, Bostwick Creek was a great way to kick the season off. ClubMX, a name that truly needs no introduction. Whether you're off-road or moto, you've certainly heard of ClubMX by now. And then going to another incredible facility, the CGI facility, for round number 3. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. That's just the first 3 rounds of the year. So I think, to your point, yes, there's a lot of deep-rooted support for this JDay Off-Road Series, and really cool to see the Northern Race family come down and get to experience some of the southern tracks here in the southeastern U.S.
Yeah, and I know that a lot of people have their special favorite places to go, but this definitely opens it up so that they can explore and see where they might want to be for next season. Because a lot of people do come down from the Northeast, at least for a couple weeks every year, to get a little riding in. I know for many years we all came down and rode the Florida Motocross Series, and that was a great series, and we have some fond memories of that for sure. As I was talking about at our Boswick event, being in Florida, about Freddie Ephraim, and Freddie was just a treasure, man. Sorry that we lost him, but what a great guy, man, I'll tell you. But it's nice to see that there's some northern support, but it's nice to see that these southern people are getting involved as well. I know that we have a little bit of a light turnout here in the Pee Wee class, but that'll come as people know about us and that we're going to be in their town the next time. Maybe you can go a little bit further and tell us a little bit more about that next round number 3 in the facility.
Yeah, absolutely. So the CGI facility is very similar to ClubMX in the sense of it's a top-ranked training facility. We've got a lot of riders that live and stay out there as well, and it's one of those spots where, for me, I've seen so many things on their Instagram and their social media to where it's like, I just want to be out there. I just want to get to see the track. Very similar to, I think, the way a lot of people feel about just pulling on the property here at ClubMX. Now, CGI facility located out in Edgefield, South Carolina. That's going to be our 3rd round, and that's going to be another, I believe, maybe a bit more of a blend between woods and moto. I definitely think we're going to incorporate that main moto track, but believe they have a bit more woods than what we'll have here at the ClubMX GP. But to your point there, yeah, whether you're a Pee-wee, a vet rider, there is something here for all of you, and it is certainly, it's user-friendly. We talk about it, yeah, things are going to get rough, but nothing is dangerous to a point to where you have to have hard enduro experience or something like that. You don't need to spend months practicing log rides or tire runs or whatever to be able to be competitive out here at JDay. So I think a lot of people, especially on the moto sides of things, maybe get a little hesitant sometimes. They hear off-road and they think, all right, well, I got to be a woods guy. We see a lot of riders not even running handguards or bark busters out here at JDay's. And it's kind of that perfect blend between moto, which we're seeing a great job from Crew Hopkins right now throwing down on the moto track, and then we just saw him get through that FMF Extreme section, or one of our 2 extreme sections here this weekend, and it's same thing. Maybe a little more patience, a little more adjusting before he commits to one of these logs or one of those sections, but at the same time, Crew was able to get over it no problem, get back out to moto, and so I truly think this is a format and a type of event, whether it be here at ClubMX or any of our stops the rest of the season, that both motocross racer and off-road racer can enjoy. Not to mention, I mean, Jay, you know as well as I do, these guys, it's a tale as old as time. It's like firefighters and police officers. They talk smack to each other, right? The moto guys and the off-road guys have been talking about who's faster and who's tougher for decades now. Now you get a chance to put it to rest. Y'all get to do battle at the JDay Off-Road Series and get to find out who that top dog is, right?
Yeah, the proof is in the pudding, as they say. Exactly. Or at least they used to. Yeah. But no, it's true. You're right. And they do. They're like, oh, no, we're tougher because we're woods guys, or we're tougher because we're moto guys and we run these long motos and stuff like that. But, the riders that are on the fence, I guess, if you would, about doing a JDay Off-Road, come and check it out, because that FMF Extreme section is not as bad as it seems, and it's just like taking your medicine when you're a little kid. Just take it, get it over with, and that's what you do every lap as you come in. But one of the things you got to remember when it comes to those log crossings and any of that really bad extreme stuff is just to try to hit it as straight on as possible. Yep. Try to get yourself straight and, like come into it, tap the rear brake a little bit, straighten yourself up so you cross it as straight as possible, because if you cross it at an angle, then you have such a hard time keeping that rear tire in line and the bike not going down on you. So, that's where you've got to do those things when you come to the extreme section. And you don't have to be Graham Jarvis to do an FMF Extreme section, but it's a good idea to watch some of his films.
Absolutely.
For sure, and learn from him. Graham's a buddy of mine for a lot of years, and I keep trying to get him to come out, but he's not in the U.S. very often. So we've tried to get him to come to JDay a couple times already, but maybe one day we'll see him. for sure.
Yeah, never say never, absolutely. And to your point, we even saw, I believe it was Ricky Russell at our last round in that, I think it was the opening moto, kind of adjusted the line mid FMF section and kind of hit that log just a little off center. You saw the back end kick out, and he ultimately found himself on the ground. So even when you are somebody, Ricky, we know being out from the I believe Washington area, correct?
Correct.
And getting
yep.
some of that woods and hard enduro experience, somebody like that can even make simple little mistakes. So it's challenging, but it's not something where it's so challenging it's almost dangerous. I think it's something that's fun. It's a unique challenge. And another unique challenge that I don't think we're going to see all day long, but our Pee-wee riders having to deal with, it's sprinkling a little bit right now, Jay. We've got a little bit of rain coming down. I was just checking out the radar. I'm talking just a small little band, just enough to put some color on the radar. It's going to come through, keep the dust under control here first thing this morning, but that's another little added element to what makes JDay so exciting. It does have a bit of that off-road commitment to no matter if it's raining, no matter what's going on, we're dropping that flag and we're going racing.
Off-road racing, there's not too many things that'll keep it from running the event, which I love about the sport. You know, for the longest time, you know, when we're kids, we want to play in the mud. And when you ride a dirt bike, man, you want to play in the mud even more sometimes. And it's so much fun. And you can see the red clay that we see here, and it's mixed in with the sand. And the terrain is so special here. And it does get a little bit slippery, but as you said, it's not going to last long because we can see sunshine peeking through. And it'll just be another element that'll, straighten out their day a little bit. But one thing I like to add about this is Crew Hopkins will be out there in the next moto. I believe Mike Chimichowski will be as well, who's in second now. They are my Iron Boys, as I call them, because, you know, they ride this moto for 40 minutes. They have about 8 minutes or 10 minutes off, and then they're back out there in the next moto, Super Mini, which has 3 or 4 other divisions as well, and then they ride for another 30 minutes. So you've got 70 minutes in about 80 or 90 minutes time, and that's hard to do, you know, but these guys have so much energy. I think the moms and dads are glad for it because, you know, it really, they have so much energy, they have to, vent it somewhere.
Well, and I was going to say, even after that, they'll still be running around. They're still building moto tracks in the dirt, and then they've got a second moto as well to go on top of that. So maybe it'll be a nice, peaceful ride home at least. Maybe they'll be catching a nap in the back of the truck. But one thing's for sure, going and putting in work right now. Hopkins, we're following along here on the drone, and man, I really am impressed. We saw him reach up, grab a tear off, get some clear vision. He's navigated his way around down riders, lap riders. It is really impressive to watch, but it also makes sense when you say something like that, Jay, because this is a rider that you can tell has experience both being a lapper and lapping, right? He's maybe is the slower guy in that next moto where he's on the smaller machine, but here he knows, hey, this is how these guys approach me and pass me in that bigger race. This is how I'm going to do it for the littler riders. So again, it's that kind of nonverbal passing down of information, the little things that you pick up on. Sometimes being the slower rider helps train you as to how to be a better, faster rider when you're dealing with other slow riders right there. We saw Hopkins adjust, move a little outside in that corner, no problems, headed up the straight and getting around that lap rider.
Well, it's great to see the evolution of riders as well, as I've been at it a lot with the JDay Offroad, and the rider that Crew just passed, Crew used to be. So many, a time when he was younger, it was only for fun. And he didn't care where he finished, and it was no big deal. And, like I'd see him finish 5th or 6th, and he was happy and everything like that. And then, of course, we come full circle to a couple weeks ago at Boswick, and he's upset about finishing 2nd. And 2nd is a darn good position to be in. Yes, there's only one winner, but just to see the seriousness of his program now and how much he wants to win. And that's what it takes to be a champion. You've got to have the desire. You can have all the talent you want in the world, but without the desire, you cannot be that champion. You cannot be that guy on the top step. And Crew Hopkins showing that he wants to be as well. Mike Chimichowski, the same way, as I was talking about on our broadcast in Boswick, he was one of those guys that was just out having fun a couple years ago, and now he's all upset about finishing 2nd or 3rd at Boswick and stuff like that. So I know how it is, although I think that probably from the get-go with me, there might have been a year or two that it was for fun, but after that it was serious. My dad was a hockey coach. He was a hockey guy, and we were serious about sports. My dad said, hey, we can do anything you want, but I want you to be serious about it. If I'm going to pay the money, I want you to take this seriously. I want you to train. I want you to practice. I want you to try to be the best that you can. So right away for me, I think it was, all about that. Of course, I wasn't nearly as talented a rider as Crew Hopkins with the natural talent that he has, but a lot of times effort, and determination make up for that in our sport.
Hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard. That's for sure. Yeah, it's and you see that oftentimes. As I've been able to cover the top amateur motocross riders over the last few years, you've had some of these breakout riders on the smaller machines that maybe relied a little bit more on the talent, right? They were naturally gifted. They got a big following, a lot of buzz around their name. And then that kid that was maybe in that 4th spot, maybe in that 6th spot, not quite in the top 5, not quite on the podium. It's almost like you see them with a little extra chip on their shoulder, and they work just a little bit harder in those next coming years. And now you're starting to see those riders pass the former superstars or phenoms, if you will, and start to show, hey, that I've put in the work. I've been keeping my nose to the grindstone, and it's paying off now as I've been able to work my way to the number 1 spot and working his way to a white flag. 1 lap left to go for the 196 of Crew Hopkins. Little slideways there just after the white flag, but no problems as Hopkins going to take one more trip around this GP track as well as that ClubMX practice facility track, 2 FMF Extreme sections to go through, and then he'll be waiting on a checkered flag at that Yamaha Racing finish line. I love the dual Extreme sections here. They're right next to each other, Jay, going opposite directions, and was hanging out with Ryan Sipes yesterday. He was doing our preview lap, taking a look at it, and he's like, man, this is really, really fun if you break it down correct. I think this might be, can't tell if that's the 514 of Luxka or not. No, there went the 514. So
that was
maybe
Brandy Hill on the 33.
So Hill having some problems there just before the white flag, I believe. Hopefully going to get that thing fired back up. But meanwhile, Hopkins makes the corner, immediately back on the pegs, absorbs the hit from those logs, and getting ready to get back off and rolling on the practice facility track.
He looks really good out there.
The patience right there in little spots. You saw him adjusting, get the balance back under him, and then hammer the throttle. So great job right now for Crew Hopkins. Chimichowski in that number 2 ride still running strong as well. We talk about that a lot. You kind of have these quiet, solid performances that maybe they're not quite flashy to where they grab the Racer TV camera or to where it's even something that we notice, but then at the end of the race you'll be like, man, the 617 stayed in second almost that whole race, no matter what happened, or even in some of our thicker classes, we'll have a rider that's maybe made 12 to 13 passes. Maybe they only finished 5th place, but they were coming from 27th or something like that. So we'll continue to have some breakout and standout rides throughout the day here as we are just getting the party started with our Pee Wee class here at 8 a.m., 40-minute single moto for our Pee Wee classes, and then just like Jay was talking about, coming up next, 9 a.m., our Super Mini, Mini Senior, Mini Junior, and Girls class featuring several of our same riders that we have right here in the Pee Wee class. So going to be a ton of fun to watch that. Of course, if you guys are just joining us here on Racer TV, wanting a little more info about the rest of the day's schedule, you guys can head over to JDay Offroad on Instagram. That is at JDay Offroad on Instagram. They've got a full list of the running order for the day, as well as just a highlighted format featuring those pro motos, our Women's Pro, our 125 Pro, as well as our AA Pro as well. So make sure you guys, if you're not tuning in for anything else, at least tune in for that. But I don't know why you'd want to turn away right now. It's a beautiful day. The sand is flying, the announcers are smiling, and Crew Hopkins, he's probably smiling right now too. He knows he's about half a lap away from a checkered flag and a race win. The first checkered flag and the first ever race win that you will have here at ClubMX to kick off round 2 of the 2026 season.
That will definitely be a feather in his cap, to be the first winner. But this will also be a confidence builder for Mike Chimichowski. Mike in second spot throughout this moto. And I know he'll be battling Crew up north as well in the New England part of this series. And this is going to go a long way to making him feel like he's right there and he can do it. And that's what it's all about. You can be a good rider, you can be a great practice rider, but without that confidence in a race, you really need it, and that's a big part of it. This is a physical sport, but it's also a mental sport as well.
Well, and we say it all the time at GNCC, and I think people almost think we're being facetious, but sometimes these championship battles are just as intense, if not more so, than our pro riders. These guys don't know how to check up a little bit. Look at that, some no-footer action. Oh, man, I know Replay is going to love that. We got some freestyle It's going to be what is JDay Speed and Style. We're going to find out who can go fast and who can look the best doing it.
No doubt.
And that is a tough section right there. Hopkins is working his way through. It is a kind of curved roller section with one big almost wall in the center of it, but have a hard time telling Hopkins that. He made that one look easy.
He was feeling it.
Yeah, look, got a tear off floating besides, no problem. Not distracted him. Still got time for the no-footers. I like this outside that he's been using right here on this off-camber as well. Really big kind of sand roller that they've built up. There we go. Finally says, you know what?
Transition for sure.
Exactly.
Well, I'm going to excuse myself and go down and talk to Crew Hopkins.
All right.
See you in a few.
Sounds good. Jay McGrath's going to head over to that Yamaha Racing finish line, get ready to catch a word with our winner, who at the moment looks like it's going to be Crew Hopkins, making his way around the GP track here for the final time. You can almost tell when they're on which track. The GP track, which you're seeing right now, got a little bit more of a whiter kind of sand. It's I don't even know the best way to describe. Almost moon sand-esque. Shout out Wes Craven MX, stole their term there. A little bit moon sandy-esque type sand. It packs in pretty well, but it's still super, super thick. We may even be able to get some of our ClubMX staff out here to talk a little bit about the difference between the two tracks. They're right next to each other physically on site, but like I said, the crew's done a great job of working clay over the last few years into that practice facility. It gives it a different feel for sure as compared to something like our GP track. And this is right beside our announcer's tower right now. I can hear Hopkins on the pipe. He's on the pegs, and he is only a few corners away from trying to bring out a checkered flag. We break out the Fox FPV drone. If you want to know what it's like to be eating roost off the back of Crew Hopkins, this is it right now. Is keeps it on the pegs, going to swing wide here. Got to try to keep that momentum flowing. Man, doing a good job. You see him leaning off the back, keeping that front end light, keeping the throttle on throughout the corner, and here we go. Looks like it's going to be the 196 of Crew Hopkins taking the checkered flag here for Pee Wee Senior, round number 2 of the 2026 GP season. And he's going to pull the goggles off, give our man Jay a high five. And it looks like he's going to leave the helmet on. We'll turn things over. Jay McGrath standing by with your winner.
Yes, Mac, thank you. We're down here with Crew Hopkins. And Crew, that was a heck of a ride for you out there, buddy. Tell me about your ride and how it all went.
Well, I got an okay start. Through the extreme, that was fun. Moto track was amazing. Sand track was amazing. And yeah.
Now, as far as getting through that FMX Extreme section, tell me about what you're thinking when you're going through there.
I'm like, just don't fall.
And who's helping you this year, buddy?
Yeah, I want to thank my mom, my dad. Big thanks to Rookie at Factory Connection. I got Moto set up for this race, so thank you. P3, Tucker Construction, Guts, Answer Racing, Plastow Power Sports, Pro Taper, X Brand, and everybody else, thank you.
You got a lot of great people behind you, buddy. Congratulations. We'll see you in the next one. Crew Hopkins, your winner.
Great stuff down there from the finish line as Crew Hopkins going to make his way back to, I believe, the starting line. I think he's coming up next once again. We'll take a look at our MX Trophies race recap. The 517 got out to a solid start. Looking good on that Blue Crew bike, but man, Hopkins on the 196 just started flowing out there. Could clearly tell he was feeling dangerous and feeling good as got some clean air. And then at this point, it was just another day at the practice track. Hopkins nailing those lines. Little no-footer action, casual, no big deal. Some freestyle points. And there it is. The checkered flag comes out. Crew Hopkins going to grab the win here to kick off the morning. And coming up next, like we said, Super Mini, Mini Senior, Mini Junior, and Girls. Let's take a look at your Pro Taper Top 10. It's going to be Crew Hopkins grabbing the win. Michael Timochowski in that number 2 spot. Jax Luxka in that number 3 ride. Brandy Hill and Weston Anello, your top 5. Douglas Francis III in the 6th place spot. Veronica Francis in 7th. And Bodie Osborne going to round out the top 8 here for this morning's Pee Wee race. What a way to kick off the day. Of course, you guys are watching online or if you're here on site, make sure you're using that official hashtag JDay26 and hashtag ClubMXGP. Well, there you see it. Our Stoke coming up next model. We've got Super Mini, Mini Senior, and Mini Junior, as well as girls class coming up next. But first, we're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be back with more Fox JDay Off-Road Racing right here on Racer TV.
We've been there since the very beginning.
20 left, the main event, the mud, the blood, the beer.
Organizing the industry and building champions. "100 years of defending your rights to ride into the future."
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Redline Oil, formulated to win.
Formulated to win.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me.
Proven by me.
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
JDay Off-Road live coverage is brought to you by Fox Racing. Awaken your senses. Redline Oil. No compromises. And Yamaha. Performance, innovation, and adventure. Well, hello everyone, and welcome back to round 2 of the 2026 Fox JDay Off-Road Series. We're here in beautiful Chesterfield, South Carolina at the infamous ClubMX training facility for the Yamaha Racing ClubMX GP. Can't thank you all enough here for tuning on live on RacerTV.com, GPTV, Kaplan America, JDay Off-Road. Lots of ways to watch and lots of eyes on this incredible JDay Off-Road Racing Series right here from ClubMX. This is what it's all about, the first ever race here at ClubMX, and we're getting ready to kick off the second race of the day. Super Mini, Mini Senior, Mini Junior, and girls. And we're hanging out over at the starting line, waiting to get things lined up. And we'll get ready to send off our top riders out of the Super Mini class. That was a fun one to watch out at round 1 at Bostwick Creek. Got to think some of the same heavy hitters, maybe a few new faces entering the program here today. So as you see on our Stoke Moto overview, Super Mini, Mini Senior, Mini Junior and girls. Coming up next, so once again, if you've never been out here to Club MX, you are truly missing out. Chesterfield, South Carolina, and without a doubt, one of, if not the premier training facilities in the southeastern U.S., and I'll go ahead and say it. I've been to a couple around the country. I think this is one of the top facilities in the U.S., arguably the world. Brandon Haas, Mike Bonacci, Ben Graves, the entire Club MX crew, Daniel Blair jumping on here in recent time. Fantastic stuff they've got going on here, and I spent probably, it's maybe 3/4 of a mile from where I enter the property through the big Club MX sign until I turn off to the practice facility, and it took me probably 10 minutes to get through that 3/4 of a mile because I was driving so slow, oohing and ahhing. Oh, here's the new gym that they're building. Oh, here's the main practice facility track. Here's one of, 6 to 7 different supercross tracks they've got. I know all of our GNCC fans here in recent years, the KTM group has been moving their off-road racing efforts here as far as training goes. I believe it's Steve and Denise Hatch now kind of running things on the off-road side of things. And, man, it really is cool to see the continued growth. Being a Carolina guy myself, like I said, I remember first hearing about this place when it just got created, and then as it started to grow into an actual facility and then really started to build, expanding to different tracks, it's been impressive to watch the growth over the years, and just like Jay and I were talking about earlier, that doesn't just happen. That's from a lot of work, a lot of families, a lot of riders taking time and effort to check this place out. And then, like I said, when they do it right, and that's why they get people that come back year after year, whether you're doing boot camp for the next season that you're training for, whether you're trying to grab an extra little bit of speed or horsepower for maybe Loretta Lynn's or an amateur national you're training for, or now if you're one of the top KTM group riders there on the off-road side of things, Club MX is where you choose to train at. It's where you choose to sharpen your skills at. They've continued to elevate the game over the last few years. I know they've partnered with First Form Supplements. They're out hanging out with us here this weekend, helping get everybody fueled up and fired up for a long day of racing. Big shout out to those guys. And at the end of the day, it's going to be fantastic racing. Well, it sounds like we've got our man Jay McGrath hanging out over at the starting line, getting ready to talk to some of our riders fixing to take the track. Jay, down to you.
Zach. What's your name, young man?
Graham Lay.
And where are you from?
Lawndale, North Carolina.
North Carolina, so not too far away.
Yes, sir.
So maybe we'll see you at the next round in South Carolina in Edgefield?
Hopefully.
Bring some of your friends with you. You need some more competition.
Yeah.
Who's helping you this year?
My dad.
Your dad? Any shop sponsorship?
Palmer Motorsports and Cool Cycles, Inc.
Oh, Palmer Motorsports. Those guys got some ties to New England. We love those guys for sure. We'll wish you the best of luck today, buddy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great stuff down there from the finish line is
and we're here with Crew Hopkins. Crew, how do you feel to be the winner of the first moto ever here at Club MX?
It feels really good. It's really fun.
I'll tell you, buddy, the smile on your face is a mile wide. How's it going to go for this next moto?
I think it's going to go pretty good.
You kind of got the track dialed in for you, don't you?
Yep.
All right, buddy, we'll wish you the best. Crew Hopkins.
Yeah, got a little bit of an advantage. One of the only riders sitting on the line. I believe there's a couple that have already taken to the track, but, man, really exciting stuff there for Hopkins. He's trying to get things fired up here as we hear Jay hanging out down there at the starting line, trying to grab a word with some of our riders sitting there locked in on the line. Some of them are a little tight-lipped, right? And I know how it gets. Even the pro riders are like that. They're in the zone, as we like to say. And looks like they're getting the final little bit of preparation underway. So it looked like one of the race officials with a hand up in the air, which means the goggles going to get put on, the bike's going to get fired up, and we are going to get ready to go off and rolling. Dead engine start here at JDay Offroad. I know I've had a couple people reach out to me regarding the format, which I love to see. That means we got some curious minds out there, some new faces looking to join JDay Offroad here in 2026. And, yeah, dead engine start, so they'll get those bikes fired up and then shut down just before the Fox green flag gets thrown. And then it's going to start being 30 minutes of battle for the rest of the day. A 40-minute first race of the day for our Pee Wee riders. That is their only race of the day. So they get a nice fresh track and a nice amount of time out on course to carve in those lines. Look at that. That was smooth this morning. You guys remember that? Now look at it. All twisted up, and it's only going to get rougher from there. Next up, though, 30 minutes of battle for Super Mini, Mini Senior, as well as Mini Junior and girls. Then we'll have approximately 9:40. Our C classes will take off. Then at 10:20, we'll have the first of our pro races. Our women's pro going to be at just about 10:20, as well as some of our vet and schoolboy classes. Our 125 Pro-Am class going to take off roughly 11 o'clock. Then some of our vet classes, B-Vet, Super Seniors, going to be at 11:40. And then our pro, our A200, A-Open, A250, and Pro-Am Electric. First moto going to be just after noon, about 12:20 here today. All of it going to be live right here on RacerTV.com, the FMF Extreme section, one of the FMF Extreme sections we're looking at right now. This is where it looks like the riders make their way back onto the ClubMX practice facility track. And this is where we've seen many, many races won and lost right here in these short little sections. Cool designs that they always do out here as well. The creativity from the JDay Off-Road staff is next level. Like I said, they basically have to take an overheaded shot of the property, if you will, and then they basically, I'm joking here, I don't know if they actually do it, but I would just think they take a Sharpie and they're like, what if we just went off in the woods here and then we made an extreme section right here? Who knows? It might be a lot more calculated than that. One thing's for sure, though, it is impressive. Whatever they do, however they do it, I'm not questioning it. Ethan and the whole JDay crew, Ethan's out there like Rambo. He's got a machete. He's chopping trees down himself. Whatever it takes to get this thing opened up. And like we said, going to have a little bit of different personalities throughout the 2026 season. Here at ClubMX, little less of a woods focus. Boswick, you could argue, had a little more of a woods focus than a moto track section. So here at the club, we've got two different practice tracks that we're going to be running on, both the training facility track, the practice facility track, as well as the GP track. And then we'll have our two extreme sections, so not really any woods here to speak of, but certainly still challenging nonetheless. And if you don't believe me, just wait till those second motos and tell me that doesn't look challenging out there. You tell me that doesn't look challenging right now? Come on now. It is definitely tough, and we'll see some different lines develop as well throughout this extreme section. We saw a lot of passes happen here at round one. So small section, big impact on the race. Here's a nice little how-to. It's that simple. Wish that's what I looked like when I tried to ride over logs. That's a whole different story for another day. Look at that. No problem. Sweep riders doing a good job of keeping all of our riders safe. Big shout out to all of the safety staff that we have here on site, whether it's our paramedics or our safety riders that continuously circulate through the day, making sure all of our riders are safe and on their machines. If they're having any mechanical issues, they lend them a hand as well. Taking a look at the eyes in the sky, this is our Fox FPV drone. Two different drone shots that we've got here at JDay Off-Road, and this is certainly one of the fan favorites, the FPV drone. Basically what it's like to eat roost off the back of some of these riders. It's as close as I'll ever get to being in a battle with any of them, because it kind of slices and dices inside and out. As here we go. Things starting to get serious down at the line. They're looking at the watch with where we throw the flag on our super mini class. Should be row number one. There's the card up in the air. 30-second board operator, big smile on the face. And here we see the 201 locked in, trying to get that thing top dead center. Look at that, absolutely poised, focused, first kick. I could never figure that out. I need to get some lessons from that guy. The Super Mini off and rolling here this morning. The 201 machine. Now, yesterday, like I said, we did have open practice here at ClubMX, but that was just for the practice track, which our rider is getting ready to make his way towards. So, not sure whether he potentially has cycled the track. Some of them actually walked a full lap of the track yesterday after practice. That was eating roost off the back of the 201. That's exactly what it's like. Whoa, the extreme section. Here we go, getting extreme. You can see a little bit of hesitation there. Probably would have been, if it was just dirt, would have been a double that rider would have done without thinking about it, because you throw those logs in there, it just holds you up just a little bit. The slightest little thought in your mind can cost you big. Minnie Jr. off and rolling. Looks like that might be that Ellis Austin potentially grabbing the whole shot, jumping on board the Kawasaki machine. Looks like he's got some company. That might be the 195 up the inside.
Nope.
As they go sliding their way into the FMF Extreme section. And look at this, Austin making some passes back. Austin, one of our GNCC riders. Maybe a little more confident. Oh, low log. They get together, the 195 and the 196. Keep it on two wheels, though. Good job to both of those riders. Tough break for the 617. Oh, one rider. He throws his head. What am I supposed to do there? The wall of wood. Am I just supposed to jump that? I get it, man. I get it. Here we go. On to the moto side of things. As make our way into the ClubMX practice facility. Lap number 1, Super Mini, Mini Senior and Mini Junior. Off and rolling here this morning. And watching the Kawasaki machine of Austin powering his way around the outside, launching over that tabletop. Both of these riders, I believe, with a little bit of off-road and moto experience. And the 114 looking good right now. Man, absolutely. I mean, I got FOMO so bad. Like I said, shout out to Ethan Broach letting me ride the Blue Crew machine yesterday, but now all I've done is make myself want to ride even more. As if I wasn't missing it enough. Now I really remember how much fun it is. And these kids having fun right now. There's nothing quite like getting to rip up on the track. Maybe got a couple of lines in it already. You still see there's real estate that hasn't even been ridden over quite yet. As the fans and racers continue to roll in. Everybody excited about this ClubMX JDay off-road race. Right now, watching the 114 of Ellis Austin. Believe his younger brother Peyton Austin is out there as well. I'm assuming out of that Mini Junior class. Like I said, both of those young riders, standouts in the GNCC world, gotten them up on podiums multiple times, and right now they're doing great here in the JDay off-road world as well. See Austin peeking around to the outside. Austin scrubbing off that final double. And like I said, this section right here maybe a little bit easier to see overheaded, but like I said, big sand rollers throughout this corner, and then a big almost wall right there as well. So we'll see some of our top pro riders, I believe, actually going to be kind of doubling or maybe even tripling into those rollers. Oh, man, Austin hugging that inside, doing a good job weighing the outside peg over that off camber as he heads into the second of our FMF Extreme section. Is going to make his way back across over to the GP track. And you can see the beautiful blend of the colors, the different soil compositions that our riders are dealing with. Some of that white powderier kind of clay or sand, I should say, and then you've got the orange Carolina clay. Watching the 195, who we saw put in a really solid effort early, made a quick pass, and then ultimately handed the lead back over to Austin. And then here we are at the front of the field. This is out of our super mini class, the 201. Looking great right now as he battles with our Fox FPV drone. Oh man, there it is. I'm trying to pull tear off right now at the announcer's tower. I'm out. This is what I'm used to. Get a bad start, have to deal with dirty goggles. No problems for the 201 though, no dirty goggles at all. Out front, leading the way. And gonna take a trip through that Yamaha finish line section. Back into the extreme, the FMF extreme section, 1 of 2. As now both feet off the pegs. That way he's covered no matter which way he's turning. Ellis Austin checks in there in the number 2 spot. Austin charging hard into these corners. Do a little bit of paddling there, no problem. Keeps it up on 2 wheels. And here we are at the extreme section. So the 201 this time says, you know what, I'm not risking it. I'm going to throw the leg off the side just in case. Meanwhile, how about it? Austin right now starting to close in on Graham Lee, your current leader. So the 114 digging on the Kawasaki machine. There we see the 196 of Hopkins. Like we said, little different than we had in that first race. You see actually having to hit all of those logs this time through. The FPV drone up and over as they head back onto the practice track. FPV going to turn around and catch some of our other riders. There you see Austin catching some air. Another slightly off-camber corner there. You see it in the attack position. On the charge, Graham Lee leads the way out of our super mini class, and Ellis Austin trying to track him down here on the Kawasaki. So we're picking up the pace just a little bit here, Jay. Our super mini riders getting the full length of our FMF Extreme section, and you can see the battle on screen right now. Graham Lee leads the way out of our super mini class. I believe this is Ellis Austin on the Kawasaki that we're seeing out of our mini senior class, trying to chase him down so we could have a battle for the physical lead here in just a moment.
Yeah, for sure. And the Kawasaki riders definitely having a good ride out there. I know 3rd spot overall is the first moto winner, Crew Hopkins. And trying to catch that Kawasaki is definitely an effort to be made. So the Kawasaki rider, as you said, it's Peyton Austin. Is that correct?
Ellis Austin. So that's
Ellis
Peyton's
Austin.
older brother on the Kawasaki. I believe Peyton out there on the 519 KTM a little bit further back. Not seeing Ellis on time and scoring. There we go. Just pops up. So out of our mini junior class. Yep. So Braden Stimpson actually leads the way out of mini senior. But Ellis Austin out of that junior class showing what he's capable of.
Yep. And Graham Lee, as we had talked with him early on, you know, in the interview at the starting area, had mentioned Palmer Motorsports is his sponsor. Todd Palmer from New Hampshire moved to the Carolinas a few years ago and has had some real good riders riding out of his shop. And of course, it looks like we got another one with the 201 of Graham Lee looking real strong on that gas out in front and cruising. I'll tell you, he's really starting to build a lead, but Not sure, and it looks like maybe, no, that is not Hopkins. So do we have a new leader maybe of the 114? Because it looks like the 201 of Graham Lee. Do we have two 201s out there maybe? I don't know.
No, I believe last time we saw, so I think this might be your 201 at the bottom of the screen. I think Austin has actually caught up to him and physically passed him on the track, even though they're not in the same classes together.
Right? That's the way
See,
it's
that
looking.
was a lap rider. So, yeah, like I said, I think Ellis Austin, out of that mini junior class, has charged forward and has actually caught up to the top of the field. Not sure if you heard me, Jay. I've seen Ellis and his brother Peyton both many a times on the podiums out at GNCC. Was talking to his dad yesterday. They've been doing some training out here on the moto side of things as well. So, well-rounded rider, and look at that. Finds himself out front. No surprise.
Yeah, he looks like he's very comfortable on the moto track right now. His suspension in the rear needs to be tuned a little bit. But, of course, when you're going back and forth between the woods and motocross, they're, have to really have a happy medium. And, yeah, the 201 looks like he's in second spot now overall. Of course, still leading that super mini class, rather. That's Graham Lee on a Palmer Motorsports gas. But, yeah, that young man, the 114, Ellis Austin.
Yep.
I don't see his name on the screen that often because it's weird that they don't have him in the overall standings. But I'm sure that Big Mike will get that scoring situation straightened out. He's down here to help us, and we appreciate that for sure. But in that junior class, Ellis Austin leads and also leads overall.
So here we go, watching one of our KTM riders make their way through. Potentially the 521 maybe on the helmet. Didn't quite catch the name, but several riders making their way through.
Looks like Mike Chimichowski's doing well. He sits in sixth spot. One of the Iron Boys out there, rode the 40-minute moto before this and now doing it again. That 195 rider is Braden Stimpson on a KTM, running fourth overall. As Zach had said, there are 3 or 4 different classes combined in this moto, which we do often in JDay, where there could be even up to 6 classes in one moto. So a lot of different things to sort out and remember and to give to you the information that we do. And it's not easy to follow sometimes. But right now, it looks like Graham Lee leads the overall and the super mini class and having a little trouble with that FMF extreme section.
Oh, we've seen Lee have some problems in that section, including on lap number 1. So going to try to get that machine fired back up. Meanwhile, Ellis Austin has really been able to get things figured out through that section. We see
Crew Hopkins straightening it right out.
No problem.
That was really nice. He swung in there, used the rear brake, got himself straight to those logs, and he's looking real fine out there, the Massachusetts rider. Crew Hopkins, a second-generation rider, as we spoke of earlier. His dad, Will, of course, a successful motocross rider, and now does pretty well when he decides to suit up at our JDay events as well. But Crew Hopkins starting to hunt down the 201 of Graham Lee, and Crew is a mini junior rider. So Lee being a senior rider, older, of course, and also bigger wheels on that super mini bike, which really helps in those obstacles. But Crew is no stranger to these JDay races. Looks like he's adapted well to that section.
No doubt about it. Like you said, it's a junior rider versus a super mini rider, and then watching right now the 195 machine out of your senior class, Braden Stimpson. So Stimpson doing a good job, as now we see Hopkins has made the pass happen on the moto track. So just like that, Crew Hopkins picks up a spot physically on track as he makes his way around Graham Lee. So great overhead shot here of the practice facility.
Got a couple great drone operators, man. They're doing such a good job, and all the camera work has been top notch from this crew. I'll tell you, it's a pleasure to work with all these guys, and they're all very serious about their work, and it shows. It really does. They do a great job. They've got great positioning for the cameras as well to give you most, if not all, the action. And that drone coverage is just extraordinary. We've got 2 different guys doing it, and they both do such a great job.
Yeah, very unique roles as well. We've got our Eyes in the Sky, Gabe Scholl, and then our FPV drone, Ian Howell's doing a great job. So both of those operators extremely useful and extremely valuable for different reasons as well, as we see our riders trying. That one intro section right there, a lot of riders, when you break it down, it's like I said earlier, Jay, if that was just 2 mounds of dirt, they double that without thinking about it. But because you put the log in there, because it's a little unfamiliar, we see several of those riders, including Graham Lee earlier this race, having problems because of the hesitation. Meanwhile, no hesitation from Ellis Austin. I thought he was going to blast that final triple. He is looking great right now.
Yeah, he looks like he really is adapting to motocross. But, I mean, at such a young age, he's a junior rider as well, which is 6 to 12 years old. And he's looking real strong out there today, controlling this race. And the older and taller and has an advantage for sure with the bigger wheels, Graham Lee having the trouble. But, you know, to come into these extreme sections after not doing it as much, you know, so this is a unique thing really to JDay. I know that some courses will have it in a hare scramble or even an enduro, but, you know, this is something that's really unique. And Donnie Emler and Donnie Emler Jr. have been on board with FMF for many years at the JDay level, and we really love their support. They've been very supportive of us and very open-minded when it comes to the things that we want to do here at JDay. So Donnie Emler, of course, you know, supporting the off-road and motocross world since like 1973, and they definitely make the best pipes. You know, they really do. If you want an advantage, you know, and I know that a pipe can make an advantage in certain models, that's really where you want to go. They are the guys. They do all the research and development themselves, and of course through their riders as well. But they're on it. They're on the pipe, as we say.
Yeah, absolutely. No, great stuff from our friends over at FMF, and some big names out and about, whether they're racing or not. I saw in that last FMF Extreme section shot, we had Hunter Yoder hanging out there trackside. He was watching some racing action, so a lot of our top ClubMX pro riders from motocross and supercross, whether or not they're participating here, I'm not spoiling anything. I don't know who has or has not signed up, but one thing's for sure is they're certainly out and enjoying the racing action that they've got kind of on their home property here from ClubMX, as we take a look at Ellis Austin getting ready to put another lap in the books through that Yamaha finish line.
And Crew Hopkins doing a great job out there, man. I'll tell you, he's really looking strong. He seems to adapt to this track even more and more as he gets some time on it. Graham Lee on the 201 doing a great job on his gas, leading that overall still, it seems, by scoring, but I'm not certain of that. As I said, things will get worked out by the end of the Moto for sure. I know that they've been keeping an eye on it, and Ellis Austin just doing such a great job out there on the 140.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I think, to your point, I agree. I think Ellis Austin physically out front leading the way, and would assume that would be leading on timing and scoring, as well as Austin gets that little intro double figured out. I am really impressed by the 114 here. It's funny, at GNCC, I get to see these kids for such a short period of time from the finish line. I'm talking maybe 15 to 20 seconds before they dip back off into the woods for 10 minutes at a time, and so it's always fun to truly get to see these riders in action out here at JDay. Like you said, Jay, great job from the entire crew here at Stoke Media, and doing a great job of getting us pretty much full coverage for an entire lap. I don't think between our drone shots and our ground shots, I don't think we're missing anything, as we're certainly not missing Crew Hopkins make his way through.
I think in the pro race you're going to see a lot of the guys take that full left line. See, a lot of those guys are crossing over once they come off of that first little double, but I think, see, that left line is really nice. And as you say, it really takes, you know, a combination of skills on this, because if you're an enduro guy, you know, these obstacles are fairly easy. If you're a moto guy, it's something that you've never seen, and you're definitely intimidated by it. And I think that you're going to see a little bit more of the left line use as we get on into the day.
No doubt about it. Saw the Red Bull MXT set up, and big shout out to our friends over at Red Bull. Believe we got the Wings team coming out, going to be handing out some complimentary Red Bulls here as well. So big shout out to all of the incredible sponsors that help make these events happen. And I think Graham's starting to get things figured out. You can tell he's getting a little more comfortable. He's catching some air off of these jumps, and so certainly not a bad way to kick off a first moto. But man, Ellis Austin, can't say enough about the Kawasaki rider, doing a great job as he charges down the hill once again. Be calling him a moto rider before this is all said and done.
You just might. And it's hard to remember a track like this when it's so long like that, especially if, you know, Graham Lee is more of a motocross guy. He might be, oh, I thought that was going to be a left-hand turn, and it's really the extreme section. And, you know, it's hard to remember where you're at. And as you get more laps in, then you get more and more comfortable. And it looks like Graham Lee is doing just that now. Crew Hopkins looking real strong out there today. I'll tell you, he's having a ball for himself. Big smile on his face. The winner of the first ever moto here at ClubMX. As Zach and I had said earlier, this is the first ever race here at ClubMX. It's usually a training and practice facility. And, you know, now JDay, Ethan Roach has coordinated with the ClubMX crew and decided that they would have themselves a race. And we are honored to be the first ones here.
Yeah, absolutely. And you could tell that yesterday as well. So many people talking about, man, how cool it is to be here, even with a practice facility track. I know, like we talked about, a lot of northern riders not getting the opportunity to come down here. They'll have an open practice here and there, but as far as really getting to spend this much time on not just one, but two different tracks on the facility. I mean, you're getting like BOGO options out here. Buy one, get one, basically. You show up for one race and you get two different tracks as well as two different extreme sections. So certainly getting your time's worth out here, and two 30-minute motos to go along with it, is once again Austin headed back over towards the GP track once again, and really looking solid all by his lonesome as well, Jay. We know how hard it is to keep the pace up when you're riding alone. No pressure from behind, so Austin keeping the hammer down here for the moment.
He is flowing out there really well. He looks strong. He's not a huge guy, but you know, he's really strong on the motorcycle. Another rider who's not a huge guy but strong on the motorcycle I had a chance to talk to while I was away, and that's Talon Medaglia. Talon's got a hand injury, got a broken finger from our last round, so not able to compete today, but he'll be back on the bike really quick. And we were talking about his uncle Mitch, who ran a motocross race just after that race, or maybe even on the same weekend that we were in Boswick. So he comes from a family that is all moto all the time. His dad, a famous motocross racer, and as I mentioned on our first telecast a couple weeks ago at Boswick, his mom has more titles than his dad does. And of course his uncle Mitch is the mom's brother, and he's got a couple himself, I believe, maybe not Canadian national titles, but some Atlantic Canada stuff. So he comes by it on both sides of the family, and you can see, you know, just from his riding style that he knows how to do it at such a young age. And you know, he's such a cool little guy, man. I really appreciate his attitude, and what a nice kid. You can tell his parents have brought him up well.
No doubt about it, as we see another lap out for Ellis Austin.
Ellis Austin looking really good on that Kawasaki, man. I'll tell you, he is flowing out there, standing up in all the right places. Yeah, just being real strong on the motorcycle today, and really not a chink in his armor so far. He was in second or maybe even third early on, has worked his way up to the front and is taking control of this race. And he looks really good on the motocross track. As Zach was saying, you know, he's been practicing a lot, but the extreme section doesn't bother him whatsoever. He's right in there and making all the right choices on all the right lines. And as you can see right there in the FMF extreme section, a little zigzag. But that is the most important thing on those logs, is to be straight at them as best you can. Any angle at all really upsets the tires and makes you slide out and crash, and that's never fun, for sure. But the Kawasaki rider is really controlling this race. I believe Crew Hopkins to be second, Graham Lee to be third, having a battle with Braden Stimson, and Michael Chimichowski in the top 5 in this overall scheme of things.
Here we go, watching on board here at the GP track is, I believe that was the 201 of Lee we were watching. Here comes Hopkins making his way through. Let's see what he does. There we go. Takes them a lap or two, Jay, but once they get it figured out, they commit to it, and that is certainly a lot easier than trying to roll over that first double. A lot of these riders, even on this section right here, our top riders will probably be doubling, if not tripling over that, but even for our micro or youth riders, I should say, just jumping out, not trying to roll the steep downside, but actually launching the bike out helps set you up a little bit better on the landing.
It does, and I'll tell you, one of the other things that I've noticed on a lot of these riders when they're in the log section, in the FMF extreme section, is they're in too low of a gear. They're trying to rely on that first gear because they're in a slower section, and they think that that's the best way to do it. But really, if you think you should be in first, then put it in second. You'll get a lot less wheel spin. You'll be able to straighten that motorcycle over, and the bike won't be so nervous. So this is one of the things that they have to learn, and you'll see it a lot when we come to that pro class, the 125 pro class and the women's pro class, and then finally the open pro class, which will be the last moto of the first half of the day and the last moto of the day, with a star-studded crew.
Ellis Austin peeking around the inside as we float along here for the JDay Off-Road Yamaha Racing Club MX GP. As watching now the 195 of Braden Stimson. As the 195 gonna hop and skip through here. Meanwhile, Austin through the rollers here on the practice track.
Yeah, that Ellis Austin is flying out there. I'll tell you, man, he is really confident on the motorcycle. Excuse me, really strong out there. The Kawasaki rider giving Kawasaki fans something to cheer about.
No doubt about it, and I believe relatively new to the Kawasaki machine, if I'm not mistaken. So Ellis getting adjusted quickly, and like I said, really putting an impressive performance down. So excited to see what the future looks like for this young man. His younger brother, like I said, pretty quick as well. Usually see the two of them running around the pits, whether it be here at JDay or at GNCC, wherever they're out and about at.
I'll tell you that KX85 was a staple for many years with Team Green. You know, most of the great, better riders. You see Chimichowski down there, but of course he's been out there riding about 60 minutes already, and had the first moto of 40 minutes, and now deep into this last one. And but the Kawasaki was the staple for many years, and then KTM came up, and their bike became much more successful. And of course they brought on the Husqvarna brand and the Gas brand, and it seems like the Austrian brand is really dominating out there. And then Yamaha had to come back, and they've been really strong out there as well. But as I say, it's really cool to see this young man on the Kawasaki, Ellis Austin, leading the way on the Japanese motorcycle, the green Kawasaki 114, your leader.
So here we go. Austin, if I'm not mistaken, going to be looking for a white flag the next time he goes through that Yamaha finish line, and there it is right on cue. White flag comes out. Ellis Austin, one more lap to go as he continues to navigate his way around some standing water, some downed riders. Throw whatever you want at this kid. He is on the charge and pushing forward here in that final lap.
And it looks like we got a couple of junior class riders that are leading the way, with Crew Hopkins in second. However, it doesn't really seem like a case of white flag fever is going to come over Crew Hopkins at this moment, because he's not close enough to strike. And if he's a smart rider, which I know that he is, he's going to take that second place and he's going to work with it. He's really smart rider. And as we have talked about, in our earlier telecast, this is a two-moto format. And we go by the overall. The guy who gets the overall trophy is the guy who is the better moto finisher, especially if there's a tiebreaker in the second moto finish will determine that. So he knows if he gets a second in this first moto and a first in the second moto, then he can get the overall win. So this is something that's working in his mind, because he's been at it a while, so he's got this strategy that it's been drilled into his head by his dad and anybody else that has talked to him about riding. So this is important right now. And we also see Graham Lee leading that super mini class, third overall in the race on the 201 Palmer Motorsport gas.
Well, and to your point, I think we saw Hopkins really start to get comfortable about that second or third lap out here. So I think if he's able to take that same intensity from lap number one, he could be running very similar lap times to Ellis Austin. So things could be a little bit tighter in that second moto, and just like you said, a 2-1 beats a 1-2 any day of the week. And right now, Ellis Austin, though, trying to make it happen and potentially go 1-1 on the day. You can't do that if you don't grab the first moto win. Here comes Graham Lee. White flag out, one more to go for our super mini class, as heads off to that last little bit of the GP course. And going to be heading into that FMF Extreme section once again. Be long now, we'll be seeing the white flag turn to checkers. And that means Jay McGrath needs to head over to the finish line. Going to try to grab a word with our winner. And you see Lee doing a great job kind of inside to inside, starting to piece this track together a little bit as we get ready to jump up to big bikes coming up next. Got our C classes going to be headed to us next. We'll see. Here comes Lee on the approach. Comes up just a little short, but that's all good. Still made it over. Slams into some of these logs. Woo. Still nose high there. And then just launching off of these final few sections. We'll have one more run through the final FMF Extreme section before he takes a checkered flag at the Yamaha finish line. Meanwhile, out front, Ellis Austin aboard that Kawasaki machine. Really looking fantastic all race long. From the jump, got the start, started making some quick passes, got out front, and the rest smooth sailing right now. So very impressive ride from the 114 of Ellis Austin. Here we go, up and over the wall. One more FMF Extreme section to go. He's got about half of a GP track. Then he'll be looking at the Yamaha finish line here for Moto number 1. Great view from our overhead drone shot. Starting to see those lines already develop. Can't wait to see what it looks like after these next few motos. As things, they're already rough. Not going to get any smoother here in the coming few hours. All racing all day long here from ClubMX. Make sure you guys are following along and subscribing here on racertv.com. Make sure you're following JDay Offroad on social media as well. Coming down to the final few corners of the race here. Ellis Austin trying to bring things home out of our mini junior class. And here we go, final corner, quick little chicane. A white flag going to turn to checkers, and it will be Ellis Austin getting the job done and grabbing the win out of your mini junior class. And he is going to pull over, and look at that little stoppy action. This kid's got style for miles. Love to see it. All right, well, we've seen what he can do. Let's hear what he's got to say about it. We're going to turn things over. Jay McGrath standing by with Ellis Austin.
We're here with Ellis Austin, doing a great job out there, buddy. How'd you like the track today? If this is what you're used to?
Not really.
No, you're more of a woods rider?
Yeah.
Zach was saying you've been practicing on the motocross track, and it shows, buddy, for sure. Did a great job. Did you have a favorite section of the track out there?
I like 3-8 too, but like the 0 section.
Where are you from?
North Carolina, Charlotte.
Right on, so not too far away, buddy, for sure. Who's helping you this year?
Mom, Dad. Mom, Dad, Jesus, CRQ, IMS, Rich Racing, Teacher, and Kawasaki.
Perfect. We'll see you for the second one. You remember there's 2 motos, so you're going to come out and do it again, okay? Thank you.
All right, great stuff down there from the finish line. Ellis Austin with a big smile on the face after he grabs the win out of our mini junior class. Let's take a look. Your Pro Taper top 10 looks like this. Ellis Austin, Crew Hopkins, Graham Lee, Braden Stimson, Michael Chimichowski, Peyton Austin, Kendrick Pina, and Weston Malloy. And let's take a look. Our MX Trophies race recap. Things got started with the 201 machine out of that super mini class, but almost immediately from the jump, Ellis Austin made some quick passes aboard the Kawasaki and started tracking down your leader. There you see him just after making the pass for the physical lead. And, man, it didn't matter what we threw at this kid. FMF Extreme section, practice track, GP track, he was flowing and rolling like he was a part of the Club MX team. At the end of the day, it would be Ellis Austin taking that Kurt Caselli Foundation checkered flag here at the Yamaha finish line and grabbing the win out of your mini junior class. All right, well, plenty of racing still to come here on Racer TV from the Yamaha Club MX GP. We're going to take a quick commercial break, and when we come back, we'll have C250, C Open, C200, C Vet, and BC Open Electric coming up next right here on Racer TV. We'll be right back.
JDay Off-Road live coverage is brought to you by Moto Tassinari, Performance Reed Valve Systems. Luxon MX, top-of-the-line aftermarket motocross components. And 100% game-changing performance.
Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to round number 2 of the Fox JDay Off-Road Series here in 2026. This is round 2, the Yamaha Racing Club MX GP. Had a great shot there of our friends over at the Club MX training facility. Like we said, that incredible Club Pro team. If you guys have not already, make sure after you get done watching all of the races here today, make sure you head over to Club MX's YouTube channel as well. They've got the Built Not Bought YouTube series, always a ton of fun, lots of behind the scenes about what the day-to-day life is like here at Club MX, all of the riders that choose to do their training here, and man, just a ton of fun information, and it's always nice to see some personality as well. We talk about our riders sometimes being a little stiff, a little robotic. That is not the case out here at Club MX. They are goofing off, having a good time. They're putting in the work. They're serious when they need to be, but after the work is done, it's always cool to see the personality, see what the riders are really like when the helmet's off, and see what the overall environment and community's like out here at Club MX as well. As we take a look at our Stoke Media Moto overview, sitting on the line next, race number 2, our 250C, Open C, 200C, Vet C, and that's right, BC Open Electric, all sitting on the line. Here coming up next, like we said, don't forget, Women's Pro going to be coming up in the race following this. Pro-Am as well. And then our AA Pro class going to be at just about 12:20 to 12:30 this afternoon. 30 minutes of battle, going to be fun to watch there, as you can see things starting to get serious at the starting line as they get ready to bring out that 30-second card and that Fox green flag. Here we go. 1 minute up in the air. So 1 minute, final bit of preparation for our riders sitting on the line. They check down at the watch. He loves it. He's getting some screen time here from the drone. 30-second car turns around, and we'll get ready to go racing. First line going to be our 250C class. As you can see, C250, C Open, and C200, our first three lines. You see them all fired up there, locked in on turn number 1. As we've seen, the start extremely important, as it always is, but as we've also seen a lot of opportunities for passing. As flags thrown, here we go, we're off and rolling. Oh, good move from the Kawasaki rider right there, the 222 machine, taking a nice little line up the inside. That is going to be Evan Kelly on the 222 Kawasaki. Going to hand the lead over, looks like, to potentially a Honda rider. And there's a KTM, actually. I need to get my eyes checked. I'm going colorblind here. So it's a KTM, a Cowie, a Yamaha, and a Honda all headed into the extreme section. Here we go, some different line options. Let's see what pays off for our riders. As we head back to the start, next line, C Open. Cole Pequeen, looks like Cameron Callaghan, and Xavier Allers all heading into turn 1. Little bumping and grinding, no worries. Little bit of an off-camber first turn as well, so naturally kind of pushes you to that outside, but it looks like it's going to be the Yamaha grabbing the early race lead. I believe that's the 127 of Callahan. But already seeing another pass made for the lead in the opening few straights. So lots of passing opportunities throughout this course. Hoping to see a little more of it throughout the race day as well. Ton of fun right now as, he was thinking about it. He was thinking about that far left line. Stalls the momentum. Now they're both sideways in the extreme section. Burning some rubber here this morning over the logs. I like the people that just go ahead and say, I'm going to just kick my feet off. Before I even hit it, I'm just going to keep the feet off. There we go. Older machine there on the Kawasaki. No fear. Lines up. Little smoke headed into turn 1. No question, though. The 461 going to grab the whole shot for our C200 class. That's Sebastian Tucker on the 461, looking good. And I don't know if anybody's going to make a pass on him right here, as he is already opened up quite a few bike lengths on the rest of the field. Watching I believe that's the 711 ride, making his way through. Neil Prine on the Husqvarna. Great stuff going on here on site as well. Like we said, a ton of sponsors and vendors setting up. Everybody excited to see ClubMX go racing. The first ever race held on the ClubMX property. And from all of us here at JDay, we couldn't be more proud and more honored to be a part of it. One rider, he was quick off the jump, but stalled it almost immediately after. Meanwhile, here we go. The rest of the field making their way through, and looks like it's a Yamaha leading the way for the moment. I've learned my lesson. I'm not going to call it out until we see if they hang on to it. Looks like a Suzuki actually moving into the number 2 ride. So some battling here in these. I'd call this the pre-extreme section here. There we go. I saw the flag. So that's technically the start of the extreme section. Meanwhile, BC Open Electric. Watch out. Might not hear them coming. The electric machines are here whether you like it or not, and they are certainly impressive. Cool to see JDay embracing it. Like I said, I know there's a lot of opinions out there about e-bikes and electric racing. As we've got 1, 2, 3 riders off the sides of the machines trying to walk the bikes along this extreme section. That guy going from all the way to the left to all the way to the right. The 710. There used to be a landing there. He's now roosted it all over the people behind him. That's okay. It's what makes the extreme section is it's ever changing, right? Sometimes the logs roll, sometimes one rider tucking it right there. You can see sometimes, I think the extreme section, it's a bit slower speed, and I think it's a frustration builder, right? Some riders extremely uncomfortable in it, and we know they're higher quality riders, and so they're used to being comfortable out on the bike, right? They know how to handle whether it's an off-road race or whether it's a moto race or the extreme section. It kind of makes everybody uncomfortable. So that's the beauty of the FMF extreme section, and if it catches you off guard, you start to see some of the riders showing a little bit of body language, if you will, showing a little frustration. So watching the 222 make his way through, looked like it might have been the 31 leading the way now. So that would be Antonio Grasso on the gas machine number 31. Out front leading the way. There he is right on cue. Got the bright colored helmet there, so we know exactly where to keep track of him at. Matches that gas pretty well. And here we go, Club MX. Lap number 1 for our C-Class is in the books. And that is going to be the 31 of Antonio Grasso leading the way on the gas 2-stroke machine. I believe it will be the 222 of Evan Kelly in that number 2 spot. Looked like he was bringing a Yamaha along with him, potentially Jacob Russell on the 111. We'll wait for timing and scoring as they get ready to check in for 1 lap complete. Already seeing a little look over as your leader, Grasso, trying to just make sure the coast is clear. Doesn't want anybody sneaking up on him. And Jay, that's something we've talked about before, a little bit of a different mindset on the moto side versus the off-road side of things. Everybody talks about don't look back in motocross. You hear it preached with all of our youth riders. It's kind of a frowned upon thing. Meanwhile, in off-road, we see top pros do it all the time. They like to get a little bit of a bearing, not only where, but who is behind them. What do you think as far as the difference between those two mindsets and the value potentially to being able to glance behind you?
Well, you know that I come from the motocross background, and as you said, it's drilled in our head. Do not look back. It's like the cardinal sin in motocross, and it's because things happen so quickly. But with this FMF extreme section and sections like that on an off-road course, you have time to take a look over your shoulder. You know, it's not so competitive where somebody can make a move on you when you do look back, because a lot of times you look back on a moto track and the guys by you, or 2 or 3 guys are by you. You know, with the off-road stuff, there is room for it. And it's funny you mention it, because early on in the first moto of the day when Crew Hopkins won his moto, I saw him do that. And I almost said something, you know, I can't believe that Will hasn't told him not to do that. But really, it is common in off-road racing. So it's, you know, I think that I want to know, you know, when I'm racing, but I also come from that where you'd get 100 lashes if you did. So I get it, and I know that it's the curiosity that will kill us all.
Yeah, it's definitely something that I think if it's done correctly, there is a spot for it. I understand why guys do it, especially in the longer races, but to your point, it's got to be done tastefully at the right time, in the right way. And so some of the younger riders, one rider going for a big get off there in the extreme section. And kind of a unique spot as well. It's always interesting to see what parts of the extreme section actually take somebody out, because it's not always the big obstacles. Sometimes it's getting away clean in some of these sections as well. As we've got a battle on our hands, Sebastian Tucker and looks like Cameron Callahan going at it for that number 2 spot on our overall. No, that's actually, wait a second, that's Evan Kelly, and then can't quite make out the number on the Yamaha. So they were out of row number 1. That's the 180 potentially, at least on the bike machine.
Is that Evan Howard on the 180? That's in the C Open leader. So he's battling with Tucker, who's on a 200 class machine, and they're having a battle of wills for sure. Sebastian Tucker's a local guy to the Massachusetts area, the New England area, and it's nice to see he and the whole Tucker crew down here supporting the JDay Off-Road Series. I saw a rider out there that was on the starting line, tried to get down there for an interview, but You know, I'm getting old, so I don't move as fast as I used to. And there was a rider there on a KDX 200, which is like the ultimate trail bike. So you know that this guy is a trail rider, and good on him for coming out for a JD that's all motocross, because he's amazing to be out there. And I tell you, the riders like that are out here to have fun, and we sure do appreciate them, man, because not everybody can win their class or even be in the top 10. But if you're out here for the right reasons, which that young fella seemed like he was, I applaud him for sure.
Yeah, I saw that thing fired up on like the first kick, though, man. Had a little smoke headed into turn one, but it fired up just perfect. And so watching the 180 machine of Evan Howard on your screen, he was battling with the 222 of Evan Kelly. So a battle of the Evans there, as I believe Sebastian Tucker a bit further back on that two-stroke Yamaha. We saw him grab a whole shot in that, like you said, I believe the 200 class. So we'll see how things are going. Here's the 195 trying to make his way up and over that first double section. Now over to the right-hand side of your screen, the far left-hand side of that face. You see there's an outside and an inside line here to approach. That was it's a commitment right there. I think that's the name of the game in this extreme section, is you got to commit. And it's also, you can kind of tell what riders maybe have taken some time yesterday to come look at this section, actually plan out how they want to hit it. Other riders almost sight viewing it and saying, fingers crossed, we'll see what happens.
But it also may be the case where some of these riders are not riding to class as well.
Absolutely.
When you first come to an off-road event, I know that you say to yourself, hey, you know, I've never ridden an off-road event, but this is a moto event, really, even though it's a JDay Off-Road Series event. And some of these guys will be amateur riders at their local situation or their local series, and they decide to ride the C class, which I've never been a fan of. I've always been an announcer who calls that stuff out, and I will. And I'm not going to say names or anything like that, but, you know, if you're a B rider, be proud of it. If you're an A rider, be even more proud of it, and never should you ever, in any discipline of our sport, degrade yourself enough to be out there in a lesser class.
Yeah.
I don't agree with it. I never will, and no one will ever convince me of it.
Yeah, and to your point, I think it's the riders that do that ultimately devalue the classes entirely, because there is a spot for your beginner classes, your C classes, your B classes, and A. The steps that you take as far as progression goes throughout the year, there is a solid group and a solid position for each one of those classes. But when you start to have riders that hold back for years and years and years, hoping to maybe just get that trophy, get a little extra position, it certainly is it's a talking point. I know we hear it in the moto side of things. The C class, obviously, a big talking point, and sometimes it is. I say there ought to be a C plus and a C minus class, because the local C level versus a national C level, even when it is riders that are brand new to big bikes and stuff like that, there is a discrepancy at times. Hang on to it now. The KTM, little shake of the head, shakes it right off, and I thought he was going to cruise right over these. Thought he had turned over a new leaf. Meanwhile, you see the 222. Excuse me, sir. I'm just going to cut over here. That was almost a little enduro style right there with the foot planted.
It was. The 222 doing a good job on the Kawasaki. And it seemed to me like the number 31, who we had on screen, Grasso, has some experience, but he runs a black plate with a white number, so that means wherever he's riding, he's in the C class, or novice class, as we used to call it. So, you know, I'll cut him a break, but he's definitely ready for the B class. There's no doubt about it. He has some great skill. And, you know, sometimes you just got to move up that one notch and take your lumps and pay your dues. And then if you're a good enough rider and you got enough desire and heart, you know, things will go better for you in the B class, and you'll start to do better. And I think that's, you know, the progression that we need. And I think the sport has, and I don't say it's just motocross, it's off-road as well.
Yep.
We've had a lot of people that want to stay in that lesser class for many different reasons, you know, and I get it. I used to be, well, I still am friends with him, but we don't see him much anymore. But there was a rider that I knew that was an amateur rider in New England that would win the first moto, and then in the second moto be winning it, and he'd pull over on the last lap and let everybody go by, because he didn't want that promotional point to become an A rider or an expert rider. And it's because he just didn't want to tackle that class, you know. So I understand how it goes. Racing's not easy, you know, and especially at a high level. Really takes a lot of mental effort as well as physical effort to do. So some people just don't want to be under that strain.
Yeah, and to your point, it's how do you get faster if you don't do that? You know, if you're not surrounding yourself with faster riders, with faster people, then you're never going to improve. There's so many times out on the track. Even yesterday, Ryan Sipes went by me like I was riding backwards, but I could pick up a couple of lines. All of a sudden, I was able to do a jump I hadn't done before because I'm able to watch what some of these other riders are doing. So, to your point, yeah, nobody likes getting a face full of roost. Nobody likes getting peppered with, dirt coming off the back of a machine. But at the end of the day, that's how you grow, and that's what racing's all about. It's not just about winning. It's about growing and getting better at the sport and at the activity that you're doing.
Yeah, and I guess that sometimes, consequences come along with that getting better. And some people just don't want that strain on them or that pressure on them, and I get it. That's why we have sportsman class and things like that. However, as we saw at Boswick, our sportsman class was stacked with some of the best pro riders in the country. Yes, they're sportsmen, but I don't know if that is the particular class that they should be out there running. I know they all want to see the track before the big main moto, and I guess that's a venue to do it, but maybe that's the wrong name for the division that they're in for sure.
No doubt about it. Yep, things looking good as it looks like the sun's starting to peek out. Like I said, had a little bit of dust control pop through here a bit earlier today, but right now things are looking fantastic as Evan Howard trying to chase down Antonio Grasso. We just saw them entering the FMF Extreme section, getting ready to head back over. So that is Howard closest to us on the Yamaha, and you see Grasso just at the top of the screen. The battle is on, similar to what we saw with Ellis Austin chasing down our lead in our last race.
Yeah, Ellis Austin had a great moto, man, I'll tell you. And what a nice young man for sure, out of Charlotte, so he's a local boy. And he said that he's not used to these conditions. So really in this area you see a lot of red clay and not so much sand on this track here. But I'll tell you, this track is shaping up nice. It's getting rough out there, but, these are the things that, this track would do normally and with more and more riders. And I might add that our C division this week is really much more healthy as far as entry numbers, and we really appreciate that. If you're a C rider, come on out to JDay. We got everything that you need out here, and you're going to have a lot of fun. We really respect our C riders, and, it's really a cool thing to be involved with for sure.
No doubt about it. And to your point, you're running out of excuses not to come. Now you know what to expect. You're getting to see JDay now live here on Racer TV. So you can't say, oh, well, I didn't know what the format was like. I wasn't sure how the races normally go. You get to see every lap of the action, all of the battles right here live. So excited to be able to bring JDay to the world, courtesy of Racer TV and GPTV, as we see one of our electric riders making their way through. Meanwhile, the battle is on. The 222 of Evan Kelly, been in a dogfight with somebody, it seems like, no matter who it is, every time the camera catches him. So the fight's on still for that Cowie rider. Meanwhile, Evan Howard trying to chase down Antonio Grasso for that number one spot.
Yeah, there's some really good battles going on there. Like you said, Grasso and Kelly, Evan Howard and Cameron Callahan for the Open in the C division, and Sebastian Tucker and Neil Prine in the C200 class as well. Guys find each other on this track, and they see that he's just up ahead, and that's all that we talk about as far as looking back, is that's what can catch you up. If you start looking back too much, that guy knows that you're susceptible to a pass, and he's going to put it on because he sees it. It's like anything, you see something like the carrot dangling up ahead, and that's what you want. You want that carrot. So it has its way of working itself out. So you see this rider, number 180, looking real strong. That's Evan Howard on his Yamaha. But he has a yellow plate with black numbers, which indicates to me that he is an amateur rider in his local area.
So we'll see Howard right on the rear tire of dropped off of our chart here. There it is, Antonio Grasso. So it is Howard and Grasso going at it physically on track. Don't believe they're in the same class, but like we said, you see a rider in front of you, you want to pass him. That's just the old racer's code. So they head back out onto the ClubMX practice facility track. And see, it looks like Grasso's actually extended it back out here on the moto side of things.
Yeah, he is. He's looking real strong in a couple of sections. But that's what's the beauty of JDay Offroad, is that there's a section for everybody. There's a section to excel at for everyone. And it's an amazing part of our sport, where this hybrid brings everybody together, and then you throw in that FMF Extreme section, and that's foreign to a lot of people. If you don't practice that regularly, it's not easy. But we see that when we're in the woods. We see those log crossings and things like this. So, it's something we got to be ready for. We just don't see it in succession. You don't get 5 log crossings in a row within, say, 100 feet, So, oh, there's some air right there for the 31. That's Antonio Grasso on the gas looking really good on that jump.
Yeah, you can tell Grasso maybe a bit more comfortable here on the moto sides of things. The body language showing him charging hard right now as he heads back down the field, or back down the front stretch, I should say, one more time. Going to hang a big left-hander and should be getting down to the final few laps here as Antonio Grasso continues to lead the way, pushing the pace here on the practice facility side of things. Maybe not quite as comfortable on the GP track, but once again, a big glance over there, Jay. Like you said, it's one thing to look back, but when you start doing it corner after corner, lap after lap, then you start riding behind yourself. Very easy to make mistakes, very easy to override the bike as well if you start to realize that rider behind you is creeping up on you. So Evan Howard, just like you said, now that carrot's dangling. He knows, not only does Grasso know that he's behind him, but he knows he's closing in on him as well. We'll see what happens here in this final lap and a half, 2 laps or so.
It makes you nervous. It does. If you're the guy in front and the guy's gaining on you, it makes you nervous. So it's amazing to see. And, of course, on the other end, if you're the guy behind, then you're the guy that smells blood, if you would, and you want to get that guy in front of you. So it's, a double-edged sword in that way for sure. So it looks like they're having quite a battle out there. And see right here, he closes up again. So this is his favorite section of the track. That's why I asked these riders in those interviews, did you have a favorite section of the track? Did you have a certain section that was working for you better, where you were making more time on certain riders? And a lot of these guys do know that they do, and they, exploit that, if you would. Here we go with a real battle, and Howard trying to pick up Grasso, and Grasso has defended that pass, but now Howard is right behind him, and sometimes only a bike length between. So they're looking real strong out there in this battle, and it gives us an exciting thing to talk about for sure. You've got a gas rider and a Yamaha rider right behind him. Sebastian Tucker now leading overall as far as our time scoring says. Sebastian Tucker on a Yamaha, number 461. We haven't seen him on the camera much, but a strong rider out of the New England area, has followed the JDay series for a long time, and his family's right into the sport, and they're great for sure.
Taking a look right now as this battle rages on between Howard and Grasso. Was just talking with Mike Bonacci, one of the head honchos out here at ClubMX. He was telling me Cameron Callahan on that 127 ride, we caught him on camera just a little bit ago. That's actually Hunter Yoder's mechanic. So he's normally spinning wrenches. Now he's spinning laps out here, getting to enjoy a little bit of the off weekend for the Supercross riders. So good to see the club crew. Like I said, it's not just the riders, it's the mechanics, the trainers. Everybody eats, sleeps, and breathes racing and riding. And so really cool to see Callahan out here hanging out with us. Man, we have got a great battle at the front of the field. Let's see, is the white getting ready to come out?
Nope, not this
There
side.
it is. Okay, over on the other side.
Oh, on the other side of the
track. It snuck up on me
right.
too. Yeah. So white
sure.
flag is out. Final lap of racing for Antonio Grasso. Let's see what he's able to do as Evan Howard keeping the pressure on and trying to steal that physical lead away.
Yeah, some of the best riders that we've seen have become mechanics over the years.
Oh, absolutely.
And, they're really up to it, and I think it keeps them real. I think it keeps them, attached to the sport in the right way. If they can't succeed at the rider part of it, they continue with the mechanic part of it, and they've done a great job. Here we go with the pass.
Look at that, around the outside, Evan Howard peeks over, closes the door, and looks like this might be the pass. So for now, Evan Howard has the physical lead. We know Grasso is just a little bit faster on the moto section that last time through, so we'll see whether or not the 31 can keep it close and potentially make a pass back. But yeah, just like you said, Jay, the industry as a whole is full of former racers and riders, and success, a word that can be measured in many ways, right? Obviously, a lot of people want to be future Supercross and Motocross champions, but at the end of the day, I think if you're in an industry that continues to promote and allow you to enjoy and even jump out on track and ride yourself, son, I think you are a certainly very fortunate person as we continue to watch this battle on screen, and it's always involving. We've got riders like I know Joey Crown jumping over and joining a part of the ClubMX crew, both on the riding and the mechanical side of things. I saw Joey spinning laps yesterday, and that guy is still super, super quick. So look at this pass back, Grasso.
Yeah, Grasso's not going to give up.
I'm telling
you,
and he knew it. You could see the patience through that extreme section. He knew if he could stay within a bike length or two, he was stronger on the moto track. Not to mention, we're seeing a little bit of lap traffic up ahead as well, Jay. So things could be working to the favor of Antonio Grasso right now, trying to bring things home in the final 3/4 of a lap for the win out of your 250C class.
I'm going to head down to the finish line and get an interview with our winner.
All right, sounds good. So Jay McGrath getting ready to head down to that Yamaha finish line. We're going to chat it up following the race. And I'm not even going to say who he's chatting with because we don't know yet. The battle is on. It's anybody's guess. As Grasso heading down the front stretch once again. This is right where you enter the practice facility track. And man, you can see already getting some personality into it. The braking bumps getting built up. Nothing too crazy quite yet, but a little bit of chatter there as you're hard on the binders charging down this hill. Again, great view from our drone shot here, showing you just how picturesque this location is. Like we said, we've talked about the amount of effort that has come into this ClubMX training facility, the many tracks. I was talking to Mike Bonacci. I should have asked what the total number of tracks are, because it's got to be close to, if not just over 10 tracks here throughout the facility, between the practice facility, the main moto track. They've got, I think, a little off-road loop now for the GNCC racers training here. They've got all kinds of supercross tracks, arena cross tracks, just starting pads. It is so impressive. It's completely different from the last time I was here years ago. So really impressive to watch the continued growth of not only the tracks themselves, but just the amenities here. I mean, there's houses on site now. There's, I believe, little apartments and garages that can be rented out for periods of time. So really making things comfortable and suitable for riders and potentially people that want to bring their racing game to the next level. So look at this. Problems for Grasso here on the moto track, where we thought he was going to be the strongest. I don't even know if I'm going to put that one on the lap rider. I just think that was a bad line choice from 31. It allows the 180 to sneak back by. So we've got a wheel-to-wheel battle coming down to the final half a lap or so. One more time through this portion of the FMF Extreme section. And they are going to head over to the GP track. We'll see. Look at that. Howard skying things out a little bit, keeping the power up. Meanwhile, Grasso, he dabs a foot, loses a couple of bike lengths right there. Mistakes starting to pile on for the 31. Meanwhile, here comes the 461 of Sebastian Tucker. Where did he come from? Tucker's on the charge now. He wants to try to take the physical lead as well as the overall and corrected time. A lap rider goes down just in front of Evan Howard. Meanwhile, the 461, you see, definitely got a little more pace. Can he get the power to the ground? He gets around Grasso, and now with just a few corners remaining, he is trying to chase down the 180 of Evan Howard. What a way to finish this one. So there you see the 461 of Sebastian Tucker, who we're showing as leading on corrected time. Different classes for Tucker and Howard. And we'll see running out of time just at the top of your screen now, exiting, coming down to the final few corners. I think Howard might have just enough to be able to hang on to it. Into the chicane one more time, and it's going to be the 180 machine of Evan Howard grabbing the physical win, and it looks like it should be the 461 grabbing the win on corrected time, Sebastian Tucker. So we see the breakdown happening with the 180. Grasso getting ready to congratulate him. Yeah, it looks like these guys taking just a moment to have a little powwow. Jay McGrath going to wrangle him over there to the finish line area. do an interview for all the fans watching back at home. If you're a racer here on site, make sure you're texting all your friends and family. Let them know that they can watch your moto live here on Racer TV. Mom, Dad, your girlfriend, the girl you want to be your girlfriend, I don't know, whoever you got, tell them to watch. As right now, standing by, Jay McGrath down at the finish line.
Thanks, Zach. We're here with the winner of the first moto in this C division. What's your name, buddy? Where are you from?
Evan Howard, Connecticut.
Connecticut. So are you a JDayer usually?
Yep, yeah. More of a woods guy.
Yeah, but you did pretty darn good at that motocross track. Tell me about what's going through your mind on that last lap.
Oh, just trying to battle with the arm pump. Arms got pretty pumped up on the moto track. More of a woods guy, but we made it through it, so it was fun out there.
You look really good. Have you ever battled with Grasso before this?
Way back in the day. We go way back, so that was fun.
It looked like you were familiar for sure. Who's helping you this year, buddy?
Me and Web Tree are down here for the weekend, so big shout out to Web Tree.
All right, buddy. Great ride. Evan Howard, your winner. Back to you, Zach.
All right, thanks, Jay. Great stuff going on as we are continuing to watch riders make their way here through the finish line. You see that Kurt Caselli Foundation checker flag flying. Big shout out to the man, the myth, Eagle Eye himself, Johnny Gallagher. Let me know he's watching live on Racer TV. And I'm going to show you exactly what happened here. Our MX Trophies replay here for race number 2. Our C250, C Open, C200, C Vet, and BC Open Electric. Getting some big bikes out on track, which means things are starting to break down. Yeah, that's right. It's not any easier just because your bike's bigger or electric. Good job right there, though. Didn't even have to start the thing back. It's the beauty of electric. But, man, how about it? Grasso really looking solid on the moto side of things. The FMF Extreme section certainly played a role, but at the end of the day, it was going to be the 180 physically taking the win. The 461 of Sebastian Tucker grabbing the overall. We take a look at your Pro Taper Top 10. It looks like this. It is Sebastian Tucker and Evan Howard 1 and 2 with Cameron Callahan in that number 3 ride, the mechanic for Hunter Yoder. Like we said, he's going to call Hunter out. I want a mechanic versus rider race. Antonio Grasso in that number 4 spot, and Evan Kelly rounds out your top 5 overall. Xavier Allers, Tanner Irvin, Joseph McInturf, Derek Bush, and looks like Dakota Kosia rounds out your top 10. So how about it? C-Class first motos done and dusted. We're going to take a quick commercial break, and when we come back, we're going to have your Women's Pro, A Vet, A Senior, Schoolboy, and Sportsman coming up next here from the Yamaha Racing ClubMX GP. We'll be right back.
I'm Billy White with Luxon MX, the ultimate destination for high-performance motocross parts. From our state-of-the-art triple clamps to our lightweight, vibration-absorbing handlebar mounts, every Luxon MX product is meticulously engineered with cutting-edge technology, thorough testing, and always crafted from high-end materials. It's our passion to create components that provide unparalleled comfort, control, and confidence on the track. Luxon MX, engineered for performance, proven by professionals, and available to you.
JDay Off-Road live coverage is brought to you by Pro Taper. Upgrade with confidence. Explore Pro Taper today. Motion Pro. High-quality cables, tools, and controls. And IMS. Premium aftermarket fuel tanks and other off-road accessories.
Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Yamaha Racing ClubMX GP Round 2 of the Fox JDay Off-Road Series. Once again, getting some great shots of the ClubMX Pro team we've seen out and about, watching, enjoying the racing action this weekend. A little bit of a off weekend for them, so nice to see them able to do some spectating. And doing some spectating down on the starting line, I believe we got Jay McGrath for some pre-race interviews.
We're here on the line, Brandy Richards. And where are you from, Brandy? You do. So it's worth it to be here and know these tracks.
Yeah, absolutely. It's pretty easy to roll out of our garage and come to the line, but we've spent quite a bit of time out here, so it's definitely a track advantage.
Now, have you done more motocross or more off-road in your career?
I grew up racing motocross and GPs out on the West Coast. I would say a little bit more motocross and I think about a couple of years in Wood, but this is definitely right up my alley.
We wish you the best of luck. Who's helping you this year?
FMX is factory racing. The whole team. It's quite more just to be here and be a part of the off-road team and just everyone.
Brandy, thanks for coming to JDay. Good luck. Back to you, Zach.
They said they couldn't hear it.
What's that?
They said they couldn't hear it. They couldn't hear it.
Check.
So great stuff down there from the finish line as we get ready. We take a look at our Stoke Media Moto overview, and it is our women's pro class. The first line, A vet, A senior, schoolboy 12 to 17, and sportsman. This is going to be a fast one here, no doubt about it. As the 30-second card is in the air. And here we go, unrolling that Fox green flag. Our women's pro class, we just heard from Brandy Richards, one of the favorites, one of the KTM riders that we see doing a lot of training out here at the ClubMX facility. And we're off and rolling. Taylor Jones, Kayla O'Neill, Brandy Richards, and Corey Steed. These are some of the biggest names that we have in off-road women's racing. And they are off and rolling now. Looks like it was a battle. They're out of turn number one. I'm not even sure who got the whole shot. Looks like it's a Phoenix Honda. Taylor Jones grabbing the early race lead. That's Corey Steed in the number 2 spot. Brandy Richards in 3. And looks like Kayla O'Neill in that number 4 ride. So you see, different line for Taylor Jones. She was hanging out over at the extreme section yesterday when Ryan Sipes did his preview lap. And look at the gap that she was able to open up through that extreme section. No doubt about it. It pays to watch. Man, this is going to be fun one. We got some heavy hitters in this class. A vet, A senior getting ready to take off. Leo Candidas, Daryl Sear, Will Hopkins, Matt Dakin, Justin Ramsey, Vinny Tomich. Oh, one rider. Oh, man, absolutely stuffing it in that corner and unfortunately getting run over by another rider behind him. Nowhere left to go. Great job of everybody dispersing and getting back. So here we go, headed into the FMF Extreme section. Kind of all funneled into position now. Let's see what happens. That far line, if you commit to it and you nail it, it is super fast. We saw Ryan Sipes showing that on our preview earlier on social media, JDay Offroad, if you want to check that out. Schoolboy 12 to 17 getting ready to take off. Let's see. I believe that's my man Mason Thompson on the 514, getting about a third place start. The 461 back out on track, so he's already got a chance to check this thing out. Looks like the 21 into 2 ride, but how about it? Mason been talking about wanting to check out some off-road racing. Asked a little bit about this JDay series. He's more of a moto guy, and he's currently out and about in that schoolboy class. Good stuff to see. Here we go, 21 checking up. Try to move over to the right-hand side of the extreme section. And this one's going to be wild here. Sportsman class. Big names. Kyle Murdoch, Gavin Simon. Looks like the KTM boy is going to be in this one as well. Grant Davis, Ben Kelly, Zach Osborne. Names you might have heard of. I don't know. Heavy hitters in this one, and all of them jockeying for position. Oh, wait a second. There's Ryan Sipes out there as well. You want to make sure he knows what he's talking about when he jumps in the booth with us here for the pro race coming up. He's going to do a little battle here in the sportsman class. As looks like that's Davis, I believe, in that number 2 spot. Ben Kelly in 3, Osborne and Sipes. Look at this, Sipes trying to get a BOGO here. 2 for 1 through the extreme section. What a line there. That is Moto intelligence training right there. Ride smarter, not harder. Good job, Ryan Sipes, practicing what he preaches, as he is now got his sights set on Medaglia and Davis, 2 of the biggest names in different disciplines of racing. Grant Davis, the kid as we call him, out at GNCC, making his XC1 debut this year. Medaglia, the vet of Canadian motocross, multi-time champ. And you can see they're already starting to work their way through some of the schoolboy riders. Here we are with the FPV drone. Our Fox FPV showing you, I believe this is Kayla O'Neill, your reigning women's champion out of the JDay series on her Blue Crew machine. And looking like, I think that was the 250 Yamaha making a pass there. So lots of different levels out here. Look at this. I didn't realize that was a jump. How about that? So now we are seeing some serious pace. Sportsman class, like we said, one of the fastest classes that we had at round 1 out at Boswick Creek, and looks like we're going to have more of that here as well. So meanwhile, back into the extreme section goes Brandy Richards. Looks like she has already put the lap in the books and leading the way. I believe that's Corey Steed in the number 2 ride. So what happened to Taylor Jones? There you see Corey Steed running the number 1 with the blue background. She is our WXC reigning champion out at GNCC. There is Jones in that number 3 spot. So the Phoenix Honda still circulating. Hasn't quite picked up that line through the extreme section, so losing some time there. And Corey Steed jumping over, and like we said, a lot of the KTM groups, so KTM as well as Husqvarna doing some training here at ClubMX, and we were able to talk with the reigning WXC champion Corey Steed about why you want to come out here and do some racing at JDay.
Oh man, we're on the facility like training with ClubMX, the KTM group is, like me, Husky, and the KTM guys, and yeah, no, it's really good. We're right across the street, and yeah, JDay came to our home base, so obviously we had to get out here and duke it out.
Defending home turf, I like it. They're taking a lot of pride in it here at ClubMX, as they should. I mean, if this place was home, I'd be pretty prideful of it as well, so excited to see what they're capable of doing. Is Taylor Jones on the Phoenix Honda ride a really solid opening round out at Boswick Creek. They were already doing some training down there for round 2 of the GNCC series and said, you know what, why not? We'll get a little race experience under our belt. Nothing quite like the intensity of actual racing, and man, turned it into a solid ride as we see her blasting her way around the Moto track. Man, I told you things were going to start to get rough. That was a far, far line on the right-hand side. It was still absolutely chewed up. We're taking a look at the 290 on the Yamaha. Curious if that is who I think it is. Waiting for him to pop up, and that is. Okay, so that is Big Bad Brandon Haas. How about it? So one of ClubMX's top dogs. We see him in the Built Not Bought series. We see him out at Loretta Lynn's on a frequent basis as well. Maybe that's why I didn't recognize him first. He's normally running like a number 1 out there or something like that. Brandon Haas showing he's got what it takes on the track and GP style as well as Brandy Richards. Got to think this is going to be a course that suits Brandy well, not just because she does training out here at Club, but a West Coast-based rider, a lot of experience in the sand, drier conditions, and we see her at events like a Wildboard GNCC as well as Camp Coker Bullet GNCC, the kind of faster, sandier rounds. She is always really strong at those, and looking like she's picking back up where she left off here. See her standing on those pegs. Always such great form from Brandy, and Corey Stee trying to chase her down as well. Meanwhile, Brandon Haas on that ClubMX back Yamaha, absolutely in chase right now. Looks like Sebastian Tucker leading the way out of your schoolboy 12 to 17 class. Sportsman, it is Grant Davis out front. Cooper Jones, Thad Duval, Rivers Morris, Gavin Simon. Some big names in that one. And then it's Richard, Steve Jones, and O'Neill, your top 4 here in our women's pro class. Jay, when you draw up racing out here in the sands of ClubMX, these two ladies, Brandy Richards and Corey Steed, they spend day in and day out here on the facility, and it shows. The technique, the body positioning, it is all picture perfect as they make their way to get ready to put another lap in the book.
I like the transition when they come out of the bump section and, you know, the body comes up and you get that traction. You know, you can tell that they know where the bumps are going to be and where, you know, the line is, and they know their way around this track beautifully. I mean, I'm sure that they've pounded hundreds or thousands of laps on all these tracks. And as I said, a lot of times even off-road people, you know, like the GNCC regulars, have to be on a motocross track to do their practicing. I know that they get out in the woods as often as they can, but motocross is a big part of their training, for sure. There we see Taylor Jones, the winner of our first round at Boswick Creek. And haven't seen Corey Steed or Brandy Richards yet, but it's great to see both of them here. It was a pleasure to speak with Brandy just before her moto, and took the time to do it with us. And Kayla O'Neill, as you said, the reigning champion, 4th spot. So we've got a few more women pro riders, and we need more. So come one, come all. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the women's pro class does pay.
Yeah, and to your point, these are some of the biggest names in women's off-road pro racing. So it is certainly the cream of the crop. And like you said, we'd love to see some more ladies make their way out here and try to throw their name in the ring, because it is certainly competitive here at the top of the field. You see Jones starting to adjust a little bit in this extreme section. She didn't quite pick up on some of the lines that a few of the other riders had picked up. And like we said, Taylor making her JDay debut out at round number 1. She's back with us here at round number 2, and we were able to catch up with the Phoenix Racing Honda rider, talk a little bit about racing here at JDay.
It got super gnarly, which we all expected. That place is pretty bottomless, but I had an incredible time. I got 2 wins, so I couldn't ask for anything better than that. But yeah, the racing overall, it was just a ton of fun. Like the way it was all set out with the split lines and everything like that, it just made it like super enjoyable, but in a different kind of like racing. It's very intense. It's going to be tough with the competition, but yeah, I'm here to win.
I love it. No question about it. The confidence is there for Taylor Jones, as it should be, but confidence and familiarity for this rider right here, Brandy Richards, leading the way out of your women's pro class. She made her GNCC debut a few years ago, has really embraced the different style than what she was used to out on the West. Little more mud is what I'm talking about out there at GNCC, but right now, no mud, no problems. Brandy Richards, this is just another day at the practice track. You think about the familiarity for riders like herself, Corey Steed, they spend a lot of time training on this track. It is impressive to see what Richards is able to do as she continues to stretch this lead out.
Yeah, she looks really strong out there, and you can tell that motocross is her main focus because she's so fluid on these jumps, the way she stands up through these whoops and things like that. But we've got to remember that we have a very experienced rider in Taylor Jones, and you can't count her out. She's the first round winner. She's our points leader now, and she has an advantage in the experience that she has in many different countries that she's ridden. As you can tell by her accent, she's not from the United States, but a great rider and a past champion at the GNCC level as well. And a pleasure to speak with as well. And it was really cool that she said that the racing here is intense, and the way that she described some of the split lanes and stuff like that. JDay crew always trying to come up with something different, always something unique, which is one of the best things about JDay Off-Road, because you never know what it's going to be. It could be the same place for 10 or 15 years, but it's not always the same track.
Well, and to your point is we're watching Brandy Richards. Not far behind her is the Rockstar Energy Husqvarna of Corey Steed. And to your point, Brandy, a West Coast off-road racer, doing some desert racing, some faster kind of hare and hound style of racing over there as well. But Corey Steed, she grew up racing women's motocross. I believe actually grabbing a podium, if not a title, out at the Loretta Lynn's Amateur Motocross Nationals. So Corey's got a ton of moto experience, and especially in a race like this, that moto experience is going to come in handy. We were able to talk with Corey Steed about that moto experience and why she's able to do battle with riders like Brandon Haas we're seeing right now.
Yeah, I mean, I used to race moto growing up, so I'm fairly confident, but the biggest thing is like our off-road suspension. It can get a little hairy out there on the moto track, that's for sure. So I'll probably make a little adjustments to my bike throughout the day, but no, I'm really looking forward to it. Maybe throw some whips, get a little crazy out there, but it should be good.
Throwing a little bit of whips out there. She's already thinking about the style. And just like we talked about, you got to not only know yourself, but you got to know your machine as well. We heard from Corey right there talking about, hey, got to set the bike up a little bit different for moto, especially in conditions like this. Sandy moto, consistent, whooped out nature. So Corey obviously very dialed in with her Rockstar NG Husqvarna, as is Taylor Jones, who has a little bit of motocross experience as well. We were able to talk with Taylor a little bit about what it takes and how that moto experience helps benefit her here at JDay.
It's going to be interesting. I know the other girls have moto background also. I grew up doing some moto when I was younger, and I've done Loretta's a couple times, so I have some moto background. It's not like I do it daily or weekly or anything like that. This will be my first moto in 2 years, so it'll be fun. I like jumping, not as much as I like being in between the trees, but it's going to be interesting. But we all race woods, so it's not like this is our forte, so it's going to be cool.
So there you see Jones trying to maybe not quite as much moto experience, but you can also see the mentality. That's what a former champion and a multi-time race winner looks like right there. Sure, there might be a challenge up ahead. She's not phased. She's not scared. She's excited. She embraces that challenge, and we see her running inside the top 3 right now.
Yeah, she is an amazing rider. It's such a pleasure to have her here, and she has all the world of experience. And yeah, as you said, yeah, she welcomes the challenge. It's not anything that she worries about. I'll tell you, this is not the first time that Corey Steed has been with us here at JDay Off-Road. She's been to several of them back in New England, and always successful, always a pleasure to have. And you can tell that she's got some moto experience in some of the jumps that she does, but you can tell that Brandy Richards definitely has the upper hand right now. She is flowing over this track, and she looks really strong on that orange KTM.
So Brandy Richards on that factory FMF backed KTM machine, hopping and skipping her way through the practice track. And getting ready to roll up on about, 4 or 5 lap riders just in front of her. So she is certainly having to do some slicing and dicing, changing the lines around a little bit. Great shot overhead of the way all those lines connect. Getting ready to come up on a big tabletop. Oh, see that lap rider just moved over in front of her a little bit. She does a smart thing, shuts it down. Sometimes the best way to get around lap riders is to take an extra second here or there, Jay, and a little patience goes a long way.
Well, it's true, and lap riders are tough to deal with. I hope we don't have the controversy over lap riders today that we did last week at the Supercross race. But I'll tell you, a lot of those guys made some great points. It's difficult. When you're flying along, man, and you're got yourself in the zone, it's hard to make that last-minute transition into a different line and get around that lap rider. It's not the easiest thing whatsoever, and I'll tell you, it's a testament to her vision and the way that you need to look up the track to see everything that's up in front of you to be able to make that last second decision.
Well, and that's exactly what I was going to say, was it takes heads-up riding on the leader's part. It takes consistent riding on the lapper's part. We say it all the time. It's not so much about you having to get out of the way. It's more just hold your line. Let the leader make the pass happen. And so a lot of different suggestions, a lot of different people that think they have the answers. It's certainly a complicated process that we deal with here in JDay and GNCC as well. A little different than what you see at motocross and supercross. But as you can see right now, Brandy switching those lines up, doing a great job of putting the whole track together, and man, not quite able to make that double. I keep seeing another rider not far behind her. Looks like matching the pace. Not sure if that's a rider in the same class. Oh, that's Gus Reardon on the Phoenix Racing Honda as well. So Gus might be out there in one of our sportsman classes maybe. And Reardon, we saw, put in a solid ride out at round number 1. Meanwhile, Tyler Medaglia now has overtaken Grant Davis for the lead out of the sportsman class, at least the last time through the stripe. So good to see the number 5 back out there. Brandon Haas continues to lead the way over Jamal Porter in that A vet class. Will Hopkins and Daryl Sear in that A senior class running 1 and 2. And Sebastian Tucker, Riker Seitman, and Mason Thompson, your top 3 in schoolboy, 12 to 17. There is Brandon Haas, and skies his way around Brandy Richards. And that's a point to be proven right there out of our A senior class. Brandon Haas, or A vet class, excuse me. Don't tell him I called him a senior. Sorry, Brandon. He is certainly showing. If there's ever any question why Brandon Haas is qualified to be able to tell pro riders what to do and how to do it, his riding usually does the talking. Like I said earlier, Jay, whether it's out at Loretta Lynn's or here at JDay, Haas certainly a kind of rider that can get the job done, and another that's always up for the challenge, embraces the fun and the struggle of racing, and not seeing a lot of struggle right now. Looking fantastic.
He looks like he's really embracing all these changes that have been made to his facility.
Might be a permanent change here on the facility. Who knows?
I think he likes it. He's definitely gassing it today.
Keep that extreme section around. You never know. As takes the long way around some lap riders.
That sportsman class is stacked. That's amazing to see. All these guys are out here for a preview. Grant Davis, of course, you got to keep an eye on him for the overall pro win today. He's always a contender in the last couple, 3 years, man. I'll tell you, the XC1 guys at GNCC have had fits with him when he was on the small bike, and now that he's on an equal motorcycle, the championship is young in that series, and I wouldn't definitely count him out.
So Richards tucks to the inside. We jump on board with the Fox FPV drone back at the FMF Extreme section. A couple of riders making their way through, doing a good job of staying up on the pegs.
Have you noticed that those 3 log crossings that they go that are at an angle, they're set into a culvert pipe and they're loose?
Oh yeah.
They won't go away, but they are loose, so you got to be careful of that. There's Gus Reardon just cruising around, making sure he's ready for that big pro moto.
Yep, doing a good job of, like you said, sighting things up, making sure he's hitting things at a straight angle. Shout out to my man Mason Thompson, we just saw in the 514. Still relatively new to the 125, and got through those logs no problem. Didn't even dab a foot, so good to see Mason enjoying a little different change of pace out here. Got a lot of moto kids maybe getting ready to start their road to Loretta's out here, Jay, and looking for some unique race practice. Nothing quite like the intensity of a real race, and getting to change things up a little bit out here this weekend with JDay.
Did you notice that once we started talking about Davis, his name pops up on the top of the list?
Crazy.
He's now in the lead in that sportsman class.
No surprise there, though. Grant Davis, we know how feisty he is. We know how hard he pushes for those top positions, and he's a rider we talked about all last year in the GNCC series, kind of changing the game as far as opening lap intensity. Him, Cody Barnes, and Gus Reardon out of that XC2 class would push their way forward, and that style certainly going to benefit you maybe a little bit more out here in JDay. We saw it round one. Ben Kelly, the diesel as we like to call him, took him a lap or two, maybe even three to get warmed up. By that point, it's almost a little too late. So Davis channeling a bit more of the moto intensity. We've seen him bring that to GNCC Racing. This time, he's able to maintain that intensity. He's only got to go 30 minutes. That's about one lap at GNCC. So Davis going to try to bring the fight here, not just in the sportsman class, but in that pro class later as well. Tyler Medaglia, Duval, a lot of big names all chomping at the bit to try to grab that pro moto win. As I believe Ricky Russell is going to be with us for the rest of the season, but I think this was the round he was not able to make it to. So your current points leader is going to try to steal things away, if I'm not mistaken. I think Gus actually leading the points. But one thing's for sure, it is going to be a dog fight. Probably 8 to 10 riders legitimately going to be sitting on that pro line with a chance to grab a win. But right now, a chance to grab a win is Brandy Richards out of your women's pro class. We'll see whether or not she gets a white flag the next time through.
Yeah, Ricky had a commitment back in his Washington State area with the sponsor that he has on that Kawasaki. Wasn't able to make it, but he said to me that he will be here for the rest of the rounds. And he has a definite chance at that championship. Missing just one round can hurt you for sure, in 8 rounds especially. But if anybody can overcome it, Ricky Russell, Ricky Muscle can do it. I like that little chicane there, and I don't know if you're aware of this, but that is the white flag out for sure. When you come into that chicane in a JDay race, that is a signal for no passing.
Absolutely.
So that is to make sure that things are safe. We had an incident many years ago where we had some rider pile into another right there at the finish in the pro class, and it was not pretty. And at that point, the decision was made by the officials to have that no passing zone.
Yeah, we see a similar situation there at GNCC. The finish line through the scoring zone is a no passing zone, and it's hard sometimes. I get it. This is wheel-to-wheel battling all the way down to the finish line, but once you get into that takeoff area, no longer able to make a pass for both the safety of our riders and our staff as well. So great job to all of our riders to paying attention to that, making sure to stay as they should. Don't want to hand out any penalties or anything like that. Brandy Richards only got to worry about it one more time. Through the extreme section she goes. She'll have one more trip around this practice facility track, about half a lap or so on that GP track, and she'll be ready to, who knows, maybe chat it up with you, Jay.
Yeah, we spoke to her at the beginning of the race. It looks like we're going to speak to her at the end of the race. That's a pretty good wire-to-wire win for Brandy Richards, and it looks like it's going to be reality. She is smooth out there. We'll be back with you, but Zach's going to take you through the rest of the moto.
Here we go. So Jay getting ready to head down to that Yamaha finish line. It is Brandy Richards, Corey Steed, Taylor Jones, and Kayla O'Neill. Your top 4 out of the women's pro class. Will Hopkins still leading the way out of our senior class. Sebastian Tucker out front in that schoolboy 12 to 17 class. Grant Davis has retaken the number 1 position in our sportsman class. And of course, the rider on your screen, Brandy Richards, trying to bring it home out of our women's pro. Here from the ClubMX, the Yamaha ClubMX GP. Brandy skying out that big triple. It's a single and then a tabletop. I'm calling it a triple. Oh, look at that. Problems for the 461 of Sebastian Tucker. That was your leader out of the schoolboy class. So could that potentially be a shakeup? Oh, man. Brandy doing a great job of threading the needle between some riders. Catch a little bit of air into this corner. Man, so much fun watching from up in the sky, following along on this drone view. Great way of showing how these riders piece together sections of the track. You can see them going from outside, cutting over to the inside, rolling these corners off. There's a little bit of whip action. I'll take that for sure. Brandy Richards throwing some style up over the tabletop. Going to go through this fun little jump lane here. Really impressive, this next section Brandy keeps the front end light, kind of wheelies her way over some of those, and then actually jumps from that top one. I told you they were going to be doubling it. That is certainly maybe some home field advantage there. Knows a thing or two because she's done a thing or two here. I'm sure spun many laps around this practice facility. Back into that, call that the Dunlop off camber. Through the FMF Extreme section, and she is not far now from seeing a checkered flag here for race number 1 for a women's pro, a vet, a senior, schoolboy, and sportsman. Don't forget, if you're just joining us, this is the first moto for our women's pro class, so we will still have second motos coming up. Make sure you guys are staying tuned for that. Like Jay was saying, that's where things really get decided. It's where overalls get handed out. But right now, no better way to head into that second moto than with a big number 1 from Moto number 1. Fox FPV drone right there. And here we go. FPV going to bring us home. Few more corners to go. And it looks like it will be the factory KTM rider, the 198 of Brandy Richards, holding strong and grabbing the win. Going to cruise it through the chicane, and there it is. Had to wait for it, make it official. Kirk Caselli Foundation checkered flag flies, and it will be Brandy Richards grabbing the Women's Pro Moto 1 win. Meanwhile, still got a battle on course right now. Grant Davis, looks like that's Ryan Sipes, Corey Steed. So a bunch of heavy hitters all in the same place at the same time. I think Sipes and Davis are going at it. Ryan tried to tell me he thought he might only race the first moto after a battle like that. Got to back it up there in Moto too. Good job to the General. Going to be joining us in the booth here for our Pro First Moto. Giving some props there to Grant Davis. And we are getting ready to give some props to Brandy Richards, who I believe is standing by with our very own Jay McGrath.
That's right, Zach. We're down here with Brandy Richards. Brandy, we had a chance to speak with you before the moto. Now here you are in the winner's circle. Tell us about your ride.
Yeah, that was good. I had a good jump off the start and then just kind of went a little too wide and got pushed back to third, and then just tried to make some moves on the moto track. It's definitely technical out there with all the ruts, and then after that I was just trying to rise. This sand track's gnarly. I would get such bad arm on the sand track and spend the whole moto track to get rid of it. So it's just quite the vicious cycle, but it was fun out there, and it's definitely going to be brutal later on.
I know that you have some off-road experience, but tell me about what's going through your mind in that FMF Extreme section.
That stuff's actually pretty fun. I'm just trying to stay safe. It's been a long time since I've hit anything like that. I mean, I raced endurocross back in the day, so I kind of know a little bit of the technique, and just from the GP series I used to do, we had pro sections, so I know how to hit it, so I just got to get a little more comfortable and remember how to hit it.
Yeah. It's the rhythm.
Yeah, for sure. You got to hit the rhythm and hit your lines every time, and just make sure you have the right technique.
Will there be some changes to your bike or the suspension for the second moto?
A little bit. I think I'm going to go a little stiffer on the high speed and maybe a little bit on the rebound. It's getting rough out there, so I know I'm going to need a little bit more.
Again, who's in your corner this year?
FMF, KTM, Factory Racing, Alpine Stars, Oakley, Dunlop, and just everyone else that helps me out. And the whole ClubMX being here is pretty amazing, and it's just a great time.
Brandy Richards, it's a pleasure to have you here at JDay Offroad. Good luck in the second moto.
Thank you.
Thank you. Back to you, Zach.
All right, thanks, Jay. Great stuff down there from the finish line as we get ready for our MX Trophies race replay. Show you how things broke down here for our women's pro class. Taylor Jones on that Phoenix Racing Honda grabbing an early lead. You see some chaos in some of our vet and senior classes. Meanwhile, the sportsman riders, some of the best in the game, all going to work. Can't forget about the schoolboys as well. The two-strokes were all making their way through. Brandon Haas trying to make some quick moves. But, man, Brandy Richards got in that number 1 ride, got comfortable, and got herself a first moto win here out of our women's pro class. Our pro taper top 10 looks like this. It's Brandy Richards, Corey Steed, Taylor Jones, and Kayla O'Neill, your top 4 out of our women's pro class. Well, how about that? The first pro race of the day done and dusted. But don't worry, there's still plenty more racing action to go. Coming up next, we got Pro-Am 125s and 250B. We're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be back with more Yamaha Racing Club MX GP here from the Fox JDay Off-Road Series. We'll be right back.
Redline oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me.
Proven by me.
Proven by me. Proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Some of us have an unextinguishable fire burning inside us. It ignites us to compete. It inspires us. It drives us. We are a performance-driven manufacturer, built for racers, by racers. We are focused on racing fuel, plain and simple. We want to go fast. We want to win. And we want the same for you. We are Fuel Factory.
JDay Off-Road live coverage is brought to you by Dirt Care USA. Eco-friendly products ensure your ride stays clean. Slacker, optimize your bike's suspension. And W, create your very own custom handcrafted wheel set.
Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to round number 2 of the 2026 Fox JDay Off-Road Series, your Yamaha Racing Club MX GP. As we just wrapped up our Women's Pro, A Vet, A Senior, Schoolboy, and Sportsman. Coming up next going to be our Pro-Am 125 class, as well as B Open, B200, and B250. Hanging out here at the, I believe this is the GP track we're looking at on screen right now. And remember earlier this morning when it was all smooth and soft and fun looking, and now it's all rough and chewed up? It still looks pretty fun, but it is certainly a whole lot rougher as we see a very stacked starting line. Going to have a lot of riders making their way out to the track here in just a moment. As we continue to watch here, let's see who we've got coming up next. We've got our Moto Tassinari Pro-Am 125 class, B Open, B200, and B250 class. We'll have some more of our vet and senior riders coming up here in just a little bit. And then our Pro Moto going to be at 12:20, as well as Pro A, Pro Open, and Pro 250. But taking a look right now, let's see, 363 on the number plate there. I believe Jay McGrath can try to run down, maybe grab a word with our riders before we get the green flag dropped here from round number 2 of the season. The first ever race here on ClubMX's property. Had a great day of open practice yesterday and having more fun here today. Was chatting it up with Mike Bonacci earlier. He was very happily surprised as how everything turned out, combining 2 different classes, creating essentially a pathway between the 2 of them. Absolute imagination that we talk about out here. Ethan Broach and the JDay crew pretty much creating from scratch a combination of facility, whether it's woods and moto, whether it's 2 different moto tracks. They certainly know how to put together an entertaining course. And here we go. 444 Justin Coquinos you're seeing on your screen. And looks like that is Evan Smith on the KTM. We see out there as well. Evan Smith really making some impressive strides out here to kick off round number 1 and to kick off the season. We see him. I saw him cycling around yesterday. I actually didn't see him out on track, so it might not have been riding practice day yesterday, but he was taking some time, cycling a couple of laps, and certainly scoping some things out, that's for sure. And he made, I feel like, a lot of noise there at round number 1, not only on the 125, but in the pro class as well. We know Evan, an accomplished rider in the GNCC world, but man, I feel like he just entered a whole nother realm out here at round 1 of JDay and suddenly thrust himself into talk of title contention. Some riders, maybe the intensity fits their style a little bit more. Others, maybe not so much. We talked about Ben Kelly. I mean, the guy, 2-time XC1 champ for a reason. Certainly a mighty accomplished and a mighty fast rider, I'll add to that. But one of those riders that it maybe takes just a little more time to get the wheels turning. Maybe takes a little more time to get kind of warmed up and comfortable. We see Grant Davis, one rider maybe a little more known for the sprint speed, succeeding a bit more, at least off the jump. At the end of the day, though, it's all about who gets that checkered flag first. As my man Megawatt likes to say it. Don't get me wrong, I like a good start, but I like a good finish more. And Justin Coquinos, one of the names we're most familiar with out here at JDay. Incredible performance. Him and Brandon Gregoire taking it down to the wire last year in 2025 for the title, and battling for both his 125 pro title as well as our AA and overall pro title. And he is back with us here in 2026, fired up and ready to put on a show coming up here in just a few. Evan Smith might have something to say about it, though, that's for sure. Let's take a look. 1 minute, there it is, 1 minute up in the air for our 125 pro class. Looks like we got Taylor Beckwith, Gabriel Jimenez, and Evan Smith back out there, as well as the 444 machine of Justin Coquinos. Get down to the final few seconds of preparation. At this point, everybody pretty much locked in. 30-second card is up. Looks like we found somebody else to hold the card for us. That's all good. Our flag guy, he's got to focus on that Fox green flag. Taking a look at the watch, getting ready. The Fox FPV drone. Going to make you feel like you're on the starting line yourself. Here we go. Flags up. And we are 125 Pro Racing. Great jump from Justin Coquinos. You saw immediately moves over, cuts off that inside line. Let's see what happens. Oh, problems for one of our riders who pulls off to the side. Meanwhile, the battle's on. Beckwith. Oh, he's threading the needle, and he might be taking the number 2 spot away. How about that? So it is Justin Coquinos, Beckwith, and Smith, 1, 2, and 3. And Evan Smith, he tried to pull the same move on Beckwith up the inside. Not quite as much real estate this time through. Different lines through the extreme section. Evan Smith just absolutely sending it. Oh, they almost come together. I think they did come together. What a replay. Hang on a second. We're going to go back to that. That was incredible right there. They definitely made some contact. Both stayed on 2 wheels. One maybe just a little knobby skid mark on the shoulder there. Wow, what an impressive save from both of those riders. No fault from either one of them, just two different lines kind of pushing them together. Meanwhile, here we go, B250. Bit more stacked. Headed into turn number 1. All kinds of bar banging going on there. We are watching. Oh, one rider gets off into the thick stuff. It is so easy to do that. You start drifting wide just a little bit. That front end plants in those thick sand berms, and that's all she wrote. Next thing you know, you're picking sand out of your teeth. Here we go. Back on board. Fox FPV drone. This is my point of view. Usually back of the pack. Eat and roost. I'll tell you I did it on purpose, but I didn't. The dead end start gets me every time. Here we go. You see, it's not always as easy as Evan Smith makes it look out there. Here in the extreme section is commitment, the name of the game. I know it's a lot easier to say that if I'm sitting here looking at the screen rather than doing it. But here we go. Next line off the roller should be the final line to get this party started. We have the Pro-Am 125, B Open, and B200, as well as B250. So you're seeing on your screen. Oh, one rider just sliding out a little bit. Man, sometimes it's the simple stuff that gets you out here. It's not quite the extreme section. It's not the logs. We've seen it time and time again. Some riders making mistakes just trying to adjust for. And let's take a look at this replay. And look at this. So our leaders making their way through. We'll show you our replay screen. So Beckwith and Smith, look at this. They launch, and Smith, I don't know if he actually made contact or not. Jay McGrath just jumping in the booth with us. He just caught that replay, and man, that was if that wasn't close enough for contact, that's about as close as you can get without it.
That's where your heart stops. It's nice that we have the screen we have right now. Justin Coquinos just signed with the AmPro team, and I wasn't able to get an interview before that 125 Pro Moto, and it wasn't for the lack of trying, but instead I had a chance to talk with two of the greatest riders ever to race off-road in our country. Randy Hawkins, of course, the AmPro winner, team owner rather, and I think it's 6 or 7-time national enduro champion. And, of course, Steve Hatch, who's also here training riders, and his wife, Denise. And what nice people, man. I'll tell you, been friends of mine for years. And Randy Hawkins, I don't know very well, but I respect him like there's no tomorrow. I mean, he's one of the best racers we've ever known. He was so dominant in this sport for so long a time. And, of course, after his racing career, came along and made that AmPro team, and now Justin Coquinos has just signed with them this week, and they couldn't have made a better choice, I'll tell you. And it's such a pleasure to talk with Randy and Steve. And, it's amazing that JDay is bringing these people out. I mean, this is such a great series, and so many people are getting behind it. And I'll tell you, I guess I'm a little starstruck, Zach. You know, Randy Hawkins and Steve Hatch, it doesn't get much better than that. I've had a chance to know Steve more than Randy for sure, and a great guy, man, and such a great champion as well.
No doubt about it. And I mean, these are names we have written down in the history books, and for good reason. Over the last decades, they've continued to help shape not only the way they were racers themselves, but the way they've given to the next generation of racers, between working with different teams, working as coaches and mentors for the next generation of athletes. It really has shown why this sport has continued to grow, and not only grow in size, but in skill and depth as well. We talk about the number of riders in any given class that are able to compete for a win, and you see that for good reason. These types of athletes, they continue to get advice and kind of get lessons passed down to them from the previous generation of riders. And so now, whether you're Justin Coquinos or Evan Smith, you're able to kind of take all of that knowledge in, ask questions from people that have actually been out there and done it. And like you said, the AmPro Yamaha crew picking up Justin Coquinos, they have got to be satisfied with that, because Coquinos, a class act off the machine and an absolute animal on the machine. You know he's going to give 100%, and you know he's fired up to not only represent himself in Yamaha well, but to represent JDay as well. He's carrying that #1 plate and carrying a lot of expectations into this 2026 season.
He really is, and this battle for the 125 Pro class last year went right down to the wire, as well as the Open Pro. with Brandon Gregoire in the 125 Pro. He was not able to get the deed done, but he did finish a very close second. But he did win the overall Open Pro class, which is the big kahuna, as we say. And he does carry that one plate, and he's very proud of it, and he should be, because Justin is a moto guy, and that's why this track really bodes well for him. And he adapted to the off-road series little by little, and of course, you know, on a more off-road event, he has a little bit of trouble in the woods, but he's such a great rider that he really adapts well, and it's due to his intelligence, because if you've ever had a chance to talk to Justin Kokinos, you could tell he's a very intelligent young man, very kind, very thoughtful, and just a heck of a racer, man. I'll tell you, this guy has qualified, you know, at national motocross races for many years. He's a past Loretta Lynn champion as well, and he is really making that AmPro team proud, as well as his Plastow Power Sport sponsor, which is a Yamaha dealer back in Plastow, New Hampshire. And I think Randy Hawkins made a great choice on this. And, of course, Randy is wise beyond his years, man. And it's not that he's just, you know, recently involved or anything like that. It was almost immediately after his racing career he became a team owner, a team manager. And, of course, how could you have a better coach?
Without a doubt. And you talk about the coaching side of things. It's sometimes difficult when the coach hasn't done it, right? When they haven't been in that situation, and you hear, especially when things don't go well, that's when you start to kind of have the butting of heads, right? Well, how do you know? You've never done it. And here, that conversation doesn't need to be had, because I have done it. I've done it, and probably in tougher conditions with less to work with than what you have right here. So it is always nice to kind of be able to give that next level affirmation and be able to give perspective as a manager, as a team member, and as a former rider. So we see Justin Kokinos making the most of it right now. We jump on board with the FPV drone and try to hang on to the back of the 444. Justin Kokinos, I think he's motivated. After the performance Evan Smith put on at round number 1, I think Kokinos knew he had his work cut out for him. Maybe had a few more things to dial in with the machine, maybe with the program, but he is looking just great right now. Front number plate, maybe not quite so much, but everything else, it's looking good.
Yeah, that 6mm bolt fell out, and that's just, I believe that this is a borrowed bike as well as that. He had trouble in practice yesterday, and the bike that he was riding, I believe, had an engine failure, and now I believe this is a borrowed bike. I'm not sure from whom, but I know that one of his sponsors was speaking to the general social media crowd as to, does anybody have a bike that Justin can borrow? Evan Smith is definitely acquitting himself well, who is known as a woods guy, but he's got no problem on this motocross track. He's running that KTM for all it's worth, and he's keeping Kokinos in sight, and there's probably 2 or 3 laps left to go, and he's still got some time, although we speak of him and he must have hurt us because he makes that mistake, but back on the gas and still going.
He's getting some cheers on trackside as well. I think the biggest thing with Smith that I'm noticing, not quite that comfort level. You see him kind of bobbing back and forth. Seems like he's slamming into some of these spaces of the rollers, whereas Kokinos, it's flowing. We talk about it all the time. The word flow, it sounds overrated, but little things like that right there, doubling into the corner, immediately carries his momentum. He's through the FMF Extreme section before he even can say FMF. I mean, that's the kind of riding and kind of comfort that comes with years and years of experience and building out here at the JDay Series. We talk about Justin, one of the more familiar riders. He's showing what he's capable of right now.
Yeah, he is, and you know, the flow is all so important. What it boils down to is that it looks like they're, you know, exerting a lot of energy, you know, with those difficult sections, but really if you take the smooth line, then you've exerted way less energy than what you really, you know, it looks like. It looks like it's more daunting, but yet when you do it smoothly and you do it with the rhythm and the flow, then it makes it so much easier, and that takes less energy to do.
No doubt about it. And I tell you, another thing that helps is having some momentum, and that is one thing Evan Smith has on his side right now, is momentum from round number 1. Probably not a rider that a lot of people had circled on their charts, but I guarantee you a lot of people had his name highlighted by the end of the weekend. We were able to talk with Evan Smith earlier this weekend, maybe a little bit about how that round 1 win helps fuel him up here for the ClubMX GP.
Yeah, Florida was good. I rode both the Pro 125 and the Pro Open class. I won the 125 class, so that was pretty cool. Had a good day, rode really well, felt good about my riding.
As he should, yeah, with a performance like that. Hard not to feel good about it. And in both the open class as well, Evan really turning some heads. And, man, he's, I believe they said Bostwick was his first ride on that KTM 125. So now had a little more time to get comfortable on it, a little more time to get used to the machine jumping back and forth. He is looking solid right now. Little dab of the foot there. Never cracked the throttle, though. Slams into that beautiful rut. That is one nice thing about the kind of clay composition that they've been able to build over years here at the practice facility is the ruts, they hold the shape just a little bit more. You can slam into them a bit more than you can just your average sand burn. So Smith doing a great job. Taking a look a little bit further back. Tyler Irvin leading the way in our 250B class. A couple of our riders a bit further back, starting to try these different lines out. You can tell who's been watching, paying attention either on Racer TV or actually walking up to that FMF Extreme section.
I'd like to take a moment, Zach, and talk about Bobby Betancourt, who sits sixth in the overall picture, as well as second in that B250 class. Of course, if you don't know, which I think maybe a lot of people do know, this is the son of David Betancourt, but also the grandson of the great Dick Betancourt, who was one of the first people ever to be inducted into the AMA Hall of Fame, with a lot of contributions to the industry and to the sport, as well as a heck of a racer. The Betancourts, all of them have been great riders, and his uncle Johnny, who has passed, as his dad has, and his grandfather. But Johnny was a top superbike rider back in the day for Honda, and a winner at the national level. Never a champion at that level, but many times a champion in New England. But the Betancourt name in New England is probably the top of the top, as far as that goes. And Bobby doing a great job as he moves back one position, but looking strong out there, and glad to see he is here. Of course, he made the trip down from Massachusetts after working a full week. And, of course, his mom, Pat, came along with him. Moms are the bomb. Oh, yeah. I'll tell you, as far as support goes in motocross and off-road racing, they couldn't be any better. I know the last year that I rode professionally full-time, my mom traveled with me, and it was an exceptional experience just to become more friendly with her, just not the mom-son thing, but a big part of my life for sure, and Pat has been a big part of Bobby's life as well.
No doubt about it. Nobody does it by themselves. And we talk about you've got your family, you've got your race family. For some, it's mom, dad, little sibling. For others, it's an extended family. It's friends, it's cousins, it's people that over the years and years and weekends after weekends of being together, they become family from the shared experience. But no doubt about it, the mom's certainly a big part of it, as are the fathers, the siblings, kind of the unsung heroes, get drugged around. Maybe sometimes they're racing in a different class. Maybe they're not. Maybe they're just hanging out. But one thing's for sure, nobody finds success here in JDay or any kind of racing by themselves. Is looking mighty successful right now.
I'll tell you, Bobby doesn't get it from just the Betancourt side. He gets it from his mom's side, as we talk about Talon Medallia in that way. Patty never raced, to the best of my knowledge, but her brothers did. And her dad and his other grandfather, Bobby's other grandfather, Bob, had Bob Cycle in the Worcester, Massachusetts area, a big Honda dealer, one of the original Honda dealers. And that brought the Betancourt family and the Osowski family together because they were both one of the original Honda dealers back in the day, the Betancourts and the Osowskis. And Bobby gets it from both ends for sure. He's a proficient racer in many different disciplines as well. He's a good road racer and a good off-roader and a good motocrosser. So great to see Bobby Betancourt out there at a JDay. He was at our round one as well. Had some pretty good results there too.
Yeah, I love to see the familiar names as well as some of the new faces. Glad to see some riders coming up a little bit from Boswick Creek and getting to do some battle with us here at ClubMX. Got to think the name alone, ClubMX, is something we've heard about for so many years. If you're lucky enough, you've been able to come spend some laps on the practice facility, or maybe even get to do one of their big ClubMX open houses as well. But man, the first ever race held on the property here for JDay, such a cool experience. And cool enough, we really did break out all the stops. I was just hearing from Race Control. Josh Toth, who is a former JDay champion, if I'm not mistaken, actually helped to design the FMF Extreme section out here this weekend. So we're already seeing a lot of different lines opening up, seeing some passes happening out here. As man, the 67 absolutely flying. Jaden Smeltzer looking great. Must have gotten some tips there from Toth. Man, he is rocketing through there. But really cool to see, again, riders giving back to the series. We see Josh now a big part of the GNCC crew. We see him racing with us some here still at JDay, and cool to see Josh taking a part in helping design the FMF Extreme section out here for this weekend. Is Evan Smith, little toss for the fans, little whip, and back at it here on the backside of the practice facility track.
Yeah, Josh Toth has been a friend to JDay for a long, long time. Of course, all of us New England guys stick together, and Josh definitely a winner at JDay Offroad. Of course, a couple of times in the XC2 GNCC title, champion in that series, as well as a national enduro champion. So he's a well-rounded rider, as we keep speaking of. You know, that is very important to us in our sport. But yeah, he had some time. He was here, and I believe he's spectating today and not riding that pro class as he did at Boswick. He's concentrating on his national enduro stuff and his GNCC stuff, and we get that. But yeah, he was hanging around, and Ethan said, hey, you want to help me out? And sure enough, he did. He got in the skid steer and went out and did some of that extreme section.
So he didn't just design it.
He was right there with it, you know, and doing what he could to help out. And that's what we appreciate so much about the guys who have been past champions and winners at JDay Offroad. They stick true to their roots.
So here we go, Coquinos.
Yeah, move over, Rover.
Well, and you see why he was doing that. He's using that outside. Whoa, jumped way across. Actually clipped the stripe there. Man, that was a close one. He'd been the only rider I've really seen launching that section throughout this race, and I get what he was going for, but just kind of overshot the angle a little bit. Justin Coquinos still getting creative, even out front, firing off. And
he's getting the signal. He's got a huge lead. This really plays up, you know, his alley, because Justin is from southeastern Massachusetts, down by Cape Cod, and, you know, there's a lot of sand down there. That's pretty much all you get to ride, and, you know, he's ridden a lot in that area and just really adapts to the sand well. Of course, he has no problem with the hard pack stuff, but this is really where it's at for him, you know, and I know there's a little red clay mixed in, but the sand is prevalent on this track.
Got a shot there of Tyler Irvin on the 604 Kawasaki. That is your B250 rider. Austin DePietro leads the way out of our B Open class. And I believe Jaden Smeltzer, who we saw on that 67 Yamaha, leads the way out of our B200 class. So some big names across the board in our different classes, and you can continue to see lap after lap the way that extreme section develops and changes. These things certainly only going to get more tough from here. And man, you want to talk about developing. How about, there was only about 3 or 4 lines on the face of that kind of wall jump after the big anthill, and now it's about 15 lines or so. So things certainly opening up. Line selection going to be crucial, and man, I can't wait for that stacked pro motor that we've got coming up. You want to talk about making it work no matter where you are. Take a look at the 363 of Taylor Beckwith.
And the top three guys will all be out in that pro race as well. Coquinos, Smith, and Beckwith. They'll be prevalent in that, and definitely up to the task. But we have so many great riders that it's going to be tough for them. I'll tell you, there's, as you said earlier, there's 8 or 10 guys in that open pro class that are able to win. And the heavy hitters of the sport as far as the off-road scene goes. They're here, they're in the area, and had a commitment to Ethan Broach from their team manager, Auntie Collinen, and, you know, just a great thing that they're supporting our series, and we sure do appreciate it.
So seeing Coquinos use that far left-hand line on the track. So really already starting to search around far inside, far outside. You'll see those top pro guys. I mean, they use every square inch of the track looking for some smooth real estate. And got to believe at this point, Coquinos not just out there for the 125 class, but maybe doing some spotting and some predicting for that pro moto coming up about 12:20 or so this afternoon. First moto, and a bit of an advantage, you could argue, being out there. We see some of our riders do it in the sportsman class. Best believe Coquinos doing the same thing here in this one. As we take a look, this is Smeltzer, if I'm not mistaken, on the 67 Yamaha, leading the way out of our B200 class.
He looks really strong for sure. But you got to figure what's going through Evan Smith's mind right now. Does he make a push? Does he try to catch Coquinos? Does he really need to expend that energy because he's got to have some left for the 30-minute Open Pro Moto? And can he finish second and get the win in the second moto and get the overall? Because that's how points are paid at JDay Off-Road, by the overall, not by moto. Even though it's a moto format, we pay it by the overall. So if you go 2-1, you're the winner. So I'm sure that he's thinking of that right now. That was a nice line by Kokinos, but I thought he might have got the third one on that too, but only came up on the second. But it was smooth. He's looking real good out there, squeezing the bike with the knees and making it happen in the sand.
So watching Kokinos, I mean, basically just give a lesson right now on how to maneuver. Shout out to that front number plate as well. It's kicked off to the side a little bit, but it's still hanging on, no doubt about it.
Justin Kokinos on a Plastow Power Sports AM Pro Yamaha, possibly a borrowed bike, I think it is. Maybe, you know, they put a suspension on it or something like that. Or maybe somebody just came up with a top end before the race came to start. So it's nice to see the community of the JDay Off-Road and just off-road in general. The riders are, you know, more helpful to each other. Motocross a little on the hard line where, you know, I've got to win, so I really can't help you out. But in the off-road scene, it seems like everybody's always trying to pitch in and help out the rider that is down or needs a little support or, you know, needs a piston or something like that. And it's nice to see that Justin Kokinos is able to race this class. And I've noticed that we've got a smaller field in that 125 class than we did at Boswick. And one guy that's definitely missing that's notable is Ryan Amancio. So we don't see Ryan, the KTM rider from Connecticut, out here, and I hope that everything's okay with him and he's able to continue with his season. But not sure what happened, if it's an injury or just a decision not to come. But definitely noticeable that he's not here because he was in the top 3 and on the podium at that last event.
Yeah, that's interesting. I knew there was a name that I was thinking of, and Amancio wasn't just a threat for a podium. He was pushing the pace and trying to track down for a win, so hopefully we'll see the 360 back out here at some point this season, but probably not so mad about it as the 444. I mean, you never want to see anybody hurt, never want to turn away competition, but man, Kokinos, really impressive riding right now as heads down the backside of that big ant hill, and then that next little single is deceivingly steep, Jay. I was able to ride a bit of this track yesterday, and I mean, you go from basically hauling the mail to all of a sudden trying to climb up a wall, so it is impressive to see as we watch the 604 machine. That is your 250B leader, Tyler Irvin. Been having a solid run just in front of Kid Norris and Bobby Betancourt, so the Kawasaki rider making some moves forward and looking good right now on that green machine.
Yeah, he does look really good out there, and seems like he's distanced himself from the crowd, and he's got that lead well in hand. Shout out to Taylor Beckwith, who's still in third spot on that Yamaha. He's a New England rider as well. This is his, he's been at JDay several times in our New England series, and now this is his second round with us. Hopefully he'll stay with us for the whole series if he can, and looking real good. Taylor was a motocross guy for many, many years, and just a few years ago decided to try a JDay here and there, and he looks like he's adapting well, and of course, this being a motocross race, he's holding strong on that third position.
I'm impressed right now. I didn't realize that our 250B leader was that close physically to Justin Kokinos, so they're almost within the same stretch of the practice facility track, so Kokinos running solid right now, and you can see maybe just a bit smoother as far as the way he circulates the track, but no doubt about it, Tyler Irvin on the 604 keeping him honest and trying to track him down. It's interesting to see the different lines as well. We see on your screen right now the 444 of Justin Kokinos on that YZ 125 two-stroke, high RPMs and momentum, the name of the game, especially in the sand. Meanwhile, Irvin on that Kawasaki four-stroke machine, able to pivot just a little bit more, use that low-end power of the four-stroke. So there you see Kokinos on your screen. We'll wait and see if we can get Irvin in that same shot, because it won't be long. Any second now, he'll be headed towards the Dunlop off camber and that FMF Extreme section once again, as the clock keeps ticking down here on this 125 Pro-Am, B-Open, B200, and B250 class.
I think we'll see the white flag on this next go-round for sure. We've already got 5 laps in the books, and even though the riders have picked up the pace and the leader runs a stronger pace, I think that we'll see that white flag come. Probably not too early for Justin Kokinos, as I'm sure that front plate being where it's at is distracting him for sure.
It's something that sounds so simple, but even if you crash and you bend your front fender a little bit and it's just not quite in line with the front wheel itself, it can be so confusing, and you're all of a sudden making simple little mistakes. You can't understand why you keep washing the front end or keep making these silly little mistakes, but something as simple as that can really throw the perception off.
It does, because that's your guideline. That's what you're looking for. And if that's out of, the position that you're normally looking for it to be, it's hard to steer through that stuff. And, it's vision. Vision is so important, and that's why, in a mud race, guys will run tear-offs and roll-offs and stuff like that. But you got to see. You got to be able to see what you're attacking. And eyesight is very important.
Well, I'll tell you what Justin Kokinos is seeing right now.
Oh,
that's
never
a checkered
saw the white
flag. So how about that checkered
flag
coming out for Justin Kokinos? Jay going to try to run up and see if they can grab him for an interview. So Jay heading that way over towards the finish line. Justin's a champ. He knows the deal. He's like, all right, I'll just hang out here. Checkered flag coming out. Evan Smith looks like going to cross the line in that number 2 spot out of your 125 class. Great ride for Evan. He gives some props there to Kokinos. And Evan Smith already kind of breaking things down, like we said. Kokinos and Smith both, I believe, going to be in that Pro Moto coming up just about 12:20 or so this afternoon. As we circulate back, another one of our 125 riders making their way towards the line. You'll be seeing a checkered flag. And let's get ready to send things down to the finish line. Jay McGrath standing by with Justin Kokinos.
That's right, Zach. I'm here with Justin Kokinos. Nice ride out there, buddy. Tell us about your race.
It was good. I got the start and then was just kind of trying to figure out the sand track. I didn't get to look at the sand track yesterday, and then was just trying to go good on the clay track. But yeah, I got the start. The extreme section is really tricky, so you got to really nail that every lap, which I didn't. So I got to figure that out for the AA class. But all in all, it was a good race.
Yeah, you just got to get yourself a little more straight on those logs, and that's really it. But there's a lot of rhythm to be found in there as well. Tell us about that first couple of laps there. It seemed like you were feeling the track out, but as we got further into the moto, you had extended that lead.
Yeah, I had some bike problems yesterday, so we were scrambling to get this thing rebuilt. And first lap, the throttle stuck on me, and I was definitely a little nervous the first two laps because I was just scared this thing was going to let go again. But after about 2 laps of it being good, I was like, all right, it'll hold up. So hammered down the last few laps. Then once I got the lead, like you said, I kind of just settled down and just trying to save some energy for the next 3.
Yeah, we'll let you go because I know you got another moto coming up really quick, but tell me who's helping you this year.
My mom, my dad, my sister, Factory Connection, Plastow Power Sports, Redline, FXR, Keith Johnson, Chris Canning, my girlfriend, Ampro stepped up for me last week, so now we're adding some people to the list. So all of them, Everett, Randy over there, and yeah, I'm forgetting a few other people, but hopefully we'll be back up and do it again.
We'll see you soon.
Awesome, thank you very much.
Justin Kokinos, your winner. Back to you, Zach.
All right, thanks, Jay. Great stuff down there from Justin and the entire 125 Pro-Am class getting wrapped up. We'll get ready to take a look at our MX Trophies race replay. Show you exactly how it all broke down. Evan Smith getting a solid start. Beckwith getting up in the fight as well, but no doubt about it, Justin Kokinos was fired up and he was looking to make a statement here in Moto 1 of 125 Pro-Am. Smith put up a good charge in that number 2 spot. Kokinos getting a little wild. Made sense that he was trying some lines out in the sand track. Meanwhile, some great riding in both our B classes as well. But at the end of the day, it was Justin Kokinos on the Yamaha 444 grabbing the number 1 spot. The Pro Taper Top 10 looks like this. It's Kokinos, Evan Smith, Taylor Beckwith, Jaden Smeltzer, and Tyler Irvin, your top 5. Kid Norris, Bobby Betancourt, Joshua Bones, Thomas Dean, and Zach Johnson, your top 10. Here for race number 3. There's your Stoke Media. Coming up next, we got B-Vet, Super Senior, Masters, Senior B, Women's C, Senior C, and Vintage. All taken to the track next. We're going to grab a quick commercial break, and we'll be back with more Yamaha Club MX GP here from the Fox JDay Off-Road Series.
We show up. We do the work. We help the best become even better. Testing limits and redefining achievement. All to cement our name in history.
JDay Off-Road live coverage is brought to you by Engine Ice, proven to deliver optimal performance and reliability. Luxem Consulting, Jacqueline Holmes is behind your business booking. And Sunshine Site Prep, your one-stop shop for site prep needs.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to beautiful Chesterfield, South Carolina, the ClubMX training facility for round 2 of the Fox JDay Off-Road season. The Yamaha ClubMX GP, the first ever race held here on ClubMX's property. Couldn't be more thankful to be a part of it. Zach Herron and Jay McGrath bringing you all of the coverage here today. Just wrapped up with our 125 Pro-Am class, as well as Open 250 and 200B classes. Getting ready to send out some of the vets. We've got our B-Vet, our senior and masters classes, as well as our women's C and women's B classes as well, sitting on the line. Following that, we'll have our first Pro Moto of the day, Pro A200, A-Open, A250, and of course Pro-Am Electric as well. So things getting exciting here as we get to the final few first motos of the day. Don't forget, JDay format, baby, 2 motos. Stuff is so nice, we got to do it twice. That's what I'm talking about. Going to be a ton of fun as this track continues to get tougher and tougher. And I see him making his way through the starting area. I believe we got Jay McGrath standing by to grab a word with some of our riders before they take the track.
Road guy?
I am.
And what brings you down here? Just a little vacation?
Fuck the snow. Get warm.
All right, buddy. We wish you the best of luck. Who's helping you this year?
No one. Me, myself, and I.
Just like Neil Young, sponsored by no one.
Yes, sir.
How about you, my friend? Where are you from?
Greenville, South Carolina.
All right, so a local boy?
Yep, only a few hours down the road.
What brings you to JDay? How'd you find out about us?
Been watching it up in New England for years. Always wanted to give one a try.
We welcome you, my friend. Anybody helping you this year, or are you sponsored by no one as well?
Sponsored by no one, just me.
Perfect. A couple guys sponsored by no one. JDay Off-Road. Back to you, Jack.
So last little bit of preparation down there on the line. Riders trying to get a plan together. We talked about it before. The preparation leading into a race, very different for different riders. Some of them very cool and calm, taking some deep breaths, woo-saw a little bit, trying to find that inner zen before they get ready to let it all out on course. And then other riders, complete opposite. They're jumping around, they're slapping the chest, they're getting fired up, almost already trying to get the adrenaline dumping before the flag actually drops. So going to be fun to see. I can't say which one works best. I think there's many ways to get the job done, but one thing's for sure, we're going to find out here in just a few moments as we get ready for our vet, seniors, masters, and women's classes. Getting ready to take the track. Vintage classes as well, so maybe some retro machines. I think we already saw one earlier today. We'll see who else is going to bust out some old school bikes here on a fantastic course. A little more moto focused than some of our other rounds will be this season, but that's what we like about JDay, the variety. You never know what you're going to get. And here at ClubMX, it is sand, it is rough, but it's a beautiful day. Man, we talked about it, just a little bit of drizzle this morning to keep the dust down, but Mother Nature has blessed us with a fantastic Chesterfield, South Carolina. The sun is shining. And we're going to get the sand flying here in just a minute or two. Final preparations with our riders sitting on the line. Here for B-Set, Super Senior. Let's take a look, see if we've got any of our heavy hitters. B-Vet, Chad Gold, Mike Jones, Jared Marks, Justin Malton, Darren Taubenbaum as well on the KTM out there. Neil Simpson out of that senior class, our master's class out there as well. Paul Burfine, Robert Lane, Gregory Likens, Jeff White, all out there in our master's classes. And you see they must have gotten the cue. They're getting the bikes fired up. Taking a look down at the wristwatch. Going to have the 30-second card up here in just a moment. Here we go, flags down. B-Vet heading into turn one. So through the FMF Extreme section we go. First drop underway. Going to be a fair amount of riders out here in this one. As we take a look now, Super Senior and Master is going to be coming up next. Man, I believe that was a Beta machine getting a great drive. Headed into turn number one, the 387 ride. looking to see if I can give that rider a shout out. That's a good start. 347. Nope, that's 387. Robert McFallen on the beta. How about that? I bet you could see this beta. He gets a good start and is holding on to some good track position with it. We see a lot of variety in the FMF Extreme section here in these vet and senior classes. We talk about what the vet rider or the average vet or senior rider might be willing to risk. That was a nice little wheelie up and over that double. Kind of the best way you could do it without actually jumping it. The 949 switching over, and he's going to run that far right-hand side, try to keep it low. Here we go to 195. I believe the 195 must have maybe a younger sibling or a child in that mini senior class. I recognize the Hot Wheels design on the KTM shroud. Looks good. So this is our B senior, women's B, and women's C all headed out on track. Looks like one rider maybe going a little deep into that outside. The 485 keeps it on two wheels though. That's Gabriella Menissi on the gas. Audrina Anello, Mariah Hopkins out there as well. And Kayla Reichen on our Suzuki out there in the women's C class. Getting everybody off and rolling now. See, it looks like the 04 machine got kicked all kinds of sideways. I'm not sure what happened there. As C senior and vintage headed off into turn number one, I recognize the 48 machine grabbing the win out of our vintage class at round number one. See what he's able to do here at round two, and he's looking to pick up right where he left off, hopping and skipping. Meanwhile, the rest of the field off and rolling here on the practice facility track. And watching the vintage machine make their way through the extreme section. There was extreme sections back in the day as well. No stress. Got through it pretty well. And already seeing some battles back up front here on the GP track. Whoa, one rider, that was probably 4 or 5 kicks right there off the inside. He keeps it on two wheels. Man, that was a battle in its own just to keep the thing upright. See him leaning heavy in these corners. Got to be careful with that stuff in the sand. It'll bring you right down. As it looks like we're watching the 117 potentially leading the way out of our B vet class. And it looks like that is Darren Tollenbaum on the 117. But right as I say it, here comes the Kawasaki. That's the 112. Mikolichik maybe, on the 112 machine. There's some battles already here, Jay, at the front of the pack. Everybody wanting to get some clean ground and lead the way as they get ready to put one lap in the books.
Yeah, that was a really good 125 Pro Moto, and great start to this moto for sure. It's cool to see the vintage bikes out there as well. Along the way, I had a chance to speak with a couple of guys that Josh Toth being one of them. And Josh, I don't know if everyone's aware of the fact that he had a broken femur about 5 months ago and coming back from that. So that's why we won't see him out here today in the pro class. But he's healing well and he's feeling good. And of course, one of the nicest guys we have in the sport for sure. Saw Ben Kelly, he looks ready, he looks determined. I know that these short races are something that, you know, he's not entirely used to, although he is a former JDay Offroad champion. It's not easy when these guys are doing the 3-hour thing, and this is a 30-minute moto, it's a full-on sprint. You know, a lot of these guys take a little time to warm up, especially diesels. And, you know, but I think he's committed and he's ready and he's on it for sure. So just a stacked field again, as we say in that pro class. We don't know the extent of all the entries, and We won't until they all line up on the line in the next moto at 12:20. But I'll tell you, it's going to be a treat. It's just going to be a mini GNCC.
And here we go through the extreme section once again. Seeing a lot of our riders, whoa, trying to spot ahead. Good save right there for the Yamaha. Got a kick forward, but was able to keep it on 2 wheels. And you can see the fans lined along the fence. This is certainly a favorite watching area. Not always going to say it's for the best of reasons, but one thing's for sure, you will be entertained, that is for sure. Back up front we go, battles on the 117. Oh, actually getting together with another rider, kind of pushes him wide just a little bit. Trying to see maybe the 107 or 103 maybe. Out of our B vet class. Maybe just the 100, can't quite tell. But they are going at it. Dipping through, and man, great drive. You see the 117 able to do that double out of the corner. That's going to open up a bike length or two just from that jump alone. Here we see the 918 making their way through.
I've heard that the track is really shaping up out there and getting rather rough in a lot of the spots. There's some serious ruts. Talked to a couple of guys. Jigs Fustini is one of them, who's an up-and-coming rider here at the JDay Offroad Series as well as GNCC. And he'll be out there on his KTM looking strong today for sure and feeling good. He said had a chance to practice out here yesterday on one of the courses and feels good about it. Feels good on the Moto style track, and of course always looking good in that FMX extreme section. But yeah, these guys are ready to do battle in their next race out. Right now we've got some great riders out there in some of the women's classes as well, and it's great to see the women competing. And of course you've got guys like this that want to go backwards on the track. Oh no, I decided to go the other way, and now he's in a predicament. This is going to be tough. He gets the front wheel over, and you know, he's doing a little serpentine action here, but he'll get it. And Gennaro Alicio right there on the CR500 goes by him. Got to see him before the moto, and Gennaro rides a CR500, and I don't know if it's probably like a 1990 model or something like that, but he just prefers that bike, and I don't think he's even entered in the vintage class. I think he's in one of the regular, veteran classes, veteran B or something like that maybe. But he's a staple in the JDay Off-Road Series up there in New England and following us around the country, which is a great thing to see.
Always so cool to see the different bikes and the different ways that bikes from past generations can still handle this stuff really, really well. I mean, we even saw a couple of those vintage machines through the extreme section. Sure, they got kicked around a little bit, maybe not quite as plush as what you'd see modern suspension be able to absorb it with, but certainly not preventing them from getting through the section. Looks like the 143 has been able to make the pass around the 117 of Toffenbach, and showing Mikulicek in that number 2 ride.
In the 7th spot, Zach, that's Audrina Anello.
Yep.
She's a JDay Off-Road champion a couple different times at least, maybe more. And looking really strong to be in the top 7 with all the boys especially. She's a tough little customer, man, and she's such a determined rider. Great to see her following us around on the Eastern Seaboard Tour.
Yeah,
Audrina
no doubt about
Anello.
it. That was a name I was familiar with. Believe we've seen her out at a GNCC a time or two as well. And this is the battle on screen, though. The Husky going at it and has the spot right now. Let's see, the 202 going to try to swing wide. That's Mike Jones we're watching on your screen.
Not mad, Mike Jones.
You can't be mad after a pass like that.
Alex Phaneuf has just moved into the top spot. I'm not certain of his class, but he's looking real good out there on the number 48 machine. Oh, no, we've got a new leader. Mikulicek, I believe it is. Andrew Mikulicek on a Yamaha, number 112 is your new leader. Alex Phaneuf, and then Darren Kaunbaum, Spencer Saracina, and David Malloy, your top 5 overall. Oh, and Alex Phaneuf has now gone back to 5th, so a lot of shaking up in this moto for sure. As the time goes on and guys get more tired, and of course they have to battle that FMF Extreme section, people get dispelled, and displaced. And it's not easy, man. I'll tell you, they're running the full Extreme section, and the lines are changing. Now that left line that I was talking about is all beat up, although there's a good rhythm to it. You got to be careful of the slipperiness of the logs.
Well, and you got to hit it at the right speed, right? You can tell it's almost like a little single to table, but if you don't hit that thing with the plan of completely clearing it, you can find yourself up over the front end before you know it. So these riders, sure, like you said, a lot of our top pro riders scoping things out up there, trying to get an idea as to what they plan on doing before their moto, and won't be long. We'll be seeing the best of the best coming up next. Our pro, as well as our A class, is going to be taken to the track after this. But right now,
yeah, to have the guys like Grant Davis and Ben Kelly and all those great riders here with us, Gus Reardon as well, and the Evan Smith rider from Georgia, and that he's had a great first moto. Justin Coquinos, who won that first 125 Pro Moto as well. And then some of the guys that have come down from, New England, like Murdoch and people like that. So Jake Abbott as well. And as you said, there's 8 or 10 guys in there that can win that. And I know I'm forgetting at least 3 or 4 that I just can't think of off the top of my head now. But at 12:20, they're going to hit the start. Away we go for one of the best pro motos in the history of JDay Offroad. And, of course, the first Open Pro Moto here at ClubMX ever.
Well, and to your point there, Jay, I think there's a lot of dark horses as well that maybe aren't looking to run the full series, but are looking to make a splash here. I don't know for sure whether Brandon Haas is in that pro race or not, but if he is, be on the lookout for him. We know this guy. He's used to doing 20+2 at Loretta's. I'm sure he does 30s with the Club Pro team here, and like we said, a little bit more moto-focused. If he can get a good dead engine start and hit those FMF Extreme sections clean, I definitely think Haas could be a threat to at least be up inside the top 5, if not a podium. Kyle Murdoch, a rider I'm familiar with up at MX 207, does the main event, and they got a lot of moto skills there as well. So some of these riders, maybe with a bit more motocross background, might be looking at this as an opportunity to strike and make something happen. So meanwhile, we talk about the skills of riders like Ben Kelly, Grant Davis, top GNCC riders. That's their primary focus. But whether they're doing national enduros, sprint enduros, they know how to sprint as well, and they can certainly run that pace for 30 minutes. So it is going to be anybody's guess. No idea how it's going to shake out, but I know it's going to be a ton of fun to watch right here on Racer TV as we're watching the Kawasaki machine move his way through this tough roller section. You can see pace just a tick off of what we saw our B classes and Pro-Am 125 riders doing. They were launching their way through this section.
Yeah, I was really impressed with Brandon Haas' speed as well in his first moto. I wish I had had a chance to speak with him afterwards, but when we got our interview done with the women's pro rider, Brandy Richards, we weren't able to get a hold of him. He had to get back to the truck, so it leads me to believe that he may even be out there in that pro moto and not just the sportsman. That was just a preview for him. But yeah, he looked really fast, and of course, if anybody has a home court advantage, it would be him, no doubt about it. But we're going to have some surprises, as you say, because it is a motocross-based event for us and not so much in the woods. We've got the extreme section, so there you've got to be careful and you've got to be focused. But we're going to have a lot of these motocross guys that are going to step up in that moto. Of course, Ben Kelly, his motocross skills have gotten better and better every year, so he is more and more comfortable on these tracks, and he is definitely someone to keep an eye on. Of course, the reigning champion in the national frame of things in the GNCC XC1 class, which is his second title, and going for number 3 this year. And he's got a couple of XC2 titles. He's got himself a JDay Offroad title, and he's got Netra titles and everything else. He's well equipped, in the title fight, but I don't think we'll get the privilege of seeing him at every event, but I know he'll come to as many as he can because he likes it. And what it really is Ryan Sipes started to talk to us about it a couple of weeks ago, is that he's trying to improve his sprint speed, and that is, due to the ISVE. And I would say that they would be hard-pressed to leave him off the team for this year.
Yeah, no doubt about it. We saw Ben recovering from injury for part of last year and really that title fight between himself and Grant Davis came down to the wire, and it was such an impressive ride from both of those young men, really coming down to the final round. But to your point, little different format as far as the 30-minute race. That's a full pro moto in the motocross side of things, but that is a sixth of the entire pro race for GNCC. So that intensity, that sprint pace like you talked about, certainly going to be crucial. But I tell you what else I really think is going to separate this round is the tight section. So what they're going through right now is the first few sections of track, and then they head directly into the FMF Extreme section. I don't believe that the Extreme section was that close. I think it was the final thing that the riders went through at Boswick. So that could be a shakeup where maybe if you don't get the best start, you got to deal with the chaos of the Extreme section. Meanwhile, if you can get out front, even if you're not theoretically the fastest rider, you get through those first few sections clean, one good trip through the FMF Extreme section, and you could open up 5 to 10 bike lengths potentially on the rest of the field if things get chaotic. So it's certainly an opportunity, and certainly an opportunity for things to go wrong for you as well, because the worst thing you want to do is grab a hole shot and then wind up facing the wrong direction in the Extreme section.
Yeah, that's for sure, Zach. I'll tell you, and we've got to be careful of bottlenecks in there as well, on that first lap, because you could get to a point where you need to make a move and you just can't because you can't get through that line. So you've got to be quick, but you've got to be smart about it, and you really have to keep a good vision up the track, like we always say. There's Alex Phaneuf in our frame right now, and he leads the vintage class, and he's doing a great job on that old YZ. Claire Pasha leads the women's C, and Christine Kavanaugh in second, Kayla Reichen in third. The VVET class, we've got Andrew Michaelajczyk. He is also our overall leader. And Aaron Murdoch, that's Kyle Murdoch's dad, in second in that super senior class. Paul Burfin leads the Masters.
See a little bit of traffic jam here on the tail end of the Extreme section. One rider pushing the machine out of the way.
That flagman is a busy guy today.
Yeah, he's getting he's earning his pay, that's for sure.
His reps in on the arm, no doubt, for sure. It's we're all pumped for this next race to come up, and everybody's just waiting for it. There's so many great riders here, and it's amazing to see the support that the pro riders have given the JDay Offroad Series. It really is, but it's just a testament to what Ethan has done, the promotion that he has done as well, with certain people in the industry and things like that. But, we need more and more of these riders as well. We need more B riders. We need more C riders. So, an invitation from me, Jay McGrath, to all those riders that are in the areas that we're going to come on out and try a JDay Offroad. Any of the organizations that are in that area, whether they be motocross or off-road, an open invitation to all of you. Come out and try it. You're going to like it. I'll guarantee you, for sure. Once you ride a JDay, you're hooked, man. And you see it. You see it with the Ben Kellys and the Gus Reardons and the guys coming back. They rode one race. Of course, Ben has ridden many races, but still, he keeps coming back. And there's a reason for it, because it's fun. It's entertaining. It's just a good, different venues like we are here today, like the next one that we're going to, and all the subsequent ones. It's amazing the places that we go this year. Just to be able to ride those facilities would draw you to these JDay Offroad events.
Well, and to your point, it's different. That's where the sentence is. It's different. If you're an off-road guy only riding the woods, this is different. It gives you some moto experience, gives you some sprint speed. If you're a moto guy, hey, you're going to do a little off-road section. You're going to do some extreme stuff. Get to switch things up a little bit and develop yourself as a well-rounded rider. I can't think of anyone better to come in and join us here coming up in the booth than Ryan Sipes, the general. We'll talk about a rider that has preached being well-rounded from well before he ever started the Moto Intelligence training or anything like that. Ryan has always prided himself in a rider that can handle multi-disciplines, different kind of styles of riding, whether it be muddy conditions, dusty. The guy's done flat track, he's done off-road, ISDE, of course, pro motocross and supercross, and you can tell oftentimes not just the physical side of things and the riding style, but just having that mental confidence. Jay, you know all about this as well as I do on the off-road or the moto side of things, knowing that you've dealt with different conditions, you've dealt with unfamiliar circumstances, whether that be something like the extreme section. those are the little things that you can fall back on when you're deep in a moto and you got to try a different line to try to make a path for the win. Those are the kind of things that can give you confidence throughout the rest of your career, knowing, hey, I'm able to adapt on the fly. I'm able to try new things out. So no reason whatsoever. I mean, I know we're here in South Carolina. As a fellow Carolinian, I'm inviting all my moto friends out. I'm telling them this is what you want to do. You want to check it out. Maybe you're a little too timid to show up to a GNCC. Here at JDay, you're getting the best of both worlds. A little blend of moto, a little blend of off-road. 30 minutes, that is a manageable time. Obviously, the intensity, that's up to you. You want to make it a tough 30 minutes, you can do that. You want to make it a fun cruise, just come check things out. You are certainly more than able to do that as well. So really loving the drone shot in this corner, Jay. We see the way the lines are starting to snake together a little bit. People getting creative out here as these ruts start to get deeper.
Yeah, and I'm not really happy about that line either at the beginning of that turn. You know, that doesn't look like it's a recipe for a good moto or anything like that. You know, it hooks, and then you got to straighten up and dive to the right a little bit and then get out there. My choice in that would be all outside. You know, just let it rip, hold the throttle wide open, get yourself some counterbalance, you know, shift your weight so you're on the outside peg and give it everything you got. You know, and let the cards fall.
Well, and those two lines, it looks like both look very inviting on the inside, but they actually come together mid-corner.
Exactly.
And so that's going to be a recipe, especially coming up in this pro moto when we'll have many riders we know fully capable of charging into the corners. So the 202 picking up a little bit of pace to the extreme section this time. Solid run.
There's Mariah Hopkins there on the 95 and running, I think, second in her class. She's, of course, a New Englander down here supporting the sport. She's been a JDay off-road rider for a long, long time. That's a great family, the Hopkins family. That is a cousin to Crew Hopkins and a niece to Will Hopkins. So great to see those guys down here and letting it rip. But, you know, the thing is we look at this, in the vintage class is led by Alex Phaneuf on a Yamaha. And Alex Phaneuf is in the top 5 overall on a vintage motorcycle. So it just goes to show you these tracks, you know, really are favorable to all kinds of motorcycles. If you like to ride an old bike, like Alex's old Yamaha YZ, or you like to ride the KDX 200, there's something for everyone here at a JDay Off-Road.
Well, and to your point, you don't talk about comfortable. Go back and find Alex Phaneuf on camera. That guy looked comfortable, I believe, inside the top 5 at Bostwick, if I'm not mistaken, overall, and looking at the top 5 overall here, potentially stealing the overall win away. So look at this, Phaneuf really flying on that number 48. Not surprising at this point, but certainly fun to see that old school machine looking just as fast as ever.
Yeah, and like you said, the comfort level is what we all strive for. And I know, like, I ride a 2020 Husqvarna, and it's because I got it set up the way I like it, you know, and I don't want to change. It's nice to have a new bike, but you got to go through a first month or two of setting it up the way you like it, you know, getting all the components on it that you like. So the comfortability of it is really important. Some guys just ride bikes for many, many years like Alex does, or even our buddy we gave a shout out to, Gennaro Alicio, on the CR500. You know, it's how you feel, and comfort is a big part of that confidence that we spoke of. You know, if you don't have the confidence, it's hard to go fast on an off-road motorcycle.
Jeff Norman leading the way, still out of our C senior class, taking that outside line like you suggested there, Jay. Must have been listening. Gets around not one but 2 lap riders.
And that's Mike Jones on the 202 KTM. He's looking strong out there late in the moto. We'll keep an eye for that white flag this time.
Yeah. Hopefully won't miss it. Yeah.
Ricky Russell feels our pain, doesn't he, Zach?
Yes, certainly does. That's that one snuck up on us.
It did. Maybe we were just talking too much.
Certainly.
That's what happens when you're an announcer.
Yeah, certainly plenty to talk about with conditions like this, turnout like this as well, and names that we're so familiar with. We talked about, you know, we've got riders that we know are strong at the end of races. We got riders that we know sprint early. It's so cool to see the different dynamics and the different forms of riding that lead to success here at JDay, and makes it almost impossible to predict who the true favorite is. If we see that Dunlop off camber, I mean, that's now got 3 or 4 different lines carved into the side of it. First thing this morning, I remember Ellis Austin just rugging that outside. So it's crazy how things have developed here. We've got one more first moto to go, and then we're going to get ready to lock them back in and stack them back up for our second set of motos. Let's jump on board the Fox FPV drone, getting up close and personal with Mike Jones.
In that Dunlop section there that you're talking about, I still feel that outside line is the favorable line. And the reason is it sets you up for the next turn and you're on the inside. So really, that line on the inside of that Dunlop section is so tight, it really slows you down. So that, in that instance, that's where like the inside line is not really your best choice. It's that outside because it's that next turn that you're really working.
Well, and it's something that we talk about our pro riders doing so well is setting the track up in advance, right? Sometimes it's maybe a little bit of a counterintuitive line in one corner, but then when you see the next two corners that follow it, you're like, oh, okay, he was thinking about corner 3 headed into corner number 1. And so those are the little differences. And to your point, Jay, you talked about the length of this course. 2 different motocross tracks, 2 different FMF extreme sections. There's a lot to remember as well. So we're starting to see riders, maybe that opening lap or 2, they're figuring lines out. And then lap 3, you really start to see that pace pick up. Guys saying, okay, now I know where I'm going. I know what jump's coming up next. Now I know how to drop the hammer. As looks like we're dropping a white flag to go along with it as well.
As you know,
checkered flag. So how about that? White turns to checkers. And not sure if Jones saw that or not, so Jones is going to exit the track up there. Jay McGrath going to make his way over there once again, sneaking up on us here from the finish line. And we're going to get ready to chat it up with Mike Jones here in just a minute, watching the other riders make their way through. High fives, big deep breaths of relief after those first motos. They're going to go back, hopefully going to get ready to pick a spot on the fence, or maybe just hang out in the camper and turn on Racer TV and let them know exactly what our top pro riders are going to be doing. As there is Jay McGrath making his way up there. I'm going to give Jay some grace on this one. Didn't catch the white flag on the broadcast, so going to get ready, and there we go, a little out of breath, but no doubt about it, grabs the win and gets the job done. All right, let's send things down. Jay McGrath standing by with Mike Jones.
Thank you, Zach. I'm here with Mad Mike Jones. Am I right?
Not the Mad Mike Jones. He's from the other side of the state.
And where are you from? Pennsylvania?
Yeah, York, PA. So we're about 3-4 hours east of him.
Right on. Do you know him?
I don't know him personally, but I get a lot of comparables to him. I usually get good starts. So.
Excellent. That's helpful out here for sure.
Yeah. Today it wasn't very good. I think I came around the corner and last. Caught a couple guys on the moto track, and then I fell going into the first extreme section. Got passed by a bunch more, and then basically just had to dig. So.
What did you think of that track out there? Tell me about your trips through the FMF extreme section.
Well, I'm not normally a woods guy, so this is my second time doing an extreme section. The first time I was a little hesitant, but I got to watching the couple guys in front of me, and if you hold your momentum, it's easy.
Yeah, you just got to get your rhythm through there and try to get yourself as straight as you can to those obstacles.
Absolutely. So if you can do that, stay on the gas, you'll be smooth sailing.
How did you hear about JDay Offroad?
A couple of my buddies actually back in January decided to get woods bikes. Jokingly said, do you want to do some JDays? I only have a moto bike besides this one now, and my wife agreed to let me go get one, and here we are.
Yay for your wife. I like her already.
Yeah, she's the best. So I can't really thank her enough. My daughter, Moto Esh, ETS Fuels, Action Motorsports, FMF Recluse, and Gibson Tires for hooking me up out there.
Mike Jones, congratulations on your win.
Thank you.
Thank you. Back to you, Zach.
All right, thanks, Jay. Congratulations once again. Mike Jones doing a great job. He's not mad. All right, he's glad. He's glad, Mike Jones, not mad, Mike Jones. Here from the finish line as things get wrapped up for B-Vet, Super Senior and Masters. We'll take a look at our MX Trophies race replay. The battle was on from that Fox green flag, and the vets and the seniors, you never know what you're going to get. Never know what direction they're going to face. And maybe they don't either. I don't know. He was really trying to figure something out. But once they got it all sorted and settled, the battles began. Alex Vanoof on that number 48 machine, showing the vintage bike, still know how to get the job done, but glad Mike Jones with a fist pump going to take the checkered flag and get the job done. As we take a look at your Pro Taper Top 10, Alex Manouf going to grab that win. Andrew Mikulicek looks like going to wrap up in that third spot. Spencer Saracena in the number 4 ride. David Malloy, Chad Gold, Adrina Anello, Jared March, James Jetmar, and Darren Toffenbach. All right, we're going to get ready. Toss things to a commercial break. Coming up next, our Pro A250 as well as our Pro-Am electric classes sitting on the line. Don't go anywhere. Pro racing coming up next here from the Yamaha Racing ClubMX GP, round 2 of the Fox JDay Series.
We've been there since the very beginning.
20 laps, the main event, the mud, the blood, the beer.
Organizing the industry and building champions. "100 years of defending your rights to ride into the future."
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Redline Oil, formulated to win.
Formulated to win.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me.
Proven by me.
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Ben Kelly kind of bouncing back and forth, continues to stalk Tyler Medaglia.
A lot of really good guys coming out, which is awesome. And yeah, definitely to go fight for the win. That's the plan. That's the goal.
I feel like I can win at these. I really enjoy the format and the racing, and feel like I got the sprint speed for 30 minutes.
Start's definitely going to matter, and then we'll just pin it. It's going to be awesome.
You like racing dirt bikes, and the tracks are sick, and you get to go hold it wide open for 30 minutes, and I mean, it just doesn't really get any cooler than that.
Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to ClubMX Training Facility, Chesterfield, South Carolina, for round 2 of the 2026 Fox JDay Off-Road Series. This is the Yamaha ClubMX GP, and we are just about ready to go pro racing with our Pro A200, A Open, A250, and Pro-Am electric classes, all sitting down there on the line. Some heavy hitters in this one and some heavy hitters here in the booth as well. Zach Herron alongside Jay McGrath. And here for our pro races as well, we're going to welcome the general himself, Ryan Sipes from Moto Intelligence Training. Ryan, not just talking the talk, walking a little walk out there as well. Take us through your moto from earlier today.
Yeah, I really went out there to just have some fun, just go play. And then all of a sudden I was in second, and then I was in third, and I was in the battle, and it was like the win was right there. I'm like, well, I'm stupid not to try to get it, you know. That last lap I was just hanging on. I'm so not in shape for this kind of stuff anymore. I just don't do it anymore. But was able to hold on and get in his way enough to not let him by. So had a good time.
Hey, there you go. You don't have to. You have to be faster. You just got to be in front of him. That's what they say,
it.
right?
Just get in his way. Then he can't go by me.
Well, I tell you what, we are certainly grateful to have you here in the booth as we've got some heavy hitters, very similar to what we saw in round number 1 out at Boswick Creek. We've got riders like Ben Kelly, like Grant Davis. We've got Zach Osborne. The list goes on and on. Tyler Medaglia back with us as well. Not to mention some of the Moto specialists also wanting to join here for the ClubMX GP round number 2. Do we have any favorites? What are you thinking? Who's going to benefit the most from this course we've got?
Man, the track is amazing. And I know it was an early moto, so it wasn't super rough, but it is very demanding. It was hard. Like I said, I was super tired. I know these guys are in shape for 3 hours, but the difference is the intensity in this. It's so much more intense than going to ride in the woods. Those guys go fast in the woods, but this is a different kind of intensity. So we'll see. And I've been talking to a lot of them, like, why are you here? Why are you doing this on an off weekend? You could be home chilling, you know, recovering, and they said the intensity, the racing. I want to be on the track. I want to be in that battle and get that intensity, because that's going to pay off when they go back to GNCC racing.
So as you can see, opening ceremonies underway right now down on the start. This is another beautiful sight that you see here at racing, right? Tons of respect. Everybody acknowledging the sacrifices. Usually it's the prayer, the national anthem that kind of kick things off. And I don't know about you, but hard not to get goosebumps when you're sitting on the line for something like that.
It's something that you grow to live for. That the butterflies you feel in your stomach. I used to dread those. Yeah. Like I didn't want that, because that meant like, you know, I was nervous, but now, like, I want that again. Like that, it's time. It's go time. It's race time. Like, it's time to show these guys that I'm better than them. It's time to show everybody that, you know, all the work I've put in. So that's something that I know all of these guys, if they didn't love it, they wouldn't be on this line right now, because they don't have to be here.
No, no doubt about it. And as you can see, the fans, the entire racing community celebrating how lucky we are to get to do this as well. So great shots here as opening ceremony commences down on the line, and kind of like you said, it's those last few minutes. The bike work is done by this point. The prep work should be done by this point, and if you don't have it figured out, it might be too little too late. Now it's just time to drop the flag and go racing.
Yeah, and these guys, this is not their main series, so they don't have to show up, like I said, and they don't have to go out there and put it all on the line, but we're all racers, just like me in that race. I had no reason to go and try to win that thing other than the racer mentality. When you're in that battle, you want to win, and I know all these dudes, they wouldn't be on the line if they didn't have that.
Well, taking a look now, we've got some big names in this one. Jigs Bustini on the 511. You see the 530 of Ben Kelly, Gus Reardon, Gavin Simon, just to name a couple. Not to mention Beckwith. Joey Crown going to be one of the Moto guys, familiar face here at ClubMX. He's going to be one to watch. We've got Craig DeLong, Jason Tino, Kyle Murdoch all sitting on that front line. Of course, Grant Davis. You see Brighton Carroll. He's got kind of the zebra design. Supercross guy as well. Absolutely. We saw him ride in open practice yesterday. So some big names, all of which are lining up to try to do battle headed into that first turn. I don't know. I would say now with the start button, that engine starts a little bit more of an even playing field for the Moto guys. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm just sitting here wondering if Brighton Carroll has ever done a dead engine start.
A lot of these guys, probably yesterday afternoon in the press. Wait, what do you mean it's a dead engine start? Hold on, let me do a couple. So, and shout out bottom of the screen, good buddy of mine, David Lameth Jr., grew up racing with him. He's asking me all about it. He's ridden many laps out here at ClubMX. Normally the number 16, he went to sign up for it. He said, some guy named Zach Osborne's already taken my number. Wait a second. So excited to have Dave and the East Coast Films boys hanging out with us. But right now, here we go. Ryan, the Fox green flag getting ready to go up. The throttle's getting ready to get hammered, and we are about to go pro racing. Here for round 2, the Yamaha ClubMX GP. You see Justin Coquinos rocking that number 1. Drag race into turn 1. Who's it going to be?
Davis looks like You know what I would like to see, boys, is a bunch of proud Americans with their hands over their heart when the national anthem is being played.
Always so cool to see, and some quick moves being made. We talked about the difference between round 2 and round 1, Ryan. Immediately into these narrow sections, heading into that extreme section, the boys going to start to funnel out into a single file-esque type situation here quickly as Dave is trying to make some moves.
Yeah, and it's pretty unique having that section, the extreme, so close to the start, because there's not a ton of lines in there. There's a few, but it's not like you can go in there 6 wide like you can on the motocross part. So having those dudes, having that so close to the start, they do get kind of separated a little bit sooner. But it looked like everybody made through clean. That's what I was worried about. Getting in there, battling with your buddy, and you make just that one little mistake, and you put it down.
Here we go. 250A sitting on the line, or open A and 250A. Good jump from Lambeth on the 16, slideways headed into turn number 1. A tight first turn as well. You see a lot of those guys trying to get hard on the brakes early, cut down and hug that inside line. Looks like Lambeth up inside that top 3 or so. Meanwhile, up at the front of the field, is that Joey Crown?
I believe it is. Yeah, I was wondering, but he's a ripper, man. I think he had some. He's got a vision issue, and that's the only reason he quit racing pro. But he's a really good pro back when he had both eyes, but still rips. He's figured out a way to make it happen.
Yeah, and I'm not sure exactly what Crown does. I've seen him in some GNCCs over the last few years, never in a full race capacity, and now has jumped on board here with the ClubMX training facility, I believe helping some of the amateur training and some of the mechanical stuff as well. But I saw him out and about yesterday. This kid, no doubt about it, he'd probably do it with both eyes closed if he needed to. He hauls the mail, and right now he's making a point, leading the way. As you see Davis really stretching some things out. This is a guy that brought the intensity level, I feel like, up at GNCC last year. Sprint pace almost off the green flag, and looks like he's got some comfortable, T-dags as well.
And Tyler is so good at these kind of races where it's not, it's not the main series, but he's fast in all of it, but he's got the sprint speed. He grew up a motocrosser, then he went to off-road, so he's kind of got a little bit of both. It's really good.
Like what I'm seeing from this number 19. Looks like it says Boland on the jersey. Wait a second, could that be Max Boland out there? I had heard maybe none of the club guys were going to be racing. Maybe Max snuck out there. I might have just snitched on him. I'm not sure, but whoever the rider was looks pretty good.
You just got him in trouble. He's not supposed to be out there.
That's a Max lookalike. That's Dax Boland. Wait a second.
Yeah.
Great stuff. Everybody wants to be out here at the JDay and wants to be a part of the action as our lead riders have made one lap in the books on the practice track. Now through that Dunlop off-camber. Little different sections are 2 FMF Extreme sections. This a little bit more wall jump, kind of peeking out, and it's big air, but it stalls the momentum forward as that is now a good shot. Joey Crown out front leading the way on that ClubMX Yamaha.
Yeah, and if they didn't have those, I call them a speed check, those wall jumps, man, you'd be going 50 or wide open down through there. So I'm glad they put those, but they are a little awkward. Like you have all the speed and you have to slow down and then restart it over. So it's a little tricky. They're kind of a technique all of themselves. This section here, when I was in the race, that double around the corner is big. And then, but if you don't get it, you lose all that momentum. You can't double the rest of them. So it's really important to get the first one. That lets you get all the rest of them. But like you see those guys coming up short, it's not an easy double.
There you see Fustini, Reardon, and Wachowski. So Wachowski and Reardon both from that Phoenix Racing Honda group, another Carolina-based team, and taking advantage of the local racing as Grant Davis continues to try to chase down Joey Crown. Now, we don't talk about a home track advantage. How about literally the home you've been staying at, you've been working here, training here? Joey Crown, he's got all the secret lines figured out, and he's putting them to good use right now.
Yeah, I mean, and a lot of these guys, all the factory KTM and Husky guys, they train here too. So it's definitely convenient for them, and they've ridden these tracks before. Not this exact track because they've changed it some for this race, but these guys are comfortable here, and that's going to, I think, make a difference for sure.
Now, Jay, we're watching right now Gus Reardon. We saw such an impressive performance from him here at round 1. Potentially trying to look at maybe stealing away the points lead depending on how things shake out here today.
Yeah, that could be, man. He's really looking good, and he got a much better start this time. At Boswick, he had some trouble with his starts. He had to come back from bad starts. He's looking really strong today for sure, early in this moto, ready to make a move right now.
Here we go. Reardon trying to make something happen. Doesn't quite get that left-hand line. Ryan, we saw you giving us kind of the preview through this extreme section. What do you think is favoring now that we've got some race lines developed and some things breaking down?
That left line, it wasn't on-off. That log kind of got moved out of the way. That's still the preferred line, just as you saw right there. Jigs definitely pulled just a little bit on Gus. But that right-hand line, the more people go over it and break over it and spin over it, the dirt's getting piled up on those logs. I'd say pretty soon, by the probably end of this moto, they'll be just tripling those logs because there will be so much dirt on it.
You see Reardon using every inch of the track and then some, trying to find a way around Jigs Fustini. That is one thing for sure. We talk about the manicuring of this ClubMX facility. This is some sticky roost right now. It will definitely cake up on the goggles. You'll be pulling tear-offs before you know it. So Fustini putting the power to the ground. And another thing, not quite as visible on our drone camera, but some off-cambers throughout this course as well. We see that big Dunlop off-camber, but several of these corners in the practice facility, a little off-camber as well.
Yeah, this dirt's amazing, but it is a little tricky. It looks maybe a little bit better than it is. Sometimes, every once in a while, it's like, man, that front end just tried to go right there. And a lot of it is, like you said, those off cambers where it's, I mean, that dirt is really soft, but then every once in a while you'll have a push. So these ruts, I think it's tricky too for these guys, and I know they do it in GNCC. It's just like I said, the intensity's not as high in the GNCC, but hitting these ruts for the first time, not seeing them, you're coming up on them and hitting them full speed on the first lap if never rode it before. That's definitely tricky.
It's such a stacked field. It's surprising that Ben Kelly is not even in the top 10 at this moment.
He had a really bad start, though. He got pinched off on there, and just like at that first round, I think he's going to be coming in there at the end. He'll be one of the strongest ones at the end, but, man, Joey Crown is just pulling that lead out.
Yeah, I can't say enough about Crown right now. And a smaller rider in stature as well, so to be able to manual and absorb the braking bumps and even through that rolling corner right there, Crown showing why he is one to listen to when it comes to picking up some tips. Medallion making his way through, and Grant Davis, we know this guy knows how to get the job done, and we know he can be pretty intense in doing so. So Davis maybe settling down just a little bit. Got to think these guys maybe thinking about the late race charge as well. Davis gotten really good over the last little bit of kind of sinking his hooks into somebody, just keeping them within sight, and then about that halfway mark, he starts creeping his way back forward. So we'll wait on the charge from Grant Davis, and we talked about the familiarity for some of our riders. Grant Davis, one of the GNCC racers from that KTM group that calls ClubMX home for their training, and we were able to catch up with the number 2 of Grant Davis, talk to him a little bit about his experience here at ClubMX.
The plan is to do the full series.
Yeah, it's pretty sick, honestly, and because I've never done a JDay before, so it's pretty fun to just do one, and especially when I can ride right out of the garage of my house that I have here and ride down here and go to the line. So, I mean, it's pretty cool for sure here, and it's their first ever race they've had, so it's pretty cool with everyone, and I believe it'll be pretty packed out, I think.
Great stuff there from Grant. Always kind of just nonchalant. Like, he's, hey, yeah, I mean, it's here. Why would I not race it? So Grant not just showing up, but showing out, as we see Justin Coquinos now, your reigning champion, starting to apply some pressure on, I believe, Mike Wachowski on the Phoenix Racing Honda. This is what we wanted to see, Jay, out of Coquinos. Didn't quite see the fight out of him there at round 1. Maybe some comfort things he was working on, but the number 1, he looks like he's focused and he's charging forward.
Yeah, and I think the 125 Pro race helped him a lot to get that view. And as we've talked about before, Coquinos is a moto guy. So he's very confident on this motocross track, and he had a couple of lines that he was worried about, but I think he had an idea as to what he was going to use, and it looks like it's really working well for him right now. You know who else is not in the top 10 is Osborne. You don't see him as well.
True, not seeing that.
Oh,
right
there
on
he
cue.
is.
How about that?
Boy, Zach.
You knew it was going to end up there at the end. I saw on the start his bike didn't start, or it didn't start as quick as the rest guys. It's Ben Kelly. He's coming up in there, and Zacho. So that's good. No, and I think, like you said, Coquinos didn't maybe have his best showing at round 1, but that was almost purely a woods race, where this one is almost purely a motocross race. So he's definitely going to shine a little bit more here than he did down there.
And watch, it looked like that was actually Cooper Jones Zacho was making a pass on. I think Ben Kelly right behind both of them. So Jones, one of the breakout stars in our A classes out of GNCC. We've seen him up inside the top 5 and 10 overall multiple times this season. now showing, I believe, another one of those KTM riders that trains here at Club. And these guys maybe even been getting some tips from Joey Crown. You see him, that's not a jump line right there. Somebody tell Joey I don't even know how many jump faces that was he just cleared there.
Well, and Joey is a suspension guy. His dad, Matt Crown, owns MCR Suspension, Matt Crown Racing. Joey, that's kind of his main deal down here, is doing the suspension. I think he services the ClubMX Supercross team, and he does, some stuff on his own. So his bike is dialed for this track. He has, I'm sure, revalved it and resprung it and done everything he could to be as good as he can. He's a racer, just like all these guys. He doesn't want to go out there and get fifth. He wants to go win.
Well, and to your point, it's one thing to be familiar with, of course, layout, but to see this day in and day out, the way the track breaks down, the way the lines aren't just here at 12:30, but how they're going to be at 4:30. I think Crown definitely has some tricks up his sleeves, and to know how to take that information and apply it to the machine as well, just that much more advantageous.
That's a great point, because the track's a lot different now, or even this morning as it is now, as it will be later. So he knows what it's going to turn into, because I think both these tracks, they ride on a regular basis. Like I said, they're not exactly the same, but he knows how that's going to develop, and he's going to have that bike set up for it.
We're into the third lap, and Jigs Fustini's still holding tight in fifth. He's putting in a great effort and showing some great motocross skills.
Well, and I tell you, we go back to our final round of last year, Jay. You and I were broadcasting it. Jigs Fustini, one of the breakout riders, and one of the names we had circled coming into this 2026 season. Only round number 2, so still, I think, finding a bit of comfort. Not to mention finding some new competition this year with the growth of the JDay series. So Fustini really making an impressive ride inside the top 5 right now.
And Medaglia is looking real fast.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, with his experience, I wouldn't expect for him to sit back too much longer. I think we're going to see a move from him and Ben Kelly coming through the pack as well.
See Brighton Carroll making his way through. Jason Tino just behind the XC2 rider for KTM. Zach Osborne's been making some moves. He's now right up to the rear wheel of, I believe, Wachowski, if I'm not mistaken. And I believe that's Fustini just in front. So we've seen Wachowski and Fustini going at it. Maybe Zacho can sneak in. Zacho, no stranger to the ClubMX property either. And I think a lot of faces very happy to see the number 16 back spinning some laps out here on property. Meanwhile, here comes Mike Wachowski, launches up the inside. Can he carry the momentum and turn it into a pass? And he does.
Yeah, that was cool. He had no plans on jumping that double, but he knew if he could take the line away, the other guy couldn't do it. So that was, even though he probably gave up some time overall in this whole section, he made the pass. Now he doesn't have to follow that guy. Now he can go chase down the next guy.
Now let's see how much fight is left in Fustini as Zacho takes the long way around this time. Fustini's going to try to regather his composure, figure out some lines behind the crafty vet of Zach Osborne, who now has his sights set on Mike Wachowski on that Phoenix Honda.
I had a chance to talk to Zach earlier, and he said he's really getting more comfortable on the Beta, loving the bike, loving the program, loves the attitude of the company. He's very, very happy with that Beta motorcycle.
And you can touch on that, Ryan, the comfort level. I mean, I can even tell a difference in Zach's riding just compared to Boswick Creek. He's charging forward. He's on the attack, moving forward. And he said it, being brought on board as an ambassador for the Beta brand. And Beta's really been looking strong here. Jack Walker, Cody Barnes both getting podiums in GNCC. And now Zacho showing what it's capable of doing here in the JDay series as well.
Yeah, comfort is everything, right? If you trust that motorcycle when you go into a corner, you can push it even harder and harder and harder. Whereas if you don't trust it, it's like, I don't know, I better not push too hard here. I don't want to fall down. And Zacho doesn't race for a living anymore. He doesn't have to go win, but he's got that racer mentality, and it looks like he's getting stronger and stronger. It seems like Beta's there he goes, make another pass. Oh, that was a close one. But it seems like Beta's working hard. They're definitely making that bike better.
Into that thick stuff right there, just a little over the front end, and just goes to show Osborne trying some different lines out, using that Moto experience, a former pro motocross national champion, and showing he can go wide and still get the job done. Is him and Mike Wachowski in a brawl right now.
Tooth and nail.
How about it?
Did you see Ben Kelly, that drone footage of him through the extreme section? He is coming up. He's coming on strong. He's still got a couple, 3 laps left to go. So we expect to see some more moves from the national champion.
Yeah, to your point, Ryan, we talked about the development of that extreme section. I like the line they're taking. They're using the face, but then jumping off the side of those log rollers, not kicking them quite as high, getting the power back to the ground a little bit sooner.
Yeah, it's funny though. Some of the guys, like Zacho right there, he hit that side face, jumped over the logs, but then he didn't use the railroad tie, and that's quite a bit faster if you can. Now those things aren't very wide. That one on the left is 6 or 7 inches wide. The one on the right's about 10. But the one on the left is the one I hit the whole time. It sets me up better for the next corner. So even though you have to be a little bit more precise, I think it was a better line. But not hitting those and hitting that steep log, you definitely lose a little bit of time.
Making their way back through the ClubMX practice facility. Beautiful track. Once again, a humongous shout out to the entire ClubMX crew as you see the multitude of other tracks that they've got here on property. BMX tracks, supercross tracks, arena cross tracks, all kinds of great stuff going on, but it is all a JDay track right now as we are rolling here in Moto 1 of our pro class, back on board with the Fox FPV drone. You want to know what it's like to try to chase down Grant Davis, this is it. And is that Joey Crown?
It is.
It is, with some problems. I still think he's out front based off of where Davis was at, but that's going to cost him a little bit of time.
But Medaglia has made the pass for second as well. If I saw that right, I'm pretty sure he was ahead of Grant Davis coming down through those speed checks.
So we talked about Medaglia having some experience in the sand. He was talking about home court advantage from round 1. Well, look at him now. Some experience and some benefit paying off here at round 2 as he now sets his sights on this guy, Joey Crown, the ClubMX Yamaha, leading the way. And Jay, we talked about it. The dark horses I thought were going to be the focal point of this race. Joey Crown, certainly a dark horse in my book, but a rider I'm not surprised to see with such an impressive ride.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And we didn't even really think of him early on. And we're talking Grant Davis, we're talking Ben Kelly and guys like that, but he has really put in a great ride on that Yamaha. And it's great to see him out here to JDay, you know. And, I'm surprised to see him. I never expected him. You said earlier that he was here, and he's really looking strong, I'll tell you. He's going to be hard to beat. He is. And we're late in this race. We are getting down to the wire.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how he recovers from that tip over, because that can just kill your momentum. It kills that flow, because he was definitely flowing before he was pulling away. When you tip over like that, not only do you lose that 10, 12 seconds, but it just, man, your body gets hot and the air quits moving. You kind of lose that flow. So we'll see how he recovers. It's important whenever that happens for riders to take a breath, even if you have to take one more corner to reset and just go, all right, back to it, get focused. It's better than, just jumping right back into it and making a bunch of mistakes.
Yeah, we talked about that's a big part of it, not turning one mistake into 2 or 3 or even 4 and 5 and throwing the whole race away. So 2 moto format here as well. So if you're somebody like a Medaglia, somebody like a Grant Davis, maybe thinking about that as well. I just need to get up realistically to that number 2 spot. Don't get me wrong, these guys all want to go 1-1, but the overall hope's staying alive and a lot more likely if you're at least able to finish in that number 2 ride. So we'll see if Davis is able to grab a breath and maybe make a charge here in these final few laps. As how about it? T-Dags, Tyler Medaglia moved into that number 2 ride and is starting to space out on the number 2 of Grant Davis.
Yeah, we didn't see it on camera what happened, because Tyler Medaglia had passed Grant Davis early in the race, and then all of a sudden Grant was back in second. And like Jay said, we're never going to count him out. Like, Medaglia is a strong dude, he's in shape, he's really fast. So I don't know what happened to him, but for whatever he's done, he's righted the ship. He's going really fast.
Well, let's say it was a tip over, even just a mistake like that might have taken him a lap or so to get his bearings back, get that gap built back up. But one thing's for sure, he is on the charge and is all over Joey Crown. Looking a bit like a 3-rider breakaway. You can see how far over to the left-hand side Medaglia was. That was literally the sidewalls of this track. And Medaglia making it work for him.
See that right in the frame? Crown is not that far ahead of those 2 riders. There's Medaglia. He's like 5 seconds within. And now we've had a big shakeup in the other part of the top 5 where Osborne's up to 5th and Kelly's up to 6th. It's a really great race here. And Medaglia, what a great rider. A couple times national champ in Canada and also a 5-time member of the Motocross of Nations team. So he has a world of experience in this, the minor thing.
And you mentioned that Crown is not that far ahead. Now these guys can see him. It's like blood in the water, man. Now it's like, oh, he's right there. I better push, even harder. And that should be the mentality all the time. But when you can't see the guy, and that's why it's so important to run away and hide if you can. Just pull a big lead, because it'll kind of ruin everybody else's flow. Like they can't see you. They kind of don't not give up, but you know what I mean. It's a lot easier to be motivated to push harder when you can see the guy.
No doubt about it. And like you said, Jay, Tyler Medaglia with a world of experience and adding to the resume as he continues to add to his JDay resume. We were able to catch up with T-Dax, talk to him a little bit about going JDay Racing.
Yeah, the round one was awesome. I mean, it was like pretty well my home track kind of thing. The second moto had another kind of iffy start. I kind of went into the tires in the first turn. I was like way inside and mid-pack, and then I made a bunch of great passes in the quick passes, I guess, in the first lap in the sand, and didn't really mess about, and then got closed in on the lead and with Ricky, and then yeah, unfortunately I went down. Putting the pressure on, so I needed to like regroup, and once I kind of caught my breath and knew that there was a couple spots where I could make up some time in the heavy sand, and yeah, got back up under Ricky's wheel, but it was a little too late, but it was an awesome first race.
Man, so a big shakeup. Not sure if we can get a replay of that, but it looks like Joey Crown may have had some more issues, and I believe that was Medaglia and Davis both getting around the Yamaha rider. So that is a shakeup here at the front of the field as Tyler Medaglia now going to take over that number one ride.
And he knows how to protect the lead, I'll bet you that, for
Absolutely.
sure, with all those years of experience. And it must be kind of cool, and Ryan, you can tell us about this, riding with these younger riders, and the guys that are the stars of the sport, and he's what, 35, 36 years old. Tell us about how that feels, and really the accomplishment of just staying in front of guys like that.
Yeah, it's funny. It's a well-known saying, and I think we all feel this way. If I knew then what I know now, I'd been hard to hold. I would have been, I would have won everything. But the experience that you have, even with just lines, just racecraft strategy that I have now, you couple that with that young talent that they have. But that's the cool part. These guys that are a little bit older, like myself, like Medaglia, even Joey Crown, that experience is paying off for them. Even if they don't maybe have quite the speed, they're probably taking better lines. Like the line you were talking about there, Jay, all the way on the left, that's a veteran move. That use all of the track, why not, right? If I don't have to hit those bumps, I can cut over there and miss it. Why wouldn't I do that?
Exactly. Brighton Carroll really acquitting himself well, 6th spot, and that's a great ride for him. And Osborne has gone back a little, Kelly up a little bit.
We're going to take a look. Sorry to cut you off here, Jay. Here's that replay. There you see Joey Crown having some problems. We talked about little smaller in stature, and when you get kind of tucked up on an angle like that in that thick sand, it makes it so hard to get the bike picked up and then to be able to jump back on the machine. So we'll see how much that actually winds up costing Joey Crown after such an impressive start to this race. Still showing him in that number 3 ride with Gus Reardon, Ben Kelly, and Brighton Carroll, your top 6. Kokinos, Osborne, Wachowski, and Fustini. Jig's falling back to that number 10 ride. We'll see if he can maybe pick a couple of spots back up here in the final few laps of this first moto.
I think Joey should be proud of himself to have stuck in there too. I mean, it's so easy to give up late in a race like this and bad things happen, but he's still holding it up and still in third. He's got to be proud of that effort.
And Grant Davis, normally out on the 350 at GNCC. There's, we do see Crown still in that number 3 ride, I believe, actually jumping up and riding the KTM 450 here for this JDay event. And we were able to talk to the number 2 of Grant Davis a little bit about the difference being on the big 450.
Well, I'm living here actually for quite a while now, and figured I'd just race it, and gonna ride a 450 this weekend. Maybe get some seat time on it, and maybe race it at Camp Coker. So I'm just gonna kind of play it by ear.
Play it by ear is, look at that. What was that? A massive launch from Medaglia. Doesn't he know he's older? The knees can't take that anymore?
I knew somebody was going to do it. I honestly thought it would be Grant Davis because he's kind of that sender. He's that young kid. But, yeah, tripling off that wall, I don't know if it's a lot faster, but probably a little bit just because you land and you're able to carry that momentum. When you just double it like, most of these guys are doing, you almost stop when you land. So, but, hey, veteran guy, he knows, he needs to pull out all the stops right now. He wants to get this first one.
Well, and you talk about a vet experience. He breezed it, downsided it, no problem. This is a calculated guy, knows, probably been eyeing that up all day long, knows he's capable of doing it, and he does it to perfection. But you know who had a front row ticket to it was Grant Davis. I talked about this kid's ability to charge. He's right back to the rear wheel now. The battle is on. Our Fox FPV drone making it seem like a three-rider battle for the lead. Coming down to the final few laps, Jay McGrath already headed towards the finish line. The white flag has snuck up on us here a couple of times. It won't be long before we see a checkered flag. Let's see.
Grant Davis really applying the pressure now. He knows it's time to go, time to put a little pressure on the guy. See if he can make a mistake. Even in that race earlier, all it was one mistake, and that changed the whole top three. So it can happen.
So no white flag when our leaders made it through. We will see if Medallia, who has responded to that pressure. We talked about Davis being on the rear wheel. T-Dag saying, wait a second. Problems for Grant Davis. What is happening?
Looks hopefully just a bike problem. It looks like something is going on here.
And Davis going to take it through the tape. Hopefully going to be okay. I know been nursing that hand as well from battling at round 1 and round 2 of GNCC. So hopefully Grant Davis going to be okay. But man, talk about being able to take a bit of a sigh of relief. T-Dag's now in sole control of things.
Yeah, definitely takes the pressure off, but it's funny, sometimes that's not the best thing. When you lose that focus, when somebody's right on you, you know you have to be 100% focused. You have to hit every line perfect. When you don't hear that guy back behind you anymore, it's like, oh, this is great, I could take a breather, but you can lose that focus if you're not careful.
So there you see that little line we were talking about off to the side, and then there we go, threading the needle.
Yeah, that was nice.
Watching Ben Kelly and then flashing back. Brighton Carroll, I want to give this guy some props. Last time I saw him, he was racking up at MX 207 for the main event, beating out a lot of the, whoa, what a kick for Coquinos. Man,
that was close.
But Carroll quickly adjusting here to the JDay side of things and is looking impressive right now. Meanwhile, you want to talk about a quick little thing that'll jump the heart rate? You got to think Coquinos jumped a few BPM off that one.
Yeah, if he was cruising at 170, he's at 200 now. When you almost go over the bars, it will get your attention.
Cruising right now, Joey Crown on your screen, your early race leader, trying to turn things in for a podium finish. And just like we talked about, Ryan, 2 as good as a 1 here in Moto number 1. Joey Crown certainly showing what he was capable of. Got to think, maybe limit those 2 big mistakes. We got to be asking whether or not anybody would have ever caught Joey Crown. So he was
definitely,
yeah,
he was definitely the fastest guy at the beginning, and it'll be interesting to see if his fitness. I mean, Joey doesn't race, full time anymore. So is his fitness good enough to have that same intensity and speed in that second moto? Medaglia is going to have it. So him getting his first moto win is big, but yeah, like you said, second as good as first in his first moto.
So through the backstretch we go here on the practice facility. Fun little section here. This next corner is really interesting to me. Yesterday, watching a couple different riders hit it. It's hard to find a flow on it, but if you hit that wall just enough, you can kind of double, get your momentum driven through the exit of that section right there.
Yeah, it's a fun section. It's getting rough coming into it, which makes the getting on the right rhythm a little bit more tricky. When it was smooth, it was easy. It's kind of wheelie, and then you can kind of just jump over it. Now that there's a lot of bumps, it makes it a little bit tougher.
Well, and we see a little bit of that veteran wisdom as well. Didn't bust out the triple when he knew he didn't need to. So that's the thing. It's not eliminating risk, but managing those risks, right? As you start to get a little bit older, you start to get that veteran wisdom that we talk about. It's things like that. When I need to, I'll do it, and I'll do it perfectly. But when I don't, I'm not going to put the unnecessary strain on the bike or the body.
Yeah, you saw him take just a quick peek back right there just to see. I don't hear anybody. Let me see, take a peek back and see. He knows now that he's got a little bit of a lead. I mean, I wouldn't totally let up because Joey, you never know. He was definitely faster than Tyler earlier. But at least now he's got a little bit of a cushion. He can take the lines he wants, not have to guard that line. And like you said, take smarter lines like that. You don't have to send it if you got a lead.
JDay sand surfing right now. We'll wait and see whether or not it's a white flag at the finish line. Love the variety in the lines. Sometimes way, way outside. Other times he's hugging it close. But let's see, getting ready to head into the chicane. Tyler Medaglia going to be watching and waiting still. No flag for your leader.
I'm getting tired watching him.
I know.
No, that sand is funny how because it's sand, it changes every single lap. So this lap, that inside was nice. The next lap, that might be blown out, and it might be faster because it's rarely outside. So it's cool watching these guys, and they all take a little bit different lines. So it's cool watching, which ones pay off.
You see a couple of those sections, a little bit of clay starting to get exposed as well. So it's going to be a bit harder of a base back in, going to step out a little bit more. Meanwhile, Gus Reardon in the number 4 spot we're showing. So we are still showing Grant Davis on course. We'll wait for timing and scoring to update. There it is. Gus Reardon now in that number 3 spot. So Gus trying to pick up where he left off of. Some really solid results to kick off the 2026 season. Not sure whether or not the Phoenix Honda boys are planning on running the full season or not, but hey, if you can run the points lead while you're here, you might as well, right?
Yeah, and a lot of these guys, I was out there talking to them earlier, just asking, why are you here? It's kind of easy for the KTM and Husky guys. They pretty much live here anyway. But some of these guys actually, made the trip, and all of them said it was the intensity. We want to be racing. A lot of times, instead of taking a weekend off to, just rest, if you're not getting better, somebody else is. So they chose to show up here, put in the extra effort, get another race under their belts, and get that intensity practice, because this is way different than what you would do in the woods.
Shout out to Keegan Rowley, who's leading the way out of our 250A class in front of Rivers Morris and Peter Shaw. Try to shout out some of our other classes, of course, Tyler Medaglia, Joey Crown, and Gus Reardon. 1, 2, and 3 out of our AA class. We've got Open A out there as well.
Man, it looked like Gus Reardon was really close to Joey Crown while ago. I didn't see the split, but let's see if he comes down this hill.
There is Joey. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that gap, because Gus, another rider we're used to seeing charging towards the front. To your point, you gotta ask the question as far as the fitness goes of Joey Crown. We know he's a part of this club crew. We know but he's a working part of the crew. He's not always able to catch the gym sessions with the rest of the group, but man, he's certainly got the speed part figured out. Now we'll find out if he can go the distance, try to at least hang on to that number 2 ride. Headed into our final pro moto, the last moto this afternoon. There we see Carroll and possibly Kyle Murdoch making their way through.
Yeah, I'm impressed with Brighton Carroll.
Absolutely.
A Supercross guy, and I think he's kind of a fringe main event guy. He's always kind of right there. Sometimes he makes it, sometimes he doesn't. But he's hanging right in here with these dudes in a 30-minute moto. Supercross guys right now are not in 30-minute moto shape, especially on a rough track like this. They're training for that sprint speed, and he definitely got it. He's up there, he's got the speed, but he's hanging in there.
Yeah, Brighton full privateer effort as well, as recently come over to ClubMX to do some training. And man, really cool to see the whole program that they've got out here, the way the crew works out together and rides together, building a brand new big gym. Tried to ask what the monthly membership was. They wouldn't tell me, so
top secret.
I guess so. You have to have a good invite.
This place is like a country club, man. I mean, it's just perfectly manicured. The tracks everywhere you look. In any direction, there's a track over there. And all the little cabins and stuff. It's a super nice place.
We're back on board our Fox FPV drone with Tyler Medaglia leading the way right now. Got to think at least a white flag this next time. Whoa! Hang on to it now. Starting to wear out a little bit after such a long, brutal race. So Medaglia doing a great job of keeping that thing on 2 wheels. Going to battle it out there with David Lamont Jr. Makes that pass happen, and getting ready to head towards that Yamaha finish line. Let's see.
He's wishing for that white flag right now. Or the checkered. There it is, the white.
White
so
flag's
one more
out.
lap to go.
So one more lap. And that's Joey Crown right there. I didn't realize how much Crown had closed back in.
Yeah, we were wondering about his fitness. He's showing us right now. He's catching Tyler Medaglia.
How about it? So Joey.
And I wonder if Tyler even knows he's there. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Whenever he couldn't hear anybody, he's probably like, hey, let's cruise this thing in. But Joey's definitely making up time. I would say, I know those Yamahas are loud, but I doubt he even knows he's there right now.
Well, let's see. This would be a great opportunity for him to get a glance. And I don't know if he was able to. He's maneuvering that Yamaha around. There we see a little check up. So he realizes somebody's there, that's for sure. Let's see. Nice little line, just like Ryan Sipes showed you how to do it.
It's definitely way worse than when I did it. It's chewed out now. All those things have big holes at the bottom and the top. So definitely a whole lot tougher than when I did it when it was perfect.
So watching as this is the battle on screen for your lead here in the AA class. Tyler Medaglia leads the way. Joey Crown trying to chase him down and bring home a moto win for the home team.
He is definitely gaining on him. I don't know if there's enough time.
That's what I was going to say.
You know Medaglia is not going to give it up. He's not tired right now. He's tired. He's not spent right now. He's going to have a little bit in the tank. As soon as he knows Joey's there, if he doesn't already, he's going to quick it back up. And I think be able to hold him off, but hey, you never know.
Anything's possible. That rare mistake that we saw from Medaglia kind of looked like maybe the arms tightening up a little bit, struggling to hang on. So we'll see how hard he's able to push. But one thing's for sure, you get this close, you don't want to give the lead away as they're going to be charging for it. A little bit of lap traffic up in front of them as well, different lines.
Ooh, you see him using that edge. That was cool.
So much speed carrying down that hillside and now closed in within a few bike lanes. The battle's on.
Well, Joey Crown's full send right now because he knows he doesn't have enough time, or he doesn't have much time. So he's got to pull out all the stops right now. Ooh, tried to double down that hill, didn't quite make it, but riding really good.
And you can see he's starting to get creative as well, going anywhere that Tyler Medaglia is not crossing across that line. Jay McGrath looked like that one going way outside. Going to have more momentum as they get ready to head towards the backside of the practice track. This one's going to come down to the wire, Ryan.
Yeah, he's really made up some time. He's going quite a bit faster. That's a little deep there.
Cuts underneath.
Go to the Moto guy scrubbing.
How about it? Canadian former champ puts the power to the ground.
Got him.
Wow.
Dang, that was fast. Whew. Joey Crown proving us wrong.
That's so much harder than he made it look there either. The commitment as well. He basically just like wheel tapped off those last few top rollers.
Yeah, that's a scary section to hit at that speed for sure.
And I can almost tell by the body language of Medaglia how much is left. And he does the big triple there.
Yep, Joey's in the mode right now. He sent the triple. That was awesome.
And so Joey fired up and looking to show the suspension's not the only secret. The Crown, at least in Moto 1, starting to look like it's going to go towards Joey. And man, you want to talk about confidence boost as well. I went down not once but twice, picked the machine back up, and worked my way back to the front. This is going to be dangerous. And little doubles like that show Joey's still fresh. This is a dangerous look for the rest of the field.
Yep. Yeah, he's riding really good right now. And I think Medaglia is probably going, dang it, man. Like, I thought I had this win, and here comes this suspension guy right around me.
How about it? Joey Crown, what an impressive performance as he's closing into the final few corners and looking to bring out a Moto 1 win here for your AA class.
That drone shot is so cool.
Final corner, one more lap rider to go, and it is going to be the ClubMX Yamaha of Joey Crown grabbing the win, and he is fired up, deservingly so after that one. What a dogfight. And Joey gets the crown here for Moto number 1. We're going to give Jay McGrath just a moment to kind of wrangle up our top 3. We're going to hear from all of them. There you see T-Dags giving him some props.
And 2 crashes and to come back and win that thing. That's impressive.
Yeah.
Making the ClubMX boys proud.
Absolutely, and for something like that, you can tell the suspension, the way that he was working that machine, had the bike running just like he wanted to, and who knows, maybe going to be giving some tech tips to the boys after this. Let them know how it's done.
He's going to say, I told you I know how to do suspension.
Yep. Don't doubt me, guys, all right? I know what I'm doing here. Ben Kelly going to cross the line as well. I'm not sure if that's the final podium spot or not, but one thing's for sure. I'm already looking forward to that second Pro Moto. I think we're going to have some flip-flopping. I think we're going to have some big things to come. Beautiful FPV overhead shot. This is what it's all about, the ClubMX GP here for round 2 of the 2026 season. As we are wrapping up Pro Moto number 1, where it was Joey Crown on the ClubMX Yamaha grabbing the win. Certainly not making it easy on himself, but
you know, another thing is Grant Davis, if it was a bike issue, he's pretty fresh right now.
Oh, absolutely.
And he'll be ready to go for that second moto.
Fresh and with a chip on the shoulder as well, so it's going to be fun to watch that for sure. Several other top riders. Maybe we talked about how important the start was going to be here in this one. Maybe you didn't get the jump you were looking for here in race 1. Switches things over for Moto number 2. Well, enough from us. Let's hear it from the riders that got the job done. Jay McGrath standing by with our top 3 here from Pro Moto number 1.
Hey, Zach, we're down here with Joey Crown. Joey, a great effort out there, buddy. You had a little mishap. Been Moto. Tell me about what's going through your mind. You're laying on the ground.
Yeah, the first one, I was like, man, that was so dumb. I was just trying to overthink some lines over there. It's really tricky, and tipped over. Bent my front end, and then I got my heart rate up, and then I was like, all right, regroup and going, and then I was just making mistakes. My front end twisted, and then I crashed again, like worse, and those guys passed me, and I was done, like physically, you know. Heart rate went through the moon, and I thought I was getting passed, and that was all she wrote, but was able to just find a flow again and regroup and made my way forward and got to the win. I for sure, after that second crash, I thought it was done, but thankfully, my first form kicked in and got me to the finish line.
Where did you make the move on that last lap on Tyler?
In the back on the practice track, I squared him up, and it was probably awesome. Side-by-side scrubbing, and had the inside at the end of the long straightaway before the wall. Got the pass and was able to hold on to the finish line there. Yeah, definitely took all I had for that, but hopefully we can do it again in second moto and keep it on 2 wheels. But I just got to say big thank you to ClubMX for letting me do this on this motorcycle here, and I've been working for them full time doing suspension and testing, and for sure makes it hard to last a 30-minute moto. I've been training, but not like this, so I'm gonna go back, regroup, and try to do it again the second moto.
We wish you the best on that, buddy, and we'll see you out there. Joey Crown, your winner today in the first moto. Second on the day in the first moto is Tyler Medaglia. Tyler, welcome. Glad you're back here at JDay. We like to have you here, man, for sure. Tell us about your day. I know you're a bit disappointed, but remember now, it's an overall finish that gets that win.
Yeah, I mean, I was smoked at the end of that race. I had a couple really close calls, and I used all my energy just to hold it up. You've probably seen it on camera. It was right in front of the corner right here, and yeah, I had a comfortable gap, and I was maintaining it, and then I just kind of, after that mistake, I was just done. Like, I couldn't like regroup, and Joey caught me, and I put in an effort, but he went like beast mode, like savage, just scrubbed. Like, I scrubbed it harder than I think I've ever did it, and he was like underneath my bike, so it was pretty wild. But yeah, I'm just happy to keep riding. Riding like that was good. I didn't get to practice yesterday, so yeah, it was nice to figure out the track now.
How about the FMF Extreme section and the method that you're going through there with?
Yeah, it's just like the on-off thing on the cement pillars is pretty sketchy now. I mean, it's all like blown out before it, and yeah, but I mean, it's cool. It's definitely a time saver if you can get it good.
You've been racing a long time, buddy. Who's helping you this year?
Just Valley Yamaha, Callis Moto, my whole family. You know, my son should be racing, but he's just come back from an injury, and you know, my friend Trevor here has always helped me at these races, and yeah, just I got a lot of people behind me, and I really appreciate it. So thank you guys.
We'll wish you the best in the second. Tyler Medaglia second in the first moto, and we'll talk now to Gus Reardon. Gus, a great ride for you, buddy. Tell me about that, man. You came out of a bad start and really made the best of it.
Yeah, I think I was fifth or something off the start, and then just couldn't get past the rider. It sort of got stuck too long there. But yeah, these front two boys were digging, and Grant was in there somewhere, and yeah, I tried to put my head down, but it was a sufferfest out there.
Now, do you feel that on the smaller displacement motorcycle you have a disadvantage out there?
That's excuses. Just got to twist it harder.
That a boy, I like to hear it for sure. Did you have a part of the track that was working better for you?
These first few S-bend sand turns were pretty good, and then those big rollers would sort of kick me butt.
How about the extreme section? Does that work better for you because you're an off-road guy, specialist?
Yeah, I do feel pretty comfy in there. I messed up 1 or 2 laps, but yeah, it was a bit of fun.
And who's helping you this year?
Got the local Denver boys. They came out, the whole Phoenix Racing team, Kari Resources, and everyone that helps out, my old man and Oz Ranch.
We'll wish you the best in the second one. Gus Reardon, third today. First moto. Zach, back to you.
All right, great stuff down there from the finish line, Jay. That's the happiest place on the property. That's what I always say, that post-race podium. Well, let's take a look at what you missed, and if you missed, shame on you, all right? Go back and watch that first moto before you get ready to watch our second moto is getting kicked off. We'll take a look at our MX Trophies race replay here for Pro Moto number 1. Lots of heavy hitters up front early. Grant Davis settles into that number 2 ride as Joey Crown hits the ground running. Tries to check out on the rest of the field. Gus Reardon, pretty decent start. Meanwhile, riders like Ben Kelly, Zach Osborne, Justin Coquinos having to work their way forward throughout the moto. Kelly starting to march his way forward. Meanwhile, Joey Crown, I think, was turning a lot of heads, showing what he was capable of.
And once I kind of caught my breath and knew that there was a couple spots where
and Crown went down not once but twice. We thought that was all she wrote. Meanwhile, Grant Davis having some problems. Still not sure if that was man or machine. But Davis ultimately exiting the race early, which puts the battle back on to Tyler Medaglia, who we saw go for a ride right there. That's where I think things started to show maybe just a little bit on the tired side, pushing the pace. Joey Crown hopping and skipping his way back into the lead and back into that number 1 position, grabbing the first moto win. Your Pro Taper Top 10 going to break down like this. It is Joey Crown on that ClubMX Yamaha grabbing the race win. Tyler Medaglia going to cross the line in the number 2 spot. Gus Reardon in the number 3 ride. All right, well, let's get ready to take things to a commercial break. When we come back, the first of our second motos, Super Mini, Mini Senior, and Mini Junior, as well as girls, coming up. We'll be back with more Fox JDay Off-Road Racing right here on Racer TV after this.
JDay Off-Road live coverage is brought to you by Engine Ice, proven to deliver optimal performance and reliability. Luxem Consulting, Jacqueline Holmes is behind your business bookkeeping. And Sunshine Site Prep, your one-stop shop for site prep needs.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. Perfect timing as we kick off our first of the second motos. Yeah, I said that right. First, second motos here for our Super Mini, Mini Senior, Mini Junior, and girls classes all taking off. I believe that was Mini Senior and Mini Junior we just saw. You remember earlier today, it was the 114 of Ellis Austin on the Kawasaki, who made some quick moves, just like he's doing right there. Must have heard I was talking about him. trying to bring the fight not only to the mini senior class, but to the super mini class as well. But one thing's for sure, it is a very different racetrack than our younger riders saw earlier today. And the extreme section only gets more extreme as the race wears on. So we'll see our top riders crawling their way across some of these longs, having to change the approach a little bit. Whoa, our lead rider getting caught up. Oh, man, that's Hopkins going down. He came together with the 195. That was one of those blame it on just not quite tall enough yet. He'll come back next year and have no problem with that. He'll hit the growth spurt by then. Meanwhile, though, Ellis Austin, he'll take that present all day long. Third to first over one log. And that's how you do it right there. Austin, stay calm, stay patient, and is staying out front as well. We've talked about Ellis and his younger brother Peyton, Carolina natives. A big shout out to Paul Sajak there from Armored Graphics. I know a backer of the Ellis program. The Austin program, I should say. He helps the whole family out there. And these guys have been on many GNCC podiums. I know I've talked to them both several times. Very outgoing young riders, love to talk about the track, and they're not scared of anything. You race GNCC, you're not scared of dust, you're not scared of mud, and apparently you're not scared of moto either. Austin talked to his family yesterday. He's been spending some time out here doing a little bit of training, trying to get some moto experience under the belt, and I think going along with that is all intensity, so great to see the work paying off. As once again, we want to welcome everybody watching here on Racer TV. Welcome to JDay Off-Road, and welcome to the first ever race held on the ClubMX training facility property, the Yamaha Racing ClubMX GP. We could not be more excited to kick off racing out here at ClubMX. Could not be more excited to bring all of the action to you across the world. Hope you guys are enjoying the coverage here. Stoke Media, AG Video doing a great job of getting us the shots, whether it be in the sky, on the ground. There's a lot of coverage happening out here. It takes a village, whether it's the JDay Off-Road crew themselves, whether it's the production crew. There's a lot of people that go into this, and I certainly cannot thank each and every one of them enough. As beautiful overhead shot. I mean, I think Ryan Sipes nailed it. This is a country club of riding and racing. If you really, I mean, if this thing could go up another 1,000 feet or so, you might be able to catch all of the tracks that you've got out here on property. We got swimming ponds, fishing ponds. I think they could do wakeboarding in one of the ponds. I mean, it's just basically just a club fun. ClubMX is part of it, but it's club fun. You just have a good time out here. And like we heard from Joey Crown, they've continued to elevate the game for their riders, not just their pro riders, but all their riders here training on site. They've got a great pro shop. They've got mechanics available to help you out. As Ellis Austin goes for a little bit of a ride there, keeps it on two wheels. Big shout out to the First Form Supplement guys hanging out with us here this weekend. Big part of the fueling program for the ClubMX Pro team. Austin's got his hands full right now. How about this? Ellis Austin and Crew Hopkins going at it for the front of the class, and I believe they are both out of our mini junior. So the stage is set. The battle is on. And whoa, hang on to it now. Ellis getting a little front end heavy, dabs the foot, keeps it upright. That's like 2 or 3 good saves. Oh, wait a second. What happened to Hopkins? Did he stall in that corner? No, he keeps the thing running, but loses a couple of bike lengths. Very, very different course than what our rider saw early this morning. Hopkins actually helping to carve some of the first lines on this course here this morning in our Pee Wee classes, but also in our mini junior class, as Ellis Austin aboard that number 114 Kawasaki, keeping the hammer down. Hopkins trying to chase him down on the Blue Crew back ride. Working their way through. This is the GP track. If you're just joining us, the 2 tracks that we're racing out here this weekend are the ClubMX practice facility track and the GP style track that is kind of right adjacent to it. Man, once again, Austin feet off the pegs, a little glance over. He knows he's got company. This is what we talked about. Side by side, no passing through this section. So Hopkins makes the pass happen right as they come into timing and scoring. Hopkins going to be credited with leading this lap. Austin right behind him. This is what we want to see. I told you guys we got battles in all the classes. Our pro classes, women's pro, schoolboy classes, and right here in Mini Junior. We talked about the way the track has changed a ton since the last time our riders have been out there. It's night and day different. Obviously, our kids able to view the course, right? Pick out your favorite spot on track, watch some of your favorite riders. But it's different if you're not actually able to be out there and check things out. That's one of the advantages that we've actually heard riders talk about from our Racer TV broadcast, whether we're talking about something like the Loretta Lynn Amateur Motocross National, whether we're talking about something like a GNCC race that has some similarities from year to year, and we're going to hear this start to happen here in the JDay Off-Road season as well. The smart riders know how to use the broadcast to their advantage, right? Oftentimes we see some of our favorite riders, yeah, sure, they're hanging out fence side. They're maybe checking some things out as, oh, Austin, can he save it? Oh, wait a second. Facing the wrong way. Quick trip off track. Now he's going to try to rip back around. Good job, Ellis, getting back on track safely there, making sure he had clear track. Gets back on rolling. Lost some time, but keeps the position. But one thing's for sure, the top riders, whether it's amateur or pro, if you know how to use this Racer TV broadcast to your advantage, you can start to spot the lines, you can spot the changes that are happening throughout the day, maybe be a little bit more prepared for that second moto, Jay.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It helps, to use all the things that are available to you. And I don't think that, and you and I have talked about this before, I don't think enough people do. I mean, it's right there for you. And I know, like, even as far back as, when VCRs and VHS and stuff like that came out, the big TV kind of cameras that they have now, people were using it then. And not only for our sport, but for many other sports. And just to see yourself do it, is worth the while to take the time, and to check it out. Because, you could find a line. You're like, oh, geez, Johnny's taking that line and I'm not, or something like that. So it really helps. The video coverage that we have of our sport is extraordinary here at JDay Off-Road, and you can see it in the Racer TV productions of many different aspects of our sport as well. It's helpful. I mean, it's entertaining, there's no doubt about it, but it's helpful for a racer if you use it the right way. Nice to see Ellis Austin doing a great job out there, man. To win, or not to win this moto, but be winning this moto, and he's getting close to the end here. So
well, and this actually, so Ellis Austin has handed the lead over right before you walked up here, Jay. So you can see the Kawasaki over there. They haven't gone back through timing and scoring, but Hopkins has come to life here in this second moto. I can't believe that the intensity was there. He had Ellis Austin under pressure for about a full lap. Austin made a little bobble, little mistake, ended up going off track for just a moment and hands that lead over to Crew Hopkins, who, as you can see now, has a little bit of breathing room. So the pressure all on Ellis Austin if he wants to try to track this down, because I believe Hopkins got second in that first moto, as we see another rider going for a bit of a ride on the far side. That might have been Timichowski on the 617. We're also starting to see these sand berms get built up. The rut's getting deeper, and if you charge into these corners, you don't have your weight properly adjusted, you get absolutely tossed over the side, as we're seeing right now the 201 of Graham Lee out of your super mini class, who might be physically leading on track. I'm not 100% sure. This is the FMF section headed back over to the GP track, so we'll see whether or not Crew Hopkins is the next rider through. There he is. So it is still Graham Lee leading the way physically on track. Adjusted time gives the position to both Ellis Austin and Crew Hopkins. So we'll see the next time through whether Hopkins overtakes that overall lead position.
Have we seen that white flag come out yet? Because
haven't
it says
seen it
we've
yet.
got 6 laps complete.
Have not seen it yet, so we will keep our eyes peeled.
We don't want to miss our opportunity to talk to Crew Hopkins, because if he does win this moto, you are correct in the fact that he was second in that first one, and he'll be first in this second one, and that does give you the overall, because any tiebreaker is broken by your better moto finish in the second moto.
So Hopkins,
little bobble there, but he had to get his foot up.
Yep, making his way through, and we're seeing a lot more little mistakes here and there from all of our riders. You can tell the momentum, very different track than what they've seen. Some square edge bumps starting to appear out of the bottom as well in some of these deeper sections. You get down to that clay base, and it'll catch you off guard. You're kind of sand surfing, drifting a little bit, and then you catch that clay edge. Next thing you know, you're going for a ride.
Yep, that's for sure. That clay takes precedent, because it's so hard and the sands come off of it. And this track is getting rougher and rougher by the lap. But that's what makes us want it so bad. That second moto is what it's all about. And Crew Hopkins doing a great job out there for sure. Graham Lee looking real strong too on the Palmer Motorsports gas. Looking for that white flag and still not seeing it. So, Crew Hopkins giving one more. And there's his dad giving him encouragement. Telling one more at least, but it looks probably like two more because we didn't see that white flag come on that lap. Of course, that is good news for Ellis Austin because Ellis has been passed by Crew Hopkins and now has a chance because there's a couple laps left to go. And I don't know if he's making time on him or not. We haven't seen Austin in the frame yet, but I did just see him now, and Hopkins does have a decent lead on him.
Well, and I think similar to what Ryan Sipes was talking about in our last race, it was the case of one mistake turning into 3 or 4, right? You notice there's another rider putting pressure on you. As we see Hopkins now the one making a mistake. He's facing the wrong way. No, that's the right way. All right.
Yeah, he's okay.
I see what section he's in now. All right.
Not easy in that extreme section at all.
Oh, well, trust me, I'm aware. It is, they don't call it the FMF easy section.
No,
I'll put it like that.
Yeah. Tyler Medaglia was telling me about those pipes that Crew Hopkins just went over. He said it's so slippery in there. He said you hope that you get over them, and not touch them. Here we go with Austin having trouble over that section as well. Chooses that right-hand line that he was using in that first moto.
Yeah, Austin usually pretty solid if he keeps the momentum up. We saw him try to double this section last time. That's where he ended up going up off course, but a couple of these riders really starting to adapt, and you can also see in these second motos that initial fear of the extreme section is gone. They attack this section a little bit more. They're comfortable enough after one moto under their belt to say, okay, I know how this is at least going to feel. I might not be good at it, but at least I know what's coming. And so for somebody like a Hopkins and an Austin as well, not to mention shout out Graham Lee, still physically out front in the lead. If you remember last time, I believe Austin actually physically passed him on track. So it looks like Graham Lee has stepped things up out of that super mini class as well.
It's strange that it shows Austin in the lead overall. And I don't believe that he's passed Hopkins, who is in his class. So that would be the reason why that I don't see that as being possible. But you never know. I'm not at time scoring, and I don't, of course, have any official say in this, but I do believe that Crew Hopkins is your leader.
Yeah, I'm going to second you on that. Pretty sure Hopkins is taking the overall lead, but like we said, the timing and scoring on your screen, and anything from the announcers is unofficial. We do not take any responsibility for that. So
there's Mike Chimichowski having a good moto, sitting in 5th spot overall and 4th in his class.
So Chimichowski up on the peg, sand surfing, as Graham Lee doing a great job here in the practice track. You see Hopkins got him in sight now, that carrot dangling a little bit. We'll see if he can track down the 2:01, maybe make a pass physically for the overall lead, and that definitely answers our question there. Crew Hopkins, the leader out of your mini junior class, and more than likely your leader on adjusted time.
Yeah, Graham Lee looking good out there. Of course, it's helpful. He's got 19-inch wheels in the front and 16 in the rear, whereas Hopkins is sporting like a 17 and a 14 combination, and that is difficult. The obstacles are so big, especially late in the race here, and Lee has an advantage, but it looks like Hopkins is hunting him down right now.
And Hopkins has come to life in this second moto. I don't think he was doing several of those jumps. I really think the confidence is built between Moto number 1 and Moto 2, which is another thing I love about the format here of JDay. You know, it's kind of nice sometimes to hit the reset. Sometimes that's what you need when you're having a bad race. You just can't quite get things going. This is Peyton Austin. That's the younger brother of Ellis Austin on the 519 KTM making his way through. Obviously on a bit smaller machine, so those logs a bit tougher to get over, but shout out to the Austin boys doing a good job, but it certainly is something where here in the second moto, sometimes if you had that bad first moto, you can shake the cobwebs off and try to reset.
Yeah, no doubt. It does make a difference. It's nice to have the 2 30-minute motos. You can regroup, get a wet towel on your face, stuff like that, maybe get a drink, some electrolytes in you. But here comes 196 out of Massachusetts. It is Crew Hopkins, and he is on a roll on the Plastow Power Sport Yamaha. Looking really strong out there right now. He's really closed the gap on Graham Lee, man. And this is amazing to see. Yeah, Crew Hopkins really looking strong in the second moto.
So pressure's on. Time starting to tick, tick, tick. As now Hopkins is eating roost off the back of the Super Mini. This is what we wanted to see.
Yes, indeed. Right here, the battle's shaping up. 2 bike lengths between them. Looks like they'll probably get the white flag this lap. We'll get a chance to get down there and talk to one of them at least. Although it really looks like Hopkins has the momentum going. He's got his mojo working, and it's going to work on Graham Lee.
Yeah, he's got the pace right now for sure, but it's one thing to catch up to a rider, a whole nother to make the pass. So we'll see whether or not Hopkins can slice and dice his way through. They're getting ready to work their way through the chicane. We'll try to see whether or not that white flag comes out. Trying to catch a glimpse, find out whether or not these riders have received the white flag. Regardless, they don't care how many laps are left. They're battling right now. And look at this good line from Hopkins. I spotted this earlier today. It's a legal line. It goes around some of those rollers. So all's fair, but it's smooth. You can really put the power to the ground, and now he has closed into within a bike length. They both kind of swing wide. They want to get that momentum around so they can get a straight drive over the log, but as if it couldn't get any closer. Look at this, inside and outside. Hopkins trying to take the inner line.
He's got it.
And doubles his way into the lead. So how about that? Crew Hopkins now going to physically take over the number 1 ride.
And look at that smart move there where he moves over and shuts Lee off. That was pass and make it stick.
So no white flag yet. We're hearing from race control as Hopkins with a little glance over the shoulder. So the battle's on. As Hopkins, now we'll see what he's able to do with a little bit of clean air. Sometimes it's nice to have that carrot dangling in front of you. So watching Hopkins continue to maneuver his way through this ClubMX practice track. Hopkins, good drive and jumping that jump as well, doubling over the triple. What do you say, Jay? A single table, that's a triple in my book.
I think so.
Close enough, at least.
That's a long jump, no matter what it is, for sure. But yeah, he looks really solid. I'll tell you, to make that move that he made on Lee in the extreme section and then make it stick, and look at the distance now between the 2 riders. It's exceptional, this ride that Crew Hopkins is having. He went back to the truck, he regrouped, and now he is in the lead, I believe. I mean, we keep seeing that at the top of the frame, that Ellis Austin is in the lead, but I don't see him, and I just have a hard time agreeing with the scoring. But it looks to me like Crew Hopkins is your guy, and he's down now. That's a tough break for the young Massachusetts rider. And here comes the South Carolinian looking strong, and he's going to make that move, and he's back into the lead. It's Graham Lee.
Now, no need to panic for Hopkins right now. Not in the same class and not battling for overalls, but still definitely going to be a bit deflating after working his way past Lee earlier. But who knows? Like we said, sometimes that carrot dangling is what you need. Lee might have just given him that here in the final lap and a half or so at least.
And Crew was definitely demoralized because he was doing that last jump complete the lap before and many before that. So it's tough, you know, and it's hard to pick up your bike when you're that tired. He's been riding 30 minutes now, and you know, it's a long time to be out there, especially on the small wheel bike. Doing a great job, great effort, and he's still in the frame, so he's not giving up. There's no quitting that kid.
No, it is certainly far from over, as Hopkins going to go back to work, try to bring the fight back to the 2:01. Going to head through that Dunlop off camber.
It's funny because in the mini junior class, they show Hopkins as the leader, but the overall result shows Austin as the leader. So we got a little glitch there in the scoring, but I'm sure they're working it out. Done a great job all these years with the scoring at JDay Offroad. Of course, we do have the electronic scoring, but we also have a human to back it up. So there's someone right there at the finish line writing down the numbers, so there is no mistake as to who is doing what and what place they're in. We always have that human backup. Looks like Braden Stimpson in the lead of his class, looking real good out there. He's been strong, and he's in 4th overall on his KTM, the one number 195, I believe. I know they've reclassified this, so there's a super mini, and I think it's the mini class of which mini senior class for 12 to 15-year-old riders, and that's Braden Stimpson, your leader in that class.
So watching Hopkins try to chase down Lee, the battle for the overall lead, physically on track. And we see Hopkins. Oh, look at this now. Problems for Lee in the sand. And Hopkins going to be handed the number 1 spot right back.
Well, I guess that's fair play, isn't it?
That's what they say.
It
what comes around goes around.
And now it happened to Lee. And it's a long moto, and both guys are getting tired. It is not easy out there. And here we come through the finish section, and the white flag is out. There's 1 lap left to go, 1 to go now.
One more time around for Crew Hopkins on the 196 Yamaha machine. Gonna dance his way around this GP track one more time. And get ready to head back off into the practice facility. Hopkins got that line right there dialed in. The smooth line avoids all those rollers. Again, that's another kind of line that you can pick up on if you're watching on racertv.com. That overhead view giving you a chance to check things out from a perspective you can't really get anywhere else. Hopkins adjusting. Hit that line pretty smooth. Comes up just a little short on the double, but meanwhile, Lee back rolling and trying to chase down that physical lead. And a big shout out to all of the fans watching from around the world on Racer TV. And of course, got our friends at GPTV as well as Kaplan America and JDay Offroad also showing our stream here. So continuing to get eyes from around the world right here on JDay Offroad, the first ever ClubMX race being held, the Yamaha Racing ClubMX GP. Always great to see. Don't forget, if you guys do not already, make sure you're following at JDay Offroad on social media. Make sure you're following Racer TV as well. Let you guys know what we've got coming up on the broadcast schedule and let you know what's coming up for the rest of this 2026 Fox JDay Offroad season. Lots of new names, new faces, and new places as well. Like we said, Ethan Broach doing a great job of helping grow this JDay series across the eastern U.S. and picking some amazing locations to do that at. Making history here this weekend is the first race held on ClubMX property. see Hopkins, a little bit of a glance over there, doing a good job of just trying to keep track of his surroundings, right? Nothing sneaking up on him, nobody gonna catch him off guard. That's what you like to see. Meanwhile, Graham Lee leads the way out of your super mini class. Braden Stimson on that 195 ride, looking solid as well out of our mini senior problem. So we're headed to the back half of this practice facility track. Hopkins gonna make his way through one or two more straights and then head through our FMF Extreme section. Do about half a lap on that GP track, and he'll be waiting on a checkered flag. You see just how chewed up these rollers have gotten. Not easy at all to navigate through. You see Timochowski, 5th overall. Right there is who Hopkins just went by, so just goes to show the level our top riders are at here in this mini junior class. And just like Ryan Sipes was talking about, those speed checks probably for the best. Otherwise, those guys would be 5th gear absolutely tapped. Not to mention it'd be insanely rough through that section, as if it's not already. So Hopkins, you really see him maneuvering that machine around, being very selective of the lines. One more glance back, wants to make sure not under any immediate pressure, can take whatever lines he wants. And he can. He has certainly earned it. What a ride. And once again, just because you go down does not mean you can't get the job done. Ask Joey Crown and ask Crew Hopkins about it. They are looking great right now. Hopkins on approach, the final few corners. He'll be bringing out a checkered flag, the first of our second moto checkered flags. Trying to look at an overall win here out of Mini Junior. And man, you can see, no need to glance back. You're good. One more corner to go. Here it is, the 196. Really concerned if anyone's behind him. Focus on that checkered flag in front of you, buddy. You have earned it. Crew Hopkins going to get the job done and bring out the checkered flag. Here for our second motos. You hear the rev. The celebrations have begun. And he is fired up, as he should be. Gonna get ready to throw that lid off and get ready to chat it up down there at the finish line. We see the rest of the field get ready to make their way through. Good fight from Ellis Austin. And there is the 201 grabbing your super mini class win. So good riding all the way around. All right, sounds like we've got our man Jay McGrath standing by with your Moto 2 winner.
Thank you, Zach. I'm down here with Crew Hopkins. A well-deserved win for you, buddy. This is crazy, man. You win the Pee Wee division, and now you win the mini division at the first ever race at Club MX. Tell me how you're feeling right now.
I feel amazing. I'm so proud, and yeah.
You should be proud, buddy. That was a great effort. And, you know, the best thing about it is I saw you fall with 2 or 3 laps left to go, and you didn't give up. You got right back up. Tell me what's going through your mind at that moment.
Oh, I'm like, oh, my shoulder hurts because I might have popped it out of place for a second. And then I'm like, oh, I need this win. I know I have it.
And you know you were close enough to him, too. Didn't you see him up ahead?
Yeah.
Right on, buddy. Did you have a special part of the track that was working better for you today?
Yeah, probably the same turn, like the last turn on the moto track.
You looked really good on the motocross track for sure. You definitely been practicing lately on the moto, right?
Yeah.
Good. Who's helping you this year?
Yeah, I want to give a big thanks to my mom and dad. They've been helping me out so much. Chris Canning, Plastar Power Sports, Pro Taper, Aggressive Graphics, Plastar Power Sports, Redline Oils, X-Brand Goggles, P3, Guts, Chris Canning, he's been helping me out a lot, and thank you.
Crew Hopkins, your winner today in the Pee Wee and the mini class. Great job. Back to you, Zach.
How about that? There we go. All right, Crew Hopkins gets the job done, handling business across the Pee Wees and the mini junior classes. An impressive performance for sure. Let's take a look at our MX trophies. Race replay. The battle was on. Hopkins started to hunt, made his way past Ellis Austin, then started to make his way around the 201 machine, and these guys had a nice little back and forth until, there it is, Hopkins just a little off balance, goes over the side of the Blue Crew machine, but then, hey, it's only fair that we trade it back off. The 201 has similar problems over on the GP track, gives the lead back to Hopkins, and Crew said, you can fool me once, but I'm not giving this thing back twice. He takes the checkered flag and takes the win. Therefore, our mini junior class. Coming up next, we've got C250, C Open, C200, C-Vet, and BC Open Electric Moto number 2. But first, a quick commercial break, and we'll be back with more Fox JDay Off-Road Racing Round 2, the Yamaha ClubMX GP, all live right here on Racer TV. We'll be right back.
I'm Billy White with Luxon MX, the ultimate destination for high-performance motocross parts. From our state-of-the-art triple clamps to our lightweight, vibration-absorbing handlebar mounts, every Luxon MX product is meticulously engineered with cutting-edge technology, thorough testing, and always crafted from high-end materials. It's our passion to create components that provide unparalleled comfort, control, and confidence on the track. Luxon MX, engineered for performance, proven by professionals, and available to you.
Redline oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me.
Proven by me.
Proven by me. Proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
JDay Off-Road live coverage is brought to you by Fox Racing, awaken your senses. Redline Oil, no compromises. And Yamaha, performance, innovation, and adventure.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. Jumping right on board to our Fox FPV drone as we kick things off with C250, C Open, C200, C-Vet, and BC Open Electric all out on course. Second moto is officially underway from round 2 of the 2026 season. This is the Yamaha Racing Club MX GP here from, you guessed it, Club MX, beautiful Chesterfield, South Carolina. A little bit of clouds in the sky, but, man, you could not dream up a better day for racing. And, man, talk about an incredible facility. Wait a second, 127 had me stutter in there. I thought he was getting ready to collect some bodies through the extreme section, but he gets through. It's been a fantastic day. Zach Heron alongside Jay McGrath. Fantastic racing. Of course, Ryan Sipes jumping in with us for our pro races as well. There we see the 127 machine. That bike fired up, charging into turn number 1. That is Hunter Yoder's mechanic. Curious as well. So got some familiar names in this one, but everybody making their way through. And just like we talked about for our youth riders, Jay, last time they were out on track, I'd say this course probably looked a little bit different.
Yeah, I had a chance to talk to Crew Hopkins just before that interview, and he said, wow, was it rough out there. But I'll tell you, that right there proves to you the, determination that young rider has. Making history here today. The first winner of the Pee Wee race and the first overall winner of the mini class, beating the Super Minis and the Mini Seniors as a junior rider. So that's a tremendous effort that he had, and of course goes to show his determination at the end there. With a couple laps left to go, he goes down in that big sand berm and gets up and determined, and he said, yeah, my shoulder hurt a little bit, but I forgot about that because I could still see Graham Lee ahead of me. And that was his determination. That was his carrot, as we were saying earlier. And as Ryan said, he smelled blood, and he did, and that's the way we are. If we're really, in it to win it as a racer, that's what we're looking for, is we're looking to win. We're not looking to finish second or 10th or anything other than the win, and that's what he was after, and that's what he got. For being just such a young man, and such a proficient racer. Very, very proud of him on a personal level because, of course, I've known his dad since he was a little kid. And Crew Hopkins, what a great effort, man. And he's so happy and so proud of himself, and well, he should be.
Absolutely, and that's the beauty of what we get to do, Jay, as announcers and commentators, is we get to watch this growth, right, throughout the years, throughout the series, and whether it's the superstar in the 65 class now suddenly figuring things out on the 85, or maybe it's the big jump from the 50s to the 65s, learning the clutch, learning how to shift, even jumping up on the big bikes. It's so cool to watch the development of these riders and athletes, not only as the skills on the bike, but as young adults as well. They start to get a little more personality. They make the interviews a bit more exciting for us. Sometimes the little kids are the most exciting interviews, but it is certainly fun to watch from a macro and a micro level.
Yeah, you never know what the young guys are going to say. I mean, you never know what a lot of the older guys are going to say.
I never know what
either,
you're going to say, Jay. What are you talking about?
Sometimes I don't either, Zach. It just comes out. You know how it goes. And that's what makes us, do what we do, and telling the people about these races. Doing such a great job, and they are. They are. He's so determined. Graham Lee had a great ride as well, and Ellis, Austin, a great effort. I believe that he'll be second overall in his class, and probably third overall for the day. So some great riding out there, and some great determination at such young age, and a really pleasure to see. And as I said, I'm personally proud of Crew Hopkins. Just on a personal level like that, and just so happy for the Hopkins family for sure.
So watching the 31 machine, he's dressed it up a little bit. Here on this one, he broke out his best button up and his.
Well, he was at church just earlier, I think,
Got on his Sunday bests, as we like to say.
We always think that this was church. When I was a kid, this was church. We didn't go. But we were at the motocross races most of the time. And then, of course, if not, the hockey games. So sports was our religion.
Absolutely. No, it is. It is certainly cool. And, a big shout out to Kevin Kozad there for MXers for Jesus. He's out there at all of our GNCC races. We see him out at Loretta's as well. And just the entire community of racers, whether it be, something like a church atmosphere or just a family atmosphere where, hey, maybe a rider's hurt, maybe they're missing something, do you have a spare set of gear that I can wear? It's always we see people helping any way that they can. And, man, look at this. Nice battle going on between the 31 and the 127. Ooh. Man, came together. Again, don't think there was contact, but you couldn't fit a piece of paper between them, Jay.
No, you couldn't for sure. And I'm just giggling over here because of this guy on the 31. I believe that's Grasso with the short-sleeved shirt and the collar on it and stuff like that. I don't know if I've ever seen that attire at a motocross race. I've seen a lot of crazy stuff, and I mean, in the 70s and the 60s when I first started going, late 60s, early 70s, I started racing. There was a lot of stuff out there. A lot of guys didn't wear gloves. Gloves was a big thing to get later on, and I think I didn't even wear gloves until probably like 75 or something like that, 1975. I know, I have to get that clarification because we're so deep into the 2000s now, but, that is a cool thing to do. It shows personality. It shows individualism. And I think that that's one thing that's really, a big thing in our sport. It's not special to our sport by any stretch or anything like that, but there are a lot of characters. There are a lot of individuals. And we could be here for a year, me telling you stories about just one or two of them.
Oh, absolutely. And it's cool to see for us as well. We oftentimes see custom decals, certain brands giving custom gear opportunities as well. And so whether you're out here in your best set of Fox gear or whether you're pulling out your best Hawaiian shirt. Now, I will say, if I was the 127, it would really rub me the wrong way to be getting beaten by a guy in a Hawaiian shirt. And so 127's made the pass happen. He says, you can take that shirt back on vacation because I'm here to do work right now. Meanwhile, we jump on board the Fox FPV drone behind one of the Blue Crew riders, number 20 on the jersey, charging hard. And it's funny, Jay, we talked about it earlier today. These guys were catching some air off of these walls now as things are getting more chewed up and it's getting harder to predict what the bike's going to do. Starting to see a little more time on the ground over those speed checks.
Yeah, it's for sure. And, the one thing that we had in the first race at Boswick is we had some lap times. And I'd like to see that because I would venture to say that the lap times have definitely gone down in the second moto. And it's only going to get rougher from here. So to see what's going to happen in those pro races is very interesting to me. Not only the women's pro, the 125 pro, but that open pro race, which will be the last of the day around 4:20 this afternoon. That's going to be a good one, and it'll also show what everybody's made of, and probably going to be a tough one, for older riders. And Tyler Medaglia has to be considering that, and I know that he's upset with himself for what happened in that first one, but he can definitely make up for it in that second one, and I know he's strong enough to do it. I know he feels he's at a disadvantage from not practicing here yesterday, but he got his practice out there in the first one, got himself a second place finish. And now if he backs that up with a win, he'll get that overall. Of course, it may not even take a win because does Joey Crown have everything that he needs to complete that mission? He said it was such a tough deal in the first one, and he's no young kid. Joey's not a young kid either. I would venture to say he's definitely on, maybe the early side of 30s or something like that, and a very proficient rider. And you and Ryan talking about him as a motocrosser, I do remember him, and he was a real solid rider, but I'll tell you, he looked great out there in that first one. And as there was in Crew Hopkins, there was no quit in Joey Crown.
Absolutely.
He came back after it, and Medaglia sore at himself for letting him get by, but he said they scrubbed so hard that they were both like in unison and just as one. And that's the great part about our racing, the close racing, and nobody's mad at each other. Everybody's happy. Everybody respects each other, and that's the best part of our sport for sure.
Well, it makes it so fun because they're fans, right? We are fans, the riders are fans, and sometimes even if somebody's passing you, if they do a sick line or something that's just incredible, you'll literally say in your helmet, "Whoa, that was cool."
Yeah.
Like, I hate that I just lost a position, but wow, that was actually really cool to see. And so we see the camaraderie and the sportsmanship after the races finish up, the high fives and the hugs given after the races, and it's also a respect as well. We understand how gnarly this sport is, how brutal it can be, the risks that it takes, and the time that it takes to develop the skills that our riders are showing. So it is cool to see the appreciation. At the end of the day, yeah, they're competitive. They want to win, especially when you get to the level of Joey Crown and Tyler Medaglia. But at the same time, there's a lot of understanding and a lot of appreciation for what the other riders are putting into the sport as well. And hey, sometimes you get beat, and for somebody like Tyler Medaglia, you got to think sometimes that also helps keep that flame lit, realizes there's still more to learn, more to grow.
Yeah, for sure. And it's amazing to me to see the conversations at the end of the moto. when those 3 guys or 4 or 5 guys that have battled for the win down there, and that's all they're talking about is, did you see when he did this? And
Oh,
did
well,
you
what about
see-"
when he did
yeah,
that?
exactly. And they're just so amazed at the capability that they all have on these motorcycles. And it does amaze you when you see guys that speed like that to do what they're doing. And, you know, we have this side view of, you know, seeing the camera and the drone and stuff like that on our level, but these guys have a front row seat of some of the most amazing things ever done on a motorcycle. And at speed like that is just, I have so much respect for these riders. And I love to see the evolution of the sport. You know, I mean, yeah, we had fast guys when I was young, but the things that they do now are just tremendous, and I respect them all as athletes. And just to be out there is a tremendous feat. It really is. You know?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's even trickling down throughout the different classes and the ages and sizes, because we talk about that Stasic generation, right? The next generation of racers that are now getting on 50s and 65s with the balance and bike control that we were seeing in late 65, early 85 years. So the level has continued to grow. We're seeing 50 riders throwing scrubs now. It's absolutely incredible to see the way this sport has continued to develop, and that goes both on the motocross side of things as well as the off-road side, the technical side of things, the training, the fitness, the nutrition. The game is being elevated all across the board, and so that's what makes it so much fun. Is sometimes it is a C class, or it's, wait a second, look at this. Oh, the Cowie was going for it. I was just going to say, we've got battles, we've got depth in all of our classes now, where it's not just a one-rider breakaway, and it truly makes it fun, and it makes it part of the reason we really wanted to get these JDay Off-Road events on Racer TV and GPTV to make sure that the people around the world are able to see this as well and say, man, this is a very, very cool series. It blends a little bit of both worlds and clearly shows some pretty intense racing as well.
Yeah, it does, and it's such a nice, you know, format that we have and the way it's presented. You know, and as I kept saying, you know, the camera crew does such a great job. But the nice part is that, like, you can go back and watch this film over and over again, whether you're a rider or a fan of the sport, and you can see it on YouTube. That's where a lot of my friends watch it, and, you know, sometimes they're busy in their day and they watch it later, you know, so you can go back and see this stuff as a fan. But as Zach was saying earlier, to use it as a learning tool, I think that a rider would be a fool not to, because you can see so much that you need to improve on, and it doesn't matter if you're Tyler Medaglia or Ben Kelly or, you know, Crew Hopkins for that matter. You know, no matter what age or skill level it is, you can learn so much from it. And to be presented on this type of format, our series, it's just, I'm astonished that we're able to do it and to do it so well. And it's really an honor to be on Racer TV as a JDay long timer, I guess.
Oh, yeah.
Say,
You're a legend in your own right here in the JDay world. Absolutely. Is watching the 127 charging down this hill earlier today. It was a nice smooth straightaway. Now it looks just like a small whoop section almost as you're headed down to the backside of that hill. But
I don't think there's much of the track that's not a whoop section at this point, Zach. I mean, even the stuff in the extreme section is getting pretty choppy in there. And you just, you know, and that's the thing that if anybody's watching, you know, that has a moto later in today, they've got to think about suspension modifications. That's why I asked, you know, Brandy Richards before the women's pro class if she would, and she said of course she would. And you have to. And of course, remember, you always have to make those settings in both ways. You've got to, even if you just do a little to the compression, you got to do a little to the rebound, you know, because everything has that effect. But you definitely need to make adjustments for these second motos. And so many riders forget that because they're just trying to get the gas tank filled or maybe even air filter done. But with the conditions we have today, it is sandy. So I would be careful of a filter, but because you have the mix of clay, maybe that's not so important. But most important, I think, for second moto riders is that modification on the suspension.
Well, and I'm not sure if you were in the booth when Ryan Sipes was talking about it, but I knew Joey Crown was involved on the mechanical side, but actually a suspension technician for the ClubMX Pro team. So you think that guy might know his way around some clickers and some dials?
Yeah, he sure does, man. And he's going to make the right adjustments because he's got that moto win in hand, but he's got to back it up with that second moto ride. And he knows it has to be done. He said that it's kind of been a detriment to his riding because with the testing that he does, it's like for a lap or two or at the most, and you go for 5 minutes at the most, something like that. So to be ready for a 30-minute moto, he's got to be proud of himself. That was a heck of a ride, man. And for him not to give up.
Yeah, had to work for it.
He really did, man. And that's easy to do. It's like, oh, well, I'll just take third, and I can do something better in the second moto. But he didn't do that. Instead, he dug deep, and he did what Ryan was talking about, and I've been talking about as well. As a racer, that's what you do. If you're a real racer, man, that's what you do. You just dig deep, and you go, hey, that guy's not deep. Yeah. I was on fire until I crashed. I still got some energy left here. I'm going to give it one last go. And he gave it one last go, and it paid off.
Well, and it's also, if that guy beats me, it's okay, but I'm not going to just give it to him. No. Because that's the only way to guarantee that he beats me. So it's there's definitely something to be said about the endless possibilities as far as things that can happen over the course of one lap. We've seen it time and time again, whether it's mistakes, lap riders, whatever it is, mechanical issues, anything possible. We're eating a little bit of sand off the back of the 127. Starts to get a little heavy on the front end there.
Yep. But he's making it happen out there. I'll tell you, he's had a real solid moto, the number 127 rider. And I think he might be looking for a white flag on this lap, but no, I don't see it then. But we're getting close.
Yeah, still have not quite seen a white flag come out for our rider. 127 on the back of the jersey.
I'd like to give a shout out to a bunch of my friends in Costa Rica who are watching, and also back in New England. There's a lot of people back there watching. I know at our Boswick round, I had confirmation of a lot of shops in New England with the TV on and our telecast live, and also some sports bars and things like that. So it's nice to see that people are entertained by you and I, and we're able to keep their attention for long enough, because this is a long day. It's hard to do. I know a lot of people will put it on and leave the TV on and then listen to their favorite parts as they go along. And maybe if they hear something I say or you say, they pay a little more attention to it. But it is nice to have, and I saw some numbers to that effect, and we were well watched. So that was very encouraging and very satisfying. And we sure do appreciate all you guys out there for tuning in and bearing with us and spending your day with us for sure. This is an incredible facility. And I mean, you can see it on the drone and you can see it on the camera, but it does not do it justice. I mean, just that hill that this rider just went over is huge. And the track is just so beautiful. The grounds are immaculate. They do such great care here, and the ClubMX facility is, I've never seen anything like it in all the years that I've been involved in this sport. It just, as Zach said, there's 8 or 10 tracks here. It's endless riding. If you are a moto enthusiast, man, get yourself down here and enjoy this facility. It is amazing, and they've got some great trainers here, if that's what you're into and you want some coaching and things like that. So, it should be something on your to-do list for sure. ClubMX, it's in Chesterfield, South Carolina, just over the border from Charlotte, North Carolina. And it's something to see. If you've never seen it, it's one of those things where, like I said, it's heaven when you take a picture. That's what you envision heaven to be if you're a moto guy.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it any better. I mean, last time I really got to spend some time over here was back in 2015 when I was still racing a fair amount, and the old practice facility track is now, I think, 2 different supercross tracks. So they've completely rearranged the entire property and continuing to change things around, elevate, expand. Like I said, taking not only time to elevate their tracks as far as their riders go, but for those riders on their program that are actually doing the training, they've got cabins here on site. They've got houses and garages available for rent. They've got a brand new gym that has either already opened up or they're working on right now. This thing is super state-of-the-art, bringing First Form supplements and First Form energy over on board with the program as well to help dial in the nutrition side of things. It's really cool to see the full package. They've got a whole kitchen, a whole nutritional house set up out there, Jay. So it's anything inside and out, top to bottom, they've got you covered. They can help you with bike setup, help you with gear, your training, your nutrition. No reason you can't be a well-rounded rider that can get the job done without ClubMX, or if you come here to train at ClubMX. And I know we talked about those first few amateur qualifiers, area qualifiers, I should say, for Loretta Lynn's coming up. If you're looking to dial in your game, looking to try to be at your best out at the ranch, Brandon Haas knows a thing or two about bringing home some championships out there from Loretta Lynn's. No better place than to put your time in right here at Club. As the time's getting put in right now for our C classes, getting down to those final few laps. We're trying to bring home some overall results.
And of course, you always have good weather down here in South Carolina. I mean, this winter's been a little cold every once in a while, but still, it's amazing weather. And I think we're sitting around 75 degrees today. A little overcast now, but we've seen our sun. We even saw a little bit of rain this morning.
Yep.
Although I think that it was only on certain parts of the track. Because
it looked like
I said to somebody, it rained this morning. They go, no, it didn't.
Yeah.
And I said, yeah, we can see it, in the sky, and we could see it on camera. So yes, it did. But this number 127 rider, Callahan, I believe, or Callahan.
If I'm not mistaken, I think Callahan's
Callahan,
actually on a Yamaha, because I'm pretty sure that is the guy that is Hunter Yoder's mechanic. So I see 127 on the back of the jersey. I've been trying to catch a glimpse of the name.
Yeah, there's a sticker on the front. And
maybe
it looks
Tanner
like a two-digit.
Irvin.
Tanner Irvin.
It'd be a 12. That makes sense. So.
Sure. Yeah, he took off the 7 because somebody else had it before him in sign-up, which makes sense. But he's doing a great job on the Honda, man. Honda has done a great job with their motorcycle the last few years, too. Of course, really can't argue with the success of the Lawrence brothers. And Tim Geiser in the world form as well, for sure. And now Hurling's super fast, and so is Vial. That bike speaks for itself right there. They're the type of guy who, like we talk about Joey Crown and Crew Hopkins, Honda's not giving up. There's no quitting them. They don't want to see anybody beating them, and especially for a long time. They don't like long droughts, so this motorcycle has come a long way in the last few years for sure.
Yeah, and they're the kind of company where I either win or I learn, right? They're constantly adapting, constantly evolving, and you pay attention to the R&D that goes into these machines. Any of these companies, whether you're talking Honda, Kawasaki, obviously Yamaha, a big part of the ClubMX crew, as well as the JDay Offroad Series, and it really is impressive to watch the way they continue to innovate and elevate the game. As one more time around, Irvin going to take the white flag, but one more lap to go.
Yeah, and I was going to say, as a add-on to that, the Yamaha situation. Yamaha has come on so strong, especially in the New England area, with the support that we receive and the many riders that the JDay Off-Road Series has seen. Yamaha has made a serious push, and where we used to see a lot of orange bikes on the line there, we saw a lot more blue the last few years, and it's amazing to see, man. The Yamaha has always been a solid motorcycle. I rode Yamahas back when they were yellow, and they first came out with the monoshock and stuff like that. I was at a tough section for that. Irvin rider, Tanner Irvin, who we think is the lead rider, but we're not sure. It looks like they say that Sebastian Tucker is the lead rider. Of course, they'll sort that all out, but our camera has been focused on the 127, also known as number 12, Tanner Irvin on the Honda, and he is looking strong out there. Looks like he's adapting really well to that rough track.
Yeah, and we've seen Irvin switch lines a couple of times now as well. I've seen him move. He was going way to the inside in a couple of those corners, now starting to fade out a little bit. And we'll see that progression, right? They go from inside to outside, then almost start to work their way back in by the end of the day because things get so chewed up. So Irvin doing a good job of trying to find some, I say, smooth real estate. I'm doing air quotes. You can't see me right now, but about as smooth as it's going to get. We see Grasso on the number 31 ride, running inside top 5 overall as well, but
that would be Antonio Short Sleeve Grasso.
Absolutely. Mr. Hawaiian here for at least Moto number 2. I didn't see him crash or anything in Moto 1. I think that is solely a stylistic choice. I think
he's making a statement.
Hey, we're talking about him.
He is. Yeah. He's making a statement right there, I'm a wild and crazy guy. I might even be a Czechoslovakian brother. No doubt about it.
Great stuff right now as Tanner Irvin scrubbing off that double, getting ready to put one lap in the books. They basically get a full lap around this practice facility before they head back off into the FMF Extreme section. So one full lap of the Moto track. So it looks like Irvin going to try to just cruise this thing along.
Very picturesque with the pine trees in the background there. And that looks like more development behind there. Maybe some more buildings. It looks like platforms being poured of cement. And they're just always improving here. It's amazing. I've never been here before, but you can see the effort that they put in, you know, and it's amazing to see that, you know, it seems like, you know, they're profitable, but they're putting their money back into the facility, which is the right way to do it, you know, with any business for sure. And got to applaud these guys here at ClubMX for what they've done and they're continuing to do, which is even more important. There we see in the frame Sebastian Tucker on his Yamaha number 461, running in the top 3 for sure. It says that he is the overall leader at this moment. So we'll see how that all comes out at the end.
Yeah, obviously adjusted timing based off of the starting rows. So Tucker, I believe, a bit further back than Tanner Irvin on the starting rows, but his overall time is showing him in the overall lead at the moment. So may not physically be out front, but is certainly running a solid pace on the 461. Is, man, a big swap there for Tanner Irvin. A little bit of swerving Irvin right there, but he saves it, keeps it on 2 wheels, and closing into those final few sections of track here on this practice facility course. Well, Jay, I'm going to leave it with you. I'm going to get ready to go do some interviews down here at the finish line.
All right, my friend, we'll see you in just a few minutes, and we'll pick it up with Tanner Irvin on the red Honda. He's got the 127 on his back. Number 12 he's signed up as, and as we had said, he is the leader in his class, and it looks, because he's out front, that he's the leader overall. But in the time scoring, that, of course, would be Sebastian Tucker, who was just in the frame on the 461. I'd like to give a shout-out to Cameron Callahan, who's a Yamaha rider on the number 127, and I believe firmly supported here by the ClubMX crew. As Zach had said, he's a mechanic for one of the riders on the ClubMX team, the Yamaha ClubMX team, and that's Hunter Yoda. Hunter's had a really good season this year with some great results, and that ClubMX team always seems to do well. We thought we had seen Maximus Voland out there, and I thought I saw him go by on the number 19, but we're not sure if that was maybe an imposter or not. But it's great to see the support that ClubMX has really put here toward the JDay effort, and really bringing us in under their wing. And I can't say how much I appreciate all their hospitality toward us and just making us feel at home here. And proud to say that we are the first race ever here at ClubMX. This has always been a practice and training facility. Here he'll come through the chicane, which is no pass zone. He doesn't have to worry about the checkered flag will fly for Tanner Irvin. And I believe that Tanner Irvin will have an interview with our buddy Zach Herron. So yeah, I see Zach down there getting ready to set it up. And Sebastian Tucker coming in on Callahan, and those guys are right there at the finish, so not sure how that's all going to shake out. But Callahan will cross the line before Sebastian Tucker. Great ride for both of those Yamaha riders. Looks like we're getting set up down there with our cameraman John and Zach Herron. All right, Zach, we're going to go to you for an interview.
All right, thanks, Jay. Standing by here with Tanner Irvin. Tanner, an impressive ride. Had some wild moments at time, but we pull it together and we get the job done, man. Take us through it.
Yes, sir. First lap, I was like, I have to pull whole shot. Horrible start. And then just ran my race. I saw there was a little opening, so I took it. And the last 5 minutes, I could barely hold on. So I thank God that I'm still here and riding the bike.
And we were talking about it, Jay and myself. How big was the difference between that first and second moto? It wasn't smooth at Moto 1, but it wasn't near the beast that you just had to conquer.
Yeah, Moto 1, this is my first time racing in like 2 years and never done this type of track. And the first moto, it was awful, but I finally found my flow in the second moto and I just kept going.
Well, Tanner, nobody does it by himself out here. You get the win. Welcome back to racing, man. Who do you want to thank? Who helped you out?
I want to thank my dad, my brothers, Jesus Christ for keeping me safe, and just everybody else riding now. I just want to thank everybody.
There it is, Tanner Irvin, 2 years off, and he's back in the number 1 spot. Back to you, Jay.
Thank you, Zach. Great interview. And you can see that Tanner Irvin is more than happy, man. He's just thrilled. And, of course, you know, to be there and to come back to racing it that way. Here we'll have a race recap. And we've got the 208 rider on the Yamaha looking strong at the beginning, the 222 on the green Kawasaki, and then Antonio short sleeve Grasso on the red gas. He's making a statement out there. We've got the track crew pounding in the stake. I believe that was Brian Day and Dave Dowling doing a great job out there. And there he is, Tanner Irvin, the Honda rider, getting that lead fairly early. Sebastian Tucker could very possibly be the overall winner there. And, of course, the checkered flag will fly for the rider we just interviewed. That's Tanner Irvin on a Honda, and he is a North Carolina rider. So the overall went to Sebastian Tucker out of Bellingham, Mass. Cameron Callahan right here in Chesterfield, South Carolina in second. Tanner Irvin, Evan Kelly, Antonio Grasso, Joseph McIntyre, Jake Grayson, Derek Bush, Michael Cromoni, and Adam Bridges. A bunch of North and South Carolina riders. And now we're going to go to commercial. We'll be back with you soon.
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me. Proven by me.
Proven by me. Proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Some of us have an unextinguishable fire burning inside us. It ignites us to compete. It inspires us. It drives us. We are a performance-driven manufacturer, built for racers, by racers. We are focused on racing fuel, plain and simple. We want to go fast. We want to win. And we want the same for you. We are Fuel Factory.
JDay Off-Road live coverage is brought to you by Fox Racing, awaken your senses. Redline Oil, no compromises. And Yamaha, performance, innovation, and adventure.
Well, one of the things you see when you pull on the ClubMX property is those signs that we were just showing, kind of talking about the home that ClubMX is to several top riders. You see Chad Reed, who's just recently joined the club crew, and Big Way Believe Director of Performance is his official title. Brandy Richards, Ben Kelly, as the KTM Off-Road Group, has moved their training here over the last couple years as well. It is a star-studded street. It's like you can do the Hollywood tour, right, where all the movie stars live. Well, this is the motocross and off-road tour, right? This is motorsports tour, if you will, here from ClubMX. The who's who all hanging out and calling ClubMX home. And speaking of which, some of those ladies that call ClubMX home sitting on the line right now, Jay, as we have our women's pro class getting ready to take off, as well as our A-Vet and senior schoolboy, and, oh yeah, sportsmen, a couple of those riders pretty quick as well.
Yeah, they're not too bad out there for another preview before their pro race. Brandy Richards had a great moto in that first one, and not that it was surprising to me because I know she's a proficient rider, but just to see her speed and her flow was amazing for sure, man. And I'll tell you, I really appreciate her riding, and of course, she's going to have a lot of competition from Corey Steed, And you can't count out Taylor Jones. She's got a lot of experience. So between those three riders, man, it'll be amazing to see this women's pro moto. And as you said, the sportsman class got a few guys in there like Zach Osborne and, well, our own Ryan Sipes, our buddy. He's been with us a couple of weeks now, man. He had it all going on. And it's funny, I talked to Steve Hatch after the moto, and he says to me, yeah, I went by and saw Ryan before the moto and asked if he needed anything. He goes, no, I'm fine. I'm just going to have fun out there. And then, of course, the racer in him couldn't just have fun.
Well, that's even what he said. I didn't plan on going out there and battling all these guys, but once I got out there, why would I not? And so you talk about a guy that loves the sport through and through. He's obviously an accomplished rider in so many different disciplines, now really committing to giving back all of that knowledge with his moto intelligence training. MIT there, of course. That was just pretty clever. I didn't realize that until I saw the logo yesterday. He put some thought behind that. But,
he did.
Ryan, so much fun to be able to call some racing with as well. So nice to hear the way he breaks down the track. I mean, you and I both, we know what we're talking about when it comes to dirt bikes, but that level and that experience, you can't get that anywhere else. So always a ton of fun. Big shout out. I see my buddy Mason Thompson, his dad Zach Thompson back there sitting on the line. First timers here in the JDay Off-Road. Had a lot of questions coming into it. I saw him in one of our commercial breaks. I ran over there. He was like, the FMF Extreme section is no joke. Eyes as wide as they could be, but always cool to see a lot of new faces out here trying JDay for the first time. We talked about the growth of the series. Maybe you've heard of it, but you've just never had the opportunity. Don't want to make that travel up north. So really cool to see some new faces get to see what JDay is all about.
Yep, we're bringing it to you now. If you won't come to us, we'll bring it to you. So come on out. South Carolina next month. And then after that, we have Axton, Virginia, and the Bailey's facility there. Can't wait to go there. Then we got Budge Creek in Maryland, and Jonathan Beasley. What a great guy, man. Can't wait to see him again. It's been a while. Shout out to you and your Budge Creek deal, man. I'll tell you, what a great track. Last time I was there was the Motocross the Nations, and of course Ryan Villapoto and his effort, man. That was so cool. But here we go with the women's pro class.
That was my dad's birthday. He was able to be there as well. So that was,
what a
pretty
treat.
cool birthday present. Yeah, absolutely. Man, look at this.
Oh, Taylor.
Oh, no. Problems for Taylor Jones. Man, she had such a good start in Moto #1, but bad news, Brandy Richards. It looks like she got out front. Really was curious to see if Corey could put the Husky out front early.
She is a lot closer this start for sure, and she had trouble on the start in the first one.
Well, I think you're going to see her attack right now as well.
I think
she
so.
knows she's got to bring the fight to Brandy right off the rip and
put the hammer down.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's amazing they've gone for that right-handed line, because a lot of the top riders so far have gone left. But now that right line looks a little smoother, and that's what they're using, because the things are, the obstacles are smaller. So you don't want to put in too much effort through there, so you want to try to go as smooth as you can in the easiest line.
Well, and if you caught it on that drone shot, the wood's starting to get chewed up as well, so it's kicking you a bit of different directions. They're actually starting to cut through the wood, as we see off and rolling with A Vet and A Senior. We saw Brandon Haas, who I believe just grabbed a whole shot, one of ClubMX's own, grabbing the early race lead and continues the overall win as well. So Haas looking to try to make it a 1-1 here today on home turf, literally home turf. I think he lives on the property.
It's amazing the way that we've been welcomed here at ClubMX. It's just really special event. Everybody is so nice. Everybody's so helpful. And, a lot of times, everybody tries to be helpful, but they're not as much as they can be. And it seems like everybody gives such an effort here to do just whatever they've got to do to make it right and make it a good event. And we really appreciate that.
Well, and that's the beauty of it. Sometimes it's learning when to not. When somebody says they don't need help, okay, just let them do what they got to do. And so I've heard nothing but positive things from Ethan as far as the whole build-up to this event. And like I said, it's a creation, as it looks like Schoolboy taking off. And wait a second, Mason Thompson grabbing a whole shot. Watch out. I told him I'd give him a shout out. Well, he earned that one. How about it? Grabbing the whole shot out of your Schoolboy class, the 514. Off and rolling. But even since we've gotten here on site, whether it's Ben Graves, who was great all day yesterday over at the practice facility, helping get everything organized, answering questions, whether it's somebody like Mike Bonacci, who we saw earlier, somebody like a Brandon Haas, who obviously is a crucial part of this as well. It's really cool to see the way everybody's embraced this. And like you said, just be curious to figure out if they can help make it bigger and better. So through the extreme section we go. Thompson having some problems, but he picks things back up. I actually don't even think he fell over. Like I said, still relatively new to the 125, and man, hopping right through that extreme section. I'm impressed.
Yeah, and Sebastian Tucker out for his second moto in a row. Did you see that as he moved to the front of the field on that schoolboy class?
Is he an Ironman? Does he count?
He's well, I don't know if he's even over 16 yet, so I
still
can't say
Iron
that.
Boy,
You know,
maybe.
he's
All right.
still an Iron Boy.
Fair enough.
He is, but I'll tell you, throughout his career, he has done that at JDay. Always run 2 classes, and they're usually back-to-back like that, you know, so... Is that Ben Kelly out there in second spot in the sportsman
That,
class?
if I'm not mistaken, I believe is Cooper Jones, who is one of our top A riders, also on that KTM.
Wearing the same outfit, so it's confusing.
Yeah, let's see. He's got the moose gear on, the 220. Yep, looks very, very similar.
No doubt. He looks strong.
Yeah, and he
was in that moto before.
Yep, he was in our pro moto, and Cooper's been a standout rider so far in 26 as well. We've seen him at GNCC's in top 5, top 10s overall. I believe that was Gus Reardon we just saw kind of making his way through. You can tell Gus, intensity not quite as wicked up here in this one. Putting in laps, and a good opportunity to get warmed up as well. We see top athletes on the spin cycles, even some of them riding around the pits just to try to get the body used to being back on the machine. Why not go out and actually doing a little light, easy moto to get the blood flowing?
Yeah, why not? You know, and I think it's, as I say, you know, and I always will, the more time you have on your motorcycle, the better. That way you know it better, you know it inside and out, you know all the things it's doing. And it really is helpful, I'm sure, and to see where all the bumps are, you know, that's amazing there. But right now, we're seeing Corey Steed hanging right in there. I mean, there's a few bike lengths between the two riders, but that's okay. It's early, you know, but she's still in the hunt and looking really good out there. I think she's made a couple of suspension modifications because the bike doesn't seem to be throwing her so bad on the rebound. You know, the rebound is looking real good, and they've definitely made a modification.
Yeah,
you know?
definitely. And Corey's been talking about developing with that factory Rockstar Husky team. Obviously, you see the number 1 on the back of the jersey. She's the reigning WXC champion in GNCC. And even though she grabbed the win in our last GNCC race, even said she openly missed the mark a little bit on bike setup and apologized to the team, but immediately kind of knew where the correction needed to be made. So a lot of comfort right now from the number 1. And like we said, Brandy Richards on that factory FMF KTM, Corey Steed on the Rockstar Husqvarna, but the KTM group riders all doing training here at ClubMX. Steve and Denise Hatch doing a great job taking over the responsibilities with that, and it shows, man. You want to talk about comfort, confidence. You often hear riders saying, I just had to think about I was racing at my home track, not a big event. This truly is their home track. This is where they're riding on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, not even on the weekends. So really cool to see Brandy Richards and Corey Steed able to go toe-to-toe in a moto slight off-road format here this weekend.
Yeah, for sure. And I'll tell you, Corey's really done a good job in this moto to keep her close, and that's not easy, man, because Brandy Richards had such a field day out there in moto number 1. But also, Corey's been riding a long time, as she said in that interview, that she's been involved in moto, so this is not her first moto event. She knows how it goes, and she knows what she has to do. Second in the first moto, first in the second moto, she's keeping her close. She can strike when the time comes, or maybe just wait till the end and then give it that last dying effort, you know, and that's okay too, because I know in the races where I was challenged for any lead, which is usually in the amateur class because I was no great pro racer, but always that was my strategy. I wanted to stay behind. I wanted to learn what they were doing. I wanted to learn where I could strike, and that's what I would do. So, but I mean, it happens when you're doing your battles at the midfield when you get into the pro class too, because you know, there's plenty of battles throughout this race.
Oh, yeah.
And we don't even see them. I mean, we see these lead riders, but we don't see some of the best battles that are going on. These guys that are battling for pride and pride only.
Taking a look right now, still showing Sebastian Tucker. Talk about back-to-back motos. How about a lead right now in schoolboy? Matt Tavani leading the way in our sportsman class over Gavin Simon, Zach Osborne, and Anthony Walker. Our women's pro class, though, Brandy Richards. You've been talking about Corey Steed knowing what she needs to do. Well, guess who else knew what needed to be done? Brandy Richards. You know, they say a good defense. Here we see Taylor Jones picking things back up on the Phoenix Honda. Solid results, but, man, going to be hard to track down that gap without a mistake from the two ladies up front. But, man, Brandy Richards, I'm impressed right now. Feeling comfortable and trying to kind of break the number 1 of Corey Steed right now. It really seems like she's trying to get away and make it seem not possible to be able to track her down. But as you see, still hanging tough at the top of the screen. There is your reigning women's champion from the JDay series, Kayla O'Neill, putting in a solid run here just off of the podium.
You know what I liked about the Taylor Jones effort that she's making now is that she knows that she won round one and she has the points lead. And she said she'd like to be at many of these if she can. So she's got a bit of a commitment there. Not a total commitment, don't get me wrong. This is, of course, her secondary series. But she knows that she's not going to see Corey or Brandy at too many of these. So maybe it's the right decision to stay where she is and not to expend the energy needed to get up there and battle with the two leaders, because they're having a battle of their own. And what happens if both of them have a mishap and they go down or they crash each other out? Then, of course, she's in a position to slide through and maybe make an even better overall placing for herself. So,
well, and it's
smart
the
rider with the experience.
Yeah, the old story of battles versus the war, right? You know, some people are thinking individual races, and some people should. Those dark horses, like we said, that are going to peek their head at a race or two throughout the season. Then you've got the people that are thinking about that championship at the end of the year, thinking about bringing the big picture home. And, yeah, if Taylor Jones is planning on trying to run a fair amount of these, if not all of them, she's in good contention to do that. Haven't heard whether or not Richards or Steed are going to commit like that, but if they did, how nice would that be? And so, fantastic stuff going on as they make their way through the Yamaha finish line once again. As they are putting another lap in the books, you see Steed starting to sky out that big wall jump. Really impressive. And you still kind of a yo-yo right now. Steed reeling Brandy Richards back in little by little. Through the FMF Extreme section goes the FMF KTM rider of Brandy Richards. Corey Steed, do a little back wheel action there. Nice approach from the number one.
Corey's closed the gap on her there, buddy. It's coming on strong, for sure. Corey, of course, she's got the number one on, so she's the champ. She knows how to do it. And with the moto experience that she has, Brandy is on warning, as they say right now. She is really coming on strong. Corey Steed, the reigning WXC champion, and she's a great interview too. I've interviewed her a few times at JDay. She's been with us a few times, and just a lot of fun. She's got a great outlook on life, and she is a complete racer. I'll tell you, that's her attitude. She's in it to win it, and there's no exception. You know, she's critical of herself when she doesn't, but she's also proud of herself when she does. So it's amazing to see her ride here, and this is really shaping up to be a great battle. And of course, there's Taylor Jones in our frame on the 713 Honda, looking really good too.
Well, what I love about this is they're both aware that the other's there at this point, right? Brandy Richards knows Corey Steed's on the hunt, and Corey Steed can see exactly where Brandy's at, if she's making up time or losing time. So now it just comes down to who is able to hang it out and put in the work. But talk about putting in the work, Jay. We've talked about how much goes into putting on an event like this. We want to welcome into the studio none other than Ben Graves here with ClubMX. Ben, first of all, thank you guys so much for having us out here. It's been an incredible way to kind of kick off the racing history here at ClubMX, but talk a little bit about the preparation and what all's gone into making this dual track kind of creation possible.
Yeah, when JDay reached out, we wanted to do something unique and come up with something different, and we have a really challenging GP track over there. We got the awesome practice facility, kind of a national motocross track, and then throw an extreme section between the two, and yeah, we come up with something really cool. Miguel, our track guy, worked his butt off, and the rest of our crew here at Club, pitched in, getting things ready, and yeah, it's turned out fantastic.
Now, we've talked about the growth of ClubMX, not just the tracks, not just the facility, but kind of who all has been working here at Clubs on a regular basis. Over the last few years, we've seen the KTM Offroad group start working out here at ClubMX, and riders like Brandy Richards and Corey Steed, what we're only getting to see for a few rounds at GNCC and JDay, you've probably been seeing for a while now throughout the offseason. Talk about the work that you've seen these ladies and the rest of the KTM group put in throughout the offseason here at Club.
Yeah, the ladies work hard. Out here right now, I know Corey, she's on 350, which she doesn't have very much time on it. So Moto 1, she was a little unsure of herself, so it looks like this time she's getting her wheels under a little better and getting comfortable. And Brandy, she's just gnarly. I mean, she's riding with a broken leg right now. I don't know how you do that, but I know I don't have an excuse for my riding, because I just think, oh, Brandy's got a broken leg. She's out there winning this race. So what's my excuse? Just get back out there and go. So it's impressive.
Sore shoulder doesn't quite do it anymore.
No,
does it? Yeah.
no, I got no excuses. She came back once she knew it was broke from that round, and I actually helped her fabricate a brace to add on to her CTI knee brace, or excuse me, not CTI, but her knee brace, and to take some weight off of that thing.
Yeah.
So we weren't putting so much pressure on it from the straps, and she went lined up and raced the next round. She's like, yeah, it's not bad, So, these girls work hard. The guys work hard. It's been great having the KTM Offroad group here and getting to learn that side of things from a training standpoint as well. We're looking forward to just keep growing. We've had other Supercross teams here as well, and we're looking forward to hosting more in the future.
Now, continuing to talk about growth, why are we racing here at Club MX? It had to be an interesting conversation. Who approached who? How did it all come to be? And, what are you guys thinking so far about actually holding a competitive event here on site?
Yeah, so the thought was always to one day have a cool event and get into racing. Of course, obviously a dream one day to host the Motocross National at some point. But we knew that if we ever were going to have an actual race, it was going to have to be something unique and something big and exciting and different. And that's what JDay Offroad is. So kind of sparked our interest and something fun, and being we have the off-road group here already, we thought what a cool first race to have and get our feet wet and having some fun with it.
Yeah, a lot of different environments than I'm sure a lot of your riders are used to. Now, do we expect to see the extreme section sticking around as part of Supercross training? I know the whoops get chewed up. I don't know how similar it is. What are we thinking?
Well, I mean, Max got out there and got his feet wet today. Unfortunately, he broke a radiator, so he had to pull out early. But Max is one of the more technical riders. He said it was a blast, super fun. We were actually intended on maybe doing some training on it on Monday if possible to play around, but it looks like we got rain coming in, so that may play a role because JDay's got a lot of cleanup to do this week around the facility. But we are excited to get out on the tracks after being beat up in real race conditions to see what that's like. So it should be a lot of fun.
I've never been here before, so tell me a little bit more about the facility. How many tracks do you have? What are the purposes of they? And what are the possibilities of maybe even adding some wood sections?
Yeah, we already kind of were thinking about that if we do this again next year. We have some neighboring lands here nearby where we possibly could get some trails in. We do have 40 acres of trails, but they're across the street at our training facility where our KTM Offroad group trains. But motocross-wise, we've got basically 4 full-size motocross tracks. There's 3 to 4 supercross tracks at any time of year. We've got a couple turn tracks, about 250 acres of motocross heaven. So pretty much anything you could dream of, we got it. Every type of dirt you can imagine, we got it. And we got a guy who can build whatever we want. So, we just keep building and keep dreaming big every year.
If people want to come here and ride, how involved is that to get a spot here? I mean, I'm sure a lot of people are knocking on your door and they want to be here. There's such a beautiful facility, and the grounds. I'm just amazed. And tell me how you can go about that if you want to be a part of the Club MX.
Yeah, we're actually excited. This is such a different crowd here this weekend, so cool to get a lot of fresh faces to come see the place that haven't been here before. So for a lot of these guys, they're northeastern guys. So in the wintertime, when it's cold, you're looking for somewhere to ride. A couple weekends a month, we publish our schedule the whole year all at once, so you know what dates we're open for public practice, so you can make your trips plan and come down, enjoy the riding. When we do have open practice, we leave the GP track open, and then we have what we call our practice track over there, and we split that up in sessions, and then the GP is just open all day. So you can kind of get your fill of both types of riding. And then we also have a little 50 track that's available. And then our training facility, I mean, we run year-round. We work with amateurs all the way up to top pros, and then, of course, we have our own race team as well. And the best way to get a hold of us on that aspect is just shoot us an email. We do all our reservations by email. It's clubmx@live.com. And you get a hold of Jolene there. She handles all our reservations, and we generally do have a waiting list. We stay pretty full. But, if you're interested, shoot us an email, and we'll see if we can get you on the list and see when we have an opening, and love to get more folks down here working at Club.
Now, you talk about the staff here on site. We see one of our very own from Club MX, Brendan Haas, out there. A name I'm familiar calling out at Loretta Lynn's. He's racked up some titles. Was he nervous lining up for this? Did you talk to him at all? How confident was he? I mean, this is home turf as home turf gets.
Yeah, kind of didn't have a choice. I think he felt like he had to race, you know. And then everybody's asking me why I'm not racing. I was like, well, that's a good question. But
there he is. There,
yeah. There's Brandon right now going through the rollers. Got some lappers ahead of him, reeling those in. But no, Brandon said it's a lot different pace. He's never done any kind of off-road racing or dead engine starts, so he said it was a different feeling. He said on lap 1 he just felt a little uncertain because, you know, the heart rate wasn't racing. It wasn't like a normal gate drop, and he said it was a different pace. And then once he got into it, he said he had a blast. It was super fun, but definitely different than motocross for sure. And then also Hayden Justice, our motocross coach, he was out there racing Open A. Okay. And then we got Joey Crown out there. I think Joey won the Pro Moto, right?
Yeah,
with a couple crashes, came back, still won. So, so a good slew of us here out there getting the laps in the first ever race here at ClubMX.
So what I'm hearing is if JDay's back next year, we'll see Ben Graves out there.
There's a good chance.
Right.
There's a good chance. Brandon's kind of set the bar pretty high the last couple years, so I tried to turn her up a little last year and ended up getting third at Loretta's in 45, but now I'm kind of hungry. It'd be awful nice to get one of those number 1 plates, so
there we go.
Trying to put the work in this year, be a little more ready, and go down there swinging. We got to lead by example and set the tone for all our riders, so that's what we're here to do.
We've got Brandon on screen. Are we seeing any technical aspects that need to be worked on? Are we jotting any notes down? What are we thinking?
I might need to work on his footwork a little bit right here, these logs. Let's see if he can get the on-off. Nope, he went around. He said, nope, I'm just going over these logs here, getting through there safe. So took a good line.
We're picking them apart, too.
Yeah.
You can just feel it. You know, you get that vibe for sure.
Yep.
Tell us about your involvement in the sport, Ben.
So I started racing in 1986. Went to Loretta's in 1988, first time. So was just a kid who loved motocross, and I played school sports, went to school year-round, and on the weekends we raced dirt bikes. So I grew up racing at Loretta's, and was fortunate enough to have some top 10s down there as a kid, but it was just always something fun we did, a fun family thing. Raced in Pro Nationals, raced in Supercross, but again, was always just kind of something fun. You know, I was happy to just be in the show. You know, if I made a night show in Supercross, that was a win for me. It was just like, heck yeah, I'm out here. You know, it's really cool. But just never had a plan or a path to choose that as a career. It was just something fun I did. Always went to school, always had a job, always worked. And then Brandon and I's paths crossed when he was still in high school, and after some years, that eventually led to me coming down here and helping out in the winter a little bit, and then eventually made the move full-time, and one thing led to another, and we've been here about 13 years, so yeah.
And where do you call home before this?
I grew up in Indiana, so I'm a Hoosier by, I guess, where I grew up and raced all around there, and a good buddy of mine runs a track called Wildcat Creek there in Indiana. It's a really successful track. I actually helped him get that track started and lived there for several years before I made the move to Minnesota, which is where Brandon and his family's from, and Brandon's sister and I ended up dating and then got married later and lived up there for 7-8 years, and then we made the move down here, and I've just never quit riding, you know, just always loved riding. It was fun, and now in the last few years I'm kind of getting back into it again and trying to, you know, take the training and the diet and the exercise, you know, take everything else serious too, so I can really enjoy it. That's what we push on all the riders, you know, to, you know, dial in your game, whether it's in the gym or your nutrition or whatever. So yeah, just trying to make the most of it and enjoy it as long as I can, and until one day when maybe I can't do it anymore. So yeah.
So you married his sister. Has he forgiven you yet?
Yeah, I think so. I don't think he holds it over my head too much.
That's good. That's good.
But the thing with Brandon is, I mean, a lot of people maybe don't know, but you know, when I met him, he was a senior high school, a really good rider, like a local A rider, and was kind of winning the local races. You know, he tried racing professionally for a bit, and with limited success. And then he put his heart into building this place, and so really his 20s were spent working and grinding and trying to get this place going. So he kind of missed his shot at really, you know, having any kind of pro career. And then really honestly in the last 5 to 6 years, this guy is going faster than he's ever went in his life, and it's pretty impressive. He's 38 years old, be 39 this year, so 40 plus ain't far away.
He looks strong on the
but
bike.
Yeah,
right now
he's
we have it screen.
Yeah, he's pulling up behind Brandy here now, and but yeah, he's stronger than he's ever been, and rides faster than he's ever been. And I credit a lot of it, even myself, just to being around these guys every day. You know, you're around elite riders every day. You're working with them on their form and their body position and trying to help them, and you can't help but try to put those things in place when you go out on the track, you know.
Exactly.
I'm 45. I'll be 46 this year. I might not be able to go as fast as some of these pros, but I can certainly look the part, and I can go out there and execute pretty well for a 45-year-old guy. You know,
on.
so yeah.
Yeah, he looks really strong, you can see, but you know, you had said that he missed his calling as far as a pro racer goes, but some guys, you know, and it seems like Brandon's the kind of guy that he knew his calling. He knew that this is what he needed to do. He knew that this is what he needed to do, give back to the sport that he loves so much, because you can tell just by, you know, I mean, you don't see any of the facility really on camera. You have to come here to see it, man. It is astonishing. I've been here since the morning started, you know, when the light came up in the east, man, and just a beautiful setting, and, you know, all the work you guys have put in here, you know, the houses that are there, the pro shop, and all that stuff is just amazing to see. And as I've said, and I don't know if you've heard me say it to Zach twice today, it's like heaven.
Yeah, yeah. Brandon's always been really good at having a vision for things, and yeah, I think this obviously grew bigger than any of us anticipated. But he's really good at visualizing and having a vision for things. And he's usually the big idea guy, and I'm usually the figure it out guy. That's usually how it works.
Good team.
But yeah, you got to have that. Certainly, you know, I've put a lot of things into the facility as well, as far as, you know, changing things and stuff like that. But yeah, in general, it's his baby when we started, and so he's really good at seeing the finished product and what he wants and how it should be, and we all bust our butts to get there so that we can, you know, have the best thing out there for motocross. And like you said, you can watch the videos, and this footage is fantastic. The Racer TV footage is phenomenal. There's Brandy hitting some ruts right now. Keeping her foot on the peg. She is not up. No, she got a little foot dab there, so she's
write that down. Write that down.
Yeah. So
he's got it mentally noted, Zach.
Yeah.
And she'll pay tomorrow.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Yeah, she's. I'm sure watching her P's and Q's there for her foot, trying to protect that thing as much as possible.
Yeah,
but,
that too. Yeah, when you're riding with an injury, you do favor it a bit.
Yeah.
You know what I said to Zach earlier too is it's nice to see that you guys put back into the facility what you're getting out of it. You know, it's not just a money grab.
Yeah.
You know, and it's beautiful and it's noticeable as soon as you get here. You know, it's like, yeah, these are the right kind of guys to be doing this kind of thing for sure.
Yeah, there's sometimes, you know, people question, oh man, those guys, they must just have all this money, or how they doing all that. Well, the way we did all this was literally everything we were making in the early years was going right back into this place, because that's exactly how we got where we are. Like, we just kept putting it back in and putting it back in, and
it shows.
And yeah, it's hard for us to see that sometimes because we're in it every day, you know what I mean? But then, like, people like yourself and people are always coming down that have never been, and they get here and they're just like, oh my gosh, I had no idea. And so that's refreshing to hear. Good reminder for us too to, you know, always maybe take a step back and appreciate where you are, because we're always just trying to keep grinding and keep getting better.
Going forward.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. It shows. You know, you guys don't sit idle.
No,
you don't. And I'll tell you, just to say it, and I've said it over the airwaves earlier, is the crew is just tremendous. Everyone has been so welcoming here and just willing to make our, you know, event such a great event, and to help all of us who need the help that we do need, because we've never been here before, you know. And I know that all week long Ethan's been in touch with me, telling me just how great you guys have been, and we sure do appreciate your hospitality.
Yeah, no problem. Like I said, it's been a learning process for us too. Exciting to learn something new and come up. I mean, I'm sure next week we'll have a debrief and come up with, you know, list of ideas how it could be better next year. And I think really for this area, since JDay's new to the south and southeast, is really educating, you know, the riders, educating the local riders, the motocross crowd, the off-road crowd. So I think a lot of people just don't know, you know, exactly how it is and exactly how the race is going to go. And I think once everybody sees all the coverage from this, they're going to be like, holy cow, I should have went. So I
could have been on TV.
Yeah, yeah.
Racer
guys,
TV, baby.
I'm going to run down to the podium because I think I'm going to be chatting with Brandon Richards here in just a minute. Ben, feel free to hang out as long as you want. We'd love having you here in the booth.
Sounds good. Thank you.
So do you work with these riders closely as far as Brandy Richards and riders like that?
So Steve Hatch is our main guy for this group. He handles the off-road group, but Steve sometimes is gone, and when he's gone doing other things, I'll work with him doing some stuff on the track. But Steve is the man as far as that goes and runs their program. But Brandon and myself are, you know, always checking in on all the off-road riders too for anything, you know, extra they're needing or feeling or they need, you know, to look after. So yeah, always here to offer a helping hand.
And there is the checkered flag, and it will be Brandon Haas, the overall winner, and Brandy Richards will win that women's pro class. I think we should line them up right there, get an interview with Brandon Haas. That's a great idea for sure.
Yeah, looks good. Great riding by both.
No doubt about it, man. Brandon looked really strong in that moto. Zach Herron's down there with him right now, and I think we're going to get a chance to talk to him, and we really should. You know, he has welcomed us here, so we'll send it down to Zach Herron right now. He's there with Brandon Haas.
All right, thanks, guys. Yeah, down here from the finish line. Brandon, we've got Ben Graves in the studio. He was critiquing the style and the technique, but you made it look good, man. We get this overall win. How you feeling about the JDay out here at Club MX?
I had a blast. I think I didn't know really what I was getting into, but man, to do 2:30s on a time schedule and not sitting around all day waiting for 4-lap races, this is a blast. If we come back next year, we'll try to work in some woods somewhere and make it a little more fair for the off-road guys. But good training for everybody. Sand track's brutal. Yeah, I had a blast. That was fun.
Yeah, we were asking, do we think the FMF Extreme section is sticking around for regular training for the Supercross, Motocross guys?
I've never felt my bike do things like that. No, that was a blast. Overall, cool event. Had a blood time. Thank you, everybody, for coming out.
There it is, Brandon. Thank you for having us. Brandon Haas getting the job done. Going to work our way over here to our women's pro winner. Brandy Richards gets the job done. Having a little debrief right now. Brandy, I'm going to scoot you in real quick. We get the job done on an extremely brutal course. We talk about defending home turf. We know you guys train here. How did we feel about the JDay event and throwing that extreme section into the Club MX equation, if you'd say?
Yeah, that was so much fun. I think they should leave the extreme section so we can ride it, you know. That was super fun. It's incredible to have a race out here. I mean, we were able to just like roll out of our team garage and just come down here and race. So it was pretty incredible.
Now, did you feel like there was a big difference with the race intensity? We talked about how hard it is to kind of replicate a race. 30-minute moto is kind of like a sprint for you guys compared to the 2-hour WXC race. What did we think about JDay out here at Club?
Yeah, that was pretty brutal. I mean, the sound track, they definitely built it up pretty good for this race. So I don't think I've ever ridden it that rough, but it was fun. We do a lot of we actually do a lot of motos with some of the moto kids out here, so that definitely helps us a lot. And it was definitely a little different the way it shapes up just between off-road riders and moto riders, but it was a great track and a lot of fun.
Yeah, you look comfortable. Even our director pointed out, throwing some style over the jumps, throwing some whips out there. But Brandy, you get the job done. Who helped you out? Who do you want to thank?
Yeah, I want to thank the whole FMF, KTM Factory Racing, Alpine Stars, Oakley, Asterix, Dunlop, just everyone else. Bubba, our practice mechanic, for coming out today on a Sunday and helping us out. He does a lot to keep all of us running, and I got to say hi to my family. I know they're watching.
All right, there it is. Brandon Haas and Brandy Richards gets the job done. Jay, back to you.
Thank you, Zach. That was a great interview. Glad that we had Brandon Haas on there as well. And Brandy Richards, a great ride in the women's pro class for sure. Here's a recap. Taylor Jones going down, and that really eliminated any chance she had at an overall. Here we have a couple of sportsman riders, and then we've got our champ from 2025, Kayla O'Neill. Here Corey Steed will chase right down to the wire too, Brandy Richards, but wasn't able to get that done. Both riders train here a lot, and there he is, Brandon Haas, the main man here at Club MX, enjoying himself. He had a ball out there, he said, and here he'll pass Brandy Richards. And Brandy getting some air and getting crazy with it, and a checkered flag will fly for Brandon Haas and Brandy Richards. It was great to have both of them on the interview, and we'll look at the top 10 overall. Of course, it was Zach Blanco, Zach Johnson, Rhode Island and North Carolina, and then a PA guy, Jaden Smelcher, Bobby Bettencourt, Joshua Bonds, Kendall Conley, Mason DeJarnay, Kid Norris, Justin Singleton, and Thomas Dean, a mixture of North Carolina, Georgia, Massachusetts, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Rhode Island. Everybody's here, man. You got to join us too. We got a commercial coming up, but after that we'll have race 4, Moto number 2, 125 Pro.
We show up. We do the work. We help the best become even better. Testing limits and redefining achievement. All to cement our name in history.
JDay Off-Road live coverage is brought to you by Pro Taper. Upgrade with confidence. Explore Pro Taper today. Motion Pro. High-quality cables, tools, and controls. And IMS. Premium aftermarket fuel tanks and other off-road accessories.
Welcome back to the JDay Off-Road, brought to you by Yamaha in Chesterfield, South Carolina at ClubMX. We're getting ready for that 125 Pro class to come to the line now, and we have Justin Kokinos, your first moto winner. It was great to have Brandon Haas on the interview, and one thing that he brought to light that a lot of riders don't realize is our time schedule here at JDay Off-Road. And we pretty much are on time, and we have been for many, many years. And we're about to get the possibly the 1 minute sign from Andrew Acton as we see him in frame. Maybe that was 4, I'm not sure, but we'll see in just a couple minutes here just how that goes. But, yeah, as far as the time schedule goes, and as he said, you know, you're not waiting around for short motos and a long time and things like that. You know when you need to be to the line. You know when you need to be ready. And we keep it to a pretty tight schedule here at JDay Off-Road, and you can expect that from us. Some guys are able to ride a couple of classes. Justin Kokinos, who won this first moto in the 125 Pro class, is one of them. He'll ride this class, and then in 2 more motos, he'll ride that Open Pro class as well. And I think that Evan Smith is also in that crowd, and probably Taylor Beckwith. The 3 of them riding this 125 Pro class and the Open Pro class. Of course, Justin Kokinos just got set up with a Am Pro ride, and he's very proud of that. So had a pretty decent finish in that Open Pro as well. He was the number 1 in that class, as he's the 2025 champion here at JDay Off-Road. He's a Massachusetts rider out of Hanover, Massachusetts, down by the Cape of Cod, and running a lot of sand down there. And he's very well used to these kind of conditions. Of course, the clay is a little bit different. And some of the square edge bumps are coming in on the track for that, but I'm sure he can handle it. He's a very proficient rider, has a motocross background, but he's been doing this JDay Off-Road for a few years now, and came up as the champion in the 125 Pro class in 2024, and then cemented that with a overall Pro championship in 2025. It gets a little different after that, though, because we've got so many great pro riders coming from the GNCC now at these events, and we've got a couple minutes left to go before the start of this 125 Pro class. But now that we throw these guys in the mix, we've got the national champion Ben Kelly here, we've got Gus Reardon here. You know, they're all in that Pro class coming up in just a couple motos, and it throws a serious wrench in the works of these guys that used to do just a local series in New England. Now it's more East Coast based. And we've got a race that we had our first round in Florida. Then we've got 2 in South Carolina this month here today. And, of course, next month we'll be in Edgefield, South Carolina. Then we go to Virginia and Maryland, and then Southwick, Massachusetts to our roots. And Unadilla, New York will be the last 2 rounds of the series. It'll be a double-day weekend. We'll be up there with the Robinson family, and we've been racing JDay at Unadilla for many years now, and 1 minute to go before the green Fox flag drop, and that'll signify our start. We do a dead engine start here at JDay. It's a 2 30-minute moto format, except for the Open Pro class, and of course that's a 30-minute plus 1 lap feature that we'll have, and that'll be around 4:20 this afternoon. And of course, we'll have some podium celebrations after that. They don't come out here on camera, but I know there's a lot of people that take video of it, and that's where we celebrate all the riders today that have finished in the classes before the Pro class. We also, of course, have a Pro podium for the women's the 125 and the Open Pro as well. Andrew Acton getting ready to throw that Fox flag drop. Zach is back with us here after getting that interview, and a great interview, I might add. And here we come into the first turn. It's Justin Coquinos on the Plastow Power Sports and Pro Yamaha, your leader.
There we go, Beckwith in the 2 spot. Looks like that's Smith in 3. Our director was able to catch up with Evan Smith between races, and Evan said, man, Justin is just so fast on the motocross side of things. I feel like if there were more woods, I'd have a bit more of an advantage, but Coquinos, especially with a start like this, going to be really dangerous. One thing you may not be able to see quite yet on the cameras, it is raining at this point, Jay. It's not a sprinkle, it's not a mist, it is raining at the moment. We'll take a look at the radar, see how long it's going to stick around, but you're going to start to see these lanes dangerous. You see Beckwith get a massive kick forward. Things are going to go from slick to slicker right now, especially on these 125s. Those 2 strokes, you got to control the power. We'll see what happens. Coquinos out front.
Yeah, a lot of wheel spin on these small bore 125 2 strokes, and you got to be careful of the gear that you're in. And the big spin that Beckwith experienced on that was a cement pipe. So they're culture pipes, they're made of cement, and they are slippery, especially if you add a little bit of water. And as Zach said, it is a full-fledged storm coming in. We don't know for how long, but it is raining hard, and you can see it on the screen now as it accumulates on the lens. And of course, the 32nd girl trying to hide behind that board, and I don't think she'll have much protection from it.
Yeah, I don't think that one's going to do the trick. As our early race leader ends up going down. And so you can see that's one of those tougher clay sections right there. Got hard on the brakes, slip right out from underneath you. There goes the front end. A couple other riders now starting to have similar problems in that corner. So again, sometimes it's the simple things that are going to start to cost you, especially as the conditions going to rapidly change with the rain.
Well, a lot of people will say, oh, you're a southern guy and you must be a great rider in the sand, but you don't do much in the mud. But that's not true, because a lot of the stuff down here, you know, is this red clay based, and that's some of the slipperiest stuff I've ever ridden on myself. Costa Rica, we have a lot of that red clay, and you know, riding off-road can be a little bit dangerous down there. Bobby Betancourt with the whole shot there on the 17. Betancourt Honda Suzuki Beta, and already losing out on it, had an inside line taken away from him. But yeah, the red clay stuff is just amazing. And when Billy Lyles from Georgia got over onto the World Grand Prix circuit, a lot of people said, oh boy, he won't be much in the rain. And then of course he goes out, has great finishes in the rain anytime out there, and that was mostly black dirt. So he was used to that red Georgia clay, and he had no problem at all. But see the spin there that the rider had on those concrete culvert pipes, man. That is slippery stuff out there for sure.
Well, and this is what we talked about, going to be so crucial to hit those logs head on. You don't want to get any kind of angle, because just the slightest bit and the front end can shoot out just as quickly as the back end. I mean, we saw that at our first round, and so things going to get a little more interesting. We talked about patience paying off as Justin Coquinos going to check in after a full lap on the practice facility. Still out front leading the way, but at the end of the day, it is going to be tough. Looks like Evan Smith has now moved into that number 2 ride in front of Beckwith. So the KTM rider going to try to find some moto speed and see if he can chase down Coquinos.
Coquinos looks so good on the small bore bike. The first few years that he rode the JDay series, he would always ride his 125 or maybe even was a 150 KTM in the Open Pro class. And that's when he started to really impress people here at JDay, where he put in these great finishes on a small bike. And anyone can ride anything in the Open Pro that they choose, but most of those riders will choose a 302 stroke of the Austrian brands, or some of them would even try the 454 stroke or even a 354 stroke. And can you imagine the disadvantage that he had in engine size? But he was making these great finishes on this little bike and just wringing the neck of it, and really impressed a lot of people at JDay. And then because he just did so well with it, he stuck with it, and that brought him a couple of championships. Yep. And Justin Coquinos, one heck of a young man, and really appreciate his friendship. He is a good kid. Of course, he's got a good dad, so that means a lot. John is a great guy as well, and fully supportive of his son's racing. And I've come to know him over the years, and I really appreciate the way that he supports his son.
Taking a look back at B Open, B200, and B250, as now we flash to the GP track. You see our top riders Now this side of the course, I would say, could probably take a bit more rain than the practice facility. A little more clay worked into that practice track. The GP track, though, it's just going to start to thicken up. It's going to get good and sweet, and you see Coquinos looking, I mean, there's no problems right now on this side of things, but does a good job keeping the weight on the pegs, calm around those corners.
Yeah, he's standing up, he's squeezing the bike with his knees, looking real strong and looking ahead. But look who's right behind him.
Yeah, Evan Smith.
The Georgia boy.
If the Moto track was the part he was struggling on, he's got something figured out because he's right there.
He is. And Beckwith's not too far off the pace either.
Yeah, our top three all extremely close.
Yes, indeed. And it's funny because we got Coquinos and Beckwith, who have a strong motocross background, and then you got Evan Smith, who was a regular on the GNCC tour for many years and really looking strong. I mean, look at it as he comes up on him in that turn. That's no small feat.
Well, let me tell you, it's I don't know how much time people have spent at a GNCC, but it blows your mind to see how deep the ruts that go through the woods are. Some of them with roots and rocks all sticking out underneath, and so there's no surprise. I almost think Evan Smith might be doing a bit of a rain dance, saying, you know what, why doesn't it downpour? I've been dealing with that for years at this point, so not saying I hope his wishes come true, but Smith clearly looking pretty comfortable here even in the slick stuff.
Yeah, he is, man. And, of course, as we speak of him saying he's a Georgia boy, that's because of my assumption, which always gets you in trouble, that he was related to the Smiths from New Jersey, because there's such a strong, off-road family, and of course we all appreciate their efforts, Drew and Chris. And but no, he's a Georgia boy, and of course, as I said about Billy Lyles, they ride in a lot of red clay there, so he's very familiar with this, and he knows just how to balance that bike the right way. And here he comes on strong. He's going to challenge for that lead.
Yes, Smith is right there, and not losing any pace here on the moto side of things. Curious to see that rolling corner on the back end of this track.
There you can see in the frame, Zach, is a couple of houses that are here on the facility. And we were talking with Ben earlier about that stuff, the effort that they've made, toward this facility and giving you lodging and things like that. It's just, you got to come down and see it. I know I've said it several times, but I'm just so impressed by it here. And the way that we've been treated and the way we've been welcomed for sure. And, Brandon Haas had a really positive attitude toward it. And I hope that we can come back again next year. We sure would appreciate it.
Oh, absolutely. It was a ton of fun. And like Brandon said, wasn't sure what to expect, but certainly enjoyed it once he got out there as your leaders make their way through that rolling corner, now through the Dunlop off camber.
And this morning, that line was nothing.
No.
You lost serious time on that, and now there's a big old groove in there. You got a supporting berm, even though it's a downhill off-camber section. He looks really well. Both riders look really, really good. They've distanced themselves now from Beckwith, so it's a two-man battle right now, and there's only probably 3 or 4 bike lengths between them. Beckwith's still within striking distance. Don't get me wrong; it's a long moto, but these two boys are set after it, and they know who they have to beat.
Oh, absolutely. At the end of the day, I think they are the two to beat here in this 125 Pro class. And Coquinos, a bit of a point to prove, battling down to the wire for that championship last year, losing out on it. Here to show what he's capable of here at round 2. You can literally hear the machines passing by us from the announcer booth. Nothing quite like the sweet sounds of two-strokes ripping around, especially a sand track like that.
I love it, man. Nothing like it. Back in my day is when they had the switch over from the 4-strokes to the 2-strokes. So there was still a couple of guys around that were riding 4-strokes, and they sounded so cool. But the 2-strokes is what I grew up with. The 2-strokes is what I love so much. And I'm back to riding the 2-stroke the last probably 10 or more years. I love it. That 300 package from Husqvarna is a great bike. Rode a KTM before it. And but yeah, a lot of years on 4-strokes when that was the craze. And they are a lot of fun to ride. But I'll tell you, there's nothing like a 2-stroke motorcycle. And glad that we have this class to keep those roots alive.
Yeah, Ethan kind enough to let me take his YZ250 out yesterday for some laps. First 2-stroke I've ridden in probably 6 years or so, and you can't help but smile. You fire that thing up and you're just like, that's fun right there. So
it's a whole different feeling, and especially getting airborne. Like the 4-strokes seem like they track better, and they have that better arc to them, just because of the way the engine works. But a 2-stroke, man, you wick that thing off of a jump and you know, you better be ready for it because you're going higher and you're flying longer than you do on a four-stroke for sure. Probably the first couple of laps you found that out, didn't you?
In a hurry. Yeah, I was about to say.
Coquino's looking strong out there. He's got that AmPro sponsorship now, and he's proud of it, but also Plastow Power Sports, a local shop back in Plastow, New Hampshire. They're owned by the Sarandolo family. They've got 4 different dealerships up there, and they've been a big supporter of our sport for many, many years. As a matter of fact, Robbie Sarandolo has started a museum up there, and it has a lot of the motocross and off-road history of New England in it. So if you ever get up to Beverly, Massachusetts, stop by Cycles 128, the Sarandolo family-owned spot. He's got a beautiful museum up there for all of us to learn from. Bob Hicks, who is the guy who severed the ties with the AMA in New England and started the NESC, as well as started the NETRA organization, lives nearby and has given Robbie a lot of his archives. And great to see that Bob Hicks has survived another birthday.
Yeah.
He's just a pioneer in our sport, in our area, and someone that all of New England owns a great debt of gratitude to. And Robbie has got together with him, and he and Bob have put together a great museum up there. So please do stop by. A proud sponsor of course, Justin Coquino.
Absolutely. As we're going to hold here and try to see if we can catch back, I believe it's Holders, if I'm not mistaken, Archer Cole, excuse me, on the last name. 234 on the machine, leading the way. There's one of our open class, I believe it's the B open class, in front of Joel Imberly and Evan Howard. There you see Beckwith, kind of that 3-rider breakaway from the top of our 125 pro class. Jaden Smeltzer out there as well.
Yeah, Jaden Smeltzer looking strong. Yep. 4th overall. That's a great ride for him.
Yep. I see Tyler Irvin up there as well. That was the rider we talked about.
With him
yep.
Yeah, that's 2 classes for this ride.
Might have been a different Irvin, if I'm not mistaken. I'll have to wait. We'll see if he's got 127 on the jersey.
Yeah. Well, 12 on the bike.
Yep, because this is Kawasaki number 604.
Oh yeah, so there might be a different guy.
Like I said, a lot of siblings out here. We've seen that.
Yep, exactly. That's what I love about the sport. You see your brother get involved, and you want to do it too. And, it doesn't matter if you're a boy or a girl. Motocross, off-road is great for everybody. There we got our Luxon lap times. I love to see that back, man. That helps us a lot. Coquinos with a 427 and Evan Smith with a 428. Beckwith still within striking distance at 430. And top amateur rider Jaden Smeltzer, as we were talking about just a moment ago, 439. So really a really good pace set by Jaden Smeltzer.
And Colwell and Jimenez both sub 5 minutes, so able to keep it within about 30 seconds or so of Coquinos in them. But man, that is it's a long lap time, but that's still a lot of time to lose. But when Coquinos is doing stuff like that, and I've seen him case that before as well, he's still taking some big risks and is sending it. So Coquinos knows that Smith is still back there, that's for sure.
Did you see the name that was at the bottom of the list, Kid Norris?
Yep.
Do you think that his dad was hoping he'd be a boxer?
The kid.
Kid Norris. That was a big name for a lot of boxers back in the day. But he's doing a great job out there with a just over 5-minute lap time, 5:04. He's 7th overall. Kid Norris on the number 599. Bobby Betancourt sitting in the top 10 in 9th spot on the number 17. That's the number that his grandfather used to ride with, Dick Betancourt, and also JoJo Keller, who was a famous rider from New England, used to run the 17 when he was in New England, proudly on a Betancourt Honda.
How about that?
Yes, sir.
A little history lesson there.
Yeah, I'm full of it. Full of history, too.
Yeah.
That's what a bunch of my friends just said back home, I'm sure. Yeah, he's full of it, all right.
There goes the
No
226. Doubt. Justin Singleton making his way through.
Yep.
Back to Coquinos. Man, this section really going to start to get slick through here, as if it wasn't already. You thought logs were slippery. Just throw a little water on top of them.
Yeah, and the cement even worse.
Yes.
It looks like the rain has slowed down, though. So that's a nice thing. That'll help the boys for sure. Like to give a shout out to the 517 of Gabriel Jimenez on a Yamaha running in 6th spot. He's had a really good race. He's been solid for sure, and also in the top 5 or 6, I think, in the first moto. So really good ride for Gabe Jimenez.
Norris, Irvin, Bittencourt, and Bonas, your top 10. As there you see Beckwith making his way through
Yeah, good to see a lot of the New England guys following the trail of the JDay Series. Even though it's going out of New England, they're giving their full support. And even some naysayers have even showed up here at ClubMX. And whether it be just because it's our series or that it's at ClubMX, you never know. But great to see all the people coming out to support this race and this organization from New England and from all around, really, because we've seen guys from Ohio and Michigan and, of course, all through the Carolinas, both north and south. We've seen Georgia guys, Florida guys, so it's great to see that it's catching on. And as Brandon Haas said, you got to come out and experience it for yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. We even heard Ben Graves talking about so many new faces here, just getting a chance to see ClubMX, really hear what it's all about. So really cool to continue to grow exposure, not only for JDay, but for the places that it visits as well. As Coquino is trying to grow his exposure at the moment with another solid performance, trying to get the job done here in 125 Pro-Am.
That was a smooth line where he doubled that up. That was a stretch, too. And as I've said, our rain has started to slow down, if not stop, and we're getting close to the point where it will stop. It'll stop for a while, and hopefully that'll get us through the rest of the day. We've only got a couple motos left to go. And Justin Coquino's airing it out a little bit, feeling jiggy. He's looked good out there for sure, man. I don't know how Evan Smith is stacking up. We get him further and further out of the screen here. So that means that Coquinos has continued to extend his lead. And he's looking real strong. Still, Evan not too far off that pace. So just depends on the camera angle, I guess.
He's not going to be able to show him a wheel at the moment, but a mistake from Coquinos could put him right back there. There's no doubt about it.
That's for sure.
Yeah, this track really starting to get chewed up now. You see the braking bumps continuing to develop, and sometimes it's dead in the center. Sometimes it's the very, very edges of the track that you're seeing them ride. Coquinos got his work cut out for him as well, having to deal with lap traffic. We hear oftentimes about the lead rider kind of having to break into those lappers while the rider behind may be able to funnel through. There you see Evan Smith still in the number 2 spot.
You see how they're cutting that line off, Zach? The berm goes out a little bit further, but they're starting to make that berm on the inside so that they clean it up just a little bit and they get straight into that S-turn too. Justin Coquino's line choices are great. That's the way he's able to double some of this stuff up, because he sets himself up and he's able to, get the bounce off of that rear spring of his factory connection suspension. And, Evan Smith trying to copy that, but he's having a little bit more trouble than Coquinos. And I think it's just due to the fact that he's got more motocross experience. Coquinos does, and Evan does not. And he's trying to learn, and he's trying to keep Justin in short order here, keep him close enough so he can see where he's going, and trying to, make that his line as well. Of course, he's got a couple of his own right there, looking really good as he went outside, because that keeps him out of the rough, because that inside has got rougher and rougher all moto long. And now, you see Coquinos drift outside so he can get a bounce off of that and get over that hump. He's very smart in the way that he reads terrain. And also, they're trying to keep themselves as much as they can to the outside edges, whether that's, where it brings you to the inside here because it's a little bit smoother. You see he carves up the line. He's trying to get by a lap rider there. But Coquinos is doing a great job, but Evan Smith is not letting him go, man, and it's going to go right down to the wire, I believe.
Okay, great shot from our drones here as we are basically tagging along. Meanwhile, our Fox FPV drone chasing right in behind Justin Coquinos.
See, that's right there from Supercross. That's the way he's able to double up that stuff. And it's basically that he doesn't want to trouble himself with that stuff either, but Evan Smith is keeping right there in form, and he's closed the gap yet again. What an amazing ride by Evan Smith. He keeps, Coquinos will surge ahead, and then he makes up the difference.
Well, and like that extreme section, really tiny, but you see Evan Smith, he used that little railway tie or log that you can go off of, and it's actually able to triple out. So Smith, it's a give and take. It's a yo-yo right now between these two, as Coquinos got held up just a tick from a lap rider.
Well, those things are really slippery down there in the extreme section, and if you can get over them instead of going over them to jump over them, now they haven't been a problem to you because you didn't touch that surface that was so slippery. And that's what both of these riders' thoughts are. I know it's harder for the lesser skilled riders to be able to do that, but you can see that these guys, it looks like it's effortless, but it's not. It's concentration. He's concentrating. Both Justin is and both Evan is. They're concentrating so hard in that extreme section to get over just those couple of obstacles so that they don't have a problem with it and it doesn't take them out and, you know, exclude them from this battle, that they're locked in, man, and it is a great battle. Very entertaining.
Ooh, Smith getting some big kicks heading down that hillside. He is clearly pushing the pace.
Yep.
He knows he's got to, if not close up, he's at least got to remain steady. I feel like Smith maybe loses a bit of time on that GP track. Seems like Coquinos, like you talked about, is able to work with the track, kind of build some momentum. So Smith really going to try to drop the hammer from about the FMF section on. And look at him pulling up alongside.
That's a momentum line.
That was a
right
good
there.
line.
That was beautiful. That was what we were talking about, that turn earlier today, where that line was kind of carving in, and then they both met. And Evan stayed right there on the outside and just used it because, as you were saying before, Bud, you know, these smaller bikes, they need the momentum. And that's what it's all about when you're riding them. You got to ride them almost on the outside line all the time, you know, and just keep that revving and keep the clutch, a couple fingers on the clutch, keep up in the revs, and that's what Evan Smith is doing right now. That's what's enabling to stay with Justin Coquinos. As you see, he come up a little short on that triple, but he's doing a fantastic job to keep him in sight right down to the line so that maybe he can make a strike on that last lap.
Yeah, we were able to talk with Evan earlier this weekend. We were like, we know you're a pro racer, but what's your moto comfort level like? Let's hear what Evan had to say about his moto comfort level heading into the weekend.
Yeah, I mean, I feel pretty good. It's been a while since I've raced some moto. A couple years ago, I went and did some Canadian outdoor pro moto races. Did 2 rounds of that. That was the only moto racing I've ever done in my life. So, you know, I've got plenty of experience under my belt. But, you know, just like everybody lining up in the pro class I race against, we all ride moto. You know, don't really know how it's going to stack up and who's going to be better at it. But, I mean, we're all pretty... We're all competent moto riders.
So there you hear it. Let's take a look at our Luxon last lap times, and how about it? Talk about evenly matched. Justin Coquinos and Evan Smith, a 4:31 for both. So no time gained or lost on that last lap. That is incredible. This is what we wanted to see. We talked about the battle and the level here at the top of 125 Pro. Still no white flag as they make their way through. Getting Cindy as we hang on board behind Evan Smith. You see Justin Coquinos. Well, now you see him on board with your leader, the Yamaha of Justin Coquinos. And it's little hops like that. Those are the little tiny details that are adding up to the lead that you're seeing. Sounds like breaking down the segments and the different parts of this FMF Extreme section. Watch Evan Smith through the tail end of this. We'll see he triples over these logs, and then last lap he was able to get over, and yeah, he uses those cannon logs right there, so that actually builds him a little bit of time and gives him a better drive out of the extreme section, closing things up just a little bit. So again, using that off-road technical skill. Josh Toth helping build that FMF Extreme section. He's got some downhill mountain bike experience, so Toth throwing in some cannon logs just to keep things exciting for us. Man, Smith is doing great. He's closed back in probably 3 or 4 bike lanes just in his last few shots. It's almost like the first half of the moto track or the practice facility track. Smith's got a couple of lines figured out. You can really tell it picks the intensity up right after the extreme section. Let's see what happens as Coquinos, he was able to jump. Wasn't sure where that lapper was going to go. Smith funnels right behind. This is within 4 to 5 bike lanes. Drops down this hillside. Evan Smith is using the far right-hand side of the track. Going to move back over towards the middle this time, see if he can find a little smoother. Coquinos wicks it back up. Both of them, a 4:31 in the last lap, now a 4:27 to a 4:28. So both of them have dropped 3 seconds or so on their lap time from the last lap. So you know the intensity's there. The question is, How hard are they pushing on that ragged edge? The Stoke Battle Cam. Justin Coquinos and Evan Smith, Moto 2 of 125 Pro. Oh, look at this, a good drive for Smith around that outside line. He's got the drive. He's going to pull up alongside Coquinos just about over the tabletop. Now he dives to the inside. What's he going to be able to do? Keeps the momentum up. They're side by side, Jay. Here we go. The battle's on. Justin Coquinos and Evan Smith wheel to wheel for the lead of 125 Pro. And as take a look at this, Coquinos now closes off the inside. He jumps over just in front of Smith. That's a big move from the 444, Jay.
It is for sure. Justin Coquinos preserving that lead, and Evan Smith wanting it bad. You see Evan Smith out on the outside line there, making it work. He crosses over and he's trying to dive to the inside and try to make a move, but back outside because he's got nothing there as well. Trying everything he can on that KTM. He's holding it wide and going for it, but Justin Coquinos knows how to ride a wide line.
Man, I'm trying to figure out who I think's got the upper hand in this one. Coquinos' Moto experience, a former JDay, or a current reigning JDay champion in the Open division, just came up short of this 125 championship. Meanwhile, Evan Smith is used to doing battle for 3 hours at a time. You want to talk about chewed up, rough, quite honestly, just gross looking conditions. Evan Smith has been there. But you see the moto skills from Coquinos. It's a back and forth. It's anybody's guess who can come out on top.
He hung it out on that one, and it's going to show in this last lap or two here. Amazing how he can pull just a little bit. But see this? Smith is not letting him go. He's working these different lines. He's cutting outside where Coquinos is going inside. He's trying everything he can not to follow. We'll come down into the finish line section now. See what we get as far as flags go, and the white flag is out. One to go now.
Here we go, Evan Smith on the hunt and all over the rear wheel of Justin Coquinos. This next section I feel like is a little bit stronger for Smith, so we'll see if he can put something together from about the FMF Extreme section halfway through that moto track, but it really seemed like the last lap he figured things out on the back half as well. But Coquinos still able to put the Yamaha back out front.
He is looking smooth too through that section. And there he got himself a little double up.
Oh, look at this. First time, Luxon last lap times. Evan Smith 3 seconds faster than Justin Coquinos. This is what we talked about, wicking it up late in the race. Coquinos used to this. Smith gets hung up big time. Keeps it on two wheels, but that's going to throw the drive off. This is what Ryan Sipes talked about as well. The mental strain that just took on him. Heart rate just spiked. Adrenaline dumped again. We'll see if Smith can regroup. He lost some crucial time there.
I think he was afraid of hitting Coquinos, where he came into the back there and got hard on the front brake. They were so close in that line selection that they really needed to be a little further apart. Evan knew that it was a recipe for disaster, and he come onto the brake really hard.
Let's see, watch this replay. Smith right there gets a kick. Here he is approaching the long, and just got a little too big of a kick there. And man, talk about the balancing. That could have easily thrown him over the front and thrown things away. Whew.
And then he almost went down on that one.
Look at it though, it's not stopping him. The KTM rider fired up and bringing the fight to Justin Coquinos here on the final lap.
The Georgia boy.
How about
Evan Smith on the KTM looking real strong. He's not giving up. There's still time to go, and that's what he says to himself. That's what you got to say to yourself. Anything can happen. A mistake by Coquinos, a hard drive by Smith. Either or.
Here we go, drag race down the hillside. Coquinos going to lead them into the turn. Smith comes together with the wall of the inside, keeps the party moving forward. He is hanging out the KTM 125.
He wants that win. He wants the money that comes along with it. If you're a professional racer, we pay for both 125 Pro and Open Pro. Well, you should be here. You should be following this JDay series.
Both of these riders, I'm sure, chasing contingency as well from Yamaha and KTM. Long line been working for Evan Smith all race long. Coquinos, beautiful defense right there, Jay.
It off.
Closes the door, hangs on to the lead. Heading into the final straightaway or two.
There's a motocross move right there for you. See how he gets a little sideways to protect that? You know, they're airborne, so he kind of gets a little air defense on Smith.
Smith uses that inside, gets caught up in some thick stuff there. That's going to be tough.
That was a nice launch, though. Smith really gets a better launch there than Kokinos. I don't know if it's that he's sitting on the rear spring more, or he has a little weight to him more than Kokinos, because he's a little bit bigger in stature.
Here we go. I hate to turn away from the screen, but I got to head over towards the finish line. We got an interview coming up, and I got no idea who it's going to be with.
I know. I'll try to give you the heads up on that, Zach, because it's going right down to the last inch on this track for sure. That is a nice line by Smith as he heads down through. He crosses over, and so does Kokinos, just in the opposite direction. Now Smith will come into the turn and be on the outside middle line, and not enough drive there, but they both got to go around a down rider, and there is no quit in Evan Smith. Justin Kokinos has control of this moto, and he rides a wide bike. That means that he will use that inside line to his advantage, and he will not give it up. That is a cardinal sin as well as looking back. You don't want to give up that inside line, especially late in the race. And Smith goes for it on that double. He knew that Kokinos had done it the lap before, and he wanted to do it himself. He just didn't have the drive this time. He did. He keeps it even up here. And I would imagine we're riding right over Evan Smith's shoulders. There's 2 or 3 turns left to go. Outside line, here comes Smith. Kokinos gets a little further outside, and there's 2 turns to go. Kokinos, your leader, and Evan Smith right behind, down into the no-pass zone, and it is Justin Kokinos on the AmPro Hostile Power Sports Yamaha, your win. Nice job for Justin Kokinos. It's a double moto win that will give him the overall as well. And a congratulations from Evan Smith. That is the pure sportsmanship of our sport. We're going to go down to Zach Herron right now. He'll have an interview with our winner, Zach Herron.
Guys, I'm going to jump in. I'm going to try to grab a word with both of these guys after a battle like that. They have deserved it. Evan Smith, real quick, man, you come up just short of the win, but you just put on a show for everybody watching on Racer TV and GP TV. Take us through the race.
Yeah, it was good. I was quite a bit off in the first moto, so I don't know. I went out there and changed how I was riding, did my best to pass him. I had a line over here. He blocked it the last lap. That was my way around. So, yeah, he was riding really good.
You did everything you could, man. Like I said, an incredible effort. Evan Smith going to come up just short of the win, but getting the job done, the 444 of Justin Kokinos. Man, where was the heart rate at? That's got to be about 220 BPM, man. Take us through that moto. That was an all-out brawl.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I am smoked right there. Evan didn't give me an inch, basically, the whole moto. But, yeah, I mean, got the start, and I'm going to be honest, I was hoping that that could be an easy moto and save some for the AA, but I think that was the hardest moto I've done in quite a while. So he was on it. I had to definitely play it smart because I think he had just a touch more pace than me, but I just had to be smart about it, and, yeah, it worked.
Well, and we talked about the creativity in your lines. We see you kind of angling things over it, maybe able to flow a bit more on the GP track. Is that something that you've kind of worked on with the 125, carrying that momentum, especially in the deeper sand conditions?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's the main goal, how fast you can hit a turn. And, you know, Chris Canning, he's been drilling that into my head for about, I don't know, 6 years. So if I don't do it, he's going to yell at me. So, yeah, just learn to flow a little bit. And then, like I said, just try to play it smart, make him go around the outside of me. You know, if just stay smooth around the inside, he has a longer way around. So if hopefully by the exit of the turn I can block him out. That's basically what I was doing.
Hey, you got the job done, man. Who's celebrating with you? Who you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, my sister. Factory Connection, FXR, Plastel Power Sports, Redline Oil, FXR, I think I already said that, 60, Chris Cannon, Keith Johnson, my girlfriend Haley. AmPro, you know, they stepped up for me this week. So first race on it. So Randy, everyone over at AmPro, huge shout out to them. And then, yeah, everyone else I forgot. Thank you.
There it is. Justin Kokinos gets the job done in a 125 Pro.
Thank you very much, Zach Herron. And Justin Kokinos, congratulations to you on your Yamaha. Evan Smith, a great ride for him. And we're going to get into a recap here and show you some of the highlights from that moto. Kokinos was the whole shot, still in the lead, but Evan Smith close there and even closer at the end, for sure. Evan Smith on a KTM out of Georgia. He won round one. Not sure how that'll affect the points, if he'll still be the points leader. But a great moto, and right down to the wire. What a battle. Right here you'll see Evan Smith come up the inside of Kokinos and make a stab at it, but no, Kokinos will have no word of that. Come across the finish line, and it is the 444. Justin Kokinos with the win, the Massachusetts rider over the Georgia rider, Evan Smith. What a great ride that was, man, I'll tell you. So we'll go over the top 10 overall for you. It's Justin Kokinos, of course, Evan Smith, Taylor Beckwith in third, all three 125 pro riders. Jaden Smelter out of Shalakta, Pennsylvania, the top amateur rider there. Archer Colwill, Gabriel Jimenez, Kid Norris, Zach Johnson, Tyler Irvin, and Bobby Betancourt, the Massachusetts rider, in the top 10. What a battle, I'll tell you, man. And we're going to go to commercial now. Up next will be race number 5, Moto 2.
JDay Off-Road live coverage is brought to you by Dirt Care USA. Eco-friendly products ensure your ride stays clean. Slacker, optimize your bike's suspension. And W, create your very own custom handcrafted wheel set.
Yeah, and we're back here at JDay Off-Road, round number 2 at ClubMX in Chesterfield, South Carolina. Up next, we're going to see the B vet class along with the super seniors in the Masters. Some really old guys just like me. B senior, women's B, women's C, C senior, and the vintage class. And like to remind you that the guy who did so well, I believe he was second overall in the first moto, is on a vintage bike. It's Ryan Phaneuf, I believe. And just he's out there having fun, and that's what it's all about at JDay Off-Road. We're here at ClubMX GP in Chesterfield, South Carolina, where this is such a beautiful facility and great to be here, and the hospitality has been extra special. We've had a little bit of rain just recently, but that'll just keep the dust down and make the clay a little bit slippery, so they got to be careful of that. And especially in that FMF Extreme section where there's some culvert pipes made of cement, and that cement is awful slippery when you add a little bit of water. So they got to be careful. There's a little bit of clay base over there as well. Got some logs and some boards, so, logs and boards, they get slippery and they get wet as well. But I was loving that intermission we just had for commercial, and loving it, the fact that we've got some great sponsors who've been with a long time, Yamaha, of course, and FMF, but just the quality of the commercials and, how they portray the product, and just unbelievable how things have changed. When I was a kid, we only had one motocross race on TV a year. It was the World Grand Prix from Carlsbad, California, and it was usually telecast 6 months after it was filmed. So my, how things have changed in our sport, and I'm so happy for that, man. I'll tell you, all the great people that have enabled us to do this. Of course, you know, the people that we work here with AG and Stoke and Racer TV, and just, you know, they've made such a difference in our sport to bring it to us. And I really, you know, it means a lot to me to see the sport that I love so much and have spent my life doing and being involved in, to be portrayed in so many different media fashions and in so many different ways. And it's great that we're able to, you know, have a retelecast on this so that we can watch it early and often. So don't forget to watch it early and often. JDay Off-Road on Racer TV. We got the B-Vet start right down to the wire here. We got a second motor, got a bike that's a little bit of sick there, and maybe he'll get it going. I think he had a little trouble in the first motor trying to get that bump started, but that is the finicky process of a motorcycle sometimes.
Yeah, it's a love-hate relationship, right? When it works for you, it's working great. When it doesn't, it's pretty frustrating. But right now, looks like the 117 trying to make some quick moves. And just like you said, Jay, again, so many thank yous needing to be handed out, whether it's the club staff. And your leader goes down just like that. You see how slick that log was? He hit it almost perfectly straight, and it just took the front end right out.
He had too much pressure on the front end. That's what it is. Same guy with this, you know. You got to sit back. You got to try to cruise over that stuff. You got to put it in a gear higher than you really think you should be, whether that's first and then go to second instead, or second and into third, because you get a lot less wheel spin on the rear and the bike runs a lot truer. So, you know, of course, we're also looking at B and C level riders, so these are the things that they have to learn no matter what age they are. You know, these are the things they must learn, and sometimes they're hard lessons.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's the brutal truth as we're watching some battles going on. One thing I've loved is this open and straight, probably 2-3 straightaways or something like that heading into our F&F section. We've seen how many passes for the lead in just a few corners. So really fun intro to the lap here for this ClubMX GP, and already seeing some changes in this vet classes.
I think the attention to detail that you were just illustrating on that, Zach, is what we should talk about on that section, because they know that they got to come off the first turn. They know there's going to be some battles. They let it spread out a little bit with some open tracks so everybody can get, you know, away from each other and not be so close to each other as to take each other out. And then, of course, they go, surprise, here's the first FMF Extreme section, and you'll have to deal with it now. A tough break from Mariah Hopkins as she goes down in the second turn. But she'll be right back in at it. Tough little competitor.
Oh, absolutely. He's seen the women's B and C taking to the track next. If I remember correctly, I don't think that was a loop section earlier today. I think that was flat. So just goes to show the braking and acceleration bumps that have developed throughout the day, continuing to add character and personality to this course.
Getting a lot of messages from home down in Costa Rica. A lot of people watching, which is nice that we have an international audience. Hopefully my buddy Graham Jarvis is watching wherever in the world he is. We never know. That's the first thing I say to him on the phone. Where in the world are you today? And but it's nice to see that people are involved and people are interested in this series. And just, you know, it's good racing. I mean, it's exciting. You know, and if you know anybody in it, then it's even better, you know. So, it's JDay Off-Road Racing has been a part of me for a long, long time. John Day asked me a long time ago to be his announcer, and I did it like the first couple of years. It was only 2 or 3 events because they were the only places that had a PA system, so we took advantage of it. It was a motocross venue, and he had a lot of off-road stuff as well. And then because it took off so well, we started to do it, and John said, well, I'm going to get, you know, a small PA system, and we're going to do it at these events, and then we started doing it at all of the events. And it really has come a long way, and it's nice to see that, you know, has grown under the guidance of Ethan Broach, who's done a great job the last few years. He's got a definite commitment from his family and friends. A lot of the guys that were on his crew up in New England are here with him today, and they were with us in Florida as well. And, you know, like some of them, at least one of them, Andrew Acton, who you see waving the green flag at the beginning, the guy missed his flight because they canceled it in Connecticut, jumped in a rental van and drove all those hours down to Florida to be with us because he's so committed. Andrew Acton has been committed to this JDay series for a long, long time, and he's one of the special people that make up this series. And I'll tell you, it's great to have him on your team. And he's not just, a great official and representative of our series, but he's one heck of a rider as well, man.
Absolutely.
You should see Acton do his thing, and he can go good. He's a lot of fun too, man. He's got a great personality, and he just loves life, and he loves off-road racing like you and me, buddy. He's a good man.
Can't get any better than that as we continue to watch the battle on screen. Wait, get just a little far forward there for that Husky rider. You can see him starting to labor just a little bit. The 202 putting the pressure on.
I don't think he made his suspension adjustments.
Yep, didn't listen.
That rear is looking awful soft, and then it's looking quick on the rebound, and that's putting him up on the handlebar. That's not a fun position to be in.
Yeah, it can be costly.
Yep. You want to be up on the pegs, especially. Look at the rollers. Look at the size of them, man. These things, some of them are clearing 3 feet. And, even in the roughest section, they're getting close to 4 feet. There's some big, big stuff out there today.
When we talked about partial rain on the course, you can see just a little bit of drizzle starting once again on parts of the track at least. So Mother Nature wanting to check out JDay Off-Road, see what it's all about. And wants to make the FMF Extreme section just a little more true to name.
True to name, exactly right. The extreme section. See that? The front end, man, it's so slippery in there. You got to get a little more momentum, but then, of course, you're afraid to turn the gas because you don't want your wheels to slip out. It is crazy. I love the FMF Extreme section. It's such an equalizer. And the fans are great here today, man. They've been weathering the storm. They're not worried by the rain. It's all. And a lot of them are former racers, if not in another class, and still racing. So, they're out there cheering their buddy on. And there's Mike Jones in second spot on the 202. He was the guy who won the first moto, and what a great interview he was.
Yeah,
too, man.
I'm calling him Glad Mike Jones.
Yeah, Glad Mike Jones. I like that. He is. Smiling right from the beginning.
Exactly.
Of course, that's what happens when you win a race.
Yeah, it makes it easy, doesn't it?
It really does, no doubt about it. But it's funny that he's from Pennsylvania the same way that our buddy Mad Mike Jones is from. And if you all, are too off-roadish to know, Mad Mike Jones used to be a wicked good motocross rider, but then he's one of the fathers or even the grandfathers of the freestyle scene and the extreme stuff in that way, man. He was crazy. And, of course, he definitely had a personality to him, too. He is one of those guys that, if you beat him, he was not happy with you, and anything could happen. I've seen his temper flare. So I think for a lot of reasons they called him Mad Mike, but always a pleasure to watch him race. Used to get to see him race up in Canada every once in a while, and he was always one of the top riders up there, and I think he even won a Canadian national champion one time. And, Medallia will remember him a little bit, of course. I think they've had a few battles in their time, but really cool that both of them, Glad Mike and Mad Mike, are from Pennsylvania. For sure.
Doing the state and the name both some good as they are ripping around right now. You see things starting to slicken up just a little bit, starting to see that light color appear at the top of the soil. And like I said, I think the GP track able to take it just a little bit more, absorb that moisture. It's not going to make anything less rough, but it's at least not going to have any standing water, not be as slick as we'd see in maybe some of the clay-based parts of this practice facility track.
I think in some sections on that track as well with the sand compound, you get a little more traction in some of those spots as well, and that'll help, to get you over those obstacles. But then when you try to apply the same throttle therapy on the clay track, man, that is a real bugger, I'll tell you. You got to be careful. I'd like to give a shout out to the 355 of Audrina Anello, who was in the top 5 but just got passed by David Malloy. He's up to 5th. She's back to 6th, but in the top 10 of the scheme of things, Audrina, been a JDay rider for a long time and always a pleasure to talk to, but she is a girl of few words, but she lets her talk and speak out on the track, and she's a heck of a rider, and great to see that she's in the top 10 right now, back to 7th now as the rain comes in, and I'm sure she's vertically challenged like I am, so when you're in that slippery stuff, you got to be careful of that. Mike Jones has now been moved back to 3rd spot, but the surprise of it all is Alex Phaneuf on that vintage YZ, man. He has the fastest lap time in the class. 4 minutes and 53 seconds, and everybody else is over 5 minutes, and the closest to him is at 5:06. That is a serious thumping that he is putting on this division.
Well, and it's not a fluke lap either. That is a consistent pace he's been running. We saw him up inside the top 3 overall, if I'm not mistaken, there on race number 1. So Phaneuf right now, I mean, there's not much you can say. Vintage can't teach an old dog new tricks, and sometimes you don't need to, right?
That's right, buddy. He's got it dialed. And I tell you, we talked about it earlier, and it definitely holds true when you get into that slippery clay stuff, is familiarity with the bike. What it's going to do, how it's going to surprise you. And he's been riding that thing long enough. He probably owned it when it was brand new, and he just can't give it up because it's his favorite bike. That's the way we are. We have our favorite bikes. I mean, me and my buddy talk about this all the time. Back in 1987, Honda had this CR250 that was like the best motorcycle in a long, long time. Definitely by that time, there was none better. And it still holds true. I mean, sometimes we all feel that it was probably one of the best motorcycles ever. I mean, you can still ride one at this time and do well on it for sure. It's Alex Phaneuf in the lead overall. Spencer Zarachina, Mike Jones, Andrew You got me on that one. I think you do it better than I do, Zach.
Mikolacek, I believe.
Mikolacek. There you go. Thank you, brother. And David Malloy, your top 5. Audrina Anello still in the top 7. Hats off to her. That VVET class, that's Spencer Saracina lead over Mike Jones. The super senior class, we've got James Jetmar and Aaron Murdoch, a Massachusetts rider. His son races the pro class. Masters, it's Gregory Likens and Paul Burriffen. And the senior, it's Neil Stimpson over Rob Cavanaugh. In the women's B, Audrina Anello leads over Bariella Manisi. And women's C class, it's Claire Pasha over Kayla Reichen. C senior, it's Jeff Normand over Todd Gales. And the rain is coming down. You can see it on the screen. The vintage class, it's Alex Phaneuf over Craig Oberholzer. Some riders are probably excusing themselves and pulling off the track because some of that clay is extra slippery. Zach's getting prepared to go to an announcement, or an interview rather, and he's got an umbrella.
Listen, Jay, I'm from GNCC, okay? This is a light drizzle compared to most of our rounds, so I haven't broken out the rain suit quite yet.
You guys have had a tough time of it this year, man.
I'm telling you what, we're hanging out. You can see the rain dripping in front of the camera here in studio. Good times being had, and this is what JDay's all about. The different conditions, a little more of the off-road side of things, but ClubMX, as far as the facilities we're going to be visiting throughout the year, I think this might be the best one to be able to take a little bit of rain. So watching it on your screen, it almost might be a little less aggressive than it looks on screen right now. So
I'll tell you, it's really going to even it up in that pro class.
Oh, it's going to make it interesting.
It's going to be an experience out there. These guys have got to be careful. Throw it away in that clay, and things could be hard for you to come back to.
Yeah, we'll see if Joey Crown's been putting in the work in the mud motos as well.
Yes, indeed. However, with that being said, what's going to happen with our boys Ben Kelly and Grant Davis and guys like that have been used to these sloppy conditions this year?
Well, you got to think, not only being familiar with the property, but familiar with the conditions as well. That's a double whammy. So, but again, it all comes down to the start. I think, somebody like a Medallia, somebody like even somebody like an Evan Smith gets a good start. We can see him run that top pace, but it's just so crucial to be out front early. So,
yeah, and of course, goggle conditions as well. Yes. In this, guys are already right now getting those roll-offs on, getting a few tear-offs on as well, and getting it done because it's going to be a little slippery out there. It's going to be mud flinging, and it's definitely putting another element on that pro class. Anybody can win. Ben Kelly is not happy with his finish in that first one, and he's going to be looking for redemption. He is the national champion, and with that comes a lot of pride. I know Ben personally, and I know that he's not happy with that result. I don't even have to talk to him to see that or know that, but yeah, man, he's definitely ready for this second moto, and he's thinking that this really is playing into his hands, this rain, because he's had a couple great finishes in the mud this year at the GNCC level, and I really expect big things from Big Ben the King Kelly for sure.
No doubt about it. Let's see.
Alex Phaneuf, the guy in the lead now on that vintage bike. He leads overall. And, of course, with that lap time being about 8 seconds better than his competitor on modern bikes, he's an amazing rider right now, Alex Phaneuf, adapting to that slippery clay, too. Spencer Baracina in second. Mike Jones in third. David Malloy in fourth spot. And then it's Andrew Mikolajczyk in fifth spot. I think I did it better that time. Thanks.
Yeah, I was going to say, that was pretty good.
Yeah.
That was pretty good. Luxon last lap times looking like this. Phaneuf now dips into the 5-minute plus lap time. Just barely, 5 minutes, 6 seconds. Fastest lap time after that, 5 minutes, 27 seconds. Glad Mike Jones. And then Spencer Saracena in that 3 position as far as the lap times go, a 5:28. So super consistent. We even saw, I believe, in that 125 Pro Moto, Evan Smith and Coquinos running identical lap times, one if not multiple laps. So we talk about the depth of the field. This is just it. You know, sometimes you're matching lap times with other riders. So Phaneuf really looking solid at the top of the overall charts.
You know, earlier, Zach, you said when you're following guys like Ryan Sipes on the track and they lead you over that jump, that's exactly what happened with Andrew Mikolajczyk, is you led me over that jump.
Exactly.
I really appreciate it. Thanks for bailing me out.
Glad I could do my part.
I see some sunshine, buddy, but I'm that kind of guy. I see sunshine even when it's raining. No doubt about it. Maybe this rain won't last through that Pro Moto, and we'll be having some better vision, but it's still taking its toll. There's no doubt.
Sun will pop back out and get nice and humid. That way we'll find out who's been putting in the work. Oh, problems for your leader.
Oh,
the 202 of Glad Mike Jones going down.
Yep. And that's the 143, but I don't think he's running. Maybe that's Spencer Saracena just taking the 1 away for his number today. I believe it is. It says he's on a Yamaha. So that is Spencer Saracena in second spot overall. Still that vintage rider. Alex Phaneuf on it just in time is leading the moto. Get off the phone. This is a race.
The action's right here.
Oh, that's a buddy of mine. I can tease him like that. But yeah, the phone. Where would we be without it? Much simpler life, that's for sure.
Different world, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah. We always laugh about when I was a kid, we had a party line. There was 5 families on our road and everybody on the same line. Everybody had a ring, 1 for one house and 2 for another. And then if somebody was on the phone, you had to say, "Hi, Mrs. Hicks, I need to use the phone. Could you please get off?" And of course, Mrs. Hicks was a really nice lady, so she probably would say, "Yes, dear, I'll be right off." And it would bring back when it was ready, and you know, that's the way it goes. And now we got cell phones and everybody has them in every country, and it's just crazy. And where would we be without it? You know, they give us directions and they tell us where the best pizza place is, and you know, everything in between.
Blessing and a curse, that's for
It sure is, buddy. There's no doubt.
You can even tune your motorcycles from your phone now.
There you go.
Isn't that crazy?
There you go, yeah. With everything electronic being as it may. No doubt. Yeah, you can see the rain has slowed down for sure. I mean, it's still coming down a little bit, but we're getting a little blue sky, a little bit of sunshine, and still not going to make that FMF Extreme section any easier.
Yeah, I don't think there's much help for that. It's just going to be a tough one, so we'll see here in these closing few races as we've got the pros getting ready to do battle. Meanwhile, Spencer Saracena, David Malloy, Mike Jones, Andrew Mikolajczyk, and Chad Gold, your top 5. Phaneuf dropping down on that last lap, so maybe he just hasn't checked in yet. We'll wait and see if it refreshes. There, wow, right on cue. That was pretty good.
Like you could read the future, my friend.
Exactly.
No doubt. But, I mean, the camera work, look at the expanse there in the pond and the fields and the cows. And, I mean, not only a beautiful facility, but a beautiful backdrop here at ClubMX.
Oh, it's picture perfect. It's just like Sipe said. It's country club-esque. You know, the grass is well manicured. There's, you know, pretty ponds. There's ducks swimming. There's cows on the hillside. Like, you can't draw it up any better than this. And so,
beautiful white fence when
absolutely.
You come in, and it's painted. You know, it's not left to go anywhere. And, you know, I'll tell you, they've done a great job. They got all kinds of hookups for all these motorhomes that you see and things like that. So they just keep improving and all that. And, you know, you can tell that they take a lot of pride in this place as well, and it shows.
Well, and even talking to Ben earlier about the vision Brandon Haas had and the work that's gone into it year after year and the finances and efforts that have been re-put back into it year after year, showing that they're reinvesting in what they believe in. And I know even just since this facility has been around and they've had their pro team, they've given a lot of pro riders great rides, great opportunities to prove what they're capable of, whether they've stayed with the team or not. And so really impressive stuff. And like we said, history being made out here this weekend. Like that is really something to be proud of. And for somebody like Brandon Haas and Ben and everybody involved with the decision to bring JDay out, pretty cool, pretty cool. So we're certainly grateful to be here. Hope all the riders are as well. Very unique course out here. Look at that, rain or shine, no problem. We're still skying out the big tabletop.
He's airing it out, and that was a great interview he had with Brandon Haas, buddy. I'm glad that you took him in there and did that, and he had such a positive attitude toward the JDay Offroad thing. And he said, if we come back next year, but the thing that followed the if was that we'll make some trails that we even it up for the woods guys, which I think it's just that it needs to be a decision made in the future, but I think that it's a positive attitude toward us and toward our event. And I liked what Ben had to say about the event. If they were going to have an event here, it had to be a big event. And he said, we are a big event, and that just goes to show that we're on the map here at JDay Offroad. I know there's a lot of people talking about us through social media and things like that, and most everything is positive. I know there's some detractors, but you're not going to make everybody, happy all the time. But I think it's a great thing that we're doing. I love the TV coverage that we're doing, and that's why I decided to come out of retirement, as they say, and join you. You had a lot to do with it because I enjoy working with you, and I appreciate the way that you do things. And it's been great to have these guests come in as well today. And of course, we had Ryan Sipes only at the first round, but it's nice to have guys come in that are in the industry and know what they're seeing and know what they're doing and making the sport better for sure. They really are.
No doubt about it. So nice to have those different perspectives and getting to chat things up and break things down with us. Looks like more problems for Mike Jones.
Yep.
That thick sand starting to get the best of him in some spots.
No doubt about it. Spencer Saracino, though, he's looking good. He's, I believe, in the physical lead. However, after adjusted time, the vintage rider, Alex Vanuk, on that Yamaha is the leader overall in this class, of which there's at least 6 or 7 different classes, man. This is crazy. This is the nightmare for the scoring team, and they do such a good job to stay on top of it, too, man. I'll tell you, it's been a great effort, and we've got a lot of great people helping us down there, that are behind the lines. And for them, we thank them. There's so many to thank. I can't name all the names right now, but just know that you are appreciated, and you know that the only way that an event like this could be produced and to happen is because of you. And, you're the guys who don't make any money or make it very little or something like that, and we really respect and appreciate your efforts for sure.
Yeah, a lot of faces and team members involved with putting this together, and a lot of sacrifice involved as well. People spending holidays and birthdays with us, and it's a pretty special thing. I actually heard that we have a birthday here today in the announcer's booth. Is it your birthday today, Jay? Happy birthday, man. Thanks for hanging out with us.
Thanks, my friend.
Absolutely.
I appreciate it. Yeah, 64 laps around the moon.
Watch out.
Or sun,
That's
or
awesome.
whatever I'm doing. I don't know, but yeah, it is, and thank you for honoring me on my day.
Absolutely.
Of course, I couldn't think of anything better to do than being here at a race with you anyway, so I know Dawn is probably going to take exception to that, but she knows how I feel about you, so it's okay for sure. But thank you, my friend. I really appreciate it.
That's what
I've been getting messages today about it.
I love it. That's awesome.
Oh God, yeah, for sure.
No, that's great. It's like I said, it's a family. Like you spend time with the series and with the riders and their families long enough, you start to feel at home here at the track. So certainly a big part of JDay history, and we're glad to be able to celebrate with you here. I thought I saw a cake running around.
Oh
here.
no,
Is that yours?
Oh, that's just what I need too. Yeah, you know how I love food, buddy. It's one of my most important times of the day. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I laugh about that, what you said as far as, holidays and things like that. In the early days of racing, my mother used to say to my dad, John, really? Easter Sunday, we're going to be at a race, and Dad would be like, well, that's when the race is scheduled, so we've got to be there, Janet, And I used to love it, and of course, birthdays, like you say, and any number of things. 4th of July is, of course, a big race day, of course. with our national series being Red Bud, Michigan and stuff like that. But Southwick used to be, the big race for us in New England. But that she didn't mind so much. But Easter Sunday, it was almost like sacrilege. Yeah, it's great to be with our families here. And even though we don't share the same blood, we share the same passion. And it's great to have spent, well, I would have to say probably, 55 or more birthdays at a motocross or an off-road race.
That's awesome.
I think it's probably more, but I'll go on the shy side and say 55 of them for sure. But I just love this sport, and glad that I've been able to make my living in the industry and hang out with some of the best people I've ever known that have stayed my friends for all these years, and many guys in the industry and many guys that were racers. And it's something where, you could be anywhere in the country and you know somebody and you get into trouble and you may have a car breakdown or something like that, and you say, hey, geez, I know so-and-so, and he lives like 2 towns over. Let's just give him a call. And it's that way with everybody. We all can count on each other, and it's just good to know that we have such good people in our corner. And I've always said that motorcycle people are the best people in the world. There's no doubt about it. It doesn't matter what kind of motorcycle you're riding. It doesn't matter where you are in the scheme of things as far as racing or just riding a motorcycle. Motorcycle people are the best people in the world.
Absolutely. Couldn't be more happy to celebrate with you here, Jay, and we're getting ready to do some celebrating down at the finish line as well. I'm going to grab an interview, and I'm heading down to the start. I'm going to see if I can grab some interviews from those pro riders before we drop the green flag as well for the final moto of the day.
Excellent idea, my friend. The interview at the end is always a great thing, and we get to get the views of the rider who just won. And, of course, those pre-moto interviews with the pro riders will give us their insight as to what they're doing out there for this next race. Of course, as we said, we had a little bit of weather during this race, and there's been some rain that come down, but we've got the sunshine out again, and probably some things dripping off the trees, but still, the rain is not being deposited on the track, and that is a good thing because we have a fair amount of clay here, and a lot of that clay is in that FMF Extreme section, and that'll play a part in this last moto of the day here at ClubMX. It has been a historical day, and Crew Hopkins, of course, the winner of the first 2 classes of the day, and he has a bright future in this sport. He was the Pee Wee winner, which is a 1 moto format, and then he was the Mini winner, which includes several different mini divisions, of which he is a junior rider for the younger riders 6 through 12. Just an amazing feat for that young man, and a heartfelt congratulations for that young man, Crew Hopkins. That was just a great thing. So right here in your frame, we see Spencer Saracina on his Yamaha, number 143 on the bike, 43 on our screen. He is your leader of the race well, not overall, but in the standing order like that. But the overall winner after just in time, or leader, is Alex Phaneuf. He's in the vintage class. We'll see him just a little bit later on the number 48. But right now, in possession of the lead position in this race is Spencer Saracina. And the checkered flag will fly for Spencer Saracina, the Yamaha rider, right here at JDay Off-Road, brought to you by Yamaha. And he's a bit emotional, no doubt about it. That's a tough race. The track is getting really rough out there, man, and he gave it everything he's got to win his class and come home second overall in this race. Great ride by Spencer Saracina. There he is right there, Phaneuf. Number 48 on the vintage bike. He won the class overall. So a great ride by Alex Phaneuf on his old Yamaha. Everybody's happy at JDay Off-Road. That's what we love, man. No doubt about it. Lots of smiles for sure. Just like to thank all the birthday wishes that I got today. I saw you all dialing me up on the phone, and I really appreciate Zach saying so, and no doubt about it. So we're going to get Zach Herron here for an interview, and here you go, Zach Herron. Take it away.
All right, thanks guys. Down here from the finish line, Spencer Saracena getting the job done. Well, you just said it got harder and harder and harder. It was already rough, then we throw some rain at you. You get the job done, man. Take us through the race.
Got it done. Got a good start, second. Kid passed me, got a gap. I just dug deep, found myself passing him, and ran it through.
Yeah, did what you needed to do, man. A brutal course here late in the day. Both tracks are beat up. Do you feel like you had a strong section, a section you were struggling in? What'd you think?
Moto track, the big one. Good out there, sand's difficult. It's deep, it's rutted, a lot of whoops.
It wasn't enough to take you down, though, was it?
No, it was not.
Hey, I love it, man. When nobody celebrates a win by themselves, who's in your corner? Who do you want to thank?
I want to thank my girlfriend for coming out here and doing everything to help me, and my buddy Anthony with A&C Racing. He does a lot. And just thanks to everybody in my corner, you know?
There it is. Gets the job done. We're celebrating down here from the finish line. Back to you, Jay.
Thank you, Zach. A great interview. And, of course, the Connecticut rider, Saracena, has some JDay experience, and great to see him come down here to South Carolina and win in this JDay format that he's so used to. You know, it's great to see all the people supporting us here. And we got a recap of this race. And we're looking at a Yamaha rider. I believe that to be, well, this Yamaha rider here we know is Spencer Saracena, the Connecticut rider. Of course, right there is Glad Mike Jones on the 202, who was a contender early on. But he had himself a mishap that we'll probably see coming up real quick and went down in that lead. There it is right there after he got by Saracena, and Saracena will come in and take over that lead position in class. And there's the checkered flag for Spencer Saracena. Got the pro class coming up quick here, man. I'll tell you, in the overall scheme of things in that last race, we saw Alex Phaneuf out of Stowe, Mass, your winner overall on the vintage bike. Spencer Saracena, a Connecticut rider, and then a North Carolinian, David Malloy in third, Mike Jones, Andrew McCullochek, Chad Gold, James Jetmar, Craig Oberholzer, Audrina Anello out of Adams, Mass, and Aaron Murdoch, a Massachusetts rider, in 10th spot. That's overall a mixture of classes there for sure. We have a commercial break coming up from some of our great sponsors, and next we'll see race number 6, Moto 2, the Pro Class.
We've been there since the very beginning.
20 laps, the main event, the mud, the blood, the beer.
Organizing the industry and building champions. We've been there since the very beginning.
20 laps, the main event, the mud, the blood, the beer.
Organizing the industry and building champions. "100 years of defending your rights to ride into the future."
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Redline Oil, formulated to win.
Formulated to win.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me.
Proven by me.
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
JDay Off-Road live coverage is brought to you by Fox Racing. Awaken your senses. Redline Oil. No compromises. And Yamaha. Performance, innovation, and adventure.
Yes, sir. We are back here at JDay Off-Road, brought to you by Fox Racing at ClubMX in Chesterfield, South Carolina. We're going to go down to the starting area with Zach Herron. He's going to have an interview for us right now.
Preparation underway. Joey Crown trying to get the machine set. Or do you think, Joey, you got to get ready to try to get this job done here in Moto 2. Real quick, talk to us a little bit about the home field advantage. We're feeling an impressive first Moto. We'll get the job done in Moto 2. What are we thinking?
Try to do the same minus the crashes. That would be nice. The rain definitely makes it a little bit different, more difficult, a little bit easier for you guys, better in those conditions. But just going to try to be patient in the extreme sections. I know it's going to be very big key to this race, the log teams. Try to get another good hole shot and be smooth and put some laps in here.
Now, we talked about your technical knowledge that you bring here to the ClubMX team.
You just put it right there,
big
buddy.
changes being made between Moto 1 to Moto 2 for the roughness as well as the rain?
Actually, yeah. I'm always tweaking. And yesterday I had a whole new setup on my bike, so learned about it that first moto. Made some suspension changes, a little bit stiffer for some of these TLs and stuff. So the bike will be a little better.
Best of luck to you, man. Joey Crown getting the job done. Going to move over. Zach Osborne hanging out. What are we thinking, man? How we doing?
Yeah, solid. First moto was decent until it wasn't. Like, got off a terrible start, and then rode through the pack pretty good to fifth, and then just, I was pretty tired, honestly. One day a week won't cut it for this level of racing. This pro line's gnarly, there's 30 guys here this weekend, and track's super hard. So it was good though. Data's super solid, and track's awesome. It's just amazing for me to be here in this area, in this environment, at a race. It's just super cool, super nostalgic. So yeah, couldn't be more fun.
I was just about to say, you've got a pretty rich history with ClubMX for yourself, and maybe the fans at home that don't know, kind of take us through how you got introduced to ClubMX.
Yeah, so the original property that the actual ClubMX training facilities on was originally mine, and Brandon and I partnered in 2010, I believe, and then I purchased it in 2015.
And Zach Herron with a couple of interviews down there in the start line before this pro race. And it is a stacked field, and of course we had a little bit of weather coming in there to dump some rain, and as you can see the skies are darkening up again. Maybe we'll get a little more in this 30-minute moto. We had the first, we got some highlights coming to you from that first moto now. There's your hole shot, and of course a Yamaha rider getting the hole shot here at ClubMX. That's Joey Crown. He's an employee here. Grant Davis in second spot, flying high. And Gus Reardon having a little trouble on the landing on that jump as he goes by Witkowski. Another lap in the books here, and got Ben Kelly coming up strong now on Zach Osborne. Oh no, that's not. I keep confusing that rider. That is Cooper Jones. They have the same outfit on, and sometimes that's what we go by. But there he is, Ben Kelly, having a fine ride out there. But it was Joey Crown who will have a couple of mishaps out there and a couple of crashes, but there is one of them right there, and he gets passed for the lead. But there is no quitting Joey Crown, and he goes back after it. Grant Davis goes down, and now Crown will come back after Tyler Medallia, the Canadian rider, and we're going to see some of that action in just a moment. There it is there. Medallia having a little trouble to feed off the pegs, and here comes the move. And it's Joey Crown just going sideways there and getting it done. The checkered flag will fly for Joey Crown, a ClubMX employee here with a little home court advantage, the winner of Moto number 1 in this pro class. And a hard-fought battle right there, down to the wire. with Tyler Medaglia, another Yamaha rider. So Yamaha is faring very well here at Club MX, round number 2 in the 2026 season here at JDay Off-Road. We brought it into a more East Coast facility, a series rather, and it's really working out. We've got a great number of pros here, some of the best riders in the country. The lineup goes down through the list. We've got at least 30 different pro riders here today, possibly more. Crown on the inside, Osborne right next to him, Kokinos, Medaglia. There's Kelly and Reardon. And we're going to bring Ryan Sipes in here and get his insight to it. I had asked him earlier, had you talked to some of these riders in between motos? I know that you have a close relationship with a lot of them, and see what they had to say about the first moto.
Yeah, I went and talked to a lot of those guys. Like, for instance, Tyler Medaglia. I said, went over, we're pretty good buddies. I said, what happened out there? How'd you let Joey pass you? He said, man, I wasted so much energy trying to catch up. Oh, and there's Joey Crown down in that corner before. Yeah, that's going to make it really tough for him after getting that first moto win.
So not the start that Crown was hoping for here for Moto 2. All smiles down there on the finish line. Talked about making some adjustments, but, man, this has got his work cut out for him, to say the least.
Zach Osborne looking like he's making a bid there for third. Looking real strong. I'll tell you, just such a competent rider, but as you said before, Ryan, he really isn't doing this for real anymore. This is a promotional situation that he has with Beta. He's an ambassador for their brand, but still, he shows why he was able to win the championships that he won, and such a great rider that he is.
Yeah, all-time rider for sure. And this is definitely not his wheelhouse. I mean, this is more moto, but like you said, he don't race that much anymore. It's cool that he's humble enough to come out here and go, yeah, I may get beat, but I want to go racing. That's cool to me.
Yeah, for sure. And I tell you, a lot of people may not remember Zach as well as we do, but he had a great effort for many years at the World Grand Prix level, then came back home to the United States and did great at the national level. So great that he was a champion a couple different times over, if I remember right, maybe even 3-time champion here in the United States. When you talk to him, he's just such a gentleman and just such a nice guy. He just, I kind of drawn to him when I, see him. I want to just go and talk to him and see what he's been up to and things like that. And, he's one of those guys that you say deserves a championship. Absolutely. He really has the care of the sport to heart.
And he embraces the struggles as well. He had a up and down journey from an amateur prospect to having to go overseas and do some racing and coming back and proving himself before even getting any of those championships. So Zacho, a really cool story. And then you jump over to his off-road racing career, had some solid results in that as well. So it's always fun whenever you can see Zach Osborne. And I don't know about you guys, but I swear a helmet fin adds at least 2 horsepower. So I'm a fan of the Fox helmet that Zacho is running right now.
It's the aerodynamics, man.
I don't question.
And if you didn't have a fin on your helmet in, say, the late 90s, you just weren't cool.
Who were you?
Yeah, exactly.
Who made that famous? Was it Pingree?
I think it was McGrath. Pretty sure.
Which one?
Yeah.
No, just kidding.
Yeah. Well, his name does start with a J. MC Jeremy McGrath always wore Troy Lee stuff, and Troy is the one that came out with that fin that you'd actually glue to it. Now they make the helmets right with it, but it's cool to see I think a stylish thing like that make a comeback.
Yeah, no doubt, and it's great to see that you said that Troy Lee made that, because Troy, as a lot of us in the industry know, was a really fast guy, man. And he definitely held his own on a motocross track, and now he's brought the sport so many different avenues, so many different sponsors, so many different famous people have come to our sport because of him, and he does such a great job, with his team, and of course his art is just beyond,
We got an insane battle going right now between Joey Crown and Zach Osborne. Joey went right around him, and then Zach turned around and passed him right back.
Yeah.
And it was that jump section that I was talking about in the first moto. If you get it, it's probably worth 3 or 4 seconds. If you miss it, you're going to lose that much.
Well, and it's the call and response, too. You see they immediately catch up to the Phoenix Racing Honda. I believe that is Reardon, as well as is that Fustini on the KTM. It is. Okay, so the 511 machine up there as well as we put a lap in the books. Look at this, wheel to wheel to wheel to wheel as they come through the Yamaha finish line, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
You know, I don't know if Joey's going to be denied today with the attitude that he has on the motorcycle right now. As you mentioned earlier, Ryan, he had trouble on that first lap and he was way dead last. Now he's, what, up to 5th place, and the leader's not that far ahead of him. I mean, this guy's on a serious hunt.
Yeah, and you can tell right now, well, if I'm him, and I know I can already see him doing it, he's trying to save his goggles. When you start this far back and you have to pass all these guys, say he probably put 14 tear-offs on just because it rained. 14 will go really quick when you got to pass, 14 guys. You're going to use a couple. Oh, that was a good one right there in the corner.
But he made it.
Yeah.
Woo, big kick right there. Feet come off the pegs for Crown.
Hey, Zacho is fighting for this spot. This is awesome to watch.
And that is that's actually Mike Witowski on the Phoenix Racing Honda up front. So Mike was in a pretty fierce battle with his teammate Gus Reardon there in Moto 1. Gets another good start. He's been doing that at GNCC as well. And Witowski looking to try to make something happen. We even heard from Joey Crown on the start, maybe a little bit of an advantage because of the wet conditions to the Woods guys. A bit more comfortable, a bit, I would say. And so Witowski looking solid right now as he pulls back out in that number 2 ride.
Yeah, this is not even slick to a GNCC.
Oh!
And Crown goes down just as we're talking about slippery. That's, man. I mean, we already saw him overcome 2 crashes in the first one. This is a way taller order than that with the bad start and then another crash. But
he'll lose 4 places on that. That's a shame.
That was a big one.
He was really coming on strong for sure.
Take a look at this replay. He's rolling around the outside. Just seems like he puts a little too much trust in that berm and it just pushes over. You see the front end start to give way just a little bit. So now it just starts to wash the front end.
You know what I think caused that crash?
Break it down for us.
More than just the slippery dirt. You saw him slide a little bit the first time and he put the foot on the ground. When you put the foot on the ground, you take the weight off the tires. So I want as much weight as I can get on the tires when I'm turning like that. I need traction. When you put the foot on the ground, you take the weight off the tires and then you saw it start to go. He was already leaning like he had the traction, which he did at first. As soon as he put the foot on the ground, it went away. And he's leaning over and there was no saving that one.
Is that our MIT breakdown?
Yeah, I guess you could call it that.
The solution to that, Ryan, could you give us maybe some insight on that to help the riders out there?
Yeah, it's practicing not dabbing the foot. I always used to play games with myself and go, every time you dab a foot, it's 5 push-ups or 10 push-ups or whatever. And you do motos. And the thing is, a lot of times we are going around a corner and we think we're going to fall over and we dab the foot. We really weren't going to fall. It's just our safety net to go, I better dab it real quick so I don't fall over. More often than not, that is what causes you to crash than what saves you, in my opinion. So a lot of practice, and it's hard. It's hard to not dab the foot. I'm bad at it. For a guy that tells people not to, I dab my foot a lot. But I'm working on it always. Every time I ride, I'm like, don't dab, because I think it's really important.
Do you think when you get into that position on the motorcycle, it's hard to get more weight on the front wheel? And that's kind of sometimes guys are almost pulling themselves up, and that's how the foot gets down.
Well, if think about it this way. If I said, Jay, I want you to get on your bike facing north, and I want you to turn around as quick as you can, as tight as you can, and go south, what's the first thing you would do?
Pull in the clutch.
Okay, all right. But after that, you would put your foot on the ground.
It's true.
And the reason for that is to take weight off the tire so it will spin. So you do the same thing in a corner when you put your foot down. You're adding weight to the foot. That's less weight that's on your tires. So even though it's real convenient and it's a bad habit for a lot of us, myself included, to put the foot down when we just slip a little bit, we're actually doing ourselves a disservice. If we can keep that foot up, it's going to keep more weight on the tires. It's going to be better for us in the end.
Keeping the weight on the tires and the weight moving forward. Zacho gets another one as he makes his way around Mike Witowski. Mike just joined us here at round number 2, the Phoenix Racing Honda rider, a GNCC racer in the XC1 class. And we were able to catch up with Mike a little earlier this weekend, talk about doing battle here at JDay at ClubMX.
Actually, when I was probably like 14, I trained here for like a month in the winter. So I have been here, but it's evolved quite a bit since then. I don't think I've ridden where this race is actually at, but as far as the facility, I've spent time here. And then obviously I live 2 hours from here now, so it's kind of a quick drive, and it's actually cool to see what they've done, JDay itself, to like mix 2 different tracks and extreme and stuff like that.
So you hear Mike really embracing the growth of JDay, and once again gets a big kick. But wait a second, where did Ben Kelly come from? The KTM rider is pushing forward. Take a look at our Luxon last lap times. Medaglia and Osborne tied at a 4:19. Bukowski at 4:21, but BK with a 4:20 flat. How about Gus Reardon with a 4:18? I didn't even catch that one right.
Fastest guy on the track. And talking to a lot of these guys, because my question was for them, and I had a pretty good idea of the answer, but I said, why are you here? You know, why are you taking an off, what would be an off weekend for you? And a lot of them, you know, they want the practice, they want the intensity, they want to race. But the other thing is, a lot of them said, I've never done a JDay. This will be cool. It'd be, you know, something different. They've raced GNCC, some of them for 10, 15 years. Now this is something new to them that's a little bit different kind of race format. And I think that keeps it fun for the guys that have been doing this for so long.
Little look over there from Ben Kelly, and it looks like he's bringing Gus Reardon along with him. So the Phoenix Honda of Reardon looks like has moved forward. I saw those green backgrounds.
He revs that bike so much because he has to. That kind of surprised Ben, I think. He didn't know he was right there. But it's funny, last event we were talking with you, Brian, about Ben and trying to improve his sprint speed. And I think that that's one of the biggest reasons why he comes here at JDay, because it's a 30-minute moto, and he's got to pin it to win it.
Yeah, and these guys said even that first moto, they're ready for a sprint, but it's more of a sprint than they even think it is. Like, it's intense. And a lot of those guys are like, man, I'm tired at the end of this thing. And it's only 30 minutes compared to the 3 hours they're used to. But it's so much more intense. The heart rate is 10, 15, maybe 20 beats higher out here, every inch of the track matters here, where it does in GNCC too. You just can't push that hard in the woods when it's as rough as it is with all the trees. Out here, you can really push the limits, and that results in a higher heart rate and a little bit more fatigue for sure. But talking about Zach Osborne, I went and talked to him in between motos, and he said, I felt good for a little while, and he said I kind of blew up, which he means he just, lost his wind. He maybe got a little arm pump, wasn't feeling full of energy, but he said, I would way rather do that. I'd way rather go out there and go fast and then blow up than go out there and ride around in 10th place, which is awesome. That's why Zacho is who he is. He's a competitive dude, and he's out here doing it again. Even if he blows up, he's going to know that he was pinning it. He's in second place, probably running the same time as the leaders right now, so riding really good.
And we can't say enough about the leader right now, Tyler Medaglia, man. That guy is really on the gas. He's got himself a really healthy lead. So look at that. A couple of guys, they could be known as senior citizens in our sport, leading the crew of these young kids. And the Phoenix Honda guys are really going after it, too. Gus Reardon just got by Ben Kelly, and that's no small feat.
No doubt. Ben got right back by him. These lappers messed Ben up, then messed Gus up. So it's tricky a lot of times, and sometimes it's just luck how you get through them. If you choose the right way to swerve when you're trying to go around the guy. Sometimes you choose the wrong way, and they swerve the same way, and you get tied up. But it's cool to watch. It's just another variable. Oh, nice pass there. Ben means business this time. He's not wasting time getting through these guys.
Ben is definitely charging forward here. A little better start this time and making some quick moves. As he had pressure from Reardon. Looks like you saw that big power of the KTM machine. He stretched things back out after Reardon got together with that lapper.
Yeah, for sure. He is our national champion, and he's a proud guy, and he wants to show, no matter what event that he enters, that he's the guy to beat. There's no doubt about it. He's up to third now and chasing a couple of old guys who are really equipping themselves well out there. Like to see that Brighton Carroll is in the top 9. Kyle Murdoch, a New England guy, a Massachusetts kid, in the top 8. And Evan Smith, one of the top 125 pro riders, in the top 10. Jigs Fustini with a great ride as well.
Well, just like you said, Ben Kelly, your reigning XC1 champ. He's a woods guy by trade. We talked to him earlier this weekend, said, how's those moto skills looking? How do you feel headed into JDay?
Yeah, my moto skills are decent. They're pretty good. My plan is to just, be close enough on the motocross track. Maybe take advantage on the extreme section a little bit. And I'm a pretty good sand track rider, so yeah, I know there are going to be some guys that are going to be faster than me on the moto track. So like I said, just going to try to stay close enough out there and maybe try to capitalize on the other parts of the track.
Trying to capitalize right now. He pulls up just behind the 16. Kelly is on the hunt. Did you see that little bunny hop move he did at the end of the extreme section? Have not seen anyone do that yet. I'm sure he's been eyeing that up. So once again, just another way these top riders able to dissect things just a bit different.
Do you know, Ryan, the schedule of these guys? Do they ride a lot of motocross when they're stationed here, guys like Ben and those guys?
I think it's a good mix. I actually was talking to the factory KTM and Husky trainer, which was my trainer for the last 15 years of my career, Steve Hatch. And he trains these guys now. And he said they've been riding a lot more woods, a lot more off-road stuff and trails. But they are all kind of thinking, we need to get back on the moto. We need to, because the GNCC series, the first ones are usually pretty technical. It's always muddy and everything else. Now they start to get to the faster ones, and that's where the motocross practice is going to help you more than riding in the woods. These guys know how to ride in the woods. It's the intensity that they need in the moto stuff.
How about Joey Crown, who just slingshotted his way past both of the Phoenix Honda riders, now gets around Ben Kelly, and now is bringing the fight to Zach Osborne. I am blown away right now, Joey Crown.
There's no quitting that guy, and of course it's the home court deal. Like, he wants everybody to be proud of him here at Club MX. You know, he's the guy, and he's making it happen right now. He is not giving up.
You know, and just watching him ride, he is putting more on the line than all the other guys. He is getting sideways. He's getting kicked. He already went down once. He's pushing it a little bit more than some of these guys are. But, I mean, he's obviously going faster, too. So it's a risk-reward kind of thing. You're going to go faster. You're also taking a little bit more risk of going down, making a mistake.
Meanwhile, ebb and flow, as it looks like it was Reardon that got back around Kelly. So things dicing up as they head down the back section. Look at this. Another Honda pass. Or no, that was a pass back from Ben.
Yeah. And you notice that? The scoring says Joey in 6th. So in that lap, he went from 6th to 2nd. He's now in 2nd spot. That's an amazing ride for Joey Crown, man. He's got to be proud of that. And now he's headed after Medallion. And you know what they did out there in the first one? Was that Witkowski or Gus Reardon that had a little one-footer?
I think that was, or was it? Okay,
I think it was Mike, yeah.
Foot blew right off, but I can see it. You can see it a lot right now. Just watch Ben Kelly. I've always enjoyed watching him race. He may not be the fastest one into or out of the corner, but mid-corner, like he just doesn't slow down. He carries a lot of momentum, which is cool to watch. We actually worked together a little bit in the wintertime. I was working with those guys on some moto stuff, and that's where I told him he needed to work on was that mid-corner speed, and he's ripping out there right now. He's definitely not slowing down quite. Oh, there he goes for the big double. That was awesome.
Yeah, his moto skills have really improved over the last few years as well. He's worked on it, but as you say, he's the type of guy who works on his craft all the time. And people like you that give him the advice, I know that he definitely appreciates it, and he learns from it. You know, he's a very intelligent guy, and he's a little bit on the introverted side, but it's because he's thinking about a lot of this stuff. And that's how you become, really he's a 4-time GNCC champion with the 2 XC2 class wins and the 2 in the XC1.
Yeah, it's cool to me. I mean, Ben's an older guy. He's been around. He's already won a bunch of championships. He's still just trying to improve, and that's what the best guys do. You always, if you're not improving, you're probably getting worse. So, even guys like this that are so established, he's done it all. He has no reason, no drive to go out there and continue improving himself, but he's doing it.
Gus Reardon flying there. He's coming up on Kelly now. He's going to give him a battle. Joey Crown having a little trouble in that extreme section. It's nice that he's running the towel off the side of the pants there just in case he has to wipe his hands. That's a smart move.
Man, Gus is twisting the throttle off of that Honda. He has tried every move he can think of around the outside. I think he's only sat down for like half a second over the last half a lap.
Yeah, I saw that little hop you were talking about there, Zach. That's cool. And what that is, the people that come up to it and they're braking, it's formed a braking bump. Well, now Ben's using it as a lip to jump over that log, and it's probably saved him 2 or 3 bike lengths right there over Gus that didn't do it. So that's a veteran move right there.
Meanwhile, Tyler Medaglia out front leading the way. A rider with a long resume of accomplishments both internationally and here in the States, and trying to add one to the book here at Club MX. Give a nice little feather in the cap to say you won the first ever race at Club MX training facility.
With his attitude after the first race and the interview that I did with him, I knew that he was really upset with himself, And Tyler, if he's anything but, he's a determined young man. Well, even he's middle-aged motocross guy now that he is the age that he is. But, those things work on a guy like that. And he doesn't like losing. He doesn't like losing at anything. He's a competitive guy, and he's thinking to himself, what can I do? And now he's found a way to do it. Joey Crown is definitely keeping him honest, but we're late in this race and not sure how that's going to shape up. And I'll tell you, if he gets close enough, Crown gets close enough, Medaglia will definitely pull something out of his hat because he has that bag of tricks that he's learned all these years. So, don't count him out for this win and the overall win as well.
And he should have a little more energy in the tank this time. He didn't have to pass a whole bunch of guys to get to the front like he did in that first one. That's what he told me. He said he kind of just, he ran out just because he had pushed so much at the beginning. So this will be interesting. And Joey, he's had to push twice as much as Tyler has from the crash and trying to pass all these dudes back again. Had to pass them twice. But, he showed us in that first one. He's not out of shape. He's a strong dude.
Yeah, he said that riding the quick motos, though, with the training that he's done and the suspension, modifications, things like that, it hasn't put him in shape for a long moto. But I'll tell you, he's hanging tough out there. Hats off to Joey Crown.
Meanwhile, we can tell the time that Medaglia has been putting in training down in Florida. Felt it was going to be advantageous at Boswick Creek and really putting it to use here at ClubMX for round 2.
I like the way he cut that line to that inside, man. That was really nice and saving time for sure. Getting a little bit of a smooth line there, those is probably not too many smooth ones out there that are left.
To me, it looks like he's riding a lot more efficient this moto. In the first one, he had little mistakes, and they don't look like much. A little, back end slide a little bit, front end slide, you put a foot down. All that stuff adds up. If you did that 30 or 40 times around the track, you just lost 5 or 6 seconds. Right now, he looks, as I say that, I spoke too soon, but he's looking really efficient. He's not wasting any energy getting sideways. He's driving forward.
Well, and that's got to do with the endurance. He went down, and he's talked about his age, talked about the just brutality of JDay, and so that efficiency going to be key and going to pay off late into this one. Is the battle still raging on? The fight being brought to Zach Osborne once again.
Oh, that was Carroll.
Is that Carroll? Yeah, I was about to say.
Dude, I thought he was ripping until he wasn't.
Oh, man, I'm sure we'll get a replay of that. Brighton Carroll absolutely flying. Had made his way to and just around Zach Osborne. And unfortunately just got a little out of it. That's a lap rider now.
Yes, it is. Yep.
In a bad spot for a lapper, too. There's no room right there.
It's amazing that Osborne was so unaffected by that. The guy crashing next to him. So how many times has he seen that in his life?
It's just another obstacle. You just go around it.
That's it. He's an amazing rider, and he's hanging tough in there. This is late in the race for sure.
Watch this. So Brighton Carroll going to go around the outside, tries to cut back underneath, launches just into that inside berm, and that stuff is thick. He goes from basically however fast to reverse almost. Went for a little ride, but he popped right back up. Good to see he was okay.
Yeah, and what caused that, I'm sure, has a little bit to do with the moisture, the rain that just fell, but he spun the back wheel at the base of the face of that. And when it spun out to the right, it rebounded to the left. That's what put him on the left of the track and sideways like he did. If he would have landed straight, he's probably fine, but landing sideways like that, there's no saving that one.
Back on board the Fox FPV drone, what it feels like to eat roof off of the back of Mike Rukowski. We saw hopping his way through the FMF Extreme section.
Looks like Gus Reardon got by Ben Kelly for third, and that was a lap ago, I think. He's having a good ride for himself.
Yeah, Reardon, an absolute warrior. I like what he said in your interview, Jay. It's no disadvantage, just twist it harder.
That's right. He's got the right attitude for
Absolutely.
Sure. No doubt. I like him. I like the way that he rides, and he's got good determination. I mean, just to take that small bike past most of those big bikes at the GNCC level, man, that's an amazing feat. And he did it many times last year, too.
Continuing to watch Tyler Medaglia. Did damage early. He's built up a manageable lead, and he's doing just that. He gets ready to put another lap in the books. Woo! Hang on to it now.
Would our buddy Fro say that was a huckabuck?
That's a huckabuck or two, at least, yeah.
And that's that surface slickness from that rain. He wasn't in a main line. He was in he was making his own line there, and that if that hadn't been ridden on, that's still got some slippery, a little bit of slickness to it.
Yeah, that's the tough part about that clay. It doesn't shed water very well.
I think we dodged the bullet, though. If it would have rained hard, all these ruts would have been full of water, and it would have been a mess. But it just kind of sprinkled for a little while, so actually probably really good for the track.
He is looking strong, isn't he? Like you said, he's riding tighty. You know, he really is. He's really tidied it up. Making a couple of mistakes, but I mean, with the track being this rough, it's really hard not to.
Yeah, if you see a guy make no mistakes around this track, he's probably not going fast enough.
Not pushing, exactly.
Yeah.
He doesn't have the fastest lap time. Oh, man. That was a nice little outside line that he went before that log and then that left-hand turn. I thought that was really cool that he went to the outside and it was smoother. I mean, there's not a lot of smooth places on this track right now, and he's trying to find some.
Yeah, it seems like he's hitting his marks. He's got his spots picked out, his lines kind of set in certain areas, and you can see on certain ones he's darting to the left, to the right, really trying to set those corners up. So T-Dag's feeling that flow right now, but wait a second. Joey Crown on the hunt. We'll see the next time through the stripe we can get a lap time comparison, because Joey Crown definitely got a little more pace. The question is, how much time does the ClubMX native have left?
Well, you know, a guy that just moved into the top 10 is somebody we haven't spoken much about today, but Craig DeLong on the Factory Husqvarna, you know, he's had a tough day, man, and that's something he's not used to. He's a top competitor at the GNCC level, and he's a former champion, and, you know, he's seeing just how hard this JDay series is.
Yeah, no question about it. I think Craig, another rider, potentially able to benefit from some intensity, and that's what you're getting right here at JDay. So Craig in the thick of things right now is through the Yamaha finish line we go. Let's see what is waiting for Tyler Medaglia. Clear tear-off, still no white flag, so another lap down, ticking away, and got to think that's going to be to the benefit of Joey Crown.
Looks like our drone needs a tear-off right now. He got roosted a little bit. Ian Howes that runs the drone, he gets in there tight, man. That guy's unbelievable with the drone, the shots he can get.
Fox FPV drone, making you feel like you're on board and trying to keep track of your leader, Tyler Medaglia.
That is a tough line on that inside when you hit that log there. But he's sitting back just enough, but not too much. He's really smooth out there, this moto. He really is, man. Great effort for Tyler Medaglia.
He just got the little hop line that Ben was getting.
He found Ben's line.
But see, that right there, that's one, and then, yeah, Joe, everybody's doing it now. But Joey jumping over that big log, that's got to save him time. That's one spot that he's making up time right now, which I know a lot of these guys, all of them can do it. I went out there and did it. It's not that hard of a line, but again, these guys, this is not their main series. They're probably not putting it all on the, well, Joey Crown is putting it all on the line, but you know, these guys have to be smart too. They're going to go back to their normal race series in a couple weeks, and they need to be healthy for that.
Couldn't draw it up any better than this, boys. Lexon lap times from our last lap tied at 4 minutes 22 seconds for Medaglia and Joey Crown. Gus Reardon still turning absolute burners, a 4 minute 20-second lap time again. And then Zach Osborne staying strong with a 4:23, Wachowski a 4:25. So really consistent, a 4:28, I believe, there for Ben Kelly. But tied lap times for Crown and Medaglia at the front of the field.
And I think the 4:28 from Kelly is thinking about 2 weeks from now. You know, he has to be. I mean, because that is the important series for him. He's a very smart guy, as we've said many times before, and he knows what he needs to do and what he needs to concentrate on. And he's not able to really take that risk that he needs to get up there and challenge Crown and Medaglia for their win. But still putting in a solid ride. He's in fifth now. Zach Osborne just got back by him. And that just speaks volumes there. I mean, Zach Osborne doing a great job on the beta in fourth spot right now, and showing that that motorcycle has a lot of potential, and they're doing a great job over there.
Here we go, catching sight of Gus Reardon. Fastest rider on the track once again this last lap. Got about just as much space up to Medaglia, or to Crown, excuse me, as Crown does to Medaglia. So we'll see what happens with our top three.
It's cool watching the different techniques from guys. Angus right there, Reardon, just stood around almost that entire corner. Probably 80-90% of it, he was standing up. And I know why. It was rough in that rut. If you're sitting down, that bike's going to beat you to death. Some of the other guys, though, were sitting down. And I know a lot of these guys, the GNCC guys, have soft suspension. They have their GNCC setup. They don't have a Moto setup. So it's interesting where that works maybe better for them. I'd say for overall, it's probably not quite as good as a moto setup just because it's soft. It's going to, these are some big hits out here, but it's cool watching. He's still going for the triple. Joey Crown. It's awesome.
He's having a great ride, man. And you know he's got to be smiling. I know that he was kind of whooped at the end of that first one. He was tired because he put in great effort. He had those couple crashes. It's so hard to drag your bike off the ground when that happens. But I think that if anybody's having fun out there today, it's Joey.
Watching Gus sand surf his way through. We hang on board the Fox FPV drone.
The Connecticut ride of Jake Fustini still holding tight in 7th. And Brighton Carroll hasn't gone that far from when after he crashed. He's back up there into 8th spot.
Here we go. Joey Crown, the ClubMX Yamaha machine.
Almost looks like he's losing a little bit of steam.
Yep.
He wasn't quite as intense through that section, but also he didn't get the first one. If you don't get the first one, it's hard to get the rest of them. It's almost like a rhythm section out there, even though it's basically sand rollers. There's a white flag.
There's the white flag.
Yep. One more lap there, Tyler. You can hang on to it.
So white flag is out. Final lap of racing underway here for round 2 of the 2026 season. The ClubMX GP looking to come to a close, and Tyler Medaglia trying to add his name. I was going to say add it to the list. He's going to create the list of race winners here at ClubMX. If he can hang on for one more lap.
And for points, he was, second at round 1? No, third at round 1. Somewhere around there. And our round 1 winner, Ricky Russell, didn't come to this round.
Yep.
So he should be doing pretty good in the points after this, if he can hang on to it.
Saw some problems there. David Lameth Jr. getting that Honda back off and rolling. Medaglia, though, floating his way through, and the battle is on. Look at this. Gus Reardon a little bit faster on that last lap. Things starting to happen a bit quick there for Joey Crown.
Yeah, it looks like he's losing a little bit of steam. So we'll see if he can hang on to it. But, man, Gus looks really strong. He doesn't look like he's tired at all.
Well, you talk about the effort level from Crown. It has been 120 from the green flag, both motos going down, not making things easy on himself. So certainly understandable for a no longer full-time racer.
Yeah, he's going to go to work tomorrow doing suspension. These guys are all going to take the day off and recover and do their sleep cycle. And yeah, so it's impressive to watch this guy. Heck of a rider, man. But you're starting to see, I think, a little bit of the fitness come into it.
Well, his boss Brandon Haas raced too, so he doesn't want to hear it.
Yeah.
We're watching our Stoke battle cam here. Joey Crown and Gus Reardon battling for that number 2 position. Reardon, another rider, potential big points day as well. Not sure if he plans on doing the full season, but certainly a good argument for it after 2 solid results so far. Ooh, you see him drag that foot a little bit.
Yeah, these long ruts are really tough. You start into them and it feels all good, and then they might have a little hook in it, they might have a straight spot, they might have a blown out spot. It's just hard to follow all the way around and stay in it where you can stay on the gas.
Brown just trying to hang on to that number 2 ride. You see him reach up, pull his hair off. Gus Reardon, though, still on the charge. We've seen this guy make so many passes in the final few minutes of a 3-hour-long race. You know he's got what it takes to make something happen here on the final lap. Just about halfway through this last lap.
And I'm not sure on the points if Reardon passes Crown, that may give him second overall. And I know Joey doesn't want that. It looked like he felt Gus behind him there, and he said, hey, wait a minute, I'm not going to let this guy by.
Yeah,
I'm going to pick it back up.
Could be a big opportunity. Gus Reardon sits second in points headed into this round, so this has the potential to give him the overall championship lead. Russell, Reardon, Kelly, top 5 on AA points here for the Fox JDay Offroad Series 2026. Look at the launch. I just saw a video of that on social media. It's actually bigger than I thought it was. I mean, I knew it was big, but that's next level.
Yeah.
I didn't see that on your preview lap, Ryan. What happened?
Yeah, well, and I even said I knew when I was going around there, I'm like, people are going to do this, but I don't have to do it. I don't have to do that anymore. once upon a time, I would have had to done it. It wouldn't have been fun, but yeah, I'm good now.
We've seen Red Bull Imagination. Nobody questions your willingness to jump.
Yeah. Just to be good itself.
Well, here it goes down to the wire. The battle for second rages on as Medaglia gets ready to close in on a checkered flag. Joey Crown and Gus Reardon trying to settle out who's going to cross the line after him to close out round 2 for the season. This one's going to come down to the wire. Reardon not one to give up. How much does Crown have left in the tank? Here we go, checking in. Tyler Medaglia one more time through the chicane. The Yamaha finish line waits, and it will be Tyler Medaglia grabbing the win out of your double A class here from round 2. The battle for second comes down to the line, and Joey Crown going to hang on to that number 2 ride. Gus Reardon going to cross the line in third. What a way to close out the day.
Yeah, man, that was awesome racing. From crashes to catching back up and then running out of steam, and these guys are ripping, and I'm just glad it was them. I'm glad I didn't have to ride that track. It looked really gnarly. I've ridden a lot, I've ridden Pro Nationals, GNCCs, all that. This is going to rival just about any of them, how rough it is out there.
Ooh, take a look at this. You know it's bad when Jay McGrath's got to step in and hold the bike for you. Crown laying it all out there. That's what it's all about. You're going to get a interview from our top 3 here in just a minute or two. Zach Osborne riding over to give some props. I believe Zacho, the trainer for Gus Reardon, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, I believe so.
So how about it? Meanwhile, I see Jay leaned up against that Yamaha. He said, I probably could ride this thing. Maybe one lap. Evan Smith getting ready to make his way across the finish line as well. Here to celebrate as the second round for the year starts to come to a close. We'll get ready. Joey Crown just going to leave Jay with the bike there. Says, I need a second, man. I just put on an absolute war for 30 minutes.
And you could tell. You could tell in his body English that, 2 laps to go, he was about done for. Kudos to him for cranking it back up and using everything he had to keep Gus behind him, because that Gus was ripping. So that was cool to see from a suspension guy.
Absolutely, yeah. No, going to earn some credit around the shop for sure. At least if I tell you to go stiffer, all right? Trust me.
Yeah, I can do this too, guys.
A few more riders making their way through in some of our A classes. I believe that was Kyle Murdoch taking the checkered flag there. Now we're going to get ready to kick off some podium celebration. Sounds like Jay McGrath standing by with one of our top 3 here from Double A.
That's right, Zach. I'm down here with Tyler Medaglia. He's won a lot of events in his time. He's had a great career. Tell me about this win here for you at JDay Offroad. Your first one here. Great ride, buddy. I'll tell you, you really had it put together there. You had a great mindset. Tell me about your ride.
Yeah, it was good. It was better that time. I had a much better start, and I got into the lead fairly early, and I could control it a little bit better. The last time I had to sprint, like the first, I started like an 8th or something, so I had to sprint. And by the time I got close to Joey, I was already cooked. So that time I could manage it, and I felt better. I felt strong all the way through. So I'm pretty happy with it. And this sand section is just unbelievably rough. Like, it's crazy.
Were there some suspension modifications made during the intermission between the motos?
No, I got a pretty off-road-ish style setting, so I stiffened it up as much as I could, but there's still places, there's places where it's really good, and then there's places where it struggles, where I'm used to riding moto at a higher pace, just coming down some of the hills and entering some of the high-speed roller sections is really busy and blows through a bit, but I mean it's what I got, so I had to deal with it and just ride my own race.
At the beginning, we had that rain before that. Was the clay really slippery? I know it took Joey down at one point.
It was a little bit slippery. If you were on the rear brake, it would and with the engine braking, the rear wheel would continue to slide. So you had to be pretty mindful of that. But other than that, the track was actually, it was really good. It wasn't much different than the first moto.
Will we get a chance to see you here more at JDay Offroad this year?
Yeah, absolutely. I like to do. I'd like to try to get to Southwick, and depending on my schedule, Unadilla, and try to do as many as I can. I love these. They're awesome.
We love having you here, buddy. Tell us who's helping you this year.
Just Valley Yamaha, Callus Moto, Renegade Fuels, my whole family for supporting me and just letting me still race and enjoy my time. So I got a lot of people that help me out, and I really appreciate my son Talon and Trevor's always here with me and help me in my corner. So thank you guys.
Great ride out there, buddy. Really proud of you and happy for you. Tyler Medaglia, your winner today. Let's hear it for him. Great ride. We're here with Joey Crown. Joey, you had a great ride out there, buddy. I know you come off the couch for this one. Tell us about that moto and tell us about some of the things that are going through your mind when you put it down there in that clay section.
I need to be better. I'm just, it was very frustrating. Started off, I was not really prepared for the start. It's my bad. I'm just the no clutch finger situation. I don't do, or dead engine. I don't do that often, you know. Right. I nailed it the first time. The second time I didn't, and man, those guys were going mad. I felt like I was on a 250 outdoor national. A dude hit me on the outside. I bumped in neutral. I down the straightaway. It was scary, but I made it through that mess. And then I got up to Zach, and he was racing me like it was a pro national. I'm like, dude, let me get around you. He was fighting me so hard, and so I was pushing to try to get around him because I saw Tyler pulling away and crashed, and then caught back up to him again, crashed. So, at least I got back to second, and then I got it down to 6 seconds, I think, and then lost my rear brake. So, you can't be floundering around out there. But if I want to win these things, I think I gotta ride a little bit more. Maybe I can negotiate it. I mean, I can still do pretty well. So, I think it's good having a ClubMX bike up here on the podium. So, yeah, I'm long-winded there, but I got to give it up to those guys, ClubMX, Yamaha, Brandon, and all the guys, Merrick, Ryder, Greg. He helped me out with a actual battery for the starts, super light seats, and SKDA, EVS, Fly. There's a lot of sponsors that allow me to still do this and have some fun racing dirt bikes. Will we see you back here at JDay Off-Road later this year? If the schedule aligns right, I'm going to some supercrosses with the race team and helping out. So if I'm not doing that, then I'll definitely be at the closer ones, maybe Lake Sugar Tree and the CGI if it lines up. But we'll see when it gets closer, and I'm hopefully going to ride a little bit more and challenge for the win. But I have a feeling it might be a little bit harder with a little more woods, but do our best. I'm sure that you can handle it, my friend, because we still got a fair amount of moto in some of those races. But it was great to have you out here, buddy, and really you put on a good show for us, and we thank you for that. Joey Crown, second on the day. Let's hear it for him. Great job, buddy. And we'll come over here to Gus Reardon. Gus, that was a heck of a ride, man. You put on a lot of great exhibitions for us in some of those certain sections, and you had the fastest lap time of the day, I might add, so good on you, man.
No, it was another tough day, 3-3. The boys were ripping. Start of that moto, because of the rain, it was a little bit greasy, which I liked. It added another element, but yeah, I tried getting Joey that last one, but just didn't have enough in me. How about that in the FMF Extreme section, putting the water down on that? Didn't it make it a little bit different for you, and did you change your lines because of it? The first right-hander, I would go to the outside at the start, just so I'd hit the log straight, but then towards the end I was going back to the inside, and it dried up so you could hit it on an angle, and it was fine. Will we have the pleasure of having you back here at JDay this year? May as well rock up for another one, get the train rolling. Yeah. I like it, buddy, for sure. And tell me about who's helping you this year. The whole Phoenix Honda racing team, my mechanic Liam, the Denver boys, Curry Resources, Dad, Oz Ranch, and I think I've got a few friends back home watching, so hi to them. Angus Reardon, third on the day. Great ride, guys.
Great stuff down from the podium. The happiest place on the property, I always say, and what a way to close out the second round of the 2026 season and the first ever race held on ClubMX property. Take a look at our MX Trophies race recap. It was an all-out brawl right from the jump. Chaos going every which way. A little bit of rain making things even more exciting. But one thing about it, Tyler Medaglia getting out front early and clearly setting a pace. He had a point to prove, and I'd say he proved it. Ben Kelly doing a good job. But Gus Reardon coming together with some lap riders. Didn't matter who stood in his way. You could not seem to slow the Phoenix Honda down. Solid Moto 2 for Zach Osborne as well. But I think the standout ride of the day, Joey Crown, making things hard on himself, crashing multiple times, both motos, and still putting it up towards the front end of the box. Just going to come up short of that overall win. Gus Reardon really charging hard late in the race. standing. I mean, that guy probably stood 90% of the entire moto and made passes while he was doing it. But Tyler Medaglia up front doing a fantastic job of riding efficient, like Ryan Sipes was talking about, maintaining and managing his energy output, grabbed some clear vision for that final lap. And at that point, Joey Crown talked about potentially losing some brakes, as well as maybe just a bit of fatigue from the full 30-minute race. But how about it? Holds up to number one, gets the job done. It's Tyler Medaglia, Joey Crown, and Gus Reardon. 1, 2, 3 in our Pro Moto number 2. Well, how about it, folks? That is the way you close out a day. We take a look at our Pro Taper Top 10. It's T-Dags, Tyler Medaglia with the win. Joey Crown, Gus Reardon, Zach Osborne, and Ben Kelly, your top 5, with Mike Wachowski, Evan Smith, Jix Bustini, Craig DeLong, and Jason Tino, rounding out your top 10 for the final race of the day and for the final race of the second round of the 2026 Fox JDay Off-Road Series. But it is Racer TV, baby. It is Racer Racing all the time. Like we said, JDay broadcast coming up all season long. Here's what we've got up next in just a few short weeks. We'll be out at the CGI facility for the CGI GP. It's going to be on April 26th. Then we'll head to Axton, Virginia, the Lake Sugar Tree GP on May 10th. Budds Creek, one of the most infamous pro motocross tracks. That's right, we're having a Budds Creek GP as well, June 14th, as well as the Southwick GP on August 2nd. You can see it all right here on Racer TV as well as GP TV. Racer TV going to be heading over to Camp Coker, round 4 of the 2026 Progressive GNCC Series. Going to be March 28th for our ATV broadcast, March 29th for our bikes. Then we'll head to a new location, the Dukes out in Kentucky, for round number 5. That's going to be on April 18th and 19th for our ATV and bike broadcast. We'll see you right there on Racer TV. For all of the folks here from JDay Off-Road as well as Stoke Media, and I'm going to go ahead and throw ClubMX there as well. This has been the Yamaha Racing ClubMX GP for Ryan Sipes as well as Jay McGrath. A big happy birthday. I'm Zach Herron. We'll see you guys next time right here at JDay Off-Road.